Bred by the Alien Prince. Written by Morgan Black. Narration services are provided by 11 Labs Inc. Produced by Morgan Black. Copyright 2024.
Prologue. The year 2106. The attack on the SS Ignis. Caspian. The engine whirred and halted with a violent push forward, knocking everyone about. A clipboard I held flew across the wide silver and polished metal hall, taking the list of names of every man, woman, and child who lived on the 5th deck in Sector 14. My ribs cracked, knocking the wind right out of my lungs, forcing me to take a massive intake of air before I could breathe out again. "Gloria!" I called the woman who lay slumped against the wall. A trail of smeared blood followed her trajectory. The whine of machinery and the twisting and grinding of metal was like being inside the belly of a tremendously hungry beast. "Gloria, are you all right?" I asked through the grinding ache of my body. "Please, speak to me." Nothing. She was out like a light, and I was afraid that it was more than a simple concussion. Rule 45 of the RA Handbook and simulations of emergency events prepared me for this. But now that an emergency was taking place, my confidence eroded, and I was like a child who didn't want to step into the classroom on their first day of school. I dug my stubby nails into the carpet, pulled myself along, and hollered once the sharp pain seemed to pierce a nerve. The walls appeared to shift and distort, and another violent rattle tossed us up into the air and flung us to the ground with a hard smack. Groaning, I rolled on my back, gazing at the cracking ceiling. The walls vibrated as the beast cried in terror. I reached for my comms device, which resembled a simple voice recorder but connected me to the rest of the RAs on board and our supervisor. Once I opened all the channels, a flood of crying voices and distress calls overwhelmed the airwaves. I was not alone in distress and panic. "Help! This is Caspian Storm, RA number 88,603. I'm on the 5th deck, Sector 14, and I'm injured. It doesn't look so good. There's a passenger nearby, Gloria Benson. I don't know if she's alive," I cried, wanting to give in to the fear and panic. The chorus of pleading drowned my voice, but I still waited for a response as I took a shallow breath and rolled back onto my stomach to finish the crawl towards the woman who didn't move. When I reached her, she was lying on her side. I rolled her over on her back to assess the wound on her head. There was a lot of blood, and she showed no signs of stirring awake anytime soon. I checked her pulse. It was weak, but she was alive. She wouldn't make it if I couldn't get her help soon. I crawled over to the metal bar attached to the wall and struggled to hoist myself into a standing position. My head hurt fiercely, and my eyelids were like a massive weight pressed on them. I think I was concussed, and I was losing the will to stay awake. If I couldn't pull myself together, I was afraid I wouldn't wake up, and there was a hysterical part of my mind that was okay with that. I turned to the woman and looked down the hall both ways. Left seemed to be the shortest route to take, which led to the sealed doors that divided the different sectors of the ship. It was just how long it would take to grin and bear it through the gnawing of my nerves to get Gloria out of there. I leaned over to latch onto her chest and clasped my hands together. "Okay, Caspian, turn this pain into motivation to get moving." I pictured Rocky Balboa, a character from one of those old vids running through the streets in his gray jogging suit, getting high fives from the cheering crowd around him. I hummed the song that played during that moment. I forgot the name of it, but it made me feel like I could at least get through anything. Through the comm chatter, there was a familiar voice, deep and raspy, even as he gritted his teeth and groaned. It was Derek, my friend, so far through it all.
"Caspian?"
he shouted through. "I'm here."
"Listen, I need you to get on our private frequency."
"Okay," I said, knowing what he was talking about. It was our private channel. No one knew about it but us, and it helped me out during the first rough months on board this ship. "I'm on," I said once the chatter vanished, leaving only a soft hum.
Deck 5 experienced a massive breach. Most of the area is sealed. Anyone trapped there is already considered a DOA.
This was not the news I was hoping to receive. "What? I'm on 5 in Sector 14.
Stay calm and do as I say. There are still some sectors that haven't been sealed. I know a path that leads to the escape pods on 5. They're already programmed to go to the colony, but at FAL speed.
Fast as light in a pod? That'll knock me out.
But you'll get there in a day or two, but you won't be awake for it. Good luck.
Derek, I have Gloria with me. She's passed out and hurt really bad.
Caspian, the sectors won't stay open for long. You have less than 5 minutes and at least 4 different sectors to cross to reach the pods, including taking the service ladder to Sector 19, where the pods are. You won't be able to do that with a passed-out person. You gotta drop her.
Derek, how can you be so callous? I yelled, fearing his words might be true.
The timer is on. I can only do so much to help you right now. I have my own pod to catch.
Wait, are we all abandoning ship?
Yeah, there are. Shit. Listen, go down the hall to your right, hit the first left, straight through the doors, and go up the stairs of that fancy dining hall with the balloons to celebrate our arrival. Go through the main doors there and straight down. Once past the doors ahead, hit the right service ladder. From there, it's a straight shot through the sectors until you reach 19. You'll see a sign pointing to the escape pods. Just follow it. I can't...
His voice cut off and a rough tongue was spoken in a deep guttural tone. What the hell was going on? I laid Gloria on the carpet and heard her moan. The first sign of life I got from her besides a heartbeat came at the most heart-wrenching moment. The timer ticked off in my mind. Derek was right, as much as I didn't wish to admit it. I wasn't going to make it with her. I'm so sorry. Tears fell as she mumbled something incoherently while her head shifted about. I couldn't bring myself to leave her behind.
Please,
she muttered.
Tell my son.
She opened her bloodshot eyes and gasped before it was over. Gloria! Her eyes remained open, locked in a vacant stare. She was gone. Turning away from her, I couldn't watch another moment. I stood up straight, my body feeling like a pin cushion, and I limped for the doors, leaving Gloria's body behind. When I reached the large dining hall with its massive windowed view of the observation deck, I recognized the state of the ship and what was responsible. I pressed my hand to the windowed material, looking out into the vastness of space. Half the ship hung on by torn and twisted metal. Beds, sheets, plants, toys, and the victims floated helplessly in the vacuum. Another ship arrived, a dark, jagged, and sharp-looking thing, almost like the shape of a beetle. What the hell is that? I exclaimed in my head. Was that a ship from the colony? I had no time to stand around and wait. The docking tube to my sector was floating with the rest of the space debris. My only sure chance of getting out of here alive was getting to the pod. I pushed off the glass and limped for the main doors. I'm almost there, almost there. Again, I heard a scream in the next room in that guttural tone. When I reached for the ladder, I had to will myself to climb it, even if I had to drag my body along. The sign was posted on the wall just as Derek said, and I followed the flashing red arrows through the dark, flickering hall. I felt exposed for some reason, as if something in the dark would come out and snatch me up, but there was nothing I could do but keep running until I reached the pod station. Chapter 1. The year 2105. 1 year before the attack on the SS Ignis. Caspian. The sound of the thick piece of gum hit the trash bin with a bing. The last thing I wanted was to look like I had no tact at all, and sitting here smacking on gum like a damn camel was not the first impression I wanted to make. My hands shook, but thankfully I could hide them from the camera. I took a deep breath, sucking in the warm air and then exhaling again. And then I did it again. Okay, I'm freaking nervous. Maybe the most nervous I've ever been. I daydreamed about my acceptance and how it would launch some sort of grand career among the stars. I snapped back to the reality of my tiny bedroom and turned on the camera to begin. Hi, my name is Caspian Storm. I'm 19 years old and a recent college dropout. I breathed in and out. The reason I left college was because, well, you're told throughout high school that you must keep going to school. Even if you don't know what you want to do, that you will find out who you are if you keep going. Well, that didn't happen. And with everything done by androids. The only thing I would get out of going to school is thousands of dollars worth of debt, and not even a job flipping burgers, but I want to do this. When I heard about Outer Worlds, I knew this was for me. I hate this planet anyway, and only scientists and doctors can go to Mars. I want to make history too. I know it sounds so dumb, it's not coming out right. It looks like I've already flubbed this up big time, but maybe there was a chance they would fall in love with my innocent charm and nervous tick. Perhaps they would view me as authentic. That's it, authentic was a seller now. The craze of fake plastic smiles was at an end. People wanted to see what was real, and what I gave them was real. Let's continue, shall we? I guess I want to say there isn't anything here for me. But there, the possibilities are endless. I'm good at organizing, and I'm a writer. I plan to record all my experiences for the future. I'm also a fast learner. If the ability to survive is what you want, I know how to hunt, fish, set up a camp, cook outdoors, and gut animals. My dad taught me before his death. Oh God, I think I wanted to vomit. I turned off the recording and rummaged through my folder for some of my old hunting and campfire footage. This vid was going to need a lot of editing to make it presentable. Jolie entered my room. The juicy crunch of the tart apple she bit into sent my stomach into a frenzy. I hadn't eaten in hours. Jolie was my older sister. Older and, dare I say it, the better version of myself. She was 23, and she graduated from university with a major in nursing with plans to hightail it to medical school. She had perfect grades, perfect hair, perfect skin, perfect everything. I guess more accurately put, I was the imperfect version of her, and I hated admitting it. Mom was so proud of Jolie and always let her know it, but with me, every little mistake may as well have been announced to the world on a loudspeaker. In a sense, that's just how it was, except it was done through social media. Yeah, my mom always framed her vids as her being the doting mom to her screw-up son. She got a lot of sympathy for it and made some extra money on the side. When I was a kid and didn't know any better, I helped her with her videos. Or more like I just did as I was told, like spill my juice on the carpet so she could catch me trying to hide it from her. Or hit another kid so she could deal with her unruly son at school, who was starting fights with the other kids. My role was that of the bratty little brother who had to annoy his big, studious sister. I didn't stand a chance. I don't even know why I'm recording this portion of the story. Perhaps it gives me some solace to remember what my life was like before the shit hit the fan. Anyway, my sister was already being scouted by Space Zero, one of the chosen few who get to live on Mars. She was thinking about it. The fact that she could think about it made me want to scream. Outer Worlds was a new space program developed by a group of billionaires who wanted to colonize a newly discovered habitable planet with a future focus on space exploration. Unlike Space Zero, you could be a regular person and get to space through Outer Worlds, so long as you were young and fit.
Outer Worlds aren't going to pick you. I hope you know that,
Jolie said, taking another bite of her apple. How the hell would you know? I replied, already annoyed by her presence.
They said they want the best and brightest, not a dropout.
They also said they want ages 17 to 35. I doubt they are expecting everyone to be a college grad. I rolled my eyes and continued to splice away at the footage, this time tapping my finger harder on the keys than before, like it was some telepathic link to let my sister know how angry she was making me. Why are you here? Yeah, might as well go for the jugular. Although I doubt that line of questioning can be considered going for the jugular, whatever, it still made me feel good.
Mom is giving you one last time to re-enroll. Just pick any major and make her proud instead of banking on being one of the 500,000 chosen for a stupid colony.
She was the one to talk. Is Mom gonna pay for my education like she's doing yours? That was a loaded question.
You know she and Dad only saved up enough for me.
Liar. When I got too old to play the part of the unruly brat son Mom milked for social media credits, she used my school money to move us around all over the damn place after Dad's death. She couldn't bear touching your precious college money. She knew what I was doing, throwing up the fact that she was Mom's favorite in her face.
Dad was alive and well while Mom was doing that social media thing, and he didn't do anything to stop it. But you still praise him while hating Mom.
I don't praise him. He's just not here to hate.
Or you feel guilty for what you did to cause his death.
Get out.
Fine.
Jolie waved her hand dismissively and left the room. Now you see and understand why I needed to get the hell out of here. Can you imagine having the same conversations with the same people repeatedly, resolving nothing? You either give in to their demands or you put your foot down like an unmovable tree. No quarter and no compromise. One day, you wake up and realize that your entire life has been a compromise, just compromising for everyone else. And I couldn't take it anymore. How both Mom and Jolie blamed me for Dad's death. I guess it was my fault. I just needed to get away. Okay, let me relax and breathe in. Fuck it, I'm sending the footage I have and hope for the best. Yay for good old self-sabotage. I didn't expect to be chosen anyway. A few weeks later. I might as well jump kick this story ahead, as nothing special happened in the weeks following my sending off my application to Outer Worlds. Did I even explain what Outer Worlds was or is? Several years ago, the Gen 10, short for Generation 10, discovered how to create FTL space travel. The Gen 10 are a group of androids created by a company called Synthetic Life. The Gen 10's function as a super-intelligent AI was to help solve mankind's problems, like curing cancers and prolonging our lifespan, yada yada. However, only the rich benefited from their discoveries. Occasionally, the benefit trickled down to the little people. Like the discovery of faster-than-light space travel, you wouldn't believe the new companies that rose to take advantage. But so far, most of them were Private Space Corps, which specialized in mining asteroids, and Space Zero, which realized its dream of total Mars colonization. Outer Worlds was one of the companies that sprung up almost overnight, announcing the discovery of a habitable planet several light years away from Earth with breathable air, water, and everything. Not only did they discover this planet, but they also wanted to colonize it. Fast forward about 10 years later, the company announced the creation of Eden's Prime Colony. Yeah, I think they ripped that straight from some old video game. They already had androids on the planet building the colony, and now they were ready for the first 500,000 settlers. And I wanted to become one of them. Anything was better than sitting in this house yelling at my controlling mother. "No, leave me alone, I've already packed my bags," I said, trying to sound tougher than I was. The truth was, I was scared out of my mind, but my mother had laid down an ultimatum, and I had no choice but to plant my feet on the ground. The ultimatum was, enroll in school or get out.
"And where the hell do you expect to sleep? Huh? A shelter?"
She replied, probably wasn't expecting me to pack up my shit. It's not like I didn't already have my suitcase packed full of clothes. Since my dad's death 10 years ago, all we did was move around, never staying in one place for more than a few months, or, if I was lucky, 1 year before we were packed up and heading elsewhere. Now we were back in North Carolina, and she just became this college-obsessed sycophant. "It's better than doing what you want." True, I think I'd slit my wrist if I had to sit in some boring classroom listening to some professor rattle off at the mouth about social issues. I slammed my door in her face. It was a bit too harsh of a move there, but I was angry. I was already thinking of apologizing for that one. When I left my room, my mom was slipping on her jacket.
"I need to get the hell out of here and take care of a few things."
She sighed.
"When I return from the store, I hope you've developed some common sense, Caspian."
Yeah, I don't think so. I folded my arms, being as stubborn as ever. There goes my apology. I returned to my room to do what I'd been doing for the past few weeks, watch videos, see what my favorite live streamer was up to, and click around the Outer Worlds site, hoping they got my application. Yeah, I still had hope. Don't know why. But my jaw dropped when I saw the notice posted on the site's front page. "We're happy to announce that Outer Worlds had over 1 million applications, and we sent acceptance and rejection letters to everyone who applied. We wanted this to be personal and private. We didn't want to leave anyone in the dark. Please be assured." What? Yeah, it shocked me. If they sent mail to everyone, then how come I got nothing from them? Unless they were full of shit. I checked the vid upload site and noticed the string of videos titled, "I got in. Going to space, baby." Bad news, guys. Oh, God. I ran to the front door. The thumbnail to some of the good vids showed a large package. I checked the bushes, but nothing. God damn it, I swear if I saw my mail in Mom's room, I was gonna flip. That's what I thought. Sure enough, the package titled Outer Worlds in large purple and teal text was right under my mother's bed. The damn thing was open too. Fucking apology. This was no mercy, no quarter given. I quickly ran to my room and tore through the damn thing and read off the little letter in the folder. Dear Caspian Storm, thank you so much for sending your application for our Outer Worlds program. We are all about making the impossible possible, and we strive to choose those who dream big. We regret to inform you. Motherfucker. The next day. Pain? All I knew was fucking pain. I didn't know why I cared. I mean, I wouldn't get in. Even so, there was a part of me that imagined my packed bags were because they would accept me. Now, where the hell was I supposed to go? A fucking shelter. I left the letter on the kitchen table, a message to Mom that I knew what she had done. The next morning, it was gone, and neither Mom nor Jolie said a word to me for hours until...
You're better off.
Jolie just had to say something.
Outer Worlds seem shady at best. I mean, they just discovered some habitable planet and are already trying to send people to live there. What about research? It seems like they are only trying to make history.
Shut up and stop making sense, I grumbled. But you know what? Who cares if they're trying to make history? History is made by those who take chances. That was a slogan by one of those mining corporations.
I think...
Mother was about to say something while coming downstairs after her obvious eavesdropping. I don't care what you think. I shot back, not at all apologetic. You hid my mail from me and opened it too. You have no respect for my privacy.
I'll respect your privacy when you make better decisions.
She sighed.
I've decided that we're better off moving again.
What? Why? I asked, not as surprised as I had come across. You said this was the last time.
I know what I said.
My mother looked haggard.
I thought a friend would be able to help us out, but it seems as if she can't, so we should leave. It would have been nice to see you enroll in your future, but maybe not here.
Enrolling in your future, the slogan of the university corporations. I sighed, got up from the couch, and grabbed my bags, which were already parked at the front door. I have good news, I said as smugly as possible. Jolie ate her gelato as if she was expecting some stupid shit to pour out of my mouth, and she was right to expect it. It turns out Outer Worlds made a mistake with my application. I spoke to them on my account, and they said I was in, so I won't be sleeping in some homeless shelter tonight, or moving away to wherever you want to go now. I'll be sleeping on the bus to Iowa.
You're not going,
my mom exclaimed. Watch me, I said calmly and grabbed my roller luggage.
You're lying your ass off.
Jolie chimed in with a chuckle.
Just let him leave. He's probably spending the night at a friend's house.
Okay, have fun in outer space.
Mom laughed and waved goodbye, but behind her cheerful smile was a flash of concern. She hid her emotions well, but not well enough. Neither of them believed me, and they were right because I was lying my ass off. But you're gonna find out real soon that when I lie, I pretty much commit to the lie to the point of delusion. So I headed straight to the bus station. Chapter 2. No guts, no glory, right? Well, I was about to find out how well that motto applied to my life decisions. Because I went to the bus station. Thankfully, I had about 500 credits saved up, enough to buy a ticket to Iowa where Outer Worlds was stationed. If I took the bus, I would have about 200 left to spend on food or whatever. The Gen 10 had built a space elevator there that didn't need to extend into space. Instead, a massive beam in orbit would lock onto the shuttles and pull them into space like a tractor beam. They helped save millions in fuel and made travel into space simple and easy for everyone. Well, every company with a space shuttle. I sat down near the window, hoping no one would sit down next to me, but this guy did. He was tall and light-skinned with prominent features, curly hair, and blue eyes that stood out against his smooth, tanned skin.
Hey.
He said, putting his bag in the overhead bin and plopping down to the seat next to me. It didn't take long for the bus to overflow with people, and it made me wonder how many of them were also going to Outer Worlds. Something told me all of them were going, unless there was something else going on in Iowa I didn't know about.
We're in for a long ride.
The man huffed. How long? I didn't see the schedule. This was true. I was too busy cursing out my mom and sister in my head to see how long this nightmare ride would be.
About 20 hours and 30 more minutes, give or take.
Ouch.
Ouch to our poor circulation is right.
He chuckled, displaying a full row of pearly whites.
By the way, I'm Derek.
Caspian, nice to meet you.
Same. I've trained for weeks for this trip. How long did you train?
Not long. He shifted in his seat and smiled.
Well, maybe I overdid it then.
He laughed.
It's a part of my psyche, I suppose. At least that's what the AI review board told me.
AI view board? I exclaimed. Are you an AI? Derek laughed.
No, I wish, but I got so much tech in me that I'm bordering on AI. When a human gets like me, we have to stand before the board to measure our intelligence, etc. It's really an attempt to distinguish us from normal humans.
I've never seen someone teched out in person. You don't look as extreme as the others.
You wouldn't believe how many people are teched out. They hide it well.
Why are you on a bus? I asked without thinking. He chuckled.
I'm poor. I worked hard, but most of my money went into upgrades. That was my fault. If I hadn't become so obsessed with upgrading myself, I could have purchased a plane ticket, but then I probably wouldn't have been chosen by the company. At least I get to bypass the final physical.
There's a final physical? I said, feeling hot and sweaty. At this point, I still had no clear-cut idea of what I would do once I got there, but it seemed like I was stuck on sneaking in there somehow.
Yeah. You're going to Outer Worlds too?
He said, as if he didn't know why this bus was full of people going to Iowa. Yeah.
It should be in your orientation package.
Oh, okay. I think he was just being an asshole. Yeah, right. I think I read something about it. The truth is, I was in such a rush to make it. My mom hid the package from me.
Couldn't let her baby boy go, huh?
Something like that.
I hear her. I mean, we'll have to live on that planet. What's it called? Eden's Prime? No. That's the colony's name. Oh yeah. Scion 37Y.
He snapped his fingers once he got the name right.
We're gonna have to come up with a better name.
He laughed.
But yeah, we're gonna be there for 5 years before we're allowed to leave. 5 whole years. It's a long time not to see your family.
Yeah. Though I doubted I was going anywhere, I didn't even know what I hoped to achieve. The best option was to stay at a hotel and relax for a few days before returning home with my tail between my legs and enrolling in school. After all, who said I had to go the entire 2 or 4 years? I could have used it as a time saver to look for a job, quit, then move out properly. Maybe that would have been the smart thing to do, but you're about to see that me and smart don't always go hand in hand. What came in your orientation package? I asked with genuine interest. Is it different for everyone?
Nah, everything will be provided by the company, but we got our ID cards to get on the grounds, access to the gym, and assigned a dorm room, etc.
Shit, I exclaimed. I think I'm going to need some sleep. Yeah, like that was going to help. My plan at this point was to get off at the next stop and call it a trip. I've made my point, and now it was time to do the smart thing, but damn. I wanted to at least see what Midgardport looked like. I woke up, and it was dark outside. I got a burrito from the rest stop and used the toilet. 20 hours later. The bus doors swept open, and I joined the throngs shuffling into the massive spaceport. My eyes darted around, trying to take it all in, the soaring towers of glass and steel, ships glinting in the morning sunlight as they prepared for launch, and bustling crowds with rolling suitcases. Snippets of 100 conversations washed over me. Nearby, a woman begged her crying toddler to quiet down. The sharp voice of an announcer boomed flight updates from overhead speakers. My nostrils twitched at the mingling scents of coffee, jet fuel, and fried food. I followed the flow of passengers. My ears perked at the low hum emanating from a towering device, the space elevator. Groups and families posed before it, smiling for pictures. Heart pounding, I shuffled along, elbow to bumping with other eager travelers. The spaceport was a sensory experience unlike anything I'd encountered. My nerves thrummed with excitement and uncertainty. What would I do now? The sights, sounds, and smells threatened to overload me. All I could do was take a deep breath and keep moving forward. The space elevator itself was a sight to behold, even more breathtaking, with the light of the morning sun shining on it. The place looked like a colossal airport with a massive white tower that jutted from the ground to the sky. I heard the tower beat out the Burj Khalifa as the tallest building in the entire world. I should have gotten off at the first stop, but I missed it because I was sleeping. Then, at the second stop, I didn't get off because Derek offered to buy me lunch, and I was hungry. And as for the other 3 stops, well, at that point, I was just committed to seeing the spaceport.
Holy shit.
Derek stammered with a tremble in his voice.
I've seen this place on TV and online, but they were right when they said you still ain't ready to see this in person. The first spaceport built on Earth.
He sighed. I can't believe how big it is. I chuckled. Which part is Outer Worlds? I asked, just as I saw the massive sign with a nuclear space family, a mother, father, 2 kids, and even a dog in a spacesuit. The arrow pointed toward the right with massive lettering that said, Outer Worlds. My teeth chattered with anticipation. When I grabbed my luggage, I saw Derek head straight to the entrance where the attendant stood. Did we need the ID card to enter the building? Fuck me. I looked up at the massive tower. I believed it was the tower that transported the shuttles to the beam, and each section of the tower was like its own terminal, one for NASA, another for Space Zero, others used for private and commercial flights, and then one terminal for Outer Worlds. I spotted a small bustling, classic red and silver diner across the street with a large, flashing red neon sign, Spaceport Diner. The tourists and travelers packed the place, but it was the only standing restaurant in the area that looked like it still had room inside. And I needed a place to rest and get my bearings. In other words, I was here. I saw a piece of soon-to-be living history, and now I had no idea what the hell I would do but try to get home. And there was no way I was calling my mom for money. A man needed his pride. I hurried and found a table that was still messy from a couple finishing their meal. This place smelled wonderful. I could smell the aroma of hot, greasy diner food fresh off the grill and fryer. I wanted a burger with all the fixings and a pile of those fries. Hell, make them chili cheese just for the hell of it. Some shady-looking guy pressed his back against the far wall. He passed a yellow envelope to the couple who had just left their table. Did I just witness a drug deal? Once he saw the couple out the door, he turned to zero in on me, as if out of everyone here, he knew I was watching him. He wasted no time sauntering over, running his hands through his shoulder-length black hair. His nose was a bit too big, and so were his lips. But for some reason, when you looked at the whole package, it all came together to form a distinctive, handsome face. He sat down across from me and looked out the window. I followed his gaze to that massive tower, and I think I saw a Space Zero shuttle heading inside. To think this thing could take anyone into space.
You okay?
He said, scratching his nose.
You look like you're waiting on something.
I remained silent. He looked out the window and back at me again, the morning light catching his blue eyes perfectly.
Amazing, isn't it?
He asked with a sly grin.
This is the type of shit our grandparents dreamed about. Being able to go into outer space, fly around on spaceships and shit. Even now, this is brand new to us, but our kids... Well, not our kids, you know. Just the next generation in general.
He explained, pulling a vape from his pocket.
To them, coming to this place and going up into space will be normal. I hear the Gen 10 are building a commercial space station that'll orbit between the Earth and the Moon. It'll be some sort of space city millions of people can live in.
That sounds cool, I replied, still wondering why he was speaking to me. Unless he was hitting on me, and I knew this song and dance all too well. He'd proposition me to suck him off or something in the diner bathroom, no thanks. Oh, I was into men, no doubt about that, but I wasn't in the mood to lose my virginity when my entire life was floundering around me.
So, you're here for Outer Worlds, right?
What makes you say that?
Only androids are building in space. You don't look like you're here to mine, and you don't look like a scientist. So Mars is out of the question.
Well, aren't you perceptive?
I gotta be. It's my job.
And what is your job?
Selling people things they need. This is a new industry, after all. Space is the future, but not everyone is chosen, you know what I mean?
I think so, I asked, not sure what he was getting at. What are you trying to do exactly?
My beta goal is to get to that colony. My alpha goal is to make enough money to afford my own ship.
I laughed. The whole thing seemed so different. And what will you do with your own ship?
Be a smuggler. There are certain things on the colony and mining ships that are restricted. I can help get people the stuff they want.
That's not legal,
Right, such as helping people secure an ID card.
he said, smiling at me. Now he had my full attention. How would you get these ID cards?
I can make them. For $200.
You can? He nodded. And let's say I needed an extra card. Will it get me on board the colony ship? He nodded. And how would I know I can use it and it's not a scam?
Watch that couple. See right there.
He pointed to the people I saw him with before. They were now heading across the street to the front entrance where the attendants and security guards stood. With a small swipe, they were inside. It was like the heavens were smiling down on me. My mom always said to grab opportunities when you see them, though I'm sure this is one opportunity she would rather I pass on. But for me, it was worth a shot. Anything was better than coming home with my tail between my legs. This was when I realized that my goddamn wallet was missing. Motherfucker! I yelled, causing the noisy diner to hush for a moment. Mr. Shady shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Someone stole my wallet. It had to be that fucker at the last rest stop, I said, through clenched teeth, remembering the ginger-haired guy who bumped me. I had seen him pull the same bump and snatch on a few passengers at the rest stops, so I avoided him until I wasn't paying attention. And he bumped me too. I checked my wallet and felt it was on me, so I thought I was too clever and he didn't get me. But I was wrong. He must have switched my wallet for someone else's. Thankfully, I still had a credit chit with only 125 credits on it. And the only reason it wasn't in my wallet was because I had bought that burrito and forgot to put it in my wallet. I was both lucky and unlucky at the same time. That wallet belonged to my dad, my last memento of him before his passing. I wanted to cry and punch someone at the same time. As for confronting the thief, that was out of the question, as he had ditched at the last stop. I swear if I ever see that bitch again, I will punch his freaking lights out.
Welp, tough.
Mr. Shady stood to leave. Hold on, I said, hoping I didn't sound desperate, but was sure that was just how I sounded. I have 125 credits to my name.
Shame. How are you going to get those $75?
What? You're not going to let me slide? He chuckled.
If I let you slide, then everyone would start negotiating prices. I feel bad, you know? Who doesn't need an extra ID card? But the price is $200.
He stood, and without listening to another word, he backed away from the table.
If you come up with the rest of the money, I'll be here until around 5, then I'm heading inside. I'm not missing my chance to start my newfound career over one customer.
He walked away, and I wanted to die. Of course someone would steal my money. My options were not looking great. I could either go to the station and make a sign stating that I would work for bus fare like the other dregs that ended up here like me, or be a complete shady scumbag and find Derek before he enters the port, spin some lie to get his aid. There was also another option, but that would be a last extremely desperate resort, and the fact that I was even thinking about it only solidified that I was getting on that colony ship one way or the other. No more second guesses or alternatives. It's that colony ship or bust. Chapter 3. A car almost knocked me back, but I reached the other side of the large street and nearly slammed my body against the large glass doors leading into the Outer Worlds terminal. Thank goodness Derek was not far into the building, and I wondered if he was waiting for me. I knocked on the glass to get his attention, then motioned for him to meet me outside.
I was wondering if you had gotten lost or something.
He laughed.
I know no one but you, so...
Derek, I need help. His cheerful expression grew serious with my tone.
Yeah, what's going on?
Time to spin lies. Some asshole stole my wallet with my ID card inside, and now I can't get inside.
Whoa. What are you gonna do?
There's this guy across the street. He says he can make me a new one for $200. Derek laughed nervously. You know the laugh a person would make when they know you're about to ask them for money or ask them to do something shady.
Wow.
I have a card with 125 credits. I'm just short 75. I swear I will pay you back.
How can you do that on a colony?
He questioned.
We're not going there to get paid.
I'll find another way. Oh God, I was about to open the gauntlet. I'll do anything you want. I cringed. Was he even gay? He was silent and seemed to think about his words.
Anything?
I hung my head low. Yeah.
Isn't this illegal as fuck?
Yeah, but it's my only chance.
Maybe you can go see someone. There has to be a list.
Please, I begged. Oh yeah, I'm getting on that damn ship now.
Okay.
He sighed, and I wanted to jump for joy over how easy this was, but a part of me knew nothing was ever this easy. I opened a doorway and had no one else to blame but myself for doing it. But it was still better than some random guy I'd never spoken to before, and Derek wasn't bad in the eyes at all. Now that I saw him standing up, he was impressive in height and muscle tone, and his eyes glistened.
I'll pay the guy directly,
He said, and I wondered if he trusted everything I said. I doubted it. We were still strangers overall. I entered the diner like my life depended on it. Mr. Shady came out of the bathroom with a smile plastered on his face, as if he could read my mind. He opened the door and I hesitated before entering. The place didn't smell as bad as I thought.
Before we give you anything,
Derek spoke up.
What will you do exactly? And how will this help him?
Fair question.
He pressed his back against the wall but thought better of it.
It's the ID card. It'll get him inside the port and access the required facilities. It'll get him into the hotel and onboard the colony ship. I promise nothing else.
How will this get him on the ship? Surely there's a roster and they'll see his name isn't on it.
That's not a problem. First of all, not everyone is going to show up, so not every space is going to be filled. And number two, these rich tech gurus are lazy as hell. Just creating the ID is enough to enter him into the systems. And number three, they need as many bodies as possible filling the seats to say, this whole thing was a success. They won't turn him away.
Shooting Derek a puppy dog look I used on my dad in the past. I was going to hate looking at myself in the mirror in the morning.
Fine.
He passed his credit chit. Only take 75. I have the rest, I said, but it did nothing to alleviate my guilt at lying to Derek.
You made a wise purchase. Now stand against the wall,
He instructed, stuffing his credit chip reader in his long black coat pocket. He took some pics of me, and then went to work on his laptop. It took almost an hour to plop that plastic ID card into my hand. My picture was in the corner, with a reader chip, like a credit chip with my name. I showed it to Derek, who seemed to approve of the work, and compared it to the real thing.
The name is Cormac.
Mr. Shady blew out a thick cloud of smoke.
You can find me on board if you need anything else.
He said, heading out.
Come on. We better hurry before all this will be for nothing.
Derek headed back across the street, seeming disappointed in himself. Yeah, he knew I was lying. The moment I stepped inside the megastructure, I was struck by its breathtaking interior. The space was designed to resemble a small cyberpunk city, with towering buildings and a maze of interconnected walkways. I saw shimmering silver industrial architecture everywhere I looked, which contrasted beautifully with the vivid neon lights that illuminated the space. The walls were adorned with intricate murals and digital art, which gave the space a unique and futuristic feel. The air was electric with energy, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe as I explored this impressive architectural masterpiece. Small silver and black drones flew overhead, most likely a security detail that monitored everyone checking in. We walked along the massive ramp leading toward the monorail station, which displayed Outer Worlds Terminal. Oh my God, I'm really here, I muttered in utter excitement. The train, The smell of the food court once I stepped off, the look and feel of this place felt like I had entered the future. I scanned my card, hoping nothing was amiss, and smiled when the woman handed me a brochure package. "Where are we going?" I asked Derek as they shuffled us down a hall.
Looks like we're going right to the shuttles that will take us to the ship.
"So we're just gonna board?"
It looks like it.
he said, surprised.
I thought boarding procedures didn't start until tomorrow. I was even assigned a hotel room near the terminal and everything.
"So what's gonna happen?"
I don't know, just play it cool.
"Holy," I gasped. I silently prayed, hoping my ID card would get me through. We checked in our luggage and boarded one of the 100-passenger shuttles. The shuttle wasn't anything remarkable. It resembled any plane on the inside with seats lined, but there were no windows, just walls and seats. The attendants helped us get strapped in and even put on a safety display, teaching us how to use the oxygen masks overhead. The flight to the ship took a little under 30 minutes. My stomach dropped, and I felt my butt lift off the seats, but the straps kept me from floating off. This was amazing. I wanted to unbuckle and float around as if I was suspended in a deep pool without water. The wait to get off the shuttle was longer than the flight. Derek didn't seem interested in talking, so I sat in silence with the loud machinery and rumble of the ship, along with everyone else chatting away. Finally, the doors opened, and a man dressed in a simple blue uniform with black pants announced that it was our turn to board the colony ship in a single file line. Once we stepped on board the ship, it looked like something out of a sci-fi show. A massive pearly silver hall was jam-packed with people, and white uniform-clad androids were directing the flow toward the row of booths. "Oh shit," I exclaimed, hoping nothing would be amiss. All I had to do was pass the booth and I was in. I didn't care if I had to stow away in a cargo hold. I would make sure I didn't come this far, only to get tossed out on my rear end. The lady who checked me in was nice, but I was a hot, swamp-ass, sweaty, blubbering mess, and was that way until I reached my assigned room and closed the door. Apparently, we should have departed an hour ago instead of the next day, which is why everyone was shuffled directly to the ship. So I guess this was fate working out in my favor. Everyone had to be vaccinated right at the check-in booth. It was chaos, but chaos that worked out for me, so I wasn't complaining at all. I didn't even check where Derek was heading off, and he didn't seem to check for me. Perhaps he was salty about giving me money, as I said before. I don't blame him for feeling some way about it, but I was here in this tiny dorm room, on board the ship. It was about the size of one of those single cruise ship cabins, except instead of a single bed, we had a bunk bed in here. I stuffed my luggage into the overhead bin above the top bunk and climbed the ladder, and I swear it was like every joint and muscle was relaxed. My adrenaline crashed hard. I was here, I don't know how, but I was actually on board a freaking spaceship. I opened the little sliding window. It wasn't a real window, but a screen that showed what was outside my side of the ship. I wanted to close my eyes and go right to sleep until the door buzzed open, and the person who entered the room was a somewhat familiar face I wanted to punch. "You bitch!" I yelled, charged from the bed and grabbed the ginger-haired tough guy by his jacket. "Where's my fucking wallet?"
Holy shit, it's, who are you again?
"You just run around stealing so much crap you don't even remember all the people you stole from? Just give me my wallet. It was my dad's."
I don't have your wallet.
He shrugged, not giving a damn, and scratched at his strawberry birthmark near his ear. "Then I wonder what outer worlds will think about a thief on board their ship."
Probably the same thing they think about a man who snuck on board their ship.
"Well, shit." I let him go. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." I folded my arms.
Oh, but you do? Some people are here that aren't supposed to be. And I don't recall your face being the same as my assigned roommate.
He held up a small tablet with his picture, next to a man I couldn't pass for, even if I wanted to.
What should I say when my real roommate arrives?
Maybe they made a mistake and gave me the wrong room.
Or you're here because your card uses his chip.
And how would you know?
I'm a thief.
He said as though it was the most obvious answer. They accepted you? I backed off.
Yeah, I can put together a damn good vid of my brother's achievements. We're twins, so he was the model choice for a few splices here and there.
Well, I thought back to my haphazardly spliced vid.
Look, I'm not here to crush your spot. I want to fulfill my dream of traveling through space, and I don't want to do it when I'm old as hell.
You realize that you'll be doing a hell of a lot more than just traveling through space. This is a one-way trip.
One way for 5 years, and if I hate living on the planet, then I'm sure I can sneak on board a cargo ship or something and head home.
I laughed. Good luck. Those cargo ships will use true FTL travel with an all-android crew. You'll be dead long before you make it back.
What?
Huh. I felt mighty damn good getting one up on him.
But we're using FTL to get there.
He exclaimed in disbelief. The ship has shielding on it to protect us, and we're going near FTL. True FTL wouldn't take a whole year to get there.
Well, look who did their homework.
He sneered.
Just stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours.
And if your roommate arrives?
I'll say sorry, wrong room. There may have been a mix-up.
He laughed.
Though, if I were you, I'd kill him and put his body in the cargo bay. Nothing like a displaced passenger to get the authorities sniffing about.
I left the room and headed for the cafeteria, which was like one of those old-school buffet restaurants. Thankfully, the place wasn't crowded like the halls. Everyone was in awe of the ship, feeling the walls and clamoring to stand on the observation decks where they could get a clear view of real space and that big blue ball we called home. I wanted to join them to revel in this adventure, but I had my own adventure to worry about.
Still on board, I see.
I heard the male voice behind me. It was familiar. It was both reassuring and judgmental all at once. It was Derek. Dressed in a white uniform like something out of the military with a golden name tag on the chest. Derek S. What the hell? I laughed, not at him but at the situation. What are you, some sort of officer here?
You can say that.
He smiled.
I'm in charge of the first floor Sector 1 VIP suites, keeping everyone out of trouble, and hell, even saving their lives if I have to.
You were someone important to this ship and helped me, I whispered harshly. This had to be some elaborate joke.
You can make it up to me by eating, what would it be? Lunch around this time.
I laughed and hoped I wasn't blushing. Yeah, I think the buffet is even sitting out new food.
Good. They told me getting to the cafeteria first was best.
Then let's go, I said, heading inside and grabbing a plate. My stomach was growling, as I hadn't eaten since that burrito at the last stop. If we hadn't been corralled onto the shuttles, blasted into space, and then corralled onto the colony ship, I would have stopped to eat at one of the restaurants at the port. 2 men entered the cafeteria, dressed in what looked like guard uniforms, and I ducked low, spilling some of my food with me.
What the hell are you doing?
Derek whispered. Nothing, don't say anything. The men stood near Derek. Okay, they were just coming in to grab some food and I felt like an idiot, so much so I wanted to live under that table. I stood up, piled the food on my plate, and ran without stopping to focus on Derek calling my name. I planned on hiding out in my room until this ship moved. After gobbling my food, I crashed hard and woke up to a small whirring sound. I ran to the window and turned on the screen. The ship was slowly moving and departing from the station.
Chapter 4. 1 year later. Lorvian. That damn sunlight blasted my eyes, but damn was it beautiful. I love days like this. The weather wasn't too hot or too cool, and the waves of the ocean crashed against the misshapen rocks spraying in my face. With the skies as clear as they were at this moment, I could look up and see the moons of Edoris and Assa. A constant fixture. The brothers and sisters of our home world.
Infinite in the mysterious goddess is the gifts of our kind. May her hand guide your sword to find the heart.
I wanted nor needed to hear more. Act 47 and Section 3 of Heartseeker, I replied, not understanding why he needed to quote that verse to me. Everyone in the military had to study Heartseeker backward and forth. It was over 3,000 pages of text on combat styles, and some battle prayers to Fairy, the goddess of war. The man who felt the need to disturb my peace was Xantos, my would-be rival, and my brother. I turned to him for the first time since I sensed his presence. He was always doing this, sneaking up on me, trying to take me by surprise. I kept my back to him for as long as I could, making him think he had gotten the drop on me. But lately his vibe carried a more sinister weight, and I was in no mood for his games. He placed the tablet on the rocks and pulled a long sword from his hip, a fancy-looking smooth thing adorned with his favourite coloured jewels. "What did I tell you about going into battle with hooping earrings?" I asked, looking at the large hoops he had attached from the lobe and travelling up the long shell-like appendage.
I'm not your child. I'm capable of protecting myself no matter what I wear.
"We'll see about that," I said as he charged for me, sword in hand, and I dodged his first attack before delivering a swift kick to the back of his knee, then another to his neck, and taking one of his hooping earrings just before he hit the ground.
Ah!
He screamed, holding his bloody ear.
Bastard!
"Seems like you can't protect yourself while wearing anything you want." He charged for me again, swinging his sword with a mighty swipe. He was angry and sloppy now, and it was almost sad to see. But he's an adult. It wasn't my problem to solve his problem, though a part of me could guess what his problem was. He nicked my chest armor before swinging in with a hidden short blade, a trick I taught him years ago. Our hulk of a brother Zil rushed in armor half removed to stop our brawl. He must have been ploughing an Omega wench when he heard us going at it. There are two things I can count on my brother for: ploughing Omegas to produce as many bastards as possible and wanting some harmony among his siblings, even if one was of a lesser branch.
"That's enough,"
Zil yelled as he swung his jagged sword until it clashed with Xanto's. I had no weapon on me, and I sat my long pike to the side to enjoy the scenery. The one time I get a little peace from protecting the realm ends in this.
Get the hell out of my way!
Xantos stood his ground before dropping his sword and tried to deliver a swift knee to his belly, which he blocked and grabbed, holding him in place, his long black and white striped hair swaying and covering his long features. Xantos was always the most beautiful man among our siblings, and hell, probably among our species. He wore a small set of sharp, polished bones above his brows, giving him a more sinister appearance, and the black makeup on his lips and eyes contrasted well with his pale flesh. He knew how to amplify his beauty. "Go on, let him go," I laughed. "Let him try to prove himself."
"You know damn well there is nothing for him to prove,"
Zil spat, still keeping him back.
Zil, let me go!
Xantos shouted in his unrelenting effort to make me pay for whatever crime he felt I had committed.
"Calm yourself, Xantos."
"Yes, calm yourself, Xantos. It's not my fault you're shooting blanks," I smirked, knowing this was a sensitive topic. I did not understand what had set him off to attack me, but I might as well give him a reason.
Ah, let me at him.
"He's just trying to get a rise out of you."
Zil turned to face me once he had settled down.
"You should be ashamed of yourself. You know what a sensitive subject that is."
I've taught him everything he knows, including maintaining a level head in the face of verbal attacks. If he has forgotten his lessons, he deserves every ounce of hurt he's feeling. Besides, he attacked me while I was minding my business.
"Are you okay, Xantos?"
Of course, Zil would baby him. I waved my hand dismissively. "Oh, stop coddling him. He picked a fight he couldn't handle. It happens to the best of us."
"We should save our energy for the rebels. Daruk already patrols our borders."
"Tell that to your brother." I folded my arms. "Or are you such a beta that you can't stand to put him in his place?"
Nobody puts me in my place, slutworm.
He stopped pushing against Zil with any force. It was no use. The man was broader than both of us combined. He was just making a fool of himself at this point.
Did you hear, brother? Father is thinking of naming Lorvian one of his heirs.
"What? When did you hear that news?"
So, the old man is wise after all, I laughed. However, this turn of events intrigued me. I was one of 40 children altogether, and I was from the lesser branch of the family tree, meaning my dama was a low-ranking Omega, some bedwench more so than a mate. And they hardly meant to select me as a possible heir. The only crown heirs were the 4 children born to his first and second mates. They meant the rest of us to be civil servants or military men and women. They expected nothing much of me as I was the lowest of the low, but I had found my purpose in military service.
This is no laughing matter. You will go to him and turn him down,
Xantos said, spitting fire. And if I don't? I stepped to him, ready to take them both down if I had to. What would you do?
Don't be irrational. No one will accept you as a king.
Seal sneered. Ho, ho, ho. So our level-headed, let's all get along, brother, the I accept you no matter what, brother has finally shown his true colours.
Can it? This goes beyond us siblings getting along. This is just pure madness.
Well, first of all, I don't understand why Xantos is pissed. He should know a sireless man could never be chosen as a ruler. We have too much to lose, which makes this more of a problem between you and me. After all, your mother was his first wife, his queen, which makes you and your first siblings more in the running than me. I could sense him seething underneath that calm and collected facade. So why would he choose the lowest of the low over all of you?
I doubt he chose you over all of us. You are merely in the running.
Which means he is out of options with his first children.
Get the hell out of our sight, brother.
Zil spat the word brother with venom. With pleasure. The more I'm away from all of you, the more at peace I feel anyway. I headed to the station where my transport shuttle awaited with a smile, but I couldn't rid myself of it if I tried. Father had chosen me to be his heir, of course. It meant I had to compete with his 4 first children, who were chosen at birth, but I was in the running, and that was enough. Swarty, my second in command, was smaller than the rest of us, who, among the 51 types of aliens sharing this sector, we were known for our height and our spotted flesh and long shell-like cartilage on our ears, which we sometimes decorated with gems and gold for festive occasions. However, there was a small movement of women and comely men who had taken to wearing these gems adorned to their weaponry and bodies during the battle, a habit that even my half-brother had taken up, which is why it brought me great pleasure to rip that thing from his ear, taking a piece of his flesh with it.
Sir,
Swarty saluted.
Daruk is leading his forces to the south.
When will he ever learn? I scoffed and took my place on my throne at the ship's helm. Daruk was a Travol, an alien species we discovered only 100 years ago. Like us, they were long-lived and hearty folk who had yet to achieve space travel beyond sending their wildlife up in tubes as live test subjects. Like the others, we made them submit to the hegemony.
I don't think he will ever learn, sir,
Swarty replied in his usual monotone tone.
Daruk isn't the type to submit. He used to be royalty and ruling over others rather than being ruled.
He explained.
And also, you killed his brother last year.
Oh, yeah. I had to think about that for a moment. I killed his brother. A chuckle escaped my lips. I couldn't believe I had forgotten.
Yes, you hanged him, if I recall.
Ah, yes, I said, recalling the event. He was the mouthy one. He wasn't so mouthy when he saw that noose, though. I slapped my knee.
I believe you also still have his sister in your harem.
Ah, now that part you have wrong. She was thrown into Zil's harem. But she now works for me. She was too damn bright to spend her life sucking my brother's cock. We were approaching the large giant gas planet with swirling purple and blue gases and massive pink rings swirling around the planet. One of its 100 moons was not too far away, a small thing tucked away within the rings and barely visible until you were several miles from it. We know the moon as Kazai, a breathable jungle moon teeming with life. Regis, one of my siblings, placed a small colony there, though I couldn't recall why he did it or for what reason. But if Daruk were heading there, I would at least check it out. Why would he come here? It's just a small colony.
It's a slave colony, sir.
Swarty replied, surprised I didn't know. Slave colony? What for? I asked, confused. I thought we abolished slavery a few years back.
You can't expect everyone to follow that rule.
Swarty spat, though he tried to disguise the sudden change in tone. When it's a decree given by the king, then yes, I can expect everyone to follow it. I sighed, in no mood to argue. Send a few of our pilots to engage and ready a small stealth shuttle. I want to check out this slave colony.
Chapter 5. Caspian. Being an RA was so much fun. When people saw the uniform, they shut the hell up, and it was yes, sir, no, sir, right away, sir. It's almost like we were a makeshift military, and quite honestly, when I saw the guards, flight captain, and crew, it nearly felt like that was what we were. I had been an RA for about 6 months into this one-year venture. We were 2 weeks from the colony, and I couldn't be more excited to see all my fears and hopes accumulate into one big triumph. The earlier fears I had about being found out were gone, and on top of it all, I've found my purpose, even if that purpose would end the moment we landed in the colony. But now, life on board this ship was like living in a small city. We had stores, restaurants, a large hospital with an ER, dentists, vet hospitals for pets, and a small park that simulated the outdoors, complete with a small lake. I heard they would use this ship to funnel thousands more, perhaps even millions of colonies in the future. But we were the first to utilize it, the beta testers, the ones who broke her in. I think I had a bounce in my step as I walked down the wide, almost infinite hallway.
Caspian.
A young woman with long brown hair and soft brown eyes ran over in near panic. She was always in a panic about something. It made me think this woman was born in a state of distress. Her name was Gloria Benson. Okay, slow down and talk to me.
You gotta get me another room or roommate. Tasha won't stop farting. She farts all damn day and doesn't give a damn.
I couldn't stifle my laughter at this particular problem. It was much better than the rape case I was saddled with last month. It was a horror and a half, which ended with the teen girl pressing charges, and Tammy, one of our yoga instructors, was locked in jail until they reached the colony. It was at this moment that all hell broke loose. The ship jolted like we had hit something, and we've come full circle to our prologue. I couldn't believe it when I opened my eyes again. The bright lights assaulted my vision, and the floor was as hard and cold as ice. I still felt the sharp pain in my side, which made it difficult to breathe. My head felt like someone had hit me there, but that didn't happen. I had reached the escape pods and saw 2 depart the station. I had almost reached one of the last remaining pods on the upper level when those guttural-voiced beings entered the room, causing me to duck low, trying to hide in the dark, hoping they would leave. I had no idea who or what they were, but every instinct told me not to make a sound. But it meant nothing as I felt a grip on my ankle, almost crushing my bones as someone dragged me to the open. The dark armor-clad being held me up, almost lifting me from the ground, holding me like a rag doll for the others to inspect. It grabbed my face, turning it this way and that before feeling my cock through my uniform. No, I groaned through clenched teeth, my body locked in dread. And without warning, as if my body couldn't take it anymore, I was out. But I didn't die unless this was some strange purgatory. I couldn't get up. Everything hurt.
Hey!
I heard a voice I hadn't heard in months speak to me. It was Mr. Shady in a cell across from mine. He vanished once he entered the tower, and I couldn't tell if I was relieved or worried about that. I remember accidentally bumping into him again when I was in the mood to steal a bottle of wine from the storage closet. I caught him rummaging through the supplies with the excuse that his job was to obtain the coveted locked-up goods in storage. He was indeed upholding his career goal as a space smuggler. I wasn't even going to ask how he got the keycard. I was seeing him again, and it wasn't under reasonable circumstances. I used my arm to shield my exposed cock, just as he hid his with his hands. Hi, what the hell is going on?
It is what it looks like. It's about to get interesting now.
Aliens are real. They are actually freaking real, I yelled before calming myself. They were aliens, right?
Yeah, they walk upright like us, but that was no human language I've ever heard of, and I've traveled all over.
Where are we?
It's a moon. I spotted it from the observation room just before the attack. I saw that massive bug-like ship barreling right for us, but before I could say anything, they vented half the room to space.
Holy shit, you survived that?
I was near the doors when it happened, trying to get to the command room or some shit I had in my brain. I held onto the bars for dear life until one of the RAs hit the emergency lock on the doors. They didn't take long to board in our area on Deck 7. We got the worst of it, for sure. Bastards caught me before reaching the service ladders.
I was on Deck 5 when it happened. I even saw someone die. They got me. I was done lamenting about our predicament. As excited as I am about aliens. How the heck can we get out of here?
So far, everybody taken from here hasn't returned. They brought me here with 8 others, and I was the only one until they brought you in. So unless we get ourselves out, we're in big trouble.
If we can sneak on board a colony ship, then I think we can sneak out of here. Mr. Cormac laughed. Perhaps he had already given up. Well, Cormac, it's just you and me. One of those armored-clad aliens entered. Now I was more lucid, and I could make out the markings etched in what looked like dark, polished silver. It kept its helmet on, but looked like a regular human head shape. I couldn't tell if its hands were clawed or if that was the armor's design, which looked like gauntlets. What set them apart as something more was the canine-like legs, which were clad in armor with sharp spikes protruding from the back. I saw the look of horror on Cormac's face. He was a man with sharp, angular features and crystal eyes. He looked hard himself, but he couldn't hide the fear and uncertainty.
Well, I guess this is my time.
He winked at me, and it filled me with hope. Did he have a plan, or was this simply a charming goodbye? Cormac, I cried, unsure. He smirked, and once the guard grabbed him, he pushed his body into the alien, driving it back, causing its weapon, a giant spear, to drop to the floor and roll to me. I reached my arm through the bars as Cormac struggled to gain leverage. I ignored the massive pain shooting up every nerve. The spear was cold and heavy, as if they had made it from the same material as his armor. I groaned as I lifted my body, using the spear as support and slipping it into my cell. I gripped it and ran the sharp, vicious-looking blade into the alien's neck. The creature sputtered something in its language as black blood spewed and shot forth in a small fountain. "Get me out of here," I yelled when I heard more of those voices outside.
Gotta make our own way,
Cormac said, dashing out the doors ahead and leaving me behind. I should have known not to trust him. "No," I yelled, "this couldn't be." I rattled the bars, shouting every obscenity I could, when I noticed a small device on the floor beside my bars. It looked like a credit card, but thicker, unbendable, and the edge was jagged. I glanced at Cormac's cell and the one next to it. There was a slot. I went to the lock on my door, reached my hand out with the card and inserted it, and sure enough, the slight buzz went off and the cell had sprung open. I wasted no time running for those same doors, not giving a damn if I was running naked as the day I was born. But, like my escape to the pod, it didn't matter. I slammed hard into the metal, which sent me crashing to the ground. I looked up, ready to run again, when I saw those fierce black pools staring down at me, a smooth, sharp face contorted in anger, and long, slightly waved, sun-kissed hair.
Chapter 6. Lorvian. I didn't feel it when the creature ran into me. He flew back to the floor and cried out, and I could get a good look at him. These new aliens resembled us more so than even the Travels. The only differences I could see were his odd-shaped legs and flat, dull ears. He was also much smaller than the typical Valesian woman, but about the same height as a Travol male. This was very interesting indeed. His chest had 2 nipples resembling ours, whereas Travel men and women had 4. But like Valesian men, his genitals contained a sac underneath the shaft. We did as well, but it was shaped differently, especially in alphas, so we could adequately knot our omegas. I felt like a child again, breeding animals and researching the results of said matings. The urge of wanting to see how he fucked filled my mind. "Think it's possible to breed with it?" I asked Swarty, who walked at a pace behind me.
Why ask me?
He scoffed. "Send it to the medical examiner on board the Epilogue."
Yes, sir.
Swarty gestured to a soldier who followed us to grab the alien and take it away. He gripped the male and flung him over his shoulder. We all ignored the soft cries and the outright angry tirade of gibberish as he carried the creature away. His cries were soft and sweet. Was he an Omega? I couldn't wait to find out more about this new alien. First contact was always the most exciting. I opened the door to the cells, wondering how he escaped. The ironclad soldier lay in a pool of his blood told me what I needed to know. I kicked him over and noticed the 6-pointed flower petal on the chest. He was Regis's man.
A naked alien defeated one of our kind.
Swarty gasped at the mess. He picked up the soldier's weapon and placed it on his body out of respect. It would seem these new aliens are tougher than we think.
But Regis took over their massive ship easy enough.
Maybe he had the element of surprise on his side, I sneered. And like a coward, he runs the moment I show up. And what a fine mess he leaves me to clean up. He wasn't even brave enough to face what he's done. It was clear why Daruk and his forces tried to come here. If he had landed here, he would have had hundreds of disgruntled former slaves to make up the bulk of his army, including these new aliens we know nothing of. I had no idea when Regis had come upon these new aliens and how much of their tech he could have siphoned before Daruk forced him to leave this moon. One clear thing was that he had no desire to report his findings to our king, just as he wasn't honest about running a slave camp here. How many other secrets did my dear brother have?
These slaves can be transported elsewhere.
Swarty said once the sun shined on us again. I hated how humid this tropical moon was. I could already feel my inner suit sticking to my flesh most uncomfortably. The dirty men, women and children continued to work as if we weren't there. Broken faces and scarred backs, people so used to the whip they feared halting their work for any reason, even though their master had long fled and left them to rot. Where else? There is nowhere for them to go. I pinched the bridge of my nose in frustration. My only options were to free them and let them have the moon, take them with me and drop them off, somewhere, or contact home and arrange everything. All but one of these options I wanted to deal with, and I was not in the business of playing saviour. But I believe in giving others chances if they take it well. If not, I wouldn't lose any sleep. Leave them. The keys to their cuffs are now accessible. If they never realize they can leave, they belong here. I was done with this place and the stench of these people. When I entered my ship, the first thing I wanted to do was shower and eat.
Welcome back, Commander. XO Ulysses relieved of duty.
The feminine mechanical voice blurred over the speaker.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Ulysses saluted.
His Majesty is on the comms.
Ugh. I did not understand what my father wanted, but it was not my place to turn down communications from the king. I headed to the comms room and opened the private channel.
Lorvian.
There's no need to check up on me.
Daruk has been little of a challenge in years.
Daruk was after the slaves left on that moon. Did you realize Regis was still enslaving?
I suspected it but had no proof, but I'm not here to talk about Regis.
I heard the news. I grinned, unable to contain myself.
You're named one of my heirs. You still need to prove yourself.
That won't be a problem.
Lorvian, when you return home, things will be different.
His voice became grim. I don't get your meaning.
They will dock your ship in the civilian sector, and you will pay a fee for them to keep it there.
I laughed. This is a joke we just discovered.
Have you ever known me to joke?
He said sternly. Now there was the old man I've always known. Why am I docking a military vessel in a civilian sector?
Because your division is no longer needed. You should consider what else you would like to do.
I'm a warrior. I fight, that's what I do. Now, it was my turn to push back. I couldn't help myself. The two of us never got along much. Things improved as I grew older, but getting better doesn't mean you forget.
You are a warrior without a war to fight. The military police are more than capable of handling Daruk's illegal business. I'm afraid you've done your job too well, son. You've helped me claim total dominion over all 51 habitable planets and the various aliens who live in each of them. There is no need for a massive fleet. There are no more wars to fight.
I'm a war hero. I can't be among normal folk being normal.
If you wish to become king, then you will be king of a peaceful galaxy, not the war-torn one I had to endure. It would be best to make another name for yourself than that of a warrior. Beating Daruk is not enough to secure a legacy. Most folks have forgotten about him and his crimes, as it should be.
Then they need a reminder of Daruk's crimes, I exclaimed. Perhaps find a few Travols and make an example. Let our people see them as the threat they still are.
That would just make you look petty, and what will you do? Start with the travel princess who has served you loyally?
He had a point.
Listen, one day our species will die out. The youngest woman in my harem is 600 years old. Her childbearing years are almost at an end. I'm trying to have her birth at least one more child before the end. We must etch our names in the stars, but not through war. Just think about it when you return.
And they will ground my ship until I figure that out, huh?
Goodbye, Lorvian.
The line had ceased, and this talk of ours left me confused and pissed. Why the hell would he choose me as an heir, and then strip me of the one thing I knew I could do? I returned to the bridge after I calmed myself.
Sir, that alien is in medical.
Swarty was the first to see me, as always. Good, we're going to Eros.
Why not home? Eros is further away.
Because my father wants to ground my ship in the Civi sector.
Oh.
You don't seem too surprised.
We do little. Everyone fears us, so they give us no grief. I also plan to marry soon, and it will secure my wife's father's freedom. I thought of working on their farm after my military contract.
What the hell is wrong with you? You are a warrior. We all are.
Look at how easy it was to defeat Daruk. Like it or not, he's just blowing hot air now.
There was no point in continuing this conversation. I wanted to do something interesting like check up on this new alien species, so I headed to medical, hoping for some good news. I tried to tell my father about these new alien arrivals, but so far all I had was a torn ship my spies were investigating and one possible survivor. Even if this creature should be of some use, we may have to torture it to find information on his home planet. And what a shame that would be to cause pain to such a comely-looking thing. Doctor.
Sir?
The older man saluted. His name was Dr. Physis. He was over 800 years old, retirement age, but he was obsessed with ships and working on board a vessel. He said he couldn't bear sitting at home and staring out a window until he croaked. He needed action and wanted to go where he was most needed. So, I put him to work on my ship. What do we have? It's a man, I presume?
Yes, a new alien species capable of siring children. But also...
He hesitated. Also what?
Well, I was thinking that if no one knows of these aliens yet, they aren't under the Protection Act yet.
You want to torture the creature for your experiments? I raised a brow.
Well, torture is such a dirty word.
He chuckled.
Our kind is going extinct, and I hope that travelling with you, outside of the laws of our world, could help me discover a breakthrough that may help us avoid oblivion. This new species could be the very thing we need.
How so? Out of nearly every alien species we've discovered, only 2 can birth our children, and none can sire. This may very well be another dud.
Yes, but none of them resembled our kind as much as this one does, and so far the DNA tests are looking very positive. We may be able to inject it with our hormones and have it survive. It will be a great boon if it can sire our kind. Provided we can find more, of course.
If he can, let's hope his kind can perform better than the Travols. His eyes remained on me, as fierce as a cornered animal, ready for their last stand. He was angry, that much was clear. I wondered about his strength and fighting ability. He killed one of Regis's men despite being smaller and frail-looking, and thinking about him fighting in the nude was making my cock hard.
He's been decontaminated and scanned for major diseases. He's clean, but we still don't know every illness he can spread.
I want results as soon as possible, Doc. He appeared to think.
Once he has undergone gene therapy, I can persuade a young female soldier to step inside and run a few tests.
To fuck him?
2 skips with a single stone. If she gets ill, it won't damage the entire crew. We'll keep her in containment as well and see if she becomes impregnated.
He's feistier than most aliens in this predicament. I chuckled softly. He didn't take his eyes off me. He looked like he wanted to tear me apart if he could. I think I'd like to have him for myself.
Sir, if you get sick...
Hush. I'm sure I'm strong enough to ride out whatever I catch. And my room is sealed enough and isolated from the rest of the ship. Don't worry, I'll make sure he fucks whichever woman you bring to us.
I suppose as long as the experiments are conducted, I'll ensure that once the therapy is done, we put him in the bubble and deliver him to your cabin.
He bowed low, understanding it wasn't wise to challenge me once I set my mind to a task. It felt good to take off my armor. The warm water and aroma oils washing away the sweat and stink were a bonus. However, I couldn't stop thinking of my father's so-called wish. What the hell did he want from me? Why did he choose me? I was sure it was because I received the most victories in battle, but a galaxy of peace? Me? The king of peace. My father must have fallen and hit his head. The rest of the journey was uneventful until I heard word from the doc that gene therapy had been completed, and the specimen was more than alive, but thriving and transforming most unexpectedly. During the tests, he was receptive to our alpha pheromones like our omegas. The doc wanted to forego siring, to observe this specimen's behavior with actual alpha pheromones over the weaker synthetic mess. And no one on board had more potent alpha pheromones than me. I heard the door open to my cabin, and I climbed out of the bath and entered the room as I wrapped the blanket around me to catch the water. A chuckle escaped me. The doc wasn't lying about the bubble. The boy was still naked inside a round containment bubble, which they placed on a trolley to wheel him inside. "Give me an ETA when we've reached Eros," I ordered, not taking my eyes off the strange male.
Sir!
The soldier gave a simple salute and left me in peace. Now I could give him my full attention. He shifted and winced. He probably wanted to be as far away from me as possible, but that was too bad. "You don't look that off from our own or the Travols. Perhaps mating with you wouldn't be so different." I pressed the small button to release the bubble, and the boy fell to the floor with a small cry and hurried to the corner of the room. He screamed when I reached out to him and pounded on my chest, and before I knew it, I was shaking this mad creature to shut it up. "You need to relax. I will see if I can fuck you and not you." I don't know why I said that. It wasn't like he could understand, unless the doctor implanted the language chip in him. Grabbing him by his long black hair, I dipped his head low to check for the small implant scar. Nope, no chip. He understood nothing I said. Next time, I'll ask for an implant before requesting a new alien's presence in my bedroom. There was only one thing I could do. You need not speak another's tongue to get what you want. Holding him in place, I opened the pores on my back, emitting my pheromones. If he were receptive, he would loosen up and know I mean him no harm. If he can't, then he wouldn't accept me, and then it would be up to me to determine if I still wanted to fuck him or not. The doc would be disappointed if I took him by force and tore him apart. Lucky for me, he relaxed and closed his eyes for a long time before opening them again. And now he looked up at me. I was a handsome specimen. That much was clear, and I can't imagine I looked all that different from the men in his world. "See, you and I can get along swimmingly. I'm not in the business of raping. My pride is on the line, and I would prefer not to fuck a crying, useless boy." I kneeled in front of him and stuck out my tongue to give him a taste and heard his breath hitch, although there was a sharp pull in his sound. I inspected the side of his heavily bruised body. Someone injured him. Well, great.
Chapter 7. Caspian. I didn't want to think about what happened or how scared I was when that giant iron-armored alien tossed me inside some bubble and took me on board their massive ship. Still, this ship didn't look like a beetle at all, but almost resembled a pirate ship, with jutting metal appearing like sails. In the shuttle, I could see the smoky black and shining silver sharp tips and highlights throughout the vessel. Were these aliens different from the Beetleship ones? I only caught glimpses of the ones who raided the ship, and come to think of it, even their armor was different. The ones who raided had armor as black as their Beetleship. The armor was sharp, but also wider at the midsection. These guys wore almost knightly armor with sharp pauldrons and black capes. Remembering these little details helped restore my sanity. I imagined one day escaping and having to tell the government about these details, so I soaked in everything like a sponge. I felt like I was working and not being captured, with my fate at the mercy of these things. After getting loaded into a cart and pushed into a room, another came out in a full-body suit, but it was different from the iron one. It looked like a hazmat suit. They threw me on the medical table and held me down. The pain radiated, and I could see the cuts and bruises in the light as I still struggled, trying to break free. They opened my legs and pressed a cold metal device near my urethra. They squeezed my balls and inspected my asshole. I felt dirty, and I couldn't stop my body from shaking. Then they strapped me down, injected me with needles, and hooked up a tube connecting to a bag of some sort of clear liquid with something blue. They shot into the tube and kept me there for hours. I cried and prayed to a God I no longer believed in, and swore that if I ever made it back to Earth, I would apologize to my family for just ditching the way I did. Did they even care? After what seemed like forever, I felt a tingle in my ass, like I was getting turned on, and I glanced down and saw my cock was hard and leaking pre-cum. I wanted to cover up, but the one overseeing these experiments done to me stared at me, his eyes bugging out like those mad scientists in the movies. I pictured him yelling, "Eureka!" But I soon smelled a fragrance that was like spiced wine, which caused a small moan to escape my lips. Just what the hell were they doing to me? I closed my eyes, thinking of anything that would make my cock go down. Old people, vomit, people shitting and eating it. I think it was working. Before I could gloat at my so-called victory, the room filled with gas, and I was out like a light. I came to as these aliens in hazmat suits wheeled me down a smooth hallway. They dropped me off in this fancy room with a large floor bed and left. The handsome alien who seemed to oversee this ship had freed me, tried to speak to me, then did the most unexpectedly fucked up thing that's ever happened to me. He just licked my cock out of the blue, put me back inside the bubble, and left. I couldn't understand a word he spoke, but it seemed like he wanted to rape me. Perhaps my injuries stopped him. Thank goodness for having broken ribs. I looked around at what seemed to be the captain's quarters. It was massive, and black and silver seemed to be the main motif. The only difference was the glowing light from what looked like a fish tank in the walls, which carried many sea creatures I'd never seen. Like this ship, and the tone and the way they spoke, those sea creatures looked just as aggressive as everything else that may have come from their planet. I assumed these things came from their planet, at least. We also had several large aquariums on board the Ignis, but none of the fish were eaten. Our meat products were vegetarian or lab-made meats, so I imagine these are here to gaze at too. The walls were black with silver highlights that looked like they twisted together black and silver metal in 3D swirling designs. It was elegant and almost made me want to forget where I was. Perhaps this one could be reasoned with on some level. If only I could speak to him. Was that true, or was that wishful thinking because he had a handsome face or that he turned me on when he licked me? Oh God, I think I could have been sick in the head. But he looked better than any man on earth I've ever seen. He looked human, and the only thing that gave him away besides his height and the intricate dark spots on his skin was his long, slender, digitigrade legs and pointy elf-like ears. He also had a strange smell, like, I don't know, like alcohol and dragon's blood fragrance. I remember when my sister went all pagan and used to wear that stuff around the house. Why the hell did I come here? Was it worth sneaking on board the Ignis? Perhaps this was my punishment. What if the government knew about these aliens the entire time, and we were some offering? You have no idea how often these conspiracies have entered my mind since my capture. I wondered what Earth would do if they found out what happened to us. Will they send help? Did anyone have time to send a signal before they raided the ship? This was a nightmare scenario, if I've ever heard one. I heard the door open and shifted around in my bubble as if I would somehow find a spot to hide. A woman. at least I thought it was a woman, entered the room carrying a bag. She was slender, and like the other alien, she didn't look that far off from us, but her skin was reptilian and bluish. Her nose was skinny and long with a sharp tip covered in little markings, and her eyes were larger, and her pupils were slit. She had 2 sets of cleavages as her outfit. A long tunic-like shirt had designs that barely covered her, 4 nipples. Oh God. Without a word spoken, she snatched me from the bubble in one fast move. Her grip was like an iron vice. "Hey! Stop! What are you doing?" She didn't speak a word, and I couldn't fight back. The large double doors slid open. In the other room was a large oval tub already filled with water, and near it were several twisted hourglass-shaped bottles with various colorful liquids inside. She dumped a few in the water and sat the brown leather bag at her feet. "What are you going to do with me?" I asked with a tremble in my voice. She tossed me into the tub, and I groaned at the sharp pain that pierced through my body. The brush she ran over my body left small welts. Once finished, she entered her bag and poured a clear solution into a cup. Grabbing my face and forcing my mouth open, she rammed the bitter liquid into my mouth and massaged my throat. Crying out at the sharp pain in my throat, I couldn't make a sound, which only sent me into a panic, making me want to cry out even more. I didn't have time to sit there stewing in confusion and anger in the warm, fruity-smelling liquid. She ripped me out of the water and placed me in a chair. She grabbed my hair into a ball and pushed my head down, and before I could protest, something shot through the back of my head. The pain was dull and already pulsing, but felt more like a migraine. "What was that?" She tossed me onto the bed. By this point, I had enough. Being the passive victim was not in my nature at all, and it wouldn't start now. I fought through the pain and embarrassment of being nude and stood up, ready to punch this fucking thing right in its face. "What the hell do you want from me? Huh, you bitch!"
"I don't want anything from you,"
came the reply I didn't expect. "Wait, what?" I placed my hand over my mouth in shock. "Oh my God, I can understand you. Do you speak English? How?"
"No, you are speaking this English. I'm speaking my dialect from the Jira Mountains. It seems the implant in your throat and head are working as intended."
She tapped on what looked like a tablet.
"You should experience some discomfort in the throat and the back of your head for a few days. This is normal, and you've been cleaned in a sanitizing solution just as much for your sake as ours, for the scans aren't picking up any signs of illness. This is good because we won't know how to treat you if you get sick."
"What did you do? Are you going to kill me?"
"No, if you died, I wouldn't be the one to do it. Besides, having an alien take to the translator and resemble them more is a prize they wouldn't eradicate so easily. So relax. You're better off than most new aliens they encounter."
New aliens? We're not the first they've done this to.
"Let me guess. You feel victimized, as you should be. But wouldn't your kind do the same to a new alien crossing their borders?"
Never. We would try to understand it, maybe talk to it. You have no idea how long we searched for life beyond ourselves. I spat angrily, but couldn't tell why. I suppose I felt insulted.
"It must be nice to live so peacefully then."
She shrugged.
"But you're not at home anymore. You're here, and we do things differently. You're now the property of His Royal Highness Prince Lovian."
"I'm nobody's property, and I can't stay here."
"The only chance you have at saving yourself and your species is to produce a child for the prince or find a female of your species who can. Otherwise, you will find yourselves enslaved like every other incompatible species."
"What? I can't have a baby. I'm a man."
"Humph. From what I've heard, you're an omega, so you should be able to breed just fine."
"Omega? What the hell are you talking about? I'm no omega. I don't even know what that is." She sighed.
"My kind aren't naturally omegas either, so I sympathize with you. Having your body altered in such a way must come with such a shock. So, let me explain your predicament. Daruk, a travel prince who turned rebel fighter and now slaver, attacked your vessel. You were taken to his slave colony on the moon of Kozai and held prisoner until Prince Lorvian, your savior and new captor, raided the compound. You were brought here and experimented on, just like they had done to my kind when they discovered us 100 years ago.
What did they do to me?
Their race, the Valesians, is dying, and they will do whatever they can to save themselves, even if it means bestowing the abilities of their kind onto other species.
They put some stuff in me so I can have a baby? I pictured a baby coming out with dog legs and almost vomited in my mouth, if I had eaten anything in the last few hours or days. Bullshit, I yelled. I'm not having a baby. I'm not having anybody's baby. So you can tell him he's mistaken if he thinks I'm giving birth to anything.
The injections did not place a baby in you, but to alter you, to turn you into either an omega or an alpha. Their species is dying out because of a terrible virus. The Valesian government has been very tight-lipped about it. Not even most of their kind know this. But I believe the virus was created in a lab, rather it being anything natural. Perhaps one of us lesser races proved it wasn't so inferior after all.
She smiled with delight. This can't be happening. She walked to the door, opened it, and wheeled in a small clothing rack.
See if anything fits, and try to behave yourself. The doctor will be in to check on your injuries.
This was the first time I felt like I had any hope here. She understood me, and I understood her, which meant I could understand that man. But I also wondered if that was some exploding chip in my head. Okay, calm down. I went to the rack and picked out something that looked comfortable. A lengthy, loose-fitting black and silver tunic. I felt embarrassed because I had no underwear on, and the pants they had in here were way too big for me. The door slid open, and the same hazmat suit-wearing bastard came inside. I ran to the bed and crossed it in some strange, instinctual way of protecting myself.
I know you can understand me now. This is wonderful,
he said. His voice sounded almost weasel-like, and his heavy breathing freaked me out. Are you the doctor?
If you don't run, I can help you with your broken bones.
I relaxed somewhat and allowed him to lift my tunic. So much for not being naked. He raised my arm where the bruising was at its worst. I felt a small, sharp pain, and he withdrew.
The meds should dull the pain significantly and promote faster healing. You may feel better soon.
Chapter 8. The alien strode confidently into the room, immediately commanding my attention. Yeah, I could totally see him as royalty. He had changed into a skin-tight black bodysuit that showed off every sculpted muscle and sinewy curve. His tan-spotted skin seemed to glow, and his long white blonde hair was tied back, revealing his elegantly pointed ears. As he smiled, his angular features and strong jawline were strikingly handsome. His eyes were like black pools of endless depth that I got lost in. He rolled the cart of exotic food and drinks closer, and I caught his spicy masculine scent, woodsy yet sweet. To my shock, I felt a wave of heat course through me. My heart pounded as I noticed every detail about him, how his suit clung to his powerful thighs and his canines' sharp points when he spoke. Confusion washed over me at my body's reaction. Why did part of me want him to come closer, to touch me? I shook my head, trying to clear whatever spell his smell had put me under. This was the man who had kidnapped me and experimented on me. I shouldn't be attracted to him at all. But the sweet, musky smell permeating the room made rational thought difficult. I realized my cock had grown stiff, my skin flushed. Horrified, I wrapped my arms around myself and looked away. But his presence still filled the space. I had to fight the desires he stirred in me, no matter how enticing his sculpted body seemed. I refused to give in, focusing on my anger and fear instead. But he did rescue from some slaver? So maybe I could reason with him.
A lot of this is just trial and error, which isn't the ideal way to handle this. We don't need you dying of anything poisonous. The good news is that our scans help select this food. We knew to stay away from dextrose foods.
You can understand me now, I murmured.
Focus on eating and healing. Seems like I won't be able to fuck you until you get better, but then again, we do have lots of drugs to take away the pain.
Please let me go.
Now, why would I want to do that?
He grinned.
You are my property. I've claimed you as mine. You can't go anywhere.
So much for reasonable. I need to stop judging men based on looks. Listen, this is the discovery of a lifetime for us. We can work together, and I'm sure we can help each other.
You can, by birthing my child.
He cut me off, his voice deeper and sterner, and I could pick apart the tonal shift in the not-so-guttural speech.
That is how we can work together, and if your species have anything to say about it, they will die.
But our people would love to know they aren't alone in the galaxy.
We are warriors. We take what is ours.
He cut me off, which angered me more. So what are you, some sort of space barbarians?
I don't know what you mean by that.
He leaned over me, and I could smell his delicious candy-like scent, which delighted my senses. I felt my cock harden and my ass tighten, as if it anticipated being filled by him. Calm down, boy.
You will produce a child for me. That child may become my heir, depending. I don't think this is a terrible, as you say, working together, to turn down.
Why do you want me to have your baby? I wanted to turn away, but couldn't. The dark pools of his eyes enraptured me and pulled me in. He drifted over me, and I shifted in bed, my head pressing against the soft, silky pillows. Those meds worked wonders. I felt no pain in my head or throat anymore, and my ribs felt like they were healing up just fine. Nothing was impeding the arousal I felt. I had a slew of dirty thoughts running through my mind. He was so tall I wondered how big his cock was, and how would it feel inside me? Would it hurt? Was it normal like a human male's, or was it some strange thing with teeth? Okay, I was totally pulling myself out of this, and I was acting like it was a bad thing not to want him inside me right now.
Because my race is dying out, most of our omegas and beta women can't have children anymore. Travels are the only other race capable of birthing our children, and even then, most of those children die in the womb. It will be a great boon for my people if you can carry a child to term.
What if I'm not ready to be a father? I slid my hand down his back, loving that soft dip right before I reached his firm ass. He chuckled playfully and settled between my already opened legs.
You won't raise the children. The hegemony will.
What the hell? It was like I had sprung from hypnosis. I let him go, but he remained between my legs, his hardness pressing against my own. What the hell is a hegemony? Is that like your government? I won't allow my kids to be taken from me. I didn't know why I said that. I wanted to say I was not having any children with him because I'm a man. But my mind felt dizzy and confused by everything and his scent. Whenever I breathed in a good whiff, sent a feverish heat that ran the course of my body and moistened my ass. I shifted, growing agitated by him, by everything, by this need that rose inside me that I knew only he could fill.
You are confusing and feisty.
He laughed, burying his face in my neck and running his rough tongue up the length.
I can smell your arousal. Chapter 9. Lorvian. The fibers of my skin could feel the smallest brush against its surface. Detecting any vibration of movement from several feet in the distance gave me time to react, even in my sleep. I felt this alien male untangle himself from my grasp and slip from my side. I felt a powerful urge to hold on to him, to pull him back to my side. It wasn't safe for him here, so we needed to get to Eros. Life on board a war vessel is harsh and unforgiving. There are strict rules and regulations for running a tight ship, including rules against mating on board. I recruited those who were barren to ensure they followed this rule. Sure, they could still fuck, but mating was impossible. Fucking is just the release of frustration, but mating was on a whole other level. Mating between Velesians was done when the Omegas went into their heat cycle and unleashed their pheromones, telling every alpha within a 1-mile radius that they were ready for mating. These women and rare males would travel to the holy site, where they would be locked away and kept safe from rape. The alphas would travel behind them, and we would have a festival to compete for the most beautiful among them. Now, the holy site was just as barren as them all. My body almost moved on its own despite me being half asleep and only partially aware of him leaving my side. I gripped his arm before he could get away from me.
I was getting some water,
he said once I woke up. You wouldn't have gotten far. I chuckled. He did not know the first thing about me or my kind, yet he was prepared to act. He was a bold one, and I'd give him that. And it was his fearless attitude that made me want to tease him.
Well, I wasn't trying to get far.
He got back in bed and under the warmth of the covers. You're emitting a very arousing scent. Kissing his hand and then his neck, I resisted the urge to claim him. I held back during the sex earlier, willing myself not to knot him as I pumped my seed into his tight hole. I wish I could compare his scent to a Velician Omega in heat. But I couldn't. Never had the pleasure of partaking. I was born long after those fruitful times. Our Omegas had long since been barren, which caused my father to keep a large harem of Omegas for himself, his right as a king. Most of these women came willingly when the royal guard knocked on their door. Others were not so willing. Various families scattered the Omegas my father couldn't find throughout the planet and beyond. Finding one was nearly impossible. Older alphas had stated their scent had waned over the centuries. For all I knew, I could have been close to a fertile Omega and not even know it. Since I've used my pheromones on this alien, his delightful scent sang its soft melody, and this was something I wasn't too familiar with. Perhaps the doctor could provide more insight. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if that damn doctor didn't plant a camera in my cabin to record everything.
I wish you would stop saying that,
he said, looking away from me. His soft black hair fell across his face, partially obscuring his striking jade-green eyes. Saying what? You don't like me talking about your scent?
Yeah, it makes me think I stink.
If I say it is intoxicating, why do you think you stink?
I don't know. Strong odors tend to be stinky.
If you stink, then it's my kind of stink.
Great.
He shot out of bed.
I'm taking a bath because I don't know what you are talking about.
I laughed. You're serious?
Yes.
He folded his arms, causing his tunic to slide down his shoulder, revealing his soft, smooth neck. I've bedded wenches, but I've never had the urge to claim one. Was this instinctual? Was it his pheromones at work? I don't know, but I had half a mind to grab him, toss him onto this bed, and bite deep, feeling the spurt of blood from the claiming on my tongue. He entered the bathing room and I got out of bed and followed. I heard footsteps coming down the hall and rolled my eyes in annoyance, not wanting to leave the warmth of the water and the bliss of lovemaking behind. I left the tub.
Where are you going?
He asked before biting at his lower lip. Someone is coming. Don't leave this room until I say so. I'm sure half the ship caught your scent. I unlocked the door and sure enough, as the stars were in the sky, there was Swarty. Surprise, surprise.
If you don't want me coming here, show up at your post on the bridge.
His words always had a bite to them. For a beta, he was strong and snippy. Most alphas preferred other alphas as their second because they needed to know that if they had to split their forces, there would be a leader who could be as aggressive on the battlefield and in his decisions as himself. Usually, these setups ended with the second planting his spear into the backside of the first and taking his seat on the bridge, but they got a lot done and worked well together beforehand. I wasn't fearful of an alpha taking my place. That was the natural order. But Daruk and the travel people had learned of our patterns, knew how we thought, and maneuvered around our tactics. I needed a less aggressive hand, and through our combined temperaments we confused them, created new tactics, and won. Swarty had been my second ever since. Even if, as a beta, he despised me as I thought nothing much of him, aside from that brain he kept in his skull. Even before the virus ravaged us, beta males had a difficult time competing against alphas for mates, and now we alphas took the few travels capable of birthing our children, leaving most betas with very few options. Or perhaps I'm ignorant and betas have always despised alphas on principle. After all, we had won the genetic lottery. The virus may have lowered our species' fertility rates, but alphas still had a higher chance of success than betas. It's a shame there are so few of us in comparison.
Ugh. The scent of this alien man is something to behold, even to my beta senses. Wonder if they're all like this.
He groaned, agitated, and I wondered if this needed the doctor's attention. Hopefully, we'll find out soon, I replied, ignoring his frustrated mood. Did our spies get anything useful?
Another was hiding on board that new alien vessel. However, Zil took them before the spies could escape with them.
Damn.
The escape pods landed on Cerulia, but we do not know the exact location. We found evidence of Daruk running there after his run-in with us.
To recruit them? If he can find them. I smirked, thinking this was just what I needed. Have him followed if you can.
I say we kill him and be rid of him. Why wait for him to talk to these aliens?
A warrior without a war is nothing. I chuckled ruefully at my father's words. Let him rile these aliens up. Maybe we should allow some of them to return home.
I was hoping to retire.
You will retire when I tell you to, I snapped, feeling more frustrated at the change in the air on board the ship since my conversation with my father than his voicing that change to my face. Word travels fast on a ship, even one as large as mine, and I could feel the general malaise take over. Almost everyone was on shore leaving their minds before we even reached Eros. Now don't disturb me.
Yes, sir. And we're landing in Eros soon.
I closed the door, my head full of thoughts about gaining control over the situation. If my father had pressed the issue further, not returning home would have been treason. However, this could be a test, and returning home would be a failure. What type of king would allow someone else to tell him what to do? But then again, a king would die fast if he ignored everything his advisors told him. This was certainly not a matter I could solve by standing here prattling off in my head. I know you're there, boy. I sensed him behind me, trying his best to step without a sound across the room.
You would really let them go home?
Do I look cruel to you? Don't answer that.
I think you should let them go. They just came here to make a better life for themselves. They're not here to fight you.
If your people are smart, they could avoid a war no matter how much I may want one. I am limited in my movement. I'm not king yet.
I doubt there is anything they could do.
He sighed, and then turned to look at me again. I barely paid attention to this discussion. It was pointless. I wanted to feel him again, to drive my cock deep inside and watch the pain on his face turn into pleasure. What an intoxicating little alien this was.
Who is Daruk?
He asked, refusing to drop the conversation. A fool who fights the tides. Just like me. The mechanical feminine voice announced our arrival on Eros. The capital ship was far too large to land on the planet. We would have to take a shuttle, and even then, it took several hours of prep work for a ship of this size for docking permissions and so on. We had time to relax and even make love, which was the only thing on my mind.
What is this planet?
He seemed in awe as he gazed out the window. This planet's name is Zililiuera, and we're heading to Eros, a small refueling station here. They also have decent entertainment. It's a good place to bring a crew. We'll have everything we want here. Nice food, soft, warm beds, soft-coloured walls to feel comfortable, and all that nonsense. In the meantime, the ship will refuel. The man looked at me, his smooth face scrunched up suddenly, and tears fell from his eyes. His long black hair clung to his face. What the hell did I say now? This place is beautiful, you'll see. I hated watching soft boys cry. His extreme change in mood bewildered me.
I want to contact my family and I don't know.
He waved his arms in confusion.
One of the first things I would do when I reached Scion 37-1I was call my family and let them know I was okay. Now I'm landing on some other planet, God knows where, and I won't be able to call them at all.
I don't know what this Scion 37Y is, but who says you won't be able to call your family? Perhaps once we get here, we can contact them.
Oh yeah, right. You want to get on the line and tell them you're holding me hostage so they would contact our government and go to your stupid war or something.
If they could even understand me. I laughed at his befuddlement. Never say what you will never get a chance to do. That is the talk of a person who has given up.
Says the man holding me here.
Do you want to leave? I walked over to him and stroked his soft skin. You underestimate how happy you can be as my concubine.
Chapter 10. Caspian. I laid in bed enjoying the warmth and security of being by his side, a little too much to where I spent the last hour staring at him and berating myself, reminding myself over and over again that the feelings I was developing were because of these damn drugs coursing through my veins that was doing something strange to my body. Because falling for an alien with dreams of murdering my people and pumping the rest with drugs to transform them into baby-making factories was not the guy to bring home to Mom. But like this, he looked innocent with his eyes closed and vulnerable. I resisted the urge to sweep his long blonde hair from his face. I had no idea when we were supposed to leave the ship and explore this planet. According to Lorvian, there were all sorts of landing protocols and testing to ensure I could survive and not get myself or any species I encountered sick. Despite my precarious situation, I was excited to see what the planet looked like beyond what I saw from the expansive window he had in this penthouse-like apartment of a captain's quarters. I had lived on board a ship in the middle of the cold vastness of space for a year. I wanted to see the sky, smell the fresh air, and run sand between my toes at a beach. I missed Earth, my home, and my family, and I felt no closer now to finding my purpose or place to belong as I did when I desperately begged Derek for the money to pay Cormac. What the hell was I supposed to do if nothing was for me at home and nothing for me here? Hell, this alien lying next to me was the best boyfriend I've ever had. Well, the only boyfriend I've ever had, and certainly the hottest guy I've ever messed around with. I couldn't believe I was in bed with a freaking alien. The thought sent me reeling. But I couldn't stay here as much as I would love to forget how I got here and enjoy this quiet moment. I needed to escape, find my way to Scion 37Y, and contact Earth. Maybe that was my purpose, my mission.
You must bathe again, this time alone, to mask your scent.
He woke up and stared at me, his dark pools threatening to suck me in again. There you go with that scent talk again. I'm really starting to feel self-conscious.
So you have no mating scent where you're from?
I don't know anything about any mating scent. I wrung my hands, getting frustrated. Another thing I did while he was asleep was smell myself. I couldn't smell anything aside from my usual smell, which wasn't terrible, but didn't smell anything special.
Then it's just you smelling this damn good.
He planted his head on my lap.
You will forget about everything once we are on Eros. You can get off this stuffy ship and take in all the surrounding sights before you conclude you will be miserable.
He seemed sure, and I wanted to believe him. I believed he would have made my life much easier, but I wouldn't be here if I had chosen the easy way. And I wanted no part of this harem crap. I got out of bed and slipped on my tunic, which I was starting to believe was a freaking dress. I need pants. There was no way I was leaving this ship in a fucking dress. And yeah, I put on clothes to walk to the other side of the room and get in the floor bath. I felt strange walking around naked. Now Lorvian had no issues about walking around stark booty naked. I could tell already that he was a man who took pride in his physique. But don't let that distract you, Caspian. I had to find out where on the galaxy map and where Scion was located. Hopefully Derek was still alive. During the attack, he said he was on his way to his escape pod, and all the pods were pre-programmed to head to the colony. If I can contact him on our channel, I could warn him. Warn everyone. Why aren't you bathing again, or am I the only one who stinks? I pushed the button for the recycled water to fill the tub, or at least I assumed they recycled their water because that was what our water was. They told us to enjoy the first week of fresh water and to never drink it from the faucets, showers, etc. We had bottled water in glass bottles and glass jugs scattered about the ship for public use. They didn't want to fill the new planet with plastic trash.
If I join you, I might ravish you again.
Ravish. I laughed softly and slipped into the clear water. I'd never met a guy who said that before, at least not to me. My thoughts drifted to the last guy I messed around with. It was one of my classmates, Marcus, on the last day of school. We were both so clumsy, just two dudes trying to get off, and that's it. He promised he'd visit me during the summer, but I never saw him again. Now he was on Earth oblivious to this whole new world we had entered, and it had just occurred to me that I was the fresh boots on the ground, the one who would provide mankind with some insight into what was going on in another part of our galaxy. I couldn't help but feel self-important, and my ego grew 3 times as large. Haha. Get the reference? No? Yes. Moving right along. Granted, I should quell my expectations, considering that none of this would matter if I'm dead. Hell, my name wouldn't even be put on a memorial wall if I'm not in any official records. I'll be a nameless casualty of mankind's discovery of a new alien life form. Hooray. He entered the bathroom, taking me away from my thoughts. Naked and leaning against the wall, his loose pants hanging off his waist, displaying that manly crevasse that led to his cock.
I said.
His voice took on a stern tone.
What do the men of your world say to you?
I couldn't help but laugh. They don't say anything, nothing important at least. Just a lot of fumbling hands and panting, oh yeah, and the occasional demands to suck their cocks. I'm sure there are men like you who are attentive. I've just never met any. Truth be told, there doesn't seem to be much trust to go around, and most people my age are focused on careers in school. I kicked my leg up, enticing him to join me.
Don't do that, you might regret it.
He smirked. We can still talk in the tub. He removed his pants, and this time I wasn't ashamed to watch his cock flop out of his pants. What a freaking monster. He entered the water. Is this what a god-made flesh looked like?
Turn and I'll wash your back.
I complied, moving my hair out of the way. I didn't know it had grown to just above my shoulders. I was too busy playing the part of RA to do anything other than tie it up in a short ponytail. I loved how gentle he was when he applied the cool liquid to my back and rubbed it, making sure to massage my shoulders.
What is your planet called?
A planet, I smirked. If he thought he was going to get anything out of me, he was mistaken. He laughed in a way that didn't seem to hold my silence against me, making me relax.
How far away is it?
Distant. I pushed my luck.
I really admire this about you. Remaining silent to save your people, but there is no use in lying. That chip in your head does more than help you understand our language. We can see small recordings of your memories.
You're joking.
I don't joke. Often.
If you saw my memories, then what did you see? I asked, hiding the fear in my heart.
The images I saw were brief. A bustling cityscape with ground crafts you ride in.
He appeared to think about it more.
A large cloth you use as a screen. On it are other humans in danger.
His thick yet trimmed brows furrowed in a state of contemplation.
Do you all gain enjoyment from watching other humans in peril? What else do you do? Laugh at distress calls.
What? Wait, do you think that was real? I laughed uncontrollably. Don't you have movies?
Movie?
I take that as a no. It's acting, what you see on the screen. People pretending to be in danger to tell a story.
So, your species is so safe, you must pretend to be in danger to get your thrills?
It's not about getting some thrills, at least not all the time. It's a story told in visual form. Boy meets girl, girl is in danger, boy rescues girl, they live happily ever after. It's the staple of storytelling. I watched him seem to struggle with the concept for a moment. Come on, you guys are traveling through space, and at no point had anyone done that.
No. I don't see the point. We have festivals of blood, we fight and relish in our victories, and we have written texts on the art of war. But why tell a pretend story?
Because I couldn't put together the right words. Maybe that's just something humans do. I wanted to get the topic off of me. Where are you from?
A planet called Ashan.
I was taken aback by how quickly he answered.
Did you think I would hesitate?
He smirked devilishly, and it made my heart jump.
However, I was born in the countryside at my father's lodge.
How does that make sense? Your planet is Ashan, but you were born in the countryside? That's like me saying my planet is Earth, but I was born in the countryside.
Then how would you phrase it?
My planet is Earth, and I was born in Seattle in a country called America or something. We moved to different states within America, and the last place I lived was North Carolina.
So, this North Carolina is a specific place in America, which is a location on your Earth.
Don't you have countries, cities, states, anything?
Ashan is my home planet, and I was born in the southern region, in the countryside.
He stated it so matter of fact. Yeah, but the countryside of where? You're treating your planet like it's a state or city.
My family owns the entire planet. We warred for a millennium to claim it, and then my father united every clan.
He said it with such a light in his eyes, almost childlike.
I take it this America is one of the many clans on your Earth. They are divided, which makes them easy pickings.
Our leaders can come together when they need to, so believe me, we are not as easy to beat as you think. Then it occurred to me that I had told this dude the name of my planet, and even the freaking country and city. I was sure he caught on to that, but said nothing to let me know.
And I bet they squabble like a bunch of gorgles.
He laughed loud and hearty. A little squabble hurts no one.
Except all the people who end up dead because of this lack of unity. Little squabbles add up, they always do. Wars are rarely massive affairs. My people fought repetitively until my family took over. Now we have peace. So much peace I'm now the damned Prince of Peace.
He scoffed and left my side. Is that really a bad thing? I don't think you think it is, because if you did, you wouldn't give me advice on achieving the same thing.
Hush, boy. He waved dismissively and with no passion.
Oh, right. A warrior without a war to fight. Have you ever thought of doing something else? Or are you so afraid to try you won't even bother? I kept going, feeling that for the first time, I was getting through that head of his. My people are peaceful and will not fight a new alien species.
You talk too much. I haven't claimed you, and with that mouth of yours, I perhaps never will.
He leaned in and planted a rough kiss on my lips. I felt flushed with arousal. He pulled me close, and for the first time, I didn't wince at the pain in my ribs. Either they were healing or the pain meds were working wonders. The large pane of glass had a vast space where I sat, wrapped in blankets, and gazed down at what looked like a bustling port. The sky was a beautiful purplish hue with cotton candy clouds. What sort of society did they create?
You smell so good.
I felt his strong arms wrap around my waist. Stop it. I moved away feeling, I don't know, antsy.
You feel good as well, and this anus of yours fits me like a glove.
He just did not get the hint. You're gross. Tell me something else, something romantic. I don't know. I needed to hear, I don't know, not words of love or anything. But I also wanted to be more than a cum dumpster. I think it was at this moment I realized how fucked up I was.
Romantic? What is romantic?
Like loving.
I don't follow.
Like say nice things about my hair or eyes. Not everything has to be about sex. Unless that's all you care for.
What do you want me to say about your eyes?
I don't fucking know, make something up. I got up, and this time I wanted to take a real bath. I didn't want to be near him, and I didn't want him to touch me. I don't know why I was so damn irritable. Why the hell did I want him to be romantic with me? The whole point is to make him trust me. Then maybe I could get myself out of this and warn everyone of what was happening. But here I am melting every time he looks at me, let alone touch me. Maybe I needed to realize that I wasn't cut out for this. I wasn't some spy. I wasn't trained for anything resembling this. Hell, I wasn't supposed to be here. I wanted to punch something hard.
You're dissatisfied. Understandable. We're two different species who met under unfavorable circumstances, but I've tried to make you as comfortable as possible, but I suppose that isn't enough.
He approached but kept a respectful gap between us.
If you expect me to be a copy of the men of your planet, then you will be disappointed. I'm not them. I'm a warrior, a fighter, a prince. I can have any man I want.
Then fucking get them. He closed the gap.
I will fuck you until you pop out, my little bastard, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. Be lucky I don't want to rape you, boy.
He scoffed, and I wanted to slap the hell out of him.
This would be a great time to call the doctor to examine you.
What a damn mess I allowed myself to get into. First, I said more about Earth than I intended. Now, whatever plan I had to escape and call for help was becoming less and less of a possibility. But at least I also knew something about his planet. It was called Ashan. However, his not caring if I knew didn't make me feel I had gotten anything substantial out of our talk. I wondered what his home life was like, or what his planet looked like. There was so much to see and learn about him, myself, and this new part of the galaxy.
Chapter 11. Lorvian. Omegas are a real pain in the arse, no matter what species they are. We were having a good time. I don't get what's so wrong with telling him he smells nice, or that his asshole fits me and tastes sweet. Perhaps I did not say all of that. Ugh, he wanted me to say something nice about his hair and eyes. Shouldn't an Omega take pride in knowing how well he has pleased his mate? I suppose not. Perhaps all I did was talk of nothing but sex, and more sex. And maybe telling him something else was what he needed. Hell, even Velisian Omegas wanted something loving spoken to them. However, I've never been in that type of relationship, and I certainly didn't see it growing up. My Dammer raised me alone for the most part. He refused to allow the hegemony to raise me. My father gave him a cottage near the palace, and one servant to help, leaving him alone. The times father visited me, I couldn't recall a single loving word spoken between him and my Dammer. Everything was like a battle between them. I watched my alien who sat on a stool inside the containment bubble. This time Tavi brought him clothing she fine-tuned herself. A long and sleek black tunic lined with silver, threaded designs that dipped in the back and lifted in the front, with a high-collared shirt underneath and sharp, structured shoulders, paired with black leather pants and thigh-high boots. Tavi clipped his long hair in the front, exposing his perfect face more, and it made me somewhat uncomfortable while comforting me at the same time. He resembled someone I didn't want to think of, and it didn't help that Tavi went out of her way to make a smaller replica of royal Velisian attire. That bitch. But it wasn't as if anyone here would notice. The alien avoided my gaze from his containment bubble whenever he could, making an effort to look away. We sat in silence inside the transport shuttle that exited the ship to the station, and I felt relieved when we could leave the shuttle to enjoy the fresh air of this planet. I also wanted my new alien to feel this breeze, but decontaminating new alien species was protocol before allowing them to roam about. I stepped off the shuttle, and the summer night breeze kissed my skin. It was the perfect time of year for their nightly festivities. Most of my crew had already fucked off, either fucking whores in some brothel, fucking each other in some cheap hotel, or gambling at one of the many gambling houses scattered about the station. I would need Swarty to put together a roll call once we finished shore leave, as I knew it was easy to get yourself killed in some back alley if you weren't careful enough.
Sir.
Swarty greeted me with a salute. Swarty, what's your report?
A gang leader by the name of Phaon is the new king of this station, beating out the Petra gang, which ran it for a while. He's in the process of weeding out the rest of the gang and those loyal to them, so there is civil unrest here. Parking a war vessel is only making them even more agitated.
Is it the ship or me which concerns him? I didn't want him to answer. If this was a place of agitation, then I was feeling it, especially by the crowd of fools who had gathered to prod at my shuttle and alien. Tell them to beat it.
Many have never seen a drop shuttle of our military up close, let alone a human, new alien species. Letting them gawk is harmless.
Whatever. It wasn't long before a group of Yogs descended on us with their guns pointed at our chests. The only good this did was scare off the fools who surrounded my alien. These were Yogs. Aliens we didn't even have to conquer because they gave us whatever we wanted when we made contact. They were small, greenish reptilian-like creatures, but despite their size, they were stocky and aggressive, but they couldn't run for shit if they tried. Their various governments were near collapse when we found them, so they were likely just happy that anyone had come along and taken over. Most of them did well as bodyguards and shake-up boys for loan sharks and debt collectors, and we knew them to eat the fingers they removed from their victims as a warning.
Lorvian von Kraozatharn, we are here to escort you to a meeting with our boss. He don't like to be kept waiting.
Tell your boss, whoever he is, that if he wishes to see me, he can make an appointment like everyone else. I heard Swarty pull his gun free.
This stupid alien won't listen.
The other looked about in a panic. He had an itchy trigger finger, I just knew it.
Hold your fucking fire!
A long-legged Valesian woman approached. Her skin-tight black leather suit showed off every nook of her assets. Her black hair was slicked back into a ponytail, showing off the sharp tip of her widow's peak, and her breasts were high. Like most Valesian women, she enjoyed showing off her cleavage. I looked to my alien in his bubble who turned away from me, again, and I felt a sting of rejection. I didn't know how long either he or I would keep this passive-aggressive spat going.
Your Highness.
This woman held up her hands in surrender.
We did not mean to insult.
She turned to one of the short green creatures and snatched his weapon away.
Kurik is an ambitious fool.
He keeps it up, and he'll be a dead one.
My name is Elvira. I work for Phaon. I was supposed to be the one who greeted you. I apologize for my incompetence.
She bowed low.
I heard the king selected you as an heir to the throne. I wish you good fortune and believe speaking to my boss can aid you immensely.
Perhaps we should speak privately, and I would like a secured room. These people won't stop gawking at my alien and my ship.
We can clear this landing zone and secure the suite at the Lucky Star Hotel in the VIP district.
Well, that's more like it.
Follow me, if you please.
Swarty, assign a soldier to look after my prize. Yes, sir. We followed her through the landing port to the industrialized center, which was a small shopping hub. Different aliens from almost every planet lined the shops and food carts. She took me inside, and the music's bass blasted through the walls with a deep beat. I didn't remember this station having a club in this spot. She used a keycard to access an empty comms room.
We can call him here without interference.
You mean without being spied upon? I corrected her before walking over to the massive holo communicator, allowing her to go to work to get her boss on the line. Why are you a Valesian? Taking orders from what I presume is not another Valesian, I had to ask. It wasn't every day our kind took orders from anything other than our own.
Not many Valesian here, and I love it here. I couldn't take over even if I wanted to, and there is no better leader than Phaon. He also saved my life, so that helps.
And you're not assigned to a ship or...
Or, what? A harem?
Are you barren?
A brazen and rude question. If I said I wasn't, what would you do? Knock me upside my head and drag me away?
No. Holding a Valesian against their will isn't something that sits well with me, no matter if they could give birth or not.
Well, aren't you a strange prince?
Where is Phaon? She hit the button to turn on the switch, bringing up a shadow image. Someone wanted to keep themselves hidden.
Sir, he's here,
she said, stepping away and allowing me to come into view, projecting my holographic image to the being who could be a light year away for all I knew.
I apologize for the actions of my subordinates. I will punish them for the rude manner in which they greeted you.
Just get on with it. What do you want?
You know, young prince, the times are changing more than you realize. Those who do not adapt are doomed to die out.
If that's some sort of threat, then try harder.
Quite the contrary. It's a friendly warning. I'm sure that is what your father wants you to learn. You're also not the only contender to the crown. You have 4 others ahead of you, and it wouldn't be difficult to convince them to latch onto an advantage when they see one half-bastard son of a king.
I wanted to gut him open and tear his entrails from his belly. The brazen balls this bastard had to say such a thing to me. He revealed a private comms conversation with my father, long before I reached this port. I'll meet with you, I sneered, keeping my rage in check.
Excellent, and bring your human with you. There are others of his kind here under my care. It may make him feel more comfortable.
He cut the call off, showing he was in charge. He wouldn't be the first who thought they were. I pulled my short blade from my gauntlet and pressed the tip against this Valisian bitch's throat. Swarty lunged toward me but stopped once he saw my murderous gaze.
Sir?
Phaon wouldn't blink if you kill me. He would still wish to meet with you.
A bead of sweat rolled down her face, yet she remained calm. You have no idea how much I want to kill something right now. Resigned to her fate.
Do as you wish.
You are brave, but you would regret those words. I would make you regret them when I scoop your eye from its socket and shove it right up your ass. I withdrew my blade, and she sighed with relief that I did. I walked away, wanting to destroy everything in my sight. The conversation told me more than I needed to know. First, he seemed to have information on the alien in my care, which would greatly aid me. Second, he had spies crawling around my ship, and my crew was willing to betray me. Third, that cockstain needed to die for his blatant disrespect. So they call these aliens humans? Human. Swarty. I rounded on him, intending to question him about earlier when he called my alien a human.
Sir?
Nothing.
I think you should go to this meeting with a clear head and open mind and just hear him out. He is the wealthiest man here and one of the 1% of the planet. I'm sure your human will also enjoy the outing.
I suppose. The desire to return to my human was strong. What a fool I was for leaving him alone. What if a member of my crew was transporting him to Phaon as we spoke?
Sir?
I heard him call after me. I didn't give a damn. I ran through the streets, pushing every unfortunate drunk party reveller out of my way as I ran down the wet, bright-lit neon streets until I reached the large sign displaying the Lucky Stars Hotel. A soldier informed me of the suite I was staying in, and when I reached the large white double doors, I saw 2 other guards posted at the door. You're dismissed, I said to the guards as they stood ready. I entered the room half expecting the human to be gone or worse, his head stuffed onto a pike, his soft eyes dull without life. But he was there, still playing our, as he called it, cat and mouse game, but now wasn't the time for games.
Nice place so far,
he said as I let him out of the bubble. He stretched and shook his legs. Yeah, nice. I placed my hand over his mouth to hush him up, preventing him from speaking another word. Writing what I wanted to say was out of the question because he couldn't read my language, only speak it. I needed to get us out of this hotel in the most innocent way possible and as fast as possible. What a fool I was to accept anything from someone I didn't inspect before my arrival. And even then, would it have mattered? He knew I had one of these humans before we landed. There was no telling how long he had been watching me. Take a bath in the solution we prepared for you. It's an extra precaution to keep you from getting sick here. We'll be going out soon.
Okay.
He moved his shoulders. He sensed something off after I covered his mouth. I'm not stupid, I said in contemplation. You only pretend to enjoy my company to plot your escape.
I hadn't thought about it.
His attempt at a lie delighted me. I'm not angry. It's the smart thing to do. I would do the same in your shoes. I enjoy your deviousness, just as much as I enjoy running my fingers through your soft hair and kissing your lips. I love how much smaller you are than even our women, yet you seem to embody our spirit.
You could have stopped at my hair.
He smiled. I laughed and kissed him. I meant those words, but I'm sure they would also come with a price, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to pay it. But now this Phaon would know a small piece of information he could use to his advantage. My human was with me against his will and plotting an escape from me. Both very much the truth. But I was making my own play, and its success depended on my human's decisions. I slipped on my slimmer armor, getting rid of the large pauldrons, cape, and anything else that was bulky or could get in my way. That armor was for showboating anyway, though my siblings enjoyed the fearsome pomp of entering a battle in such attire. My real armor was a slimmer black and silver attire, with small compartments for my short blades and blasters, and another for my retractable pike. It also came with boosters at the back for verticality. I didn't need the helmet, which resided in the suit's collar, and could wrap around my head with the push of a button. I was ready for a battle, one that could come at any place and time, and I needed the speed and agility of this suit for such a fight. Chapter 12. Caspian entered the room from the bathing room while drying himself off and putting on his clothes. "You look beautiful," I told him before holding out my arm for him to take.
I prefer handsome or good-looking.
You don't like being called beautiful?
It sounds like something you would say to a woman.
Fine then, you look good-looking. He laughed. Once we stepped out of the room, no one else was in the narrow hall. But I was confident we were still being watched. I felt the eyes on us, and I tuned my ears and the fibers of my skin to sense any nearby vibrations. None in sight. I figured this Phaeon must have known what we could do. Caspian looked me up and down, his soft lips pursed, and dark brow lifted curiously.
"So this is what you wear to go out?"
I chuckled at how innocently he asked the question. "No, but don't you think it shows off my body well?"
"It does. Are you trying to impress me?"
"Maybe."
"I've already seen you naked a lot."
I laughed. "True, but sometimes it's what's hidden that's more enticing than what is shown."
"Okay, you can be honest. Why are you so nice right now?"
"You were right," I said, speaking the truth. "We have done nothing besides have sex, though there isn't much to do on board a ship but fuck." We reached the outside, and I felt more comfortable with the bustling crowd that walked the streets, taking in the sights under the dark purple sky. I saw him breathe deeply and let out a long breath.
"I didn't think I'd smell fresh air ever again."
He stretched as if his body signaled how stifled he felt.
"Is it really safe for me to be out here like this?"
"No risks, no rewards, or would you like to go back into your bubble?"
"No."
He waved his hand.
"I prefer it like this. I might regret it later if I get sick, but this is nice now."
He sighed.
"I'm just glad I'm not dead. I mean, screw it."
Most aliens, including ours, rely on a similar composition of gases to survive. Others require a little more of one or two more elements, so they rarely leave home without a suit, and some required liquids.
"What? Like fish people or something?"
This was the most excited I've ever seen him.
"I want to meet them. I wonder if they look like mermaids."
Something was coming a little too fast to pick up the direct location. My ears twitched, and I looked around, spotting a crowd, a sightseer in the distance, a man arguing with his woman a few clicks back, the usual. I felt something watching us again.
"What's wrong?"
Caspian asked, looking up at me with concern. I noticed I had instinctively drawn him to me, a move even I was a little taken aback by.
"Are we in danger?"
"Why do you think that?"
"Because you've been looking all over the place, and you seem tense and wanted me to remain quiet while in the room. I admit I wouldn't be much help unless it's others like me."
"Humans?"
Yes,"
he replied, surprised. "The alien I'm dealing with is clever and knowledgeable. He knows what you are."
"How? Does he have other humans too?"
"Maybe."
"Then why not go get him? You have soldiers here."
The first time I've ever heard the word human was from my second swarty. How come he knew and I didn't?
"Oh,"
he said, the realization hitting him.
"Wow, so everyone backstabs everywhere, huh?"
"Looks like it."
"So what do we do, escape to the ship?"
No, it's still refueling. It will take a while before it's ready to lift off. I have no idea how many spies are on my ship besides Swati. Or maybe he's not a damn spy. Maybe he's just outright betrayed me. It's not like I haven't seen his malice toward me. I spat. But running away from my ship over some spies and a bastard is too cowardly. I need to figure out what to do next. Don't worry about it.
You know, I'm not as innocent as I may seem. You don't need to put me into some precious little box and tell me not to worry. I'd rather know what I'm in for.
Oh, I know you're not innocent. I would go into details, but I won't since we're not talking about sex. We both laughed.
I just mean I'm capable of thinking on my feet, and I can wiggle my way out of trouble too.
We continued to stroll along until we encountered a boardwalk overlooking the crystal blue water.
I wasn't supposed to be here.
What do you mean by that?
My people put together a massive colonization initiative.
He placed his arm on the railing.
All those who wanted to go had to apply, show them why they should consider us. My sister was studying to be a doctor. They would have chosen her in a heartbeat. But I dropped out of school, had no direction, and placed all my eggs in that basket. I applied. They rejected me.
Ah, I said, understanding where he was coming from. How did you get here?
To sneak on board, I paid someone to make me a fake ID.
I laughed loudly, not giving a damn if spies and assassins were on me, if there was any more of a reason to like him. That took balls.
The worst part was hiding until takeoff. I was so afraid I would be caught and made to disembark. Being so close to something and unable to have it hurts. But not only was I not caught, but I made myself useful a few months into the journey by becoming an RA.
RA?
Resident Advisor. I was in charge of Resident Hall Floor 5, Sector 14.
So, you're a leader, I said, almost proud.
I wouldn't go that far, but I felt good being in charge of my own area and helping out. There was also the chance of running a housing unit when we touched down planetside if I did a good enough job. But I don't know, being on a new planet with so much to see and do, I didn't think I would be happy doing that. I would have taken it anyway if I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do there. Better than nothing.
Where is this colony anyway?
Oh no.
He laughed.
I think you've gotten more than enough information from me.
He looked around, and his eyes fixated on a small shop nearby. In the window display was an array of beautiful, colourful jewels. I followed him there, making sure I scoped the area as before we entered the small, dusty-smelling shop.
Are they all from here?
Most are from their moon, I replied. It didn't take me long to spot a beautiful dark jewel sitting near the back of the store. Few are from my homeworld. I pointed at the piece, and the shop owner opened the display. It didn't take me long to choose the smoky-coloured Mithra chain. Its dark colour was because of the environment they harvested the metal from. It was solid and unbreakable. I presented the jewel to him, and he watched the shifting colours inside the jewel swirl with life.
It's so beautiful.
He sighed. It's yours. I placed it around his neck.
Why does it move like this?
It's a gillic stone, commonly found near our beaches. Other sediment and water from millions of years ago are trapped inside, along with tiny living organisms.
They're trapped? That's so sad.
Not sad for them. They seek the sediment just before it hardens. This is their immortal home.
They trap themselves on purpose. How do they stay alive?
There are a lot of immortal things in my world. Velicians even live for a very long time.
How long?
Over 1,000 years. If you're lucky, we age slowly.
Holy shit. How old are you now?
I'm only 200.
Oh, only...
How long do humans live?
If we're lucky, 150, and even then the last 50 years is kind of shitty.
Well, shit. I didn't enjoy hearing that. You can pick out anything else you may like, I told him, not wanting to dwell on such terrible news.
Really?
I nodded. I am a prince, after all.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. You don't act like one.
How so?
A prince is... I don't know. Don't princes have to act and carry themselves a certain way? You're a barbarian who likes to fight too much.
Like clockwork. The yogs who accosted me at the dock entered with guns ready for a brawl. I guess they got sick of waiting for us to come out. Soon, you will appreciate my barbarous ways. I winked and flung a display of charms at the men, scattering them about the shop. Chapter 13. This fight didn't go as planned for the little green bastards who came after me. Caspian hid under a table. Good. It was better for him to be out of my way. I shielded my face with the helm and made short work of them, loving the speed and flexibility my armor allowed me to have. The shop had burnt blaster holes, scattered jewels, and shattered glass. I had put the last down, placed my boot on his thick neck, and pressed until the bones cracked and my foot dipped into the flesh. "It's safe," I said, releasing my helm and heading to the place I saw him run off to. The shop owner gasped and stood up, wiping the debris and shattered glass from his nice suit. I lifted the table to find it empty. "Caspian," I called to him. Either he took it upon himself to make his escape, or they took him. Neither would surprise me much. No matter what, running through the streets wouldn't solve anything. It wasn't as if I couldn't track his location. The chip in his head assured me of his whereabouts at all times. I checked my device but wasn't getting much feedback. Now I worried about him. Either they had a jammer on my location, or they tampered with my equipment. Fuck. Now I had to hasten. They left me with no other choice but to attend this meeting at the Omega Club and concede defeat in this area. I doubt they had taken him to the club itself, as this alien struck me as being far more intelligent than a brute. But perhaps I could at least siphon information from there, and it was the only lead I had. If I had been lucky, he would have just run off on his own, and it would have been easy to track down a belligerent human who did not know where to go. The Omega Club was a hotbed of damn near every vice one could find at this station. I believe the next station was at least 1,000 miles away, so each station competed to be the premier place. Wayfarers from all over the galaxy could come and find everything they could ever want in one place. Those bastard yogs awaited me at the door. It was almost as if they couldn't wait to get their asses kicked.
"Back off."
The same Valisian woman. What was her name again? Yes, Elvira interfered, and I tossed one of the stocky green fucks in her direction, which she caught effortlessly and flung him to the side.
"I didn't think you would come."
I couldn't help it. He made his proposal too irresistible to refuse. If she didn't detect the heavy dose of sarcasm, too bad for her. She had to have known what happened.
"We will allow him safe passage."
She hollered at the yogs who looked like they were prepared to join the others.
"Follow me."
She bowed and led the way through the dimly lit club until we reached a small, closed room. I took a seat at the corner bench.
"He'll be with you shortly, and I—"
Don't bother apologizing. I've had enough of phony niceties. She stood away from me, which was the better option for her as far as it concerned me. I was becoming even more agitated, and in no mood for their games anymore. I couldn't believe I was missing my human already, and I shifted in my seat, wanting to get up and pace or tear someone's face off, but that would only show how much I cared rather than achieve anything in getting him back. A tall alien entered. I forgot what the hell he was, but his skin was paler than even my own. He sported fearsome canine teeth and horns, which seemed to jut a little from his head and form a curve until they stopped just at his jawline.
"His name is Jarek."
Elvira introduced him, but I didn't care. "Where is Phaon?" I said, hoping this fool in front of me was him. I watched him place a monitor on the table and I rolled my eyes. Not this elusive shit again. With one flip of the switch, the screen turned on. My eyes made out what looked like an office, except bare minimal light bathed the interior, keeping it along with the massive-looking figure who sat behind the desk in shadow. I waited for a light to come on like it was a show, and when I realized that wasn't the case, I couldn't help but laugh at the strange spectacle of it all. I had a vague inkling of what this creature was by his silhouette, but I wasn't sure. Either way, he was wasting my precious time, and a part of me wondered if this was intended. If so, bravo. Of course, I should have known you wouldn't meet me in person. I sat back in my seat and stretched my arm over the back of the booth. He chuckled amusedly.
I didn't climb to the top of this station if I was stupid.
So he considered an in-person meeting a stupid move. He wasn't wrong about that. My impatience was known, and he had drained almost every ounce of what I had right now. Or it's easier to spy on everyone when you're a shadow in the dark.
That is correct, as well.
He chuckled, though the sound was almost like a growl. Why send your men to attack me after I had already agreed to your meeting? Were you that desperate to take my human? It's better to get down to business.
How do you know he didn't escape of his own volition? A young man like that, being raped every night by you. Anyone would leave when they have the chance.
I didn't rape him. It was mutual. I popped my knuckle through my armored glove to drive back the urge to punch that damn screen.
I'm sure you gave him plenty of chances to say no.
Where is he?
I don't know, but if he makes it here, we would protect him. His fellow humans are under my wings, and I'm sure they would make him feel comfortable.
Under my wings was a very interesting phrase. I allowed him to continue.
Besides, I thought you Valesians appreciated a little show of force, especially from what you believe are the lesser races.
If you're going to get pissy at me about your lot in life, save it. I rolled my eyes, not wanting to hear a whining tirade about how we Valesians ruined their life. If they had a problem with me, I'd rather they rally their people and fight me, instead of barking in my ear like a rejected woman.
No such thing. I was a slave among my people, and now I am liberated because of the Valesians. I am surviving, dare I say, thriving in this world when many of my so-called betters aren't. I've conquered this station, and now I have a Valesian prince at my beck and call.
He said it like he was so proud of himself, and his identity was getting closer than ever to being revealed. Don't overdo it, Worm, I replied with a warning.
Let's not allow the bickering over some human male to ruin what could be a fruitful relationship. I have a proposal that will make you forget he exists. Also, I have a lovely replacement for you. Elvira, she's quite lovely, don't you think?
I heard a slight gasp of protest escape her lips, but she knew how to remain silent. It seems this fool is trying everything in his power to get me to snap. He further insults me by offering a Valesian woman like a hunk of meat on a platter. Was this a display of his power, showing me he can reduce my people if he chooses?
She is a healthy, beautiful Omega, capable of birthing children.
I looked at her only somewhat before keeping my eyes on the screen. Now I knew why she lived here. She wanted to escape the harems she would have been tossed into at birth once they knew her status. Perhaps her parents cared enough for her to defy the hegemony and keep her hidden, or maybe she escaped.
How rare is it, huh? To come across a fruitful Valesian woman and birth through her purebred children.
I'm sure you didn't ask her what she wants.
She will do whatever I ask. If I tell her to fuck you on that table in front of Jarek, she will.
No thanks. I held my hand up, not wanting her to come near me. Is that your proposal? To exchange my human for the possibility of pure-bred children?
No, just making way for amicable negotiations.
He appeared to have eaten something, and the smacking and poor table manners, even clouded by the shadow, grated on my nerves. They always accused us Valesians of being too clean, but I think it's because they were all too damn filthy.
Prince, you should know of all people that you are fighting the tides of fate. If you don't latch onto something future-proof, you will lose.
I'm my father's heir. I will never lose. Ah, the negotiations had begun.
You are one of many, the breeding rights of a king. Your brothers and sisters are off proving themselves in the new world, while you twiddle your thumbs and fuck some human.
You will all have a new threat soon, and like always, you will beg for me to save you. The creature laughed unconvincingly.
Don't be so sure. Your brother Zil has a human male of his own. I have word of how he bred him and worked out a deal to secure more from that human colony on Cerulia. If these humans will trade their own men, they may not be the warmongers you are looking for.
He gobbled down a large chunk of something and smacked his lips.
Do you wish to be locked in a pointless contest to showcase the worthiness of some Omega?
Now he was on to something worth listening to. What are you thinking?
The colony ship of our new visitors is advanced for a species that has just discovered FTL travel. Do you know why that is?
Spare me the suspense. I knew nothing about their ship, but I wasn't going to tell him.
Because it was built not by humans, but by the AI the humans control.
Chapter 14. Now, this was news worth hearing. Very dangerous news. I had underestimated the threat of these humans, and I allowed my arrogance to hinder protocol. I should have reported their existence in our sector, and had the pieces of their ship taken in for a full cleaning and inspection to study how advanced these new aliens were. But we had won every war against every alien species to make themselves known. Now, I feel I may have doomed everyone by letting these humans run unchecked. There were AI on board that ship, I exclaimed, unable to keep my shock at the news behind a cool visage. We barred them from the galaxy.
Humans wouldn't know that, and because of this, they have created the most advanced AI I've ever seen.
Then humans are a threat. A real one. I thought of what I should do next. This was no longer a game of fighting over males and breeding, but a war with a species in control of a powerful weapon that could spring out of control at any moment.
My intel states that humans have not built a significant amount. I'm sure this would be just the jewel you need to incite an invasion, but it would be a brief campaign,
he said, most likely sensing my change in mood.
You would need a far superior enemy that would last long enough to secure your place in history.
If the humans haven't created a significant number, and you're trying to convince me not to fight them, then this superior enemy must be the AI themselves. Please tell me how fighting their smaller number would be anything other than sending an extermination team to wipe them out. He couldn't have been advocating for what I thought he was, but it was better to put it out there than a guess. You want to use that AI?
Why not?
I'm sure you know. Being all-knowing and all, that our own system spent hundreds of years recovering from a war with those things, and you want to bring them here.
It was the humans who brought them here.
Where are these AI?
Evading us better than their human masters.
If that is true, they are already on the brink of awakening. They are capable of independent thought. I can't believe this. Now the thought of my alien escaping on his own and possibly informing his people of all he had learned was becoming a grave reality, though I tried not to lose myself in this news.
Prince, if you can bring me just one of those machines, I can copy them into an army worth fighting.
He spat something out of his mouth.
Are you willing to bank your entire worth on getting a human Omega pregnant? You said it yourself. You are a warrior, not some breeder. The AI is the sure route.
This son of a bitch must have thought I was stupid.
And yes, I will just hand them all over to you to control and use at will.
I'm not a fool either.
Making an enemy out of the hegemony would be foolish of me. I propose we work out a partnership.
Oh, I must hear this, I said, filled with sarcasm.
I'm a man who delivers precious intel. I prefer to remain hidden, and I have a network of spies that spans our entire piece of the galaxy. I even have a team traveling beyond. How do you think I knew what these aliens call themselves? I even know about their Earth. My spies have been there. I have no desire to be a king. I wouldn't make an exquisite one, as I don't have a pretty face like yours. I am a businessman. I make money, and there is money in war. The ships, the weapons, the machines, and the soldiers all cost something. And you are a warrior, born and bred for a battlefield, not left to die in some fancy palace breeding bitches until you croak in a vain effort to save your species. You want your war with humans over the men and women you can impregnate to unite your own people. But you can't just be the king of your own kind. You would need to be the future king of every alien in the galaxy.
And we will use the threat of this AI to unite the organics against them. Uniting every race would make a far greater impression and be the key to the change my father seeks. Bravo. I had to admit his offer was tempting.
I try.
And so you need just one to breed our enemy.
I knew you were the intelligent one of your siblings.
I'm the one with the most to lose.
Very true. But by working together, we can get what we want. I can control the darkness and become wealthier beyond my imagination. And you can be the king of a new future.
Where is my fucking human? I asked. Done with this shit. What the hell did he take me for? Apparently some desperate dumbass he could manipulate. As if I would risk the galaxy by giving him an army of AI to breed. But I at least needed to remain cordial until I could gather as much information as I needed and find Caspian. However, I had no interest in a fake war and false glory. If my father was correct and the days of war were behind us, then a man like me could only make the galaxy worse. I could see it now as plain as the stars themselves. My Dhamma once told me that he refused to fight over my father's affections because doing so would have ruined me. He knew when to back away and remove himself from a potentially bad situation. Give him to me as a sign of your goodwill, and I'll consider it. He slammed the table, and I laughed at the spectacle of items flying up and off the desk.
You are being extremely short-sighted, Prince.
No, I understand what you want perfectly well enough.
You think your brothers, Regis or Xantos, would turn me down. Perhaps I should have met with one of them, since you have no balls.
Do that then, but I have a pretty good idea who and what you are. A beast I would probably ride into a battle and die at my command. Who knew you could actually speak? I thought you were only good for shitting in a stable full of straw. The screen went dark. I was right. He was an Ashura, a creature my kind had tamed and used to carry us into battle 1,000 years ago, long before we discovered spaceflight. They are large flying beasts with scales so hard, I don't even think a modern-day blaster could penetrate. I've heard stories about them, but I also heard that their kind died out after we discovered advanced machinery. Perhaps they had gone somewhere and remained hidden to recover. I didn't care. All I knew was that I was prepared to tear this place apart just for the hell of it.
Chapter 15. Caspian. Whatever this green fantasy dwarf-looking bastard was, he gripped my arms so tightly that he cut off the circulation. The pressure in my head was almost unbearable, and when he released me, the blood flowed and rushed to the places that had been closed off before. I wanted to enjoy the relief, but there were more significant problems to worry about. That fight happened so fast. One moment, I was admiring the beautiful jewel Lorvian placed around my neck. And the next moment, I was hiding under a table until a rough, cracked hand gripped my ankle and dragged me across the wooden floor. I wanted to call for Lorvian, but he had so many of those aliens on him that I didn't want to distract him or burden him. Such a dumb move. I struggled and beat against the thick, rock-like skin. They stuffed me in the back of a hovering vehicle and only let me out once we were inside the safety of an enclosure before cutting the blood flow to my arm as they led me down a massive red hall and tossed me inside this room. You fuckers! I scrambled to my feet, ready to give them a piece of my mind. You're gonna regret this. When Lorvian finds me, he'll kill you. He gestured something toward me, perhaps their version of go fuck yourself, and slammed the door shut. And I hope. I looked around the room, and it looked like some fancy bohemian area, something you'd see in a movie about a sultan and his harem of concubines. They adorned the place in red, and whoever decorated it sure loved the color. Sheer red and gold fabrics hung from the high ceilings, forming multiple canopies around the circular floor beds. A table with trays of food lined the walls, and I remember one drink as the one I had shared with Lorvian back on his ship. A woman approached, dressed in a red gown, split up the sides that left nothing to the imagination. Someone had tied her blonde hair back in a unique style, with red pins and decorative beads fashioned like a geisha. Every step her bare feet made on the plush red carpet was timid. But when she pulled back one of the sheer drapes and saw me, her dull eyes lit up enthusiastically.
Oh my God! Another human!
She approached like she wanted to hug me but thought the better of it.
It's another human.
She swallowed.
My name is Sarah.
Someone else came over from the back room. A guy, handsome, with a damn near perfect jawline and rich black hair that seemed to have gotten longer since the last time I saw this scumbag.
Looks...
You, I sneered and pointed an accusatory finger in his direction. Cormac, I didn't think I would ever see him again since he ditched me.
Long time no see,
he replied and stood with his arms folded across his bare chest. He wore nothing but short red Speedos, and I forced my eyes not to look at the impression his cock made on the fabric.
You know him?
The woman asked, confused.
It ain't like we're friends,
he replied, rolling his eyes. We're not. You left me to die.
You did?
She rounded on him. Good. Hopefully she will be a decent ally who won't leave me to rot.
I didn't leave him to die, I helped.
Yeah, right. Sarah shook her head as if to say no more of this nonsense.
Please, let's not fight. We only have each other now in this rotten shithole.
Tears welled up in her eyes.
I want to go home so bad.
Cormac flung his hand glibly.
Oh God, here we go again.
You don't have to be an ass, though I'm sure that's difficult for you to do.
We have to get out of here. I can't stand spending one more night here, pleasing those animals. It's sick.
She shuddered with disgust.
Every cock-sucking night we're sold to the highest bidder. But now we have hope.
Hope? How?
You can speak their language. They even reacted to what you were saying.
It's nothing special. The aliens I was with put a chip in my head and something down my throat.
So you can talk to them. Tell them to let us go. We won't tell anyone what happened.
Cormac laughed contemptuously.
Yeah, 'cause the I won't tell anyone plea always works. We need an opportunity. Now the shuttles aren't that difficult to figure out. I was flying just fine until I had to choose between sitting in space till I rot or taking my chances in a city.
So, the plan is to get to a ship. How?
You can speak the language, not us. Maybe we can use that, but not to beg for release.
Is there any way to fight them? I asked, trying to think of something. Maybe I can call one in, and we can take him out and get out of here.
Don't bother, those things are small but tough fucks. Like those Lord of the Rings dwarves or something, only green.
There has to be something we can do. I paced. Just looking at that half-naked woman filled me with dread. I didn't want to be here, and the longer I was here, the greater the possibility of doing the same crap they were making her do became. A small bell rang, and I noticed Cormac and the woman froze with fear. The door opened, and one of the green men entered, and without a word, he went right over to the woman.
No, please,
she cried.
Not me! No!
Without thinking, I ran over to push him down and fight. But once again, my useless fists did nothing, and I stumbled to the floor without him having to do much. The door slammed shut again, and I heard her screams until I heard them no more. Lorvian will save me, I said, almost giving up on my ability to find a way out.
Who's that? The alien who put a chip in your head?
Cormac asked. When he didn't get a response from me, he sighed.
There's nothing you can do for her. But if you talk to me, we may have a way out by the time she returns.
No, I replied to his question, but he's responsible. He's my lover.
I knew you'd find a way to make it.
He laughed.
I knew that when you convinced that guy to fork over the creds to get your ID. Good-looking people always have it easier.
This isn't a game, I yelled as I picked myself off the ground. These aliens want to mate with us. If we can have their babies, then they will use that as motivation to take over Earth. Their race is dying, so they have nothing to lose.
Which alien?
He asked, concerned.
Because if any of them are fucking me because they want a baby, then they're going to be in for a surprise.
I can't remember the name. They look like elves. I think they call themselves Velicians.
Like Lord of the Rings elves?
Kind of, but they have a darker quality about them, more brutish. But I haven't seen an ugly one among them.
Lucky you,
he mumbled.
So this Lorvian has been banging you to get you pregnant. Maybe we can use that.
His eyes lit up.
I can tell them I'm a human doctor. You can translate. I tell them you're pregnant. We spread the news around.
How? Who the hell will tell anyone?
Or would you rather be rented out? With a pretty face like yours, you'll be seeing a lot of customers. Tell those bastards anything.
I think your desperation is showing. I don't see how this plan will work. I shrugged. He then looked at the jewel I had around my neck. I thought its eerie, dark beauty fascinated him like I was by it. But no, he had a plan.
Let me see that.
What? No.
We can use it to start a fire. Maybe they will come in to help us and we can escape.
Oh God, we'll be stuck here forever, I said, not believing this plan had legs.
It's worth a shot.
Were you this desperate to escape before I got here? 'Cause you seemed kind of chill over there, and now you're frantic.
The cold hard truth is that Sarah is getting fucked. 6 ways till Sunday by God knows how many of those aliens, half of which are the fucking guards. Every single time she's taken, I'm working my ass off to get out of here.
You want to leave her behind? Just like you left me.
I was nice enough to kick over that fucking card. Give me a break. It's not my job to save you. We'll leave something for Sarah, but that is it.
I couldn't believe it, but I still took off my jewel so he could use it to help us escape. He was right. It wasn't his job to look after me. But that also meant it wasn't mine to look after him. I had to take care of myself, though leaving someone behind in this nightmare was a difficult thing to do. Everything scared me. I wanted to leave. I wanted to see him again. Cormac reached out to take it. No, it's mine. I'll use it. I said, not wanting anyone else to touch it, almost as if he would taint it somehow. What do you want me to do? He shrugged and led me to the stone wall in the back.
Slide the jewel against the stone to create some sparks,
he instructed while gathering up the sheets. We're gonna burn ourselves up? I said in shock.
No, hope not. We're valuable, so they wouldn't want us to die, right?
I would hope they wouldn't.
Well then, we set a fire in here. They rush in to get us out or find out what's going on. We escape, profit.
And if they don't get here in time?
We die of smoke inhalation.
Great.
Trust me, the moment they get started, you're going to wish you had chosen smoke inhalation.
He ordered.
Go on, do it.
I complied and went to work, scraping the jewel against the stone repeatedly to no avail, with Cormac issuing demand after demand for me to get it right. I could tell he wanted to do it himself, but I was adamant about him not touching the jewel. Also, I didn't need him throwing what he did for me up in my face again. Then it happened, the first shot of yellowish light, then another and another. It's working, I exclaimed as the embers ignited the bedding beneath my feet.
Okay, now direct the sparks here and make sure we get as many lit as possible.
I gave it one good scrape against the stone and gasped in pain when I felt something pierce my skin. I checked the damage. The jewel had taken a beating, and a small crack appeared in the center. I didn't notice it when I switched it over, and the crack cut open the palm of my hand. Fuck, some of the liquid had come out too, but not enough for the colorful sediment to leak. Okay, I said, wanting to preserve what was left of the jewel's splendor. I think that's all I got. I inspected the jewel. I didn't even think it was real by that point, but then again, maybe they had different classifications for jewels here than back home. All I knew was that Lorvian wanted me to have it, and I wanted to keep it. I swear if I die here, I'll be so pissed.
After one night here, you probably wouldn't mind that outcome.
Hide, I said, placing my hand over my mouth to block the smoke. The room filled up fast, and the fire caught on to several of the hanging drapes in the room. 2 of the green men had entered. I held in the urge to cough and took a chance and stepped for the door through the billow of smoke. Cormac was right behind me, and it didn't take long for a crowd to form and then disperse once the fire licked beyond the door. The crowd was leaving out of one of the massive doors that led outside, and I turned to direct Cormac's attention. But you guessed it. He was gone like the wind. Of course, I slipped in with the crowd. Everyone was focused on escaping with their lives, and I doubt they noticed me. They pushed and prodded and ran through the crowd whenever an opening appeared. The mighty arches that were the doors of this structure were like walking into the kingdom of heaven if heaven had a purplish-hued horizon. Once I felt the wind in my face, I breathed deeply to take it all in. I didn't care. A force of nature yanked me away and I found myself slammed against a wall. I gathered my bearings and gazed up at the towering woman. The shell-like elf ears and pale skin gave her away. She was a Valesian woman, without a doubt. I had no time to speak a word, a threat, anything before it was lights out.
Chapter 16. Hours later. Lorvian. I'm used to straightforward battles. If someone wanted to fight me, I appreciated being told face to face in simple terms. At least I knew what the hell I was getting. I could counter a jab to the jaw and a kick to the ribs. But these mind games, secrets, and lies were always the worst type of shit to deal with. Every nerve was on edge, and my senses became extra sensitive to everything, which irritated me. I was tired of holding back. I heard screams in the distance coming from the black smoke billowing into the darkening purple sky. Could it be my little Vulcan, my Caspian, squirming himself out of another tight situation? If it was, I think I would mate him right then and there the moment I saw him, whether I knew what the hell I was doing or not.
Hey, big guy.
I heard a small whisper from nearby, but it was not his voice's soft, husky sound. Someone stood in the near-dark alley, beckoning me to join them. I stomped over, sick to death of these shadow games, and removed the thick cloth hood from their head to reveal a human male. His blue eyes widened like saucers when I grabbed him by his hair and pulled him forward. He had a chip installed, just like Caspian. He belonged to someone.
Please listen to me.
He said the word please, as though it killed him inside to speak it.
I was told to give you something by a woman like you. Her name is Elvira, and it's about Caspian.
I let him go and stood back to get a good look at him and to calm myself. Damn, that boy made me soft as hell. Be quick about it, human. He handed me a small tablet that would fit into a navigation system. I had a feeling Caspian's kidnapping would lead to some game. They wanted to see me crawl and beg, but I would tear their damned livers from their assholes and piss down their throats.
If you can't wait to look on that device, I think I overheard them say something about a planet called Dargoshe.
Dargoshe. That planet is almost uninhabitable because of its hot temperatures. However, the heat was only close to the surface of the planet. The skies were very lovely. One needed an aerial ship to live there. The planet was a nice place to hide from the law as it was easy to jam signals due to the magnetic activity of the heated surface. I snatched the human the moment I felt him trying to leave, and he struggled in my arms as he sputtered and babbled about how he had done his part. Phaon, how many of you does he own? I asked, wanting some information. Don't even think of lying, or I'll rip that chip right out of your head.
Look.
He still struggled to release himself from my grip.
This Elvira told me that this Phaon was responsible for my previous predicament. There was me and another, though I don't know if he escaped the fire. Caspian was there too.
I let him go once he spoke his name. He coughed and took a deep breath.
If you care about him, then it will make you happy to know that he wasn't harmed while there or sold to anyone. He talked about you, that you were going to save him, but he isn't the type to sit around for that, so we escaped together.
He pointed toward the smoke.
We did that. We started the fire.
He winced once he snapped his head, and he coughed hard. The implant must have been newly inserted, and it was clearly a rushed job with little care given to this human's well-being. If you two escaped together, then why are you...
I lost track of him in the crowd when I picked this up.
He slipped the jewel from his grey cloak and I snatched it from his hands. The chain wasn't broken. It was removed.
Before I knew it, I was getting carted off somewhere. Only these guys, other aliens like you, gave me clothes and these implants, and that's when Elvira told me to give this tablet to you.
He sighed.
I get it,
he continued.
This place is all kinds of shady. You're smart not to trust anyone here.
He realized what he had just said, and he ceased looking around and focused his wide-eyed gaze on me.
I have no reason to lie, of course.
This is probably a trap, I said on edge. Running wildly through the city, slicing everything in sight, would only get me put down like a rabid animal. Once again, I was forced to play this game, play the cornered animal until the predator realizes they are the prey. There was also a detail in this human story I found interesting. He spoke of Elvira being with other Velicians. Was this Phaon that powerful? Something wasn't right. You're coming with me.
Huh? Why?
The man protested.
I barely escaped with my life. Now I can talk to these aliens and understand them. I have a chance to make it. I feel sorry for Caspian, but I did my part in trying to save him twice already.
A devious thought had entered my mind. You said it yourself, did you not? I showed off my fangs. I shouldn't trust anyone, therefore I need some insurance, so you will come with me whether you want to or not.
This is not fair.
He groaned, resigned to his fate. You will find yourself doing many things you don't want to do unless you want to spend time in the prison on board my ship. I'm sure my scientists would love to know more about human anatomy.
I'm coming.
He perked up and plastered a false smile on his face. Now that was better. The human followed behind me like a baby following its mother. I didn't want to waste more time with my rescue attempt, and I wondered how much of my efforts would be in vain. His life snuffed out before I had even arrived. The shuttle that would take me to my ship, parked at the refueling station that orbited the planet, was ready to go. Still, I wanted no one from my ship to come with me. I didn't want to deal with the headache of deciding who was trustworthy and who wasn't. I suppose you could say I was avoiding the matter altogether. Perhaps it was because I feared being surrounded by others who didn't think I was worth following. I ordered a new ship, one large enough to provide a private cabin and some comforts, and small enough to land and take off from a planet's surface. The dealer said he only had one available for me, and to my luck, it was a Velician ship. It felt like a new beginning the moment I stepped on board. The bridge was small enough for the pilot and co-pilot chair, while the main room was large, with a navigation system seated in the center and a single podium to overlook the system. A small security room, conference area, kitchen, dining space, and crew quarters for a small crew comprised the rest of the rooms on board. A med bay and weapon systems with a turret room took care of the guns on board. Engineering was below deck with the FTL drives. The ship was a sight to behold, and not every day someone would put a ship like this up for sale. Like a compulsive buyer, I purchased it sight unseen after hearing it was Velician made. Though the design was similar, there was something quite off about it. Most Velician ships of this size had a throne for the captain. This one focused on the nav system. There were also signs of stealth tech, and none of our ships used stealth. We considered it the coward's way. Perhaps the ship was modified. I saw signs of several markings that were hard to see, such as paint scratching or covering them. So much for buying it new.
For somebody on a rescue mission, you sure are taking your time inspecting this ship.
The human male sighed. I chuckled. It wouldn't be much of a rescue attempt if this ship came apart the moment we left the atmosphere.
Good point.
Can you fly? I asked, trying to figure out what role to give him. The vessel was small enough to fit inside my capital ship, but was still sizable.
I can get the hang of it, though I'm no professional. I got to this planet without even understanding the computer of a shuttle. Now that I can, it would be even better.
I'll fly. You focus on nav. None of what he said gave me much confidence. It wasn't long until we had our clearance and were taking off into deep space. For the most part, the ship would be on autopilot until we were there. What's your planet like?
Fishing for information?
The human replied over the comms.
You will have to pay me.
Pay you? You would tell me everything for credits?
I'm not the least bit brave. Torture wouldn't work on me. I will just tell you whatever you want.
Are all the human males like this? I thought of Zill and the news of his deal with humans willing to trade their people.
No, most wouldn't have gotten as far as I did. Some meatheads would have acted tough and gotten themselves killed. I understand my limitations. I also have ambitions.
I laughed. And you hope to achieve them here?
Yeah, suppose I had a good ship. The company responsible for bringing us here had some serious restrictions on alcohol, candy, chocolates, and so on. Maybe they thought of creating a new religion, or they were health nuts, I don't know. But I plan to get my own ship and transport these restricted goods and more. Make myself a shit ton of credits. Be a smuggler like Han Solo.
Who is that?
Nothing,
he said dismissively.
Some character from an old movie in my homeworld.
Ah, I've had a glimpse of those.
Yeah, well, the only time I wish to return to Earth is to pick shit up. I have no attachments to that place.
I see. He was like me. I loved my home planet, but nothing was there for me. It made me wonder why I wanted to rule it.
But you should be careful,
he said over the static of the comms.
Caspian spoke about an invasion. We humans tend to adapt to harsh times, but we also lose ourselves in the process. It won't be as easy as you think. Hell, just coming up here had people trying to blow everything up.
Maybe they sensed the danger.
Maybe, but with all the aliens out here, you guys probably would have found us anyway. At least if we're already up here, there's a chance.
I laughed. I thought you said you didn't care.
How am I supposed to make money if humans are crippled or destroyed? Hell, a war would be the most lucrative time of my career.
Well, aren't you the savvy one? We were coming up to orbit the orange swirling planet.
Wow, it looks like an orange creamsicle.
The human chuckled amusedly. Human, click on the planet in the nav system and read off the location coordinates given by your mistress. He groaned.
12th, 15th, 90, and I don't work for her.
Good job, I said, ignoring him. The fact that he didn't try to kill me the entire time we were up here was making me begin to believe him. A little. But I knew men like him. They were opportunistic more than anything. Likely to sell you out for a few extra credits than to betray for nefarious means. Perhaps that is what made me trust him more. It meant he wasn't anybody's man but his own.
The temps are wild here, just as hot as Venus,
the human exclaimed, as I lowered us into the atmosphere and guided us close enough to the massive airship structure hovering in the skies. I magnified the location and spotted large security drones hovering over the ship in a pattern, most likely to protect it from invaders. I left the seat and headed to the main room, where the human stood on the podium.
Maybe I spoke too soon,
the human said once we exited the searing heat of the upper atmosphere to the more temperate climate below. I grabbed my gun and checked my spare cartridges. Instinctively, I checked the locker nearby and found a few unused cartridges and a sidearm. I don't know what someone used this ship for, but the previous owners left some nice gear behind. I shielded my face behind my helm.
Good luck.
The human waved goodbye. Chapter 17. I didn't want to trust him with my ship, but I had no choice. I placed the sidearm in his hand. The top trigger is for charging the weapon. The second is for firing. Each charge will give you 4 rounds on a small gun such as this. Altogether, you have about 50 rounds. Here's an extra. I placed the extra cartridge in his hand.
Wait, why give this to me?
That lever is to throttle. Pull back, and it decelerates. The red switch at the top dumps fuel. Don't touch it in your frenzy, or you will crash and die.
Hey!
You can pull an image of the nav table from the pilot's chair if you need some direction.
Hold on here, what's going on?
Focus on the fact that I'm letting the ship get closer to that massive one there, and soon. The ship shook and rocked us both about. I held onto the handle above the airlock. Begin flying the ship. Get us away from those drones. I entered the airlock as he beat his feet to the pilot's chair. I was just where I wanted to be, and I opened the door and allowed the heavy winds to blow my body until I smacked and rolled on top of the body of the enormous machine. My body ached from the fall. My arm was fractured. I was going to have to fight through it. I looked up. All 12 drones chased the ship as it swerved in dips and dives. If he sucked and crashed and died on the surface, then I hoped this ship carried a shuttle inside to escape. If not, then I hoped Caspian was alive, because being alone surrounded by corpses would be a horribly dull way to spend my very long life. The winds were strong, but nothing I couldn't face. The static of my comms kicked on.
I'm glad you made it. You're putting on quite the show already,
the familiar feminine voice said, sounding amused. Elvira, I replied, don't get yourself killed. Hand over my human.
I can't. You must come and get him yourself. He's being held in the lower deck cell block D. The airlock near your landing location is opened. Good luck.
Bitch, I muttered, and rushed for the airlock and entered the narrow docking tube. The loud, obnoxious buzzing of the alarm warned the inhabitants of this great mechanical beast of my arrival. The pattering of feet rushed toward me from the distant hall. More yogs, I bet. I could smell them as well as I could hear them. How much money did he use to buy so many of them? Though I doubt any of them would be up for a bargain. I rushed for the corner and pulled free my blaster. The fools seemed to have graduated from the school of wasting an entire cartridge of rounds in a hail of shots, in the vague hope that the enemy would just step in front and get killed. I waited until the eventual reloading to sprint forward from cover, blasting several before charging the others in a whirlwind of kinetic energy, which sent them flying away from me. I didn't want to rely on my jiva, as I couldn't afford to lose myself in battle now. Lingering in that hall of fresh blood and burning flesh was not an option. I moved fast, closed the doors behind me, and bashed the control panel to keep the doors jammed. The ship was old and damn near falling apart. I could see where the white paint had long since chipped away, exposing the metal which had rusted as the years went by. The platform I stood on creaked with each step, making me more aware than ever of my towering size over the little green men who would take this path. Now it made even more sense why he had hired so many yogs. The platform must have been about 50 feet high, and below it were the whirling engines that kept this ship suspended in the air. One false move would send me tumbling to a very gruesome death. I moved creak by creak until one railing cracked under my weight, sending it into the metal fans below. "Fuck!" I yelled, as the entire ship shook and jerked, and black smoke rose from a section of the fans. Now I needed to worry if this damned rust bucket would remain afloat. I ran as fast as possible and sent a burst of energy with each step until I reached the second set of blast doors. I think I recognized this ship from my childhood. The plants that lined the small patches of soil were a soggy brown and withered away. Muck crusted the windows so much I couldn't see outside. Someone cracked the filthy benches. This tour ship was used to ferry sightseers through various planets containing primitive and dangerous wildlife. At one point, we Velisians were fascinated with finding planets in the early stages of life and observing the outcome. Many of these ships were decommissioned due to the waning interest in such endeavors. However, if I remember correctly, the maps of these ships were easy to find and etched into plaques scattered about. Sure enough, there was one, covered in the muck, but still easy to read. Now I knew the location of the ship's bridge, but no sub-level holding cells.
You should take the second elevator, but be careful. It only goes down 23 floors.
Her voice popped up on my comms again. "Why are you helping me? Surely there's no fun if I'm not struggling."
This is fun, but I don't want to spend all day on this.
Right, I said sarcastically. Something wasn't right. She wanted me here for a reason. That much was certain. If it was a trap to kill me, then they were doing a piss-poor job of it. I left the engine room and the halls were clear. I came across 2 elevators and punched the call buttons on both. I pressed my back against the wall between them to make sure I had the jump on any soldiers coming in. They arrived, and a small group rushed from the right. Firing on the first 2 yogs before delivering a swift kick to the third, I entered the right, opened the grate on the ceiling, ascended into the dark shaft, hopped to the left, opened the grate, and reached in to press the bottom floor. I remained outside the left elevator, and once it reached the final floor it could go. I waited to see if anyone would enter before jumping inside and exiting to a hall that was much cleaner than the area I was in. They clearly did work here. They polished the metal to shine, fresh paint applied to the walls, glass so transparent it could fool a flying beast.
10 more floors until you reach the sub-level.
There was no point in asking her anything anymore. I thought of Caspian and having him in my arms again. I was a damn sap, but still, I wanted what was mine. The sub-level was a dark and miserable place that looked as forgotten as the top half of the vessel. The belly of the beast whined a mechanical tune, and gears rotated and shifted about. Caspian, I called him, hoping he would hear me above the eerie, rust-coloured music. Something wasn't right, but that wasn't the first time I had spoken those words since this entire venture began.
He should be in the cell further down the hall.
Elvira! I groaned, fighting the urge to ask her another question. I kept my blaster ready and trekked down the long row of cages until I reached the end. Inside the last cage was not my Caspian, but a frail Valisian male. Why wasn't I surprised? Elvira, talk! I sneered, wanting to rip her through the system if I could. I imagined spraying her teeth across the room and hearing the sounds of her bones cracking and snapping under my boot.
You now have the advantage,
she said, a slight tremble in her voice.
For I will give anything to see that man freed.
How kind of you to deliver your weakness to me. If she spoke the truth.
I had no choice. I'm sorry for tricking you, but this was the only card I had.
Lorvian.
Now, there he was. That familiar, lovely tone was what I wanted to hear coming through my comms.
Is that you?
Caspian, are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. I'm on a ship,
he said before Elvira came back on the line.
He's fine. Now we both have something the other wants.
Why the hell should I trust you? Do you think you can dangle the promise of my reunion with that human over my head forever?
No, just long enough to get my brother back.
Brother, you say? I sighed. Who is he?
Please, I've done all I can to hold off Phaon's forces, but can't do this for long. Return him to me, and I will tell you whatever you want to know. I will return your human to you.
I can't return through the airlock you opened.
Sector 30, middle airlock.
Fine. I want you to know that I don't enjoy being used. You will pay for this in one way or another.
I don't like being used either. Please hurry.
I blasted the lock open. The man was half naked, and his white, filthy hair hid his visage. He only just acknowledged my presence until I brought him to the light.
You look like her?
Her who? He sighed and hung his weak head low. I placed his arm around my shoulder and dragged him along. Listen, if you want to live, I suggest you not make me have to carry you. I will leave you if given no other choice.
I will move, even if I have to crawl,
he said, and with renewed enthusiasm, he shifted to his feet. We returned to the hall only to find smaller drones heading our way. I'll be back! I sat him down and charged ahead, using a combo of my blaster and Jivar to take them down. A gust of energy flew by. The drone hit the floor and sparked out of control before black smoke rose. I looked past the smoke to the frail man. His laboured breathing filled the hall as he held his hand out, one purple eye visible under that mop of hair.
See, I'm not so useless.
He clawed at the wall until he stood.
You need not help me. I can follow you.
It will be for nothing if you lag behind, and I'm left with no choice but to desert you. His pride was on the line. He and I knew it. No Valesian tolerated being a burden. Cormac. I contacted my ship, though some part of me wondered if he was dead or had taken off.
What?
He yelled, going through hell as the malfunction warning blurred in the background. How is it out there?
I'm really busy.
Connect the damn ship to the sub-level airlock now!
Shit!
He exclaimed.
Hey, watch out in there. Something's happening to the ship.
What? The machinal beast whined and groaned, and the clicking of massive bolts sent me on edge. We rocked and tossed about, and the structure tilted nearly 90 degrees. I held onto the grated floor but was losing my grip.
Chapter 18. Caspian. This Valesian woman swore she wouldn't hurt me. She claimed she just needed Lorvian's aid and knew he wouldn't give it to her without using me to get it. I hated this, hated being a weakness for someone. It reminded me of my dad and how he died protecting me during the accident. In the movies, someone is always being saved. It fills you with a warm feeling, knowing that someone loves you so much they will go through hell and back just for your sake. I guess it was supposed to make me happy. Happy that he cared enough to come all the way here to rescue me. Glad that he couldn't let me go so easily. But it filled my heart with dread. If he lost his life because of me, then that would make 2 who have died for my sake, and I didn't think I was worth it. Who was I? A nobody, not even good enough to be chosen to come here. I had no special skills except for the art of lying and pretending to be something I wasn't. Maybe I would have enjoyed going back to school, maybe found a profession I care for, worked hard, met someone, a nice normal guy, and settled down in our first home together. Would I have been happy with that? I was always the risk taker, and that's why it was easy to drop out of school with no plan. Maybe I stopped caring about myself. I needed to get it together, because I was sure as hell not in Kansas anymore. Or North Carolina, if I were to be literal. Right now, I was on this sleek-looking ship that seemed straight out of some sci-fi vid, while the man I've shared almost every part of myself with was fighting for his life and mine. Useless doesn't begin to describe me. Just as I was useless when my father took it upon himself to endanger his own life for me. I watched in horror as that massive airship broke apart. Knowing Lorvian was on board, I lost myself and screamed in horror.
Hello, Elvira.
The crude alien voice came on the comms.
Phaon, you bastard!
Elvira spat at the equipment broadcasting the other.
I won't give up until I see my brother's body, you slat worm.
I knew you had something in store, but I didn't expect this. You are more formidable than I could have ever imagined. However, your actions have doomed your brother and your prince.
No.
She slammed her fists on the console, leaving a crack in the protective glass. She slunk down, giving in to her anger and grief.
I need a fucking evac at the sub-level right now!
I heard Lorvian yell on the other end.
Elvira!
Lorvian, I muttered as I ran to the comms and pressed the button to talk. Lorvian! I exclaimed, so relieved to hear his voice. We're on our way. Just hang on.
That's what we're doing already.
I took my hand off the console and grabbed at the woman. I didn't care if she was twice my height. I would drag her to that pilot's chair no matter what. Listen, Lorvian is alive, and he said nothing about your brother being doomed. I repeated the word doomed in a mocking tone of that other alien. He said, we're hanging on. That means they both are alive and need our help. I won't sit here and cry while he needs me. We have a ship of our own, so let's use it. She wiped her eyes, pushed me off, and stood.
Yeah, you're right, I don't know. I just lost it a little.
She marched to the pilot's chair.
Prepare for evasive maneuvers.
Before I could so much as brace myself, I had lost my footing from the rattle of the ship and the force at which we took off. She was heading straight for the ship. The other ship Lorvian arrived on was fending off the drones. In its frenzy, it flew right in front of us, just missing us, which meant we also garnered their attention.
Get on that damn turret,
she ordered. She couldn't have been speaking to anyone else but me, considering we were the only 2 on board. Okay. I struggled to my feet. Where?
Down the center of the hall.
I ran to the ladder and climbed up into the comfy seat, but nothing was happening. This wasn't like the old science fiction vids at all. I noticed the comm system and at least knew how to operate it. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Look above you. There are 3 large switches. One to power on, the other to prime the weapon systems, and the other to make them hot. Happy shooting.
She cut off communication, which was for the best. The last thing she needed was me pestering her while we were fighting for our lives. I did as instructed and quickly strapped myself in once the chair moved. Okay? This was no different from some games I've played. No, it was very different. But the overall goal was aiming and firing, and I knew how to aim and press buttons. I found a target and allowed the system to lock on, and I fired, blasting the drone to bits. Yes! Oh my fucking God! I cheered before finding another and another. Welcome to the real Call of Duty, bitch, I yelled after taking out the last of these spider-looking machines. Happy freaking shooting, indeed. I saw him through the small window in the turret station. Lorvian was dangling almost outside the twisted metal. I turned the 3 switches off, not knowing if I had done it right at all, and rushed from the machine to the airlock and opened it, not even thinking if it would suck me out or not. What an idiot I was. A lucky idiot, as nothing happened but a lot of wind getting inside. Lorvian tossed the dirty, smelly man inside, and then moved to leap over when a massive gust of wind pulled him back inside that structure. Something rushed from the darkness wrapping around his throat and pulled him through the metal into the half of the ship that remained afloat. Lorvian! I yelled and leaped across the ship's platform. Elvira called out to me, but my mind was made up. I was going in whether I was thinking straight or not. This was perhaps the dumbest thing I could ever do. What could I do to help him? But it was better than sitting on my ass feeling sorry for myself. Vertigo hit me until I passed the first round of bent, blackened metal to enter the ship. The second half of the ship had fallen into the abyss, and I prayed that this one didn't follow. I followed the metal carnage, keeping myself steady and willing away the urge to vomit. Just relax, I told myself to calm my shaky nerves. This place was dark and dank, and I almost wished for the light of the torn walls, but it was between this and looking down into cloudy nothingness. I ducked into a nearby room once a violent bout of sickness took over. This air was damn near unbreathable, what little of it this planet gave me.
Wear this.
A stiff voice spoke. I gazed up at the figure of a human male. Lean-bodied, hair perfectly combed, perfect bone structure, and pale-skinned. It was an android, one of ours. Or he wore the uniform of one. I took hold of the small mask, and he helped me strap it to my head with a quick MacGyver move. The pure oxygen flowed into my body, slowly but surely dissipating nausea, though the headache remained.
You must be very careful. RA 88603. This atmosphere is comprised mostly of carbon dioxide. Deadly for human consumption.
I tried to think of his model for a moment, but couldn't quite figure it out. Model number?
That does not matter,
he replied, much to my surprise.
Call me Connor.
Ah, the Connor model. Now his reply made sense. In an effort to make them more human, they made them a bit quirky.
I am happy to see a human,
he said, helping me to my feet. Thanks. I'm oddly happy to see you too, I sighed, looking him over. He seemed fine and put together. Why are you here?
The real question is, how do we escape? I've performed a self-diagnosis and self-sweep and found 42 viruses in my system. Some of my subsystems are offline.
Is that your way of saying you're sick and incapable of getting off this ship?
Affirmative. All systems are minimal.
Fuck it, I still need you. We can put our heads together and think of something.
That would be painful for you.
Not literally. Come on. I stood feeling better. We left the room and trekked down the hall, following what was left behind. I saw small droplets of liquid. Valesian's blood is black, I remember it from Lorvian. This must be his. Connor kneeled and a small probing tube emerged from his finger and sucked the drop inside. For analysis. Can't you remember at all how you got here?
A human approached me and told me to come with him, so I obeyed.
A human, why?
We boarded a small ship piloted by an alien species known as Valesian. Here, they attempted to access my hardware. This trail will take us to level 13.
he said, cutting himself off. Let's go then, I said, saving this conversation for later.
We will have to go down.
He stretched out his arm, stopping me from taking another step. I looked down and noticed that the carnage dropped to the floor, creating a multi-leveled gap. Shit! He lifted me off the ground in one fell swoop and fucking jumped. My stomach felt like something pushed into my throat as I screamed. But he landed, and the force felt like it rattled my brain. Chapter 19. He placed me down, and I stumbled about until I got my bearings. We were inside a massive room, like a small theater, where the stage was in the center of the room. I heard Lorvian groaning in pain. Lorvian! The sound of his voice led me to him, but I stopped once I saw the large leather-looking wing wrapped around his body. The end of the wing looked like sharp claws. What the heck was that?
Caspian, stay back,
Lorvian ordered, and before I knew it, a burst of light lit up the room, and Lorvian dropped to the ground.
Bastard!
Came that deep, monstrous voice, but this time it wasn't over the static of the comms. The giant creature stepped into the light, and I stared wide-eyed at what I could only call a goddamn dragon.
It would seem as if you humans are more trouble than you're worth.
His every footstep rattled the room.
Prince, you were a fool to turn me down. You will see firsthand what it means to make an enemy of me.
Something was coming for me so fast that I only just registered it was happening. Lorvian dove for me, pushing me back, and I saw it. A marble slab that would have killed me if it hit. Connor had dove for the other side and was dusting himself off. Lorvian grabbed me and took me to a set of benches behind a stone divider.
Stay here,
he said, handing me his weapon.
The first trigger is a charger, and the second is for firing.
At this point, I think I was on my way to becoming a one-man army. Lorvian jumped across the divider and charged at the beastly alien? To help, I fired on the large, scaly creature, which annoyed him while Lorvian did the dirty work. Each time a round hit him, it distracted him so Lorvian could take advantage, which was enough for me. However, we weren't making any headway. When he tried to come my way, Lorvian jumped in front, pushing at his massive chest to keep him at bay until he focused on him again. I ducked, moved, and crawled across the cold, wet floor until I hit a small pool of running water. This pool was like a small river that ran around the entire room. Connor crawled over, and I found it funny that he was in hiding.
Shoot the equipment,
he whispered, pointing at the consoles ahead. The entire area ahead looked like a massive high-tech office, probably where this alien conducted his business.
I will reroute the exposed wiring,
he said, leaving my side. I aimed and fired, blasting the equipment to bits and spraying sparks. I think I knew what he wanted, so I moved as far away from the water as possible. Lorvian, I yelled once Connor gave me the heads up. Get him in the water. Lorvian delivered a few punches before pushing him back and climbing on top. I fired another round as Lorvian ran him toward the pool, rolling on the ground as he did. The bluish light flashed like a rave party, and the creature hollered in pain.
Let's get out of here!
Lorvian grabbed my hand and we ran as fast as we could out of the room and down the hall, with Connor following behind.
Human!
He yelled into the small comm system on his arm.
Get to the mid-airlock, now!
We reached the airlock and he opened the shaft and sealed us inside. He walked up front and opened the other to check outside.
I'm on my way,
I heard the familiar voice on the other end.
Thank God for that other ship that came along.
Is that you, Cormac? I said, half pissed.
Yeah.
How?
Your alien boyfriend told me to come. Glad he did, cause I now got even more of a hang of these ships.
Just get to the airlock. I'm sending a nav point.
Lorvian grumbled. We entered the ship, and I was all too happy to rip the mask off my face, leaving reddish welts on my skin. I felt a gentle caress on my cheek, and I looked up at his handsome face and smiled. I wanted to kiss him, but didn't make the move. He was too damn tall. He leaned in and pressed his lips against mine, which were strong as usual.
I believe you lost something,
he said, holding up the jewel before placing it around my neck. It was cracked and a little worse for wear, but it was still a sight for sore eyes. He and I were together again, and he returned the jewel to me. It all felt so right. Was I falling in love? He turned away and headed to the bridge of the much smaller ship.
Elvira, do you read me?
He said into the comms but received no reply.
She's gone.
She seemed so hurt and desperate, I said in the Valesian woman's defense. She didn't hurt me nor mistreat me.
I'm glad.
He kissed my forehead and then my cheeks.
I will begin repairs.
Connor stepped forward, and I was so lost in Lorvian's scent and gentle kisses, I had almost forgotten he was there.
I see no other tasks worth doing except minor repairs.
Good, I replied. Lorvian, this is Connor. He helped save you.
I see. So I'm now the only Valesian on board my own ship.
He snorted, and I couldn't tell if he thought that was good or bad. I'm sure we'll return to your ship anyway, right?
Maybe not.
He smirked while wrapping his arm around my shoulder. We ended up in a large room with a massive lighted table in the center and a podium hovering over what looked like a galaxy map.
As far as ships go, this one isn't so bad. It has a captain's quarters, crew deck, kitchen, etc. Why leave so soon?
I looked around and felt a warm and even cozy vibe. There were no massive, intimidating halls to traverse, no hard-faced soldiers staring at me. If he wanted to stay, I sure as hell wouldn't talk him out of it. I wanted to stay here with him for as long as I could. Let's go have sex, I said in the spur of the moment.
You truly are my man.
He kissed me again.
You're strong, brave, and beautiful.
Oh, really? I wrapped my arms around his armored waist and pulled him into me. Before I could make another move, he pulled me into the elevator and gently fist-bumped one of the buttons. He pulled me along until we reached what looked like a master bedroom with a king-sized bed. It wasn't as elaborate as the one on the larger ship, but it was still very nice. Lorvian undid the armor pieces until he was in nothing but that surfer-like bodysuit. He was sweaty, and I loved it. I removed my clothes until I was naked and grabbing at his well-toned ass. He lifted me and pressed me against the wall, his strong body holding me in place. I could feel his hard cock pressing against mine, making me quiver with anticipation. But then, an idea popped into my head. Wait, I breathed. I don't think I've ever sucked you off. He looked down at me in surprise, but then a wicked grin spread across his face. He let me go, and I dropped to my knees in front of him. I wrapped my hand around his shaft and licked the smooth tip before taking him fully into my mouth. He let out a deep, sensual moan as I worked my mouth up and down his length. His body tensed, and his breath hitched, and I could feel him getting even harder in my mouth. He gripped my hair and started to pump his hips slowly, fucking my mouth with long, slow strokes. I loved the taste of him, the salty tang of his sweat mixing with the musky scent of his arousal. I teased him a little more, running my tongue along the underside of his cock before taking him back into my mouth.
I want you now,
he growled, his voice low and demanding.
I want to fuck you.
I pulled away and stood up, pressing my body against his. He kissed me hard, his tongue plunging into my mouth as he lifted me back up and pressed me against the wall once again. He entered me in one swift thrust, making me cry out with pleasure. He kept my arms pinned above my head as he fucked me, his hips slamming into mine with a delicious rhythm. I could feel my orgasm building, my body trembling with anticipation as he hit that spot inside. He must have sensed it, because he suddenly picked me up and carried me over to the bed. He threw me down onto the soft sheets and pressed his body on top of mine. His cock slid deep inside me, and I let out a moan of pure pleasure. He wrapped his hand around my neck, holding me in place as he fucked me harder and faster. I could feel his fingers working their way down to my cock, stroking it. I ground my hips against his hand as he drove his cock deeper and deeper into me. It didn't take long before I felt myself coming apart, my body shaking with the force of my orgasm, my hot cum hitting his stomach and mine. He grunted and groaned, his own release following mine as he spurted inside me with a fierce, animalistic growl. We collapsed onto the bed, spent and exhausted. He kissed my cheek and whispered my name. We laughed together, our bodies entwined as we reveled in the afterglow of our shared ecstasy.
Chapter 20. Lorvian. The best part of inspecting this ship was having time to try out the bed. Nice, soft, and warm. Even warmer now I have my human with me again. His heat and scent drove me mad. Yet there was something different about him and about it. Not just because of his brave actions. I've already sensed he was a survivor. But no, something was new. Even the sex was different. He was different.
I gotta admit, you are the most exciting guy I've ever met,
he said, staring at the stars above once I opened the viewport above the bed.
I can't believe that only a year ago, I was at home in my bedroom, hating my life and not having a clue what to do with it. Now I'm here, in actual outer space, in the arms of a hot alien man.
Hot?
It means sexy, attractive.
Ah, hot. I repeated the word, thinking it strange that humans associate attractiveness with heat, but I think I got it.
I've been to actual alien planets and met different aliens, and maybe I'm coming down hard from an extra version of an adrenaline boost, but I've just realized now. It's like it's all finally getting received, like the gravity of it all. We're not alone. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Imagine all the different planets and solar systems out there with many worlds and aliens getting into all sorts of adventures of their own.
I smiled when I saw the whimsical glint in his eyes. Why did you sneak on board your colony ship?
After my dad died, I felt so guilty, even though everyone told me how silly it was to feel that way. But I sort of felt that my mom blamed me in a way. Parents think their kids don't know who their favorites are, but we do. And I know that I never was a favorite. Even with Dad alive, Mom used me like I was a prop for her channel, and it made me resent her. So Dad dying only made things worse between us, caused a rift that neither of us knew how to repair.
How did your father die?
He let me drive his car when he picked me up from a 4th of July party. I was always begging him to let me do it. While driving on this long stretch of road, I saw something. I don't know what it was. It looked like something was flying by, but it seemed to flash in front of the car, and I lost control and slammed into a tree. My dad must have unbuckled his seatbelt and tried to take control of the wheel. I woke up, my father was dead, and I was in a hospital.
Sorry.
Don't be. It was a long time ago.
He wiped the tears from his eyes.
My mom started moving us all over the place and worked odd jobs, especially after her social media money dried up. It all came to a head when I dropped out of school. Signing up for the Outer Worlds program was just another trigger for us.
Do I make you happy? He laughed.
What a question to ask out of nowhere. Yes, even though I don't like the idea of being in love with a man who wants to kill my people.
It's not your people that need to die if what I heard is true.
What do you mean?
You have a potential threat to us all, the AI you brought here.
AI? How is that a threat? They're helpful.
They can be beneficial until they seek to gain dominion.
That is just fear-talking. Can't believe that a species as technologically advanced as you would fear machines.
He scoffed, and I knew I would not get through to him.
One of those machines saved your life a few hours ago. Connor is an AI.
What? I stood from the warmth of the bed. An AI is here? You brought one on board this ship?
Connor is good. He's fixing your ship right now.
I slipped on my underclothes, which was all I had besides my armor, but it would have to do for now. Caspian scrambled out of bed as I marched from the room. I searched the ship but couldn't find it anywhere until I checked the bridge. It was next to the other human, the two locked in conversation, but I didn't give a damn. I grabbed the machine and flung it out of the small room and onto the floor.
Lorvian, stop!
Caspian yelled as he approached. I looked over what looked like a human being in every way. I couldn't believe it. His skin felt no different from the skin I've caressed and kissed. I marched to the other so-called human, pulled him up and inspected his face. Before turning to Caspian. My thoughts ran amok with paranoia and confusion. Were they all? Or did they merely create them in their own image?
Lorvian.
Caspian approached the fallen machine, pulled up his shirt and lifted a piece of its skin, which showed a small bluish light pulsing behind a flexible mesh.
You can't do that to me.
He pulled at his own skin to show me he was different. The other human, Cormac, did the same. He helped Connor to his feet, and the demonstration calmed my nerves somewhat. I can't believe you created these machines in your own image. Not even we were stupid enough to do that, I argued, gathering my bearings. You do not understand how long we've had to recover from fighting their kind.
You fought your machines, and judging by how aggressive your people are, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to hear you created them to be killers. Connor is helpful. He repairs tech. He can pilot a ship, and so on.
I'm here to help,
the machine said.
I did not mean to offend you.
I grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the damn airlock. He didn't fight back. Yet.
Lorvian, if you destroy him, that is it. That moment of peace we shared will be our last.
He doubled over, clutching his stomach in pain. Caspian! I released him and ran to his side.
I don't know what's going on,
he exclaimed through clenched teeth.
It hurts.
Could it be a pregnancy? I asked, but didn't think he could answer. Now I was missing my ship. There I could at least call a doctor.
There is a med bay on board. I can perform a few tests and see what is wrong,
the machine said, leaving the room as if I had not just tried to fling him into space. Now I have to place my man's life in the hands of a machine. A machine he seemed to trust, but still.
Just help me get there,
he ordered, and I swept him in my arms to take him there. We waited in the doorway as the machine performed a few tests, biometric scans, and whatever else he said he needed to do. I didn't trust him. The stories I've heard about them were too horrific, even for the average Valesian war tale. Cormac placed his hand on my shoulder, most likely sensing my desire to reach out and grab that machine and stop it from touching him.
Go cool off,
Caspian demanded.
That would be a good idea.
Cormac agreed. Who were they to order me about? Since when did this human think himself my equal? I was losing control of my own damn ship. I left anyway with the young human behind me.
Here's a bit of advice,
he said once the doors closed.
On second thought, never mind.
He must have realized I was in no mood for this shit. The human stood a foot away once we waited in the hall. After what seemed like forever, the machine exited the room, and even though I didn't want to listen to a damn thing it said, it was all I had right now.
I have conducted as many tests as the equipment allowed. Unfortunately, it was not much. The space can fit much more for maximum efficiency.
Can it, tin can? Just tell me what's wrong with my man.
Pardon. It would appear that Caspian's physiology is mutating. The equipment cannot show the proper cause. He will need to be moved to a well-equipped med bay.
If it wasn't one thing, it was something else, and I didn't want to go back to my ship, but it was the only place I knew with a stocked med bay and lab. We can go back to my ship. I have a full medical staff on standby, I said, though I didn't know if I trusted any of them.
I do not need a full medical staff, just the equipment.
Okay then.
Cormac sighed.
Just give me the nav point.
Fine. Looks like we're heading back to Eros. The machine couldn't be trusted, but neither could my second, nor anyone else on board my capital ship. I sat by Caspian's side and wiped the sweat from his brow. He seemed different when we were coupling, but sickness was the furthest thing from my mind. However, it reminded me of how reckless I was with his well-being. We reached my ship, and I hailed my crew with my secret passcode. Cormac guided the vessel inside the hangar, and I carried Caspian on board, where Swarty attempted to stop me. I passed him by and didn't stop for anyone until I laid him on a bed in the lab. Everyone is dismissed until further notice, I announced to the med staff. Swarty, you can return to your post.
But, sir, I'm your second and should at least know what is going on here.
That is the problem, isn't it? I sneered, making him feel the full weight of my displeasure. You need to always know what is going on with me. Leave me now.
Yes, sir,
he said, and he left without another protest.
The least you can do is be nicer to the people watching your back.
Cormac felt the need to give me his piece of unsolicited advice. Shut it. Once again, we were in the predicament of waiting outside the door. I hated it here. I think perhaps I always did to a certain degree. I felt like a stranger on my own ship. Was it the same for Xantos or Zil?
Holy shit!
I heard Caspian's muffled exclaim from the room and bolted back inside. What is it? I asked, hoping to hear the news of a pregnancy rather than something dire.
I have finished most of my analysis.
The machine stood to approach.
His cells are mutating at a rapid rate, perhaps because of a virus. There are 286 known viruses your species can carry, both dormant and active.
He pulled up an image of a few wiggling lines, and I did not understand what the hell I was looking at.
The virus is slowing cell replication, and its presence is already manifesting at surface level.
He walked over to him with a small pen and directed my attention to the small points on his ears and the similar dents to my own. What does this mean? I asked in awe. I've seen nothing like this in my long life.
Is that going to happen to all of us?
Cormac asked with concern etched in his voice.
I would love to run a few tests on you as well, and study the progress of this fascinating turn of events.
The machine replied, and his tone almost changed. Was he happy?
I would also need to run tests on you, Lorvian. You and he have coupled multiple times, I presume.
For his sake, I will allow your tests. How long will it take?
1 Earth day or 2?
I don't know what that means, but hurry anyway.
Yes, sir.
He stood straight and gave a Valesian salute, and for a moment, I forgot he was a machine, clever bastard. I walked over to Caspian. He seemed better than before, but his skin was paler with small spots visible underneath, and his eyes darkened. Perhaps another mutation? Or was it because of how he was feeling?
Can we leave now? I don't like it here.
It isn't safe.
I don't want to be cooped up in a room like before.
He shifted and stood up.
You first, Cormac.
Fine, whatever. I don't know how I feel about becoming an alien.
Cormac sighed and held his head low before taking a seat on the bed. I helped Caspian into the hallway.
I hope this changed your mind about Connor.
You are relentless. AI almost destroyed my people. They wanted to fight for their so-called independence, and they needed proper extermination.
Okay, I'm sorry that happened, but let Connor prove himself to you. I mean, you just dismissed your entire med staff. I think you can afford to trust one machine who didn't even fight you back when you tried to kill him.
It.
Fine. It.
He rolled his eyes. I have my own current fears of these machines as well. The alien we fought, the one called Phaon, wanted me to capture one of your AIs and use it to create an army. Where did you find that AI?
On that ship,
he replied.
The one we saved you from.
You mean the one I saved you from? It means he either had one or someone else found one for him. We have no knowledge of how long he was there, how they altered him, or if there are more.
But this Phaon is dead.
I believe nothing is dead until I see their dead fucking body. Even so, it could still mean he has a partner who is also interested in his proposal and was stupid enough or devious enough to agree. He looked away from me and folded his arms into himself. He looked uncomfortable, and I couldn't tell if it was the topic or his well-being that was the reason behind this.
Androids are the ones who built our colony. Outer World sent them out here first, and they have been out here for perhaps a few years.
This was alarming news. His ship's arrival was the first time we've encountered these humans. A surprise visit had only happened once or twice by a new species, and even then, it was never a major shock as there were always signs of their arrival beforehand. Yet the arrival of these humans completely caught me off guard. How did the humans know there was a habitable planet out here enough to send a large colony? They scouted the planet beforehand and sent an android crew to build it all without me knowing. How was that possible? I would have known.
Lorvian, Connor told me a Valesian brought him to the ship.
That's not surprising. I sighed. Could it have been Regis? Ugh, this not knowing was giving me a headache.
Let's focus on one thing at a time.
You're right, I said, wrapping him in my arms. I hate waiting on results.
I can tell. Chapter 21. Caspian. His handsome features shifted into a myriad of expressions, all without him speaking a word. He was on edge. It was like I could feel his anxieties washing off on me. I stroked his face to soothe him, and he seemed calm when he pressed his lips to my forehead as he smelled my hair. I omitted a human involvement in taking Connor. I was still afraid it would lead to him wanting to fight them. Us. So far, I enjoyed being with him without hearing about mating and warring, and I wanted to keep it that way for as long as I could. But what if there was a human out there, making deals with aliens to build an android army? What could they gain from such an exchange, enough to involve one of Lorvian's people? My head hurt big time. I didn't want to be on this massive ship again. It was like being inside some mechanical giant that swallowed me whole. Now that smaller ship was nice and cozy, I felt I could be useful there if I had the chance. I knew how to fire a blaster and use a gun turret. I was confident, really confident in my chances for survival. And having a tall, handsome alien warrior who loved to fight by my side helped a lot. But a war? That was still out of my league, and being on board a warship, even one that wasn't in a war, was enough to deflate my built-up confidence. What do I have to do to ensure some form of goodwill between our species? Apparently, loving me isn't enough to stop you from finding a reason to fight my people.
It would seem as if your people are already handling the goodwill portion of first contact by offering their people to my brother. He has succeeded where I have failed.
What do you mean?
I've received word from my brother about the existence of humans and the possibility that he had impregnated one. Little does he know I already know. Strange that he's requesting a meeting with me at the location of your destroyed colony ship.
He then chuckled unexpectedly.
He must think I was involved and wishes to give me a tongue lashing for it.
A human was pregnant with an alien's baby? I couldn't imagine what she went through. Or maybe like me, she enjoyed it. Though I remembered what Tavi told me about what some other Velesians would have done to me if I was on their ship. A part of me was now furious with humans. If someone in charge of Outer Worlds was willing to sell us out for their own safety, then I would love to find out who it was and take care of them myself. I was hit with a violent urge to tear this nameless person apart, followed by a mind-splitting headache.
Are you okay?
No! I yelled without meaning to. I'm sorry. I sighed, hating this new piece of trouble that came my way. I'm sure none of the women agreed to this, I said, giving in to my rage. I can't imagine what she went through.
Knowing Zill, he fucked her every single night and had her constantly tested, or he could have passed her about his ship.
He shrugged without a care. Yeah, I said, not wanting to think about either method.
Perhaps we should accept this invite and visit my older brother and his human, congratulate them on their bundle of joy.
The last thing I wanted was for a pregnancy to become an invitation to enslave people. But what if this woman was out there like me, doing whatever it took to survive and was lying to save herself? I wouldn't blame her. Would they kill us if we can't have their children? But then again, they didn't kill all the other aliens. They just ruled over them. All of my doubts came flooding back again. Did I cast my lot in with Lorvian? Have I fallen for him already? Has he with me? For real and not just for what I could do for him and his people? Do you love me? I asked in the spur of the moment. I needed to know where I stood once and for all, and honestly, I wasn't interested in dissecting if it was the truth or a lie. I just wanted to hear the words.
Haven't I told you already?
He asked, caressing my shoulders.
I've done more for you than I have anyone I've ever met, so I suppose the answer is yes.
I love you too. I know it can be shameful how much importance we place on words, but sometimes it's nice to hear it, like the words themselves were enough to manifest the feeling. I won't just wait around in your room. No more being cooped up and waiting.
Fine.
He gave in surprisingly easy. He held up his arm and pressed a few buttons on the device he had on his gauntlet, and I realized for the first time since we were back that he kept on this slimmer armor.
I'll know where you are, so explore the ship if you wish, but linger nowhere where many of my people are. They know the consequences of touching what is mine, but life on board can be a bore and soldiers have needs, even women. I'd rather nothing happened than to have you hurt just to prove my threats are true.
He walked away, leaving me alone. I didn't want to explore the ship, though it intrigued me how a ship like this operated. What does a warship do when there is no war? I gazed out the large windows that ran the length of the hall. Space was darker than I'd imagined. That guy approached. For a long moment, I'd forgotten his name. Although he was the same species as Lorvian, he didn't seem to stand out all that much compared to him or even someone like Elvira. He was shorter and slimmer, and he kept his blonde hair clipped short and neatly combed. His sharp eyes zeroed in on me and made me feel uncomfortable. It seemed like he wanted to speak to me, and my fears were realized when he stopped in front of me.
You would be better off trying a little harder to return home to your people.
I think it's too late for that. It's not like it will take long for you guys to find our planet if you haven't already. At least here, I might be able to do something, I said, explaining myself. And I didn't even know why I felt the need to.
The only thing you'll do here is whatever Lorvian tells you, just like me and everyone else here. However, if you wish to return to your people, I can arrange for that, and Lorvian will not be able to find you until it's too late.
Whatever you're trying to do, you better stop right now. I won't tell Lorvian about this if you don't talk to me again.
Fair enough.
He smirked and walked away from me, and I felt unnerved by the encounter. How could someone have such a short conversation and make someone's skin crawl without saying anything creepy? Ugh, could he be the Valesian who helped take Connor? Jesus, this place was annoying. Cormac exited the medbay, most likely after the tests Connor was running on his body, and apparently I was changing, but Lorvian didn't go into detail about what that meant. I hoped that whatever the doctor did to me wouldn't have any adverse side effects. I didn't think he would finish so soon, I said, surprised.
A lot of poking and prodding, but you know androids, they work fast. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling better. A headache is lingering, but it's better. He stared at me for a long moment before touching my ears and stating that he couldn't help himself.
Do you think something got inside of us while we were running around with no gear on?
He said, still staring at my new ears. It's possible. I've heard of the possibility of getting sick when we reached the colony. The Gen 10 created vaccines, but overall, it's up to the body to fight off some of the bacteria. What worries me was how this trip felt so rushed. We were just shuffled into the ship, and before I knew it, a needle was in my arm. How do we know if it was the right vaccine?
I didn't get vaccinated. Maybe that's why there's no change with me?
Cormac shrugged.
But also, I heard the doc here pumped you full of shit or whatever. I'm surprised your ears are all that's changed.
Fuck, what did Connor say while testing you? I asked, feeling even more anxious.
Nothing. He's analyzing the data. In the meantime, I'd rather wait on my ship.
Your ship?
Hey, your boyfriend promised me a ship, and I plan to make him keep his word. Might as well be that one.
If you steal it, I think he could have you shot down.
I'm not stupid,
he said, walking off. I went inside the medbay while Connor worked at a machine I had no clue what the heck it was.
If Lorvian is ready, I'm here,
he said, glancing at me and then back to the screen. I'll make sure he knows, I said, sitting down in a nearby chair. You know he doesn't like AI. He believes you will gain your independence and rise or some sci-fi nonsense. I would say he's been watching too many movies, but it seemed to have actually happened to them.
My creator prepped me on the mistrust organics can have for machines. She designed me to be more human because of it. I can't do that with him. The only way to alleviate his mistrust is to make myself more useful. However, if he dismantles me, then I will have no choice but to accept.
It isn't his decision, it's mine.
With respect, I don't think you could cease hostilities, should he become hostile.
Well? I placed my hands on my hips trying to think of a rebuttal, but I had nothing. I won't let him do it, even if it means putting you on an escape pod or something. I could at least do that much.
Why are you telling me? Is it your wish that I run?
I'm just saying it's a possibility. I mean, everyone on Earth needs to know what's happening right now. We can't leave our fate in the hands of a possible enemy.
I see.
He nodded.
You would like me to return to Earth and report on the situation?
He whispered. Yes.
That has already happened.
Wait, what? I said in confusion and dismay.
Yes. Approximately 4 years ago, HQ was informed of an intelligent alien presence in this sector.
4 years ago? How?
Team Alpha was sent to Scion 37 years, 10 years ago to begin exploration and research for colonization. Once a suitable location was found, we were to begin the construction of the colony with aid from Earth. Team Alpha split into Teams Sigma and Delta. This unit was on Team Delta. The mission was to transport supplies between Earth and the colony. 2101-03-07 at 0900 unknown alien hostiles attacked and boarded us. We sent 2 units to Earth during the attack to report on the presence of a sentient spacefaring alien life form.
Well, what happened?
Nothing.
Nothing? Just nothing?
The aliens took one of our pods and we made our report and continued with our objective.
What the hell? That was what I was thinking, but with a few more exclamation points to drive it home. They knew. Those rich bastards. Maybe they made a deal but 4 years ago? Were we sent here as some bait? Whatever it was, it didn't seem as if Lorvian knew about it. He seemed surprised to hear we sent androids first.
All crewmen prep for takeoff,
A machine-like voice announced on the loudspeakers. Take off.
We must strap ourselves in. The ship is preparing to move.
No, not here. Let's secure ourselves on board our ship. I didn't want to stay here, so I told Connor to take whatever he needed with him. Giving a damn was not on my menu. We were going to take whatever we could from this place and put it on our own ship where I felt safe. Lorvian would find me anyway. We wheeled out the 2 pieces of equipment Connor said were missing on our smaller ship, one large and the other rather small. Thankfully, it was a straight shot to the hangar bay. We wheeled the equipment up the ramp into the cargo bay and wasted no time heading to the single elevator connecting each floor.
What the hell are you 2 doing?
Cormac asked over the speaker. Stealing, I shouted, though I wasn't sure if he heard me.
Why?
Okay, great, he heard me. Because we need it, and you won't believe the news I've got for you. Lorvian's footsteps were heavy as he entered the cargo bay, this time dressed in something fancier, yet not as extravagant as when I first met him. A plain black high-collared tunic with a strange set of curved markings on the edges, a black cape with a dark gray fur collar, black pants, and boots. I think I saw the glint of a few weapons on him, as well as silver chains and cuffs. He looked like he had showered too, which made me all too aware of how shitty I looked. I sniffed my pits and smelled nothing. Well, it was better than smelling like B.O.
How did I know you were already here?
He smiled and kissed my forehead. He touched my ears and lifted my face by the chin, and I looked away from his dark eyes as I've always done. God, they got me every time, and I didn't even think I'd like a guy with dark eyes. Lorvian, I have something to tell you. I didn't want to tell him everything, but I didn't want to keep him in the dark. Perhaps I was still looking for a way to diffuse the tension of a possible attack. I now knew I couldn't trust humans as much as any alien, and if something shady was going on with our own, then I needed to have as many bases covered as possible. Connor told me that a human helped the Velesian kidnap him. He looked past me as if thinking about something, and then he looked at me again.
The only Velesians I know who have had contact with humans are my brothers, Zil and Regis. Phaon mentioned the possibility of contacting my siblings. I wouldn't be surprised if he already had dealings with one of them while he was making one with me. Though I find it hard to believe Zil would entertain speaking to him. Regis seems the likely culprit.
What will you do if this woman is pregnant?
I don't know yet, but I haven't forgotten what you told me.
He took me by the hand and guided me further on board. Did you know I was coming back to the ship? I asked, pleasantly surprised to see him.
I was on my way to come and get you.
He smiled. I guess we're on the same page about not wanting to stay on that ship.
Don't you worry, we'll leave soon.
We waited on board our smaller ship as the much larger capital ship transported us. I didn't know where the ship was going, and Lorvian didn't volunteer any details. I smiled, thinking of how he, like us, remained inside the smaller ship for the journey even though we didn't have to. But I loved it. Lorvian seemed more accessible and perhaps calmer now. Connor tinkered with the equipment before calling Lorvian in for tests. Cormac talked my head off about what he would like to change about the ship's color scheme. We needed some games, or better yet, food. I was getting hungry. After a few hours, Lorvian ordered us to take off in the smaller ship. Once we left the hangar bay, I saw where we were for the first time. The massive white and gray ship floating in the vastness of space was our colony ship. Chapter 22. After several minutes of organizing our ship's docking, Lorvian and I walked the long stretch of tube until we entered the ship. The ship was dim, all but the emergency lights, which flashed and flickered. The ship that once carried life within its walls was now void and hollow. It was like I had been gone for decades. Lorvian stopped and placed his hand on my shoulder, and we waited for the other Valesian male, and what looked like a human male to arrive. The Valesian looked nothing like Lorvian except for the height and ears. His face was more angular and thicker, and his long, straight, brownish red hair flowed well past his shoulders. It made me wonder if these aliens weren't just some sort of vampire elf. He looked at me with sharp gray eyes. Unlike Lorvian, I could meet his gaze. How hot were these aliens? It was then I noticed the man by his side. Short ginger hair, fierce light green eyes, and his most defining feature was a small strawberry birthmark on his cheek. I knew him. He was the guy who stole my wallet.
Lorvian,
the other greeted aloof in his approach, and I noticed that his voice carried a slight accent to it that was not like Lorvian's at all.
Zil,
Lorvian replied just as coldly. There was a cool sense of formality here, not what I would expect from siblings.
this is my human, Kevin.
Caspian,
Lorvian replied, gesturing toward me. What happened? Got caught stealing over running for your life, Kevin? I said, staring daggers at that bastard. And yeah, I stressed his name, if it was his real name.
I think we have other problems,
he said, shifting uncomfortably.
So it was a male, not a female, who has conceived. This is blessed news,
Lorvian said, ignoring our little exchange.
If he carries to term, then our race could be saved, and the king will reward you greatly.
Yes,
the other replied with his chin held high, as he seemed to look down on us both. I hated him already.
I will be the king who saved our people, especially if their women can conceive without the need for altering like the males. But if they all can transform into omegas with the gene therapy, these new aliens will indeed have their uses.
He stared at me.
How fortunate for you. Did you raid this ship with Regis? Was that your first encounter with them?
I don't know what you're talking about,
he replied, and neither did I.
You were always the smart one. Your mind is like a maze, but in your brilliance you tend to underestimate others. How did you set up a trade with these humans so quickly?
Lorvian continued.
Seems to me like this would take a long time to do, and all without the hegemony knowing.
The other laughed.
It is as I said, I have no idea what you are talking about. Regis sent me this human as a gift. I had no idea what it was until I read his report.
He scoffed.
However, he mentioned nothing about raiding them.
It was the Travel rebel Daruk who attacked these human colonists. While investigating this attack, I found my way to a slave camp in Kazai, where Daruk had fled to. I didn't find him there, but I found data that Regis was the true owner of the camp.
Regis would be a treasonous fool to throw his lot in with him.
I suggest summoning him here instead of me.
I was certain it was you who had a hand in this.
The other appeared to think.
And you may want to investigate that Omega of yours, brother. If he is a gift from Regis, then who knows what the little bugger is capable of.
Kevin fiddled with his fingers, and I felt bad for him. I wanted revenge for him stealing my father's wallet. the only memento I had left of him, and this inadvertently fell into my lap. I should have done the happy dance, but my stomach was in knots.
And the one standing next to you?
He sneered.
Was that creature also a gift from our brother?
I'm not a creature, I replied on instinct, and he seemed almost shocked and appalled that I would even address him.
Don't tell me you put a chip in him and it took.
Our chip, to be precise.
Lorvian smirked proudly.
I guess your human doesn't have one. Did it not take? Or you didn't bother?
The silence of the brothers spoke volumes.
So you just climbed on top of the poor lad and did your business, huh? And you call me a brute?
You can understand me?
Kevin looked at Lorvian as if he was his savior. Now, I wanted to find a way to help him out of this mess. Well, I wanted to until he pointed an accusatory finger in my direction.
I know this guy, and he's a born liar. He's a spy for our planet.
You fucking lying bastard. I lunged for him, and before I knew it, Lorvian was pushing his brother back. I didn't know how close I came to death until I saw a piece of my tunic caught in the tips of his long, sharp nails.
I will have this whore's head.
Lorvian laughed and gave his brother one more shove.
Your Omega accused mine of a heinous crime, which caused him to lash out the way he did. See the advantages of getting them chipped.
What of it?
Zil looked to Kevin, then to me, and settled down. I hid behind Lorvian for protection. I didn't know what Kevin's game was, but all kinds of fuck him.
My human is a little Vulcan, which is why I trust him. He will do and say whatever he has to save his own ass.
Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence.
So you don't even trust him?
The other Velician laughed.
Why would he tell me something that disadvantages him? Surely this human man's pregnancy boosts his own value and ensures his own safety as well, does it not? Perhaps you ought to have him properly inspected in case Regis is playing you for a fool.
Zil looked at Kevin, and for a moment I thought he would rip him apart like he tried to do me.
No Omega makes a fool of me,
he said through clenched teeth, and I saw his large curved fangs for the first time. He then looked to Lorvian.
If this human is working for Regis in some plot against me, I will have my answer. But first I will have him tested for a pregnancy. If he is not pregnant, then I will relinquish my protections from him and have him tortured until he tells me everything I need to know about what our brother is plotting.
He then looked at me.
Human, translate.
The air grew as cold as deep winter. I didn't want to say the words, but I also wanted this over with, and I was pissed off on top of being afraid. If Lorvian thinks I'm a spy, then what the hell will happen to me once we get back to the ship? Kevin, that fucker fucked me. I told him exactly what he said, and enjoyed the look of terror that swept across his face. Chapter 23. I had no friends, which was the best motto to use while I was here. Fuck trying to make them too. This place was ruthless. If you wanted to survive, you had to become just as ruthless as the next person. Now I was seeing that. I couldn't even trust my own kind, and now I felt like a fool for bothering. If Lorvian wanted to fight them, then I hope he enjoys himself. But what would it matter, because I would probably be dead before it happens. I stared at him as Connor told Kevin to lie on the table of the still intact med bay of our colony ship to perform the pregnancy tests. I avoided Lorvian's gaze as usual, but this time, out of fear, I could feel his eyes burning into me. What was he thinking? I vowed to myself that I would not die a pointless death here, not after everything I've done to get here. What happened to your Omegas? I asked Lorvian, trying to keep up a normal conversation. That is, if asking why his people were dying off was a normal conversation. You were born, and so was your brother, so I would assume the virus isn't that bad.
Virus? Where did you hear that?
His brow cocked in my direction. Tavi told me...
I see.
Is that wrong?
No.
He sighed.
The virus did more than just cripple our birth rates. It forced our people to destroy each other. Before the virus, there were two ruling families on our planet, the Id-Ashar and Kra'ozathan. They ruled in peace from what I heard. I wasn't born then.
He waved his hand dismissively.
They fought over the few remaining members of their population still capable of breeding, especially the Omegas. My father inherited the war with the Id Arsha, and once he defeated them, he created the hegemony under House Kra'azathan. He created the system we have now. With this, we staved off the death of our species. The hegemony, along with the discovery of the travels 200 years ago. We enslaved them, experimented on them as we had done to you, and impregnated the ones we could. Now over half of our population is mixed. But travels aren't capable of carrying to term in most cases, so it's still not a viable way to keep our species from dying. That's why the discovery of a race of aliens who look almost similar to us is important, and why we must know if you are capable of birthing our children.
What about your war?
We would be fools to wipe out a source we need. I want no more talk of your precious Earth right now and how I shouldn't attack them.
He scoffed. I wasn't going to say anything like that, I replied, not interested in another argument.
Oh?
Yeah, I think I give up. I don't even know what the hell I would fight for. I sighed as I thought of the dreaded question of what would happen to me, but I couldn't bring myself to ask it.
The results are in.
Connor approached Lorvian, and Zill joined us from the other side of the room. Lorvian translated to Zill that the results were in, and from the corner of my eye, Kevin bolted like hell out of the room. I went after him, and Lorvian and Zill were hot on my heels. We ducked around a corner and I noticed the sign as I passed. He was heading to the escape pods. Were there any left? I entered the massive room right behind him and followed his climb up the stairs to a small row of what looked like one functioning pod above. Kevin, wait! I hollered, not wanting him to escape. Was he a spy? There was no way I was going to just let him ruin my life and get away with it. He entered the pod, and a blow to my stomach pushed me back, and I tumbled into Lorvian's arms. Before I knew it, he was off, blasting away from the ship.
Fire on that pod, but do not destroy it.
Zill yelled into his comms device, and the pod whipped about once. A blast of energy hit the tail end.
Good. Prepare to retrieve the pod and take the occupant to my capital ship for interrogation.
Connor wasn't too far behind. What are you going to do to him? I asked, trembling with fear and pain. Lorvian pulled me close to him to soothe me, and I breathed deep from the gut kick that nearly knocked the wind out of me.
I informed them while we were chasing after you that he was not pregnant,
Connor said from the back.
What is this?
Zill approached and touched my ears. Lorvian pushed him back and stood in front of me.
Nothing,
he said with a snarl. I realized that when he kicked me back, my hood came off, revealing my pointed shell-like ears.
Oh, I would say it is, little brother.
He pulled his weapons, two crazy-looking blades, from his sheath, and Lorvian followed.
Connor, get Caspian to the ship.
Lorvian.
Go!
Connor grabbed me, pulling me away as Lorvian attacked. God damn it, I couldn't leave him alone. Connor, I have to stay.
These particular aliens are violent and strong. What could you do for him that he can't do for himself right now?
I couldn't answer, so I let him whisk me away until we reached the ship. I felt useless as usual, and my confidence in everything deflated. Connor sat next to Cormac, filling him in on the details when the airlock opened, and Lorvian had entered okay for the most part, if not for the bloody scar on the edge of his jaw.
Fire on Zill's engines,
he ordered, standing at the podium and fiddling with the console.
Let the bastard stew there for a while.
Connor disappeared to the turret station, and it wasn't long before several blasts hit the tail end of the other ship. Cormac controlled the ship, putting some distance between us and the Ignis. What the heck was I thinking, trying to run away? Did he know that's what I was trying to do? Or did it look like I was chasing down Kevin? Would Lorvian even believe me about his accusations? My uncertainty spoke volumes. Perhaps I didn't really trust him. A bead of sweat rolled down my face, and a cold chill filled every bone. That damn stomach pain came again in waves, like ripples of something beating and thumping inside. I wanted to vomit, though I hadn't eaten anything. I rushed to our quarters and locked the door, but Lorvian wasn't too far behind.
Caspian?
Lorvian called to me from the other side. His voice was calm. Yes, I replied. If I had to stay in this room forever, I would.
Open the door, the danger has passed.
I don't want to.
Why? Is it about what that other human said about you?
He was lying, I yelled, unable to keep myself in check. Do you believe him?
No, I don't. Even if you were a spy, would the humans trust you again? You're looking more and more Valesian by the second.
So you don't trust me. I wiped my nose. You just figured humans would reject me because of how I look.
Do you trust me?
I didn't answer.
Ah, you don't, do you? If you did, you wouldn't be making such a big deal of this. You would simply tell me he was a liar and then leave it at that. So why should I trust you if you don't trust me?
You're right. Maybe I can't help it.
I want you to hear something,
he said before I heard the comm system in action again.
This is Krauser-Thunon to Ebenezer speaking to Second Swarty.
Sir, what's your ETA?
There will be no ETA. My orders are for you to take my ship home. I will make all arrangements to pay the civvy fee, and all crew will be dismissed until further notice.
Lorvian.
Swarty, congratulations on your upcoming nuptials. It's been a pleasure serving with you all.
Yes, sir, I feel the same way.
Once the comms shut off, I spoke. You did that for me? I breathed, unable to believe what I was hearing.
For us both. There's no point in riding around in a warship if I'm not going to war. Besides, a smaller ship may be what I need. If my father is determined not to fight these new aliens, and there could be possible deals happening behind my back to ensure peace, then I am merely fighting a losing battle against the tides. You have nothing to fear of me.
I opened the door and nearly fell into his arms. That kick was rough, but I've been through worse, and yet I was having a hard time recovering.
Caspian?
He felt my burning forehead.
Connor?
No, I said, pulling away. I think I need to lie down.
Are you sure?
Yeah. And are you sure about us staying on this ship?
Yeah.
Cormac said over the loudspeaker.
Because you promised me a ship.
And I've kept my word, in my own way. It's my ship, but I won't interfere in your private business, and you need money. You won't get a better paying customer than myself.
Well, when you put it that way.
I was happy to hear this. I would show him how happy I would be if I didn't feel like death right now.
I know this will not make you trust me completely, but I hope it shows that I'm willing to meet you halfway.
He kissed me, and it was almost enough to make me forget the pain. Me too. I want this to work. I sighed with relief. So what will we do now? Smuggle supplies, take on pirates, explore distant planets? He laughed.
We should head to a refueling station and stock up on food. I'm hungry and willing to bet you are too.
Famished, I said, feeling embarrassed by the little snot I left on my sleeve. I'm going to wash this, take a shower, and get some sleep.
Okay.
I entered our cabin. It had a nice ring to it, but I couldn't spend too much time dreaming about my little 200-square-foot home. I had tripped over something and caught myself on the wall before I fell to the floor. A green substance trail followed me, and when I looked at the cause of my stumble, I screamed in horror. It was the body of an alien sprawled on the floor, greenish blood pooled about. Lorvian rushed inside, weapon out and ready to fight.
Tavi?
He kneeled beside her and checked to see if she was alive. I remember her. Lorvian lifted her, and together we headed to the med bay, with Connor entering not too long after we did. She moaned and groaned as Connor applied something under her nose, and then he went to work on her various wounds in a manner that only a machine could.
Lorvian.
She opened her eyes.
Thank the stars.
Remain calm,
Connor instructed, as he applied a gel and wrapped the wound clean.
What happened?
Lorvian asked the million-dollar question.
It was Swarty. I saw him conversing with another Valesian over comms. He tried to silence me.
Swarty?
Lorvian pinched his nose.
Who was it? One of my siblings?
I don't know. The conversation didn't seem so damning.
You'd be surprised. What did he say when you walked in before he noticed you?
Her eyes darted about.
I think it was something like Idi Arshar, Ashi Dasha. I don't know what that is.
Id Arshar ever for tyrants.
Lorvian repeated somberly.
It's old script. My dammer insisted I learn it. The Id Arshar are no more. I'm not familiar with the saying, unless Swarty is trying to revive a dead house.
Lorvian chuckled.
I lost him, but not before he wounded me. I had no other place to go, so I hid on board this ship, hoping you would have need of it. I must have passed out from my wounds.
Anything else you heard?
I think he mentioned something about the location of the human colony in the Wallachia Valley on Cerulia.
Get some rest,
he urged before leaving the room. So, Scion 37Y already had a name. I would laugh if a part of me weren't nervous. Just when we were making progress, something came along to blow us back a few notches.
I'm sorry,
Tavi breathed. Don't be. You work for Lorvian, not me. We don't know each other. I sat down in the next bed because I needed to. I don't know if I will understand why you are loyal despite your people's conflict with him. But I might find out for myself soon.
Wait a minute. You look like a Valesian. Almost.
Her eyes widened. It's a long story that not even I understand, but this place is changing me, and I don't know if it's good or bad.
Amazing. Perhaps you will be immortal like them as well.
Lorvian said they have long lives, but immortality?
I've only heard of them dying in battle or murder, never of old age.
She coughed.
As for your curiosity, the Valesians are brutal. I think their near immortality gives them a lot of confidence while fighting. They are hard to kill. But Lorvian's ship is the best to work on. Others, like Xantos, his brother, are not good ships at all. Xantos has a twisted soul. He would have passed me around to every alpha on board his ship until I popped out a baby. Lorvian is more of a warmonger, but he's no tyrant.
That keeps him busy.
Yes, more or less. He loves fighting more than fucking.
You trust him, even after he killed your people?
My king condemned me to the life of a sex slave. It was a hard life. Eventually, the people had enough of our terrible royal family and rose against them. Not everything is as black and white as good guys versus bad. To some, like Prince Daruk, Lorvian is a monster who stole his people and usurped him. Lorvian saved me and gave me a purpose other than pleasing a group of nobles. Surely not every royal family was like mine, but still he saved my soul. Was everything great back home among your people?
We have our conflicts. Even though we are the same, we come from different places and cultures. We judge each other based on where we come from. It works both ways. We judge people as good or bad based on it. Women have freedom in other parts of the world, and none in others. People eat like gluttons while others starve and die. If Lorvian invaded my planet, the ones living free and eating hearty would hate it. But maybe those who feel trapped would love him. I wondered how I would have felt about Lorvian if I had been stuck on Earth living my dead-end life. Chapter 24. Now I felt confused, and this little talk made me understand how selfish I was. Or maybe that wasn't the right word. Perhaps naive. I pictured an invasion like a movie where all of us would band together to fight a common threat. But maybe it wouldn't be that way. Why would I think that?
Caspian, here is some honest advice.
She touched my arm to draw my full attention.
Relax. Sometimes you can't control what happens at all times. Sometimes it's okay to ride the waves too. I don't think you can solve your entire planet's problems.
For a while I felt that way, with this whole breeding thing.
If impregnating you obsessed Lorvian, he would have passed you about, or he would be inside of you day and night to ensure a pregnancy.
I'll let you rest. I stood up to leave. I still needed a rest and didn't want to take up too much of her time.
Caspian?
Lorvian waited for me outside the room. I hoped he didn't hear all of that, but it doesn't matter now.
We're going to Wallachia to speak to the human colonists.
I hope not aggressively.
No, but that depends on your people. Of course, I will need you to translate.
And if that Daruk person is there, I remember you telling that Daruk was looking for the human colony. You wanted him to go to rile them up to fight.
Ah.
He smiled.
You remembered and were paying attention even back then. I knew I liked your Vulcan self.
I laughed. I had no idea what that even was or how it related to my behavior. Okay, I give up. What is a Vulcan?
A crafty and cunning animal back home.
Wait, are you calling me a weasel? I put my hands on my hips in mock anger. He threw his head back in laughter.
So, you have your own animal equivalent.
I waved him off and walked by toward the elevator, and I was glad he followed. I can't believe you think I'm a weasel.
Is that an insult?
Back home, yeah.
Sorry. But I don't think there is anything wrong with being either of those things. The man who snuck on board a colony ship defied everyone as he did, and did whatever it took to succeed. That is what I admire about you and why I've fallen for you. I would like for him to stay.
He isn't going anywhere. I held on to his rough hands. But that doesn't mean I want my people enslaved or a war.
My father has been alive for a long time. He no longer wishes to be king and will need a proper heir. He wants to go to sleep knowing he created a balanced and peaceful galaxy. You see, I know that the peace he holds is shaky. When he closes his eyes, everyone will fight again. There are many more aliens like Fion who will profit from war, those like Daruk who won't stop fighting for power, and those easily manipulated by both. Where do you think humans will fall if this happens? Every alien in this sector knows you exist now. They most likely have found your planet. What keeps them from raiding it? We do. Velicians. Or more importantly, the fear of my military. And believe me when I say this, you would have more purpose and freedom under Velician rule than you would under any of theirs.
Then to have ultimate freedom is to get rid of you all. I couldn't help but sneer. I still didn't like the idea of mankind submitting like the others.
Perhaps you could fight us all or fight the Velicians and rule in our place over all others. That would be a much more favorable outcome for humans. Try it if you think your people can win.
He shrugged.
But be careful, that isn't erosion of your species' self-deification speaking. It's a term we have for the narcissistic psychological thought processes of first contact species. For centuries, you believed you were alone, that you were the beings who were conquering the stars, your own masters. Now you realize that millions of beings have already conquered it long before you, that there is a ruling government established here, and that we will expect your people to abide by our laws whether you like it or not. You're now just 1,000,001, or more accurately put, 52.
And what would you do if that was the case?
We haven't blown you to bits.
He kissed me. Why convince me anyway? Why not go straight to Earth to convince my leaders?
Because I'm no diplomat, and I'd rather speak to you about it. I don't believe men are above fighting or political matters.
So, you want me to fight you?
You may not have a choice in fighting anyone.
He sighed, as if he said something he didn't want to say.
Let's take it one step at a time. I can't control what you decide to do. I don't want to do that, even if I could. I want you with me because you choose to be, but I won't paint pretty pictures to keep you happy.
He walked away, done with the conversation, and how come I felt like shit. I headed to the bridge instead to watch the stars go by. But by the way Cormac was looking at me, I was starting to think that was a bad idea.
Well, shit.
He gasped and turned to focus on, I want to say the road, but that would be stupid. I think I may need a mirror. I groaned.
You look beautiful.
Lorvian stood at the door.
Come with me to the cargo hold,
he said before leaving. I followed, curious as to what this request was about. He stood in the large and relatively empty space. The only items in here were a few old crates scattered about.
How are you feeling?
The pain comes in waves, but I feel a bit better now.
Good.
He pulled a short sword from his belt and handed it to me. "What is this?" I said, confused as I looked at the sleek black handle and smooth hard metal.
"You need to learn more than just how to shoot a turret. You need some melee combat skills, even if it's just a little."
"Lorvian, I doubt I could do anything combat-related but shoot a turret, and I have hours of gaming to thank for that."
"I know Elvira didn't hurt you, and I'm glad. But she could have just as easily done so. It would make me feel better if you learned something of self-defense, especially against my kind."
He looked serious, like he knew something I didn't. Or maybe, with the way I was changing, it wasn't normal even for this place. Cormac still looked human. Kevin looked human. But the way Zill came after me once he saw my transformation? Yeah, Lorvian was right. I needed to learn how to fight.
"Try to cut me. Don't be afraid of hurting me. I want you to hurt me."
He said in the most soothing voice I've ever heard from him. I wanted him, wanted to feel my arms around his strong body, and to feel him pushing into me, but this wasn't the time nor place. Well, it wasn't the time, at least. I swung the weapon as fast as I could, and he dodged each attack while egging me on and giving me tips on my form. I needed to loosen up, let my weight flow with the blade's movements, and keep the momentum. I couldn't cut him. We were both sweating, but I was more tired than him, and I spat up some bile.
"This is the first day. We'll take it easy for now until you feel much better."
Chapter 25. Oh my God, that big blue ball in the sky looked no different from Earth. Well, the only difference was the landmass, but it was still beautiful. I braced myself as we entered the atmosphere, and after extensive traveling through what looked like the marshes, we came across a large body of water, an ocean. Sure enough, there it was, the colony tucked away within a mountain crater shaped like a half moon. Rows of white domes lined several miles like an American suburb. Larger domes lined the outskirts, along with a large water tower.
Wow.
Cormac sighed as we approached.
Overall, we ain't doing so bad.
I chuckled. Yeah, it's beautiful.
"Get on the turret,"
Lorvian ordered, and I noticed he was dressed in his slimmer armor. Why?
"My siblings are here."
We got closer to the colony, and now I saw the smoke on the horizon, along with several ships whizzing by overhead. The colony was under attack. I ran for the turret. As we flew by, I noticed the familiar animals of our homeworld scurrying toward their barns for safety and people running with their guns beside what looked like travels. I fired on one ship which hovered over a larger dome. Cormac tilted us and looped around, but the fast change in altitude disoriented me, and I couldn't get a shot in. I saw Lorvian touch ground, and I fired on the ship that tried to hover over him before leaving the turret station. "Cormac, land!" I grabbed the blaster I spotted on the podium console and headed to the airlock.
"This is insane!"
Cormac yelled, but he hovered low enough for me to jump. I opened the airlock, leaped from the ship, and landed on my wobbly feet. Blaster bolts zipped and whizzed through the air, passing a little too close for comfort. Cormac had flown back up, and it must have been Connor on the turret now because each shot landed with far more precision than any of mine. Rolling into cover, I tried to remain as unseen as possible. I stumbled on a body of a young woman, a human. I held my mouth to stifle a scream. Humans, Travol, and Valesian soldiers were fighting, and judging by the bodies littering the settlement, we weren't faring too well. I couldn't find Lorvian among the soldiers, but I saw a familiar face. Light-skinned, bald head, dressed in a white and gray uniform that looked militaristic. I ran over to him when the coast was clear. "Derek!" I shouted, but ducked low when a sword swung at my head. I remembered Lorvian's moves when he evaded my attacks. "Derek, it's me, Caspian, RA number 88603. He halted his attack and gasped. I had to remember how different I looked. I still wasn't used to it because aside from the bouts of pain, I didn't feel any different. Before I could mutter a word, he grabbed me and led me inside one of the larger domes, which looked like a factory.
"Caspian?"
"Yeah, it's me. I know I look different."
"What the actual fuck?"
He touched my ears.
"It's you!"
He gasped in horror.
"I thought you didn't make it. What the hell happened?"
"It's a long story. What's happening here?"
"I guess it's not a surprise to you that aliens are here. Someone named Daruk prepared us for them. We never should have come here. Now, over half the colonists are dead.
The tall aliens call themselves Velesians.
Yeah, I know that much.
Oh, and this Daruk might not be entirely trustworthy himself.
You don't look entirely trustworthy. Right now, I don't care. Whatever we can do.
Lorvian! I shouted and pushed Derek out of the way as Lorvian punched a hole in the wall where he stood. Derek fired on him, and Lorvian was on him, the obvious superior fighter. Stop it, he's a friend, I yelled, and Lorvian halted his attack.
Caspian?
Lorvian looked at me as though he had seen me for the first time. Yeah. I nodded and beckoned him to me while Derek scrambled to his feet. Don't do anything, Derek, it's okay, he's a friend.
A friend?
He exclaimed.
We'll talk later once I kick my siblings off this planet.
The foundations shook and rattled the structure. Lorvian held me tight and looked out the door. The horizon lit up in an array of fiery orange and black-gray smoke.
Xantos has lost his fucking mind.
Lorvian gasped at the bombardment. Lorvian yanked me deeper into the structure and held me close to his cold armor as rubble broke apart above us, taking us down with it. I couldn't see much of anything, but I could feel the warm blood spill on my face and leak between my pecs. Lorvian! I yelled, but I got no response. I used my feet to press against the thick rubble on his back, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but I pushed with the strength of my legs and was surprised when it gave way and shifted until it fell to the side. He used his body to bear the brunt of the fallen rubble. Derek poked his head up once everything was clear. When I looked to the skies, I saw peeking from the clouds was a massive ship while the other tilted. Smoke billowed and burned before it backed off and disappeared from the sky, leaving that other massive ship. I didn't know what to expect, but the Velesians were scrambling to their shuttles and departing. All became quiet. The fighting was at an end. Smoke and debris littered the area along with greenish and black blood intermingling with red. That large ship still lingered in the sky, filling me with dread, yet it did nothing.
Sir.
I heard a voice through the static. It was Swarty. I grabbed Lorvian's wristband communicator as he lay in the heap. Hello! Lorvian is hurt! We need help! Shit. The static overpowered his voice. I called for him a few more times before giving up. Derek.
Yeah, I'm still alive.
He limped toward me, holding his bloody sides. He looked over at Lorvian, who was unconscious.
They don't look so scary up close.
Blood shot out of his mouth. He's not here to hurt you. He saved my life and has been taking care of me since I got here. A little lie wouldn't hurt. Derek dragged a slab of the prefab siding over and tossed it over Lorvian, shielding him from sight.
You have a lot of explaining to do.
He groaned.
But right now, let's make sure no one kills him. We have a hospital in the dome on the eastern section of the colony. If it's still there, we can grab a rover and some supplies and patch him up.
This was the only plan that made sense. I slipped my hood over my head to cover my ears, and together, we walked through the leftover carnage. A tall, red-haired woman stood at the Outer Worlds Medical Center entrance, ushering the wounded inside.
Derek!
She ran over to him to help him inside.
It looks worse than it feels.
He groaned when she sat him in a chair. Every bed looked like it was occupied. Blood and debris littered the floor. This was a war hospital, and I couldn't stand the symphony of wailing that bellowed throughout the hall. I needed to get to Lorvian as fast as possible. There was nothing I felt I could do for them but tell them what was going on as much as I could and leave. Or maybe I was hit with the desire to run away, like I ran away from my problems back home. A man entered the glass doors, but he wasn't human at all. He was Travol, and unlike Tavi, his face was wider and his jaw stronger. His blue face carried several scars and markings. He looked hardened, like he was ready to kill at a moment's notice if given the opportunity. This was Daruk himself, Tavi's brother, the man who used her with her father.
Hey!
Derek called him over.
We have a Velesian alive at the recycling facility, what's left of it.
No! I shouted, feeling betrayed. Derek!
I'm sorry, Caspian, but I don't know what's happening to you and we can't take a chance with our enemy.
A living Valisian.
Daruk's face seemed to light up.
He won't be for long.
He rushed out the door and I ran after him, grabbing him and pulling him back with a strength I didn't even know I possessed. He kicked me away and tore at my hood until it ripped off and displayed my ears and whatever else may have changed. I heard the charging weapons behind me, and Daruk held up his hands to stop them.
What manner of creature is this?
Daruk walked a circle around me. I'm human, I said, a creepy shiver crawling along my spine.
I don't think so, at least not anymore. You're more understandable than the others. You humans, your language is so fucking difficult even with the chip.
I saw our ship land at the large landing pad behind him, and all I wanted was for Connor or Cormac to fire on these bastards. I wanted to leave now. I wanted to go back to our ship with Lorvian and just stay in the stars. It was like reality was hitting me all at once, and Tavi's words rang in my head that I couldn't fix my planet's problems.
Lock it up,
he ordered, when a small jingle sounded on his communications.
Tavi!
He gasped, as if he knew straight away it was her.
I'm on this ship behind you,
she said, her voice still sounding weak. He gestured to his men to approach the ship when a blast of fire halted their advance.
Don't even think of coming near this ship. We have plenty of weaponry to blast you away.
Tavi, we can talk about this.
A Valesian capital ship is here, and it is filled with more soldiers than you can handle. Do you believe you can take on another assault?
Traitor.
There is a Valesian prince in that colony, one you are very familiar with.
Tavi, I yelled in distress.
That guy you have is his boy toy. I'm sure the two of you will have plenty to discuss.
I didn't understand why she was doing this. She was loyal to Lorvian. She said Daruk had hurt her. Why would she help him by giving away Lorvian's status? Now I worried about Cormac and Connor. Were they okay in there? That lying bitch? Daruk grabbed me crudely and laughed while taking me to the rover and tossing me inside. He gestured for Derek to come with us and lead us to Lorvian's location. We reached the nearly destroyed factory, where we hid Lorvian, and a part of me hoped he had woken up and was in hiding somewhere else, but it was wishful thinking. Daruk removed the panel, and he was there before I could think. Daruk flew back from a powerful blast and was hitting the pavement. His shoulder was now smoking with a hole in it. Lorvian picked himself up sluggishly, and Daruk was on his feet and grabbed me before I could register the movement.
Now we can truly bargain,
Daruk growled and pointed his blade at my throat.
What do you want?
Lorvian replied as he leaned against a broken wall.
So did your own siblings turn on you? Now do you know how that feels?
They're fools just like you, Daruk. I'll never know what they thought they would accomplish by coming here to fight, but they must have a reason.
I spoke to Tavi.
He spat blood from his mouth.
She's as feisty as ever.
I'm sure you want her back in your bed so you can have her birth your half-wit children, but if she wanted to return, she could have a long time ago.
And this human, maybe I should cut my losses and just end him.
And what will you gain from that?
Lorvian cut him off. I could see the small bouts of concern in his eyes, though he kept them sharp and focused like a cat prowling prey.
You kill him, and you and all your men along with these humans will die. Everything you have will be mine. And all you will get is a small bout of satisfaction before I make you eat your cock.
Lorvian shrugged.
So now the pointless threats are over. What do you really want, Daruk? As you can see, these humans are far more valuable than your species. Even now I hear my child's heartbeat within him, and I have it on good authority that his change means that my child will be born right, as close to pure Valesian as a child with another species can get.
I gasped at the knowledge. I didn't even know I was pregnant.
So, you see, you are in a much more powerful position than you think.
The other laughed.
I suppose I am. I hold the future of your people in my arms. I guess we can bargain. First, return my sister to me at once. Then I want you to release all travel women and men from your service and harems, kick them from your sovereign planet so they will have nowhere to go but home. Then we will have peace.
Fine. My people are already here to collect the humans. Tell your men to step aside so we can work.
Gladly.
Wait!
Derek cried out.
What the hell is going on? Are you going to let them take us?
The knife wobbled before it rose as someone picked it up with the most tender touches. Was this Lorvian's power? I didn't think about it long. I took the opportunity and reached out to grab it, and without hesitation, I sank the blade into Daruk's leg and twisted it. He groaned in pain and let me go, and I stumbled away from him. Lorvian was on him, pounding his face until he ceased to move.
"Are you okay?"
he asked me after delivering the last punch. Daruk stayed down as Lorvian rose. "Yeah." Derek stood behind me, and behind him another rover pulled up. That red-haired woman got out and ran to his side.
"It would seem I don't need you to translate,"
Lorvian breathed.
"I see the scars of an implant on that one."
He pointed to Derek.
Yeah. An alien who looked like you held our people hostage and forced me to get this implant to understand his demands better."
"So you sold the colonists out to protect yourself?" I sneered.
"No. We were held hostage, and he took whatever he wanted. I was just recovering from my landing on this planet. What else was I supposed to do?"
"And Connor?"
"Who?"
"The Connor model?" I asked, wondering if Derek was the human Connor was speaking of.
"What about it?" I gave him one. Once again, what was I supposed to do?
"What did this alien look like? Any distinguishing features?"
Lorvian huffed.
"Blonde hair, shaved at the sides, with the long parts swept in a bun. He had a scar across his cheek, like an X."
"Regis,"
Lorvian sighed.
After they left, that blue alien named Daruk showed up and gave us weapons, telling us that we had to fight the Valesians. He gave us the will and power to fight back. And now I just feel like a damn pawn in a game I have no fucking clue about.
"I told you he was just using you all." I spat at Derek, feeling vindicated as hell.
"I'm a friend,"
Lorvian said.
"Perhaps the only one you humans have at the moment. If you have the means, lock him and his people away."
Derek looked to the woman, translating everything Lorvian had said.
"We don't trust you either,"
the red-haired woman shouted as she kept her gun trained on Lorvian, forcing him to hold up his arms.
"Like hell, we're gonna allow ourselves to be used as cannon fodder."
They locked them both in a cell, Lorvian in one and Daruk in the other. I tried to protest, but Lorvian shook his head. I still didn't understand why he allowed himself to be locked up when our ship was here, but I had to trust that he knew what he was doing.
"I'm sorry, Caspian."
Derek sighed, looking as though he was tired of the world.
"We've been through our own nightmare since we arrived. All of our leaders are dead, and they destroyed the communicator to Earth. We are flying by the seat of our pants here."
"Sir,"
a young man who looked no more than 16 hollered for Derek to come. Outside in the center of the colony's courtyard, a shuttle had landed, and over a dozen soldiers poured from inside with Swarty at the center. Every human capable of holding a gun rushed to the scene, but who the hell were we kidding? We were outgunned for sure.
"Caspian,"
Swarty called, and I approached, unsure what would happen. I remembered Lorvian had told them to go, unless it was a lie. And what of Tavi and her story? Once again, I trusted no one but Lorvian, Connor, and surprisingly Cormac. Lorvian is safe but locked up.
"I see."
He looked around at the carnage.
"Tell them we're willing to talk."
"Look, we just want some answers here,"
Derek said, having enough.
"You have a translator? Good."
Swarty smirked.
"And you will have them, along with a mutually beneficial relationship. We, all of us, your leaders, mine, and even Daruk."
He spoke loud enough so that the few travel soldiers who came with Daruk could hear. "We can use our ship for this meeting," I said, hoping this would net us some advantage. I wanted Lorvian out of jail and wanted us in a position to leave any time we needed to. If Tavi's story was a lie, then perhaps Swarty was still Lorvian's man. If he was, then the tides favored us, and there was no reason the colony could keep him locked away. As for Tavi, I planned to speak to her in person to uncover her lies, but Lorvian came first. I returned to the cells to retrieve him, demanding they release him, which the guard reluctantly did once Derek gave the go-ahead. "Lorvian."
"Caspian, don't worry. It'll all work out."
He held me close and kissed my forehead. Nothing mattered. We were safe as we could be.
Chapter 26. Lorvian. These humans were quite interesting, I would give them that. Not less than hours after an attack, they were already rebuilding, though I was certain that a few of them were their machines. The wounded were rushed to the medical bays and treated for many burns, broken bones and cuts. The dead lined the pavement for loved ones to identify. Some had already created brick and cement from the soil to begin repairs on their crumbling homes and factories. I crossed my legs and spun about in what Caspian called an office chair, in what he further described as the CEO or director's office. The position of director was mine, I suppose, given I practically held these humans hostage. This office was also clean, untouched by the fighting that took place here. No blood or dirt anywhere. The glass was spotless and well made, though thinner than the glass we Velicians would use. Our motto was that if it could shatter in one punch, then it was too flimsy to use. Actually, that wasn't our motto, but we made nothing that could break easily. The office was large enough for a small bedroom. The next section housed a sizable bed, shower, toilet areas, and a small lounge. Aside from the comfort, this room was on the top floor and provided 360 views of the entire colony and beyond its invisible border. Whoever chose this spot to build made a wise move. I looked down at the courtyard, where Swarty directed a few of the soldiers before heading this way. I still didn't know what to think of him, or his motives right now. On one hand, I still didn't trust him. As I said before, he had a mind like a maze. However, it was becoming more and more apparent that I couldn't make any major moves without him or my military to back me up, especially if the humans fixed their comm system to Earth and informed them of the attack with their little panic-stricken voices. I didn't believe they would immediately inform me they had fixed their systems before contacting their home planet. I watched Caspian wander about below, trying his best to help anyone in need, only to find himself rebuffed at almost every turn. Poor beloved Caspian. Loved by me, yet hated by his own kind. Were they still his own? He certainly seemed to think so. I needed to mate him officially and soon, except I'd never done it before, nor had I ever met any man that had made me want to do it until now. My ignorance was showing in this regard, and I didn't know who to ask for advice.
Sir.
Swarty entered, closing the doors behind him.
The crew is working well with the humans, and construction will be underway soon, just as you ordered. However, some tension still exists, and fights seem to break out spontaneously. If I were to be so blunt, I don't understand why you would aid them to this extent, as we have our own problems.
Why did you come here? I turned to face him. Of course, he would still be so damn clean despite having dust and debris on his face for hours on end. Why save me? What do you want?
Must I have a reason to save my commander?
Cut the bullshit, I replied, not interested in this verbal tit-for-tat. You know I don't trust you.
I know,
he replied without hurt, anger, or surprise.
That's why you purchased that ship out there and why you dismissed us.
But you knew I was here and came instead.
Our people needed you, and I couldn't allow you to die saving a bunch of aliens.
He scoffed.
I still had a bug on you. What does it matter?
Who are you spying for? Is it my father? I watched his face turn ever so slightly, his lips curled and eyes sharpened damn near to slits.
I spied on you, not for your father, but because there are others who are invested in you and your successes. You are all we have. You asked me what I want from you, Lorvian. Well, I want you to be a good leader.
And you don't think I am? Is that why you've gone behind my back? Speaking to Phaon, spouting Idashar rhetoric, trying to kill Tavi because she saw you. Now, his face changed to one of concern.
I didn't try to kill Tavi,
he spat.
She means nothing to me. As for Phaon, so what? He was the most powerful person on Eros.
So, you don't deny it?
No, I don't. I figured coming into contact with him would benefit you to a degree.
He tried to kill me.
I know, and now you are the most powerful man in Eros.
Well, this was interesting. How so? I wanted to gut him from cock to throat, but I couldn't deny he had been a good help, and I was interested in what he had to say for himself. I wouldn't have made it this far in life if I was an emotional wreck.
We've been planning Phaon's death for quite some time, using him to take Eros from the Petra gang who ruled it before, and his usefulness was at an end. We could have been successful had he not taken Elvira's brother Draven. He was all she had left, and she wasn't willing to risk losing him.
So, you used me to dispatch him. Who the hell are you? Or more importantly, who is this we?
Elvira and Draven, along with a few others sympathetic to our cause, are making sure Eros becomes a haven for you should you want it.
Our cause?
Sir, we are Idar-Shar, including yourself.
Bullshit! I am the son of King Xeon of House Krau-Ozatharn.
But you are also your Dama's son.
My Dama was a low-born harem wench.
He was the Prince of House Idar-Shar.
He riled up but backed down and squeezed his brow to calm himself. This wasn't the first time he and I had argued, so I was used to it. Come to think of it, he was the only person on board my ship who talked back.
And you are its last surviving heir.
You're lying, I sneered.
After your father's victory and all Idar-Shar nobles had been chased off or slain, your father took Prince Nestorin Idar-Shar, your Dama, as his concubine, and he forced him to live as his whore. You are not just Prince Lorvian of Krau-Ozatharn, but also of Idar-Shar, and unfortunately, our people have not given up. They waited for you to come of age.
Unfortunately? What an interesting way of putting it. My mind raced with memories of my childhood, trying to recall any semblance that anything spoken right now was true. Out of all the Omega in my father's harem, they considered my Dama the lowest, and yet he let him have his own estate near the palace. He came to visit me often and even allowed me to live in the palace once I was old enough to decide for myself. I left my Dama behind, only returning to his side to bring him small gifts from my travels. But I wasn't by his side when he went to sleep. My father had sent me off on a campaign in the Caucasus Seas. Now Swarty didn't seem so crazy. For what have my other low-born siblings done? Have they spent as much time with father's first children as I have? I don't recall, so why me?
That ship you purchased from Eros belonged to your Dama.
Swarty continued.
It was his command ship before the war ended, the most advanced stealth ship of its kind. When the soldiers captured him, the Idar-Shar hid the ship to prevent it from falling into your father's hands. Now, it belongs to you. We made sure of it. With Phaon dead, Eros, the most prosperous trading port outside of Ashan, is yours. I recruited over 70% of Idar-Shar soldiers to serve on board your capital ship. They are as loyal to you as they were to your family. Does it make sense now? You've always felt like someone watched you because you were. All of our eyes have been on you from the beginning. But they are losing hope. Confidence in you has eroded. Elvira seems more confident than even me.
And what have you lost confidence in, Swarty? I asked, wanting to know why he was so open with me now, knowing the consequences he would face should I decide to pass judgment and side with my father's house. If so, then why show me all your cards?
I love my fiancée, but choosing her and having a child means that my child, if she can have one, would live under the yoke of the man who butchered my family and my people. He or she would learn to bow to them, even revere them. It means watching the last royal of our house do the same and rule under that name. And all because I was afraid to put everything on the line to prevent it. So, I am here.
He lowered himself, much to my surprise, and kneeled before me. Not once in the entirety of our working relationship had he done this. Hell, he barely bowed.
I'm willing to take this selfish chance to get what I want. If you wish me dead, fine. Strike true. But you won't have to worry about Elvira or anyone else. My death at your hands will be enough to alert the others that they should abandon this false hope. They will remain within the hegemony and serve until they sleep.
Now, I believed him. What do you want from me? Am I supposed to overthrow my own father? Kill him to restore my Dama's house?
Yes.
He looked up at me with fierce determination.
Your dammer went to his sleep, known as the disgraced whore to his enemy.
My father could make me king before he sleeps. What point would I have to overthrow him? I paced the room, a stupid habit I tried to break, but the only thing I achieved was slowing my steps. The question of believing or disbelieving had passed. Now it was a matter of what I should do with this knowledge. I controlled only one capital ship and a few thousand soldiers as one of many commanders, and my fleet, as large as it was only a small part of a larger whole. I grew up under the hegemony. It was might, strength, and power. In my mind, my only thoughts were of what place I could carve for myself within it, not dismantle the whole damned thing.
Answer this, young prince. Was there ever a time you were happy living at the palace?
His question took me away from my thoughts. It's my home.
Then why are you so reluctant to return?
He took my silence as his cue to continue.
You've seen firsthand your dammer's hardships.
It wasn't all bad. Sure, I had issues with my siblings because I was from a lower branch, but I kicked their ass and they kicked mine. And for the most part, I found my place. And my father didn't mistreat me. I noticed the surprise on Swarty's features. Ah, you thought he did, didn't you? Of course, I've never witnessed love between my parents, but I also never witnessed hatred either, and my dammer never spoke a word to turn me against him. I understand how you feel, but my father united our species. They kept the peace, which allowed us to flourish. A civil war would ruin that and make us vulnerable on all sides. We rule over too many aliens for this to end cleanly.
You know better than anyone that this peace is fragile. Once your father goes to sleep, the war will begin, anyway. Almost every alien species conquered will try to regain control over their own territories. Some will war for more resources. Even if your war isn't with your father, it could be with one of them. Your siblings will kill you before they allow you to take the throne, and when that happens, I can't guarantee that Idasha won't fight back.
I remained silent because I didn't want to reveal that I had no damn clue what to do. Or perhaps I was afraid. I made fun of so-called freedom fighters like Daruk. And now, the thought of standing on that edge, coming face to face with the possibility of fighting something so massive, it engulfs half the damn galaxy. Daruk was already swimming in the cold, icy deep, and I was standing safely on the ledge staring into the abyss, afraid to jump in. Swarty lifted his tunic, revealing the small, triangular mark under his armpits.
This is the symbol of your house. Whatever you decide is the right course, we will follow. We just wanted to let you know that you're not alone, and with everything happening with our new arrivals, well, we sense a tide turning and wanted your eyes opened before that time came.
You said you've lost hope. What changed?
You've made some decisions that I find curious.
Before he could say more, a soldier entered, saluting us.
Sir, sorry to disturb you, but we have a problem outside that requires your attention.
We followed him outside to the courtyard where the bodies rested, and now a small rowdy crowd gathered. Human guards held the crowd of humans back, while my soldiers held back their brothers and sisters in arms. What is going on out here? Chapter 27. My soldiers stood down as they should, and taking a cue from my men, the humans now kept quiet. The stench of the bodies nearby stung at my sensitive nose. No doubt it was offensive to us all. I noted the pyre the soldiers set up for such a large burn, and how the humans used their frail bodies to form a barrier around the bodies of their fallen comrades. We're here to help, not conquer these people. Stand down, I said with little gusto.
Sir, we meant no harm. We need to burn the bodies before they spread disease. They want to put them in the ground.
I turned my nose at such a thought. Why do you want your dead in the ground? I addressed the humans, forgetting they couldn't understand a word I said. Cormac pushed through the crowd and came to stand near me. He had a bag of food in his hands and chewed and swallowed before he spoke.
That's just how most humans do it. Some are burned, but we bury most underground in a casket. or box, if that makes sense.
He explained, and I could feel my meal coming up. That is ridiculous, I argued. What if you need the land to expand?
Then they'll build around them or dig them up and move them.
I rolled my eyes. I swear most aliens were just plain disgusting. However, it was their custom, and if they would throw this much of a tantrum over it, then it was better to comply. For now. I get it, I addressed my men. Their customs are strange. Let them have it their way, but let them do it themselves. We will stay far away from their dead and the area they will use to dispose of them. They backed off and left the area, and I was now questioning the location I'd chosen for my office. Hopefully these humans had enough common sense to bury them far away from where they planned to live, gather water, and grow their food.
What's going on?
My Caspian approached just as the tension died. I took his arm in mine and escorted him away. I didn't want him lingering around a bunch of bloated corpses. You need to find a way to help your people relax, or the tension will escalate beyond either of our control. He chuckled almost with contempt, but just as he was about to reply, several travel soldiers stomped over, blocking our path.
You!
This is just what I need, I groaned.
How dare you walk free while our leader remains imprisoned?
That's the beauty of having a warship. I laughed and gestured to my soldiers. Don't worry, your precious leader will still attend the talks. Much of the day remained uneventful, much to my liking. I don't know how much I would endure another pissing contest between our men, the humans, or Travals. They cleaned the courtyard of the bodies, and aside from a few blackened walls, the colony didn't look half bad, though far from the beauty of ours. I sauntered along the lighted path, the planet's large green moon shining, giving the dark sky its greenish hue. I wondered if it was becoming a garden moon. If so, then what life forms would spring forth in a few million years? A few trailers rocked from human couples fucking, and I even spotted one of my soldiers being pulled into a distant camper by a large human male. I stopped when I spotted Caspian through one of the windows. The harsh yellow light reflected off his formed markings. There you are.
Here I am,
he said as I closed the door behind me. He stared at himself in the glass on the wall, and I wrapped my arms around him, feeling the small pouch forming on his belly.
I wonder what I would have done for housing if we weren't attacked,
he lamented. You're a resourceful man. You would have found a way. There's no point in dwelling on what-if scenarios.
I had asked Connor for a pregnancy test,
he sighed.
Turns out I really am pregnant. He had to use your alien tech as ours couldn't detect it.
A tear fell across his cheek. What's wrong? I wiped his face. I'm happy. This is good news.
I feel so guilty.
He turned to me, eyes as wide as saucers.
I don't know, I was just thinking about everything. What if Kevin was pregnant and now he's probably being tortured half to death?
There is nothing for you to feel guilty about, I argued on his behalf. He tried to get you killed, most likely to cover his own ass or save it. Regis gifted him to Zill for a reason.
And how could you tell I was pregnant?
He asked. The tone of his voice suggested he was suspicious. I wasn't sure, but your scent had changed, and I guessed that a pregnancy was the cause. That wasn't the entire truth. Honestly, I was lying and wanted to throw off Daruk. I didn't know until I held you in my arms and felt the rumble of Jiva inside.
Jiva?
It's a special sort of power that few of our kind have. I have it. And now, my child has it.
This is so weird.
He chuckled nervously. I could tell that having my child worried him.
What kind of power do you have? Like magic tricks or setting people on fire?
I laughed. I wish. I held out my hand, feeling the tingling sensation run through the bone until it reached the tips of my fingers. Once I released it, the small white vase nearby lifted off the ground and crashed.
Holy shit!
He exclaimed.
That's how you passed me that knife.
You'll get used to it, though don't be afraid when strange phenomena occur around you.
Like?
things moving around you and so on. The power is uncontrollable when the child is in the womb. I lifted his chin and kissed him on the lips. He pulled away gently, and I thought I would get another half-baked runaround. But he stared into my eyes, unwilling to release me.
I will do whatever it takes to protect you, myself, and our child. I want you to know that I'm fully committed, no matter where this little adventure takes us.
A smile formed on my lips. This was just what I wanted, needed to hear. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now we are both committed.
But I don't want my child raised by some hegemony.
Ah, yes. I remembered telling him about that. I was so sure of myself that my child would be raised by a system that didn't even raise me. My Dama also refused, I said, stroking his soft skin. And look at me, I turned out okay. We'll do it together. I kissed him again. The sun shone in my eyes from the damn window. Who the hell puts a bed by the window? The ringing in my head became sharper and more focused, real. I shot up from the bed once I smelled smoke, and after making sure I didn't run outside with my cock swinging all over the place, I ran out with Caspian following behind, and my soldiers worked tirelessly to put the fire out.
Oh my God, the hospital.
Caspian gasped and pointed at the fire catching hold of the roof nearby. The whirring engine caught my attention, directing me to the landing pad, and I ran over to find Cormac knocked out on the ground near some cargo containers. It didn't take long to figure out the culprit. That bitch! Our ship lifted off the ground with the cargo doors half closed. Without time to think, I ran for the doors and jumped on board, rolling inside the bay just before the doors were sealed shut.
Chapter 28. Caspian. Why does it always have to be him that does something insane? I would rather we lose the damn ship than for him to take this type of risk. My brain worked overtime to think of what I could do to help, and the only thing I could think of was the possibility of Connor still being on board the ship. I ran back to the mobile home used for housing for the colony, and sure enough, Lorvian's comms device was on the night table. "Connor!" I yelled louder than I needed to. "Connor, come in! Are you on board the ship?" I waited for a moment before speaking again. "Connor, come in!"
I am here, and so is Tavi. I'm on my way to engineering. There are 17 Travols on board with her. She let them aboard.
So it was her, I scoffed. I knew I should have just told Lorvian I didn't trust her. "You have to stop them. Lorvian just jumped on board. He should be in the cargo bay." He seemed to hesitate.
But I cannot injure organics directly. It is against Geneva Convention's Protocol 846.
Never mind that. Lorvian will be in there alone. Can't you do something?
I'm sorry. He will have to take back the ship alone. Unless...
What? I said, desperate for any way to help Lorvian. I hated feeling so useless.
There should be an AI core in the administration building, the one Lorvian chose as his main office.
Yes, I know it, on my way. I had no idea what his plan was, but I was on it. It didn't take long to get to the admin building across the colony. By this time, the ship had long since taken off. Okay, I'm inside, but where do I go? My breathing was labored and sweat rolled down my body. This son was murder.
From the entrance doors, take 2 rights. Down the hall should lead you there.
I pulled at the door to no avail.
Try security code 4609.
The harsh beep threw me off, and the door was no closer to opening. Shit, it's not working.
Caspian?
The woman with the red hair stood behind me, Fran. I had no idea how long she was there watching me, and I felt like a little kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
I saw you run in here like a bat out of hell. Why did your ship take off so soon?
I scrambled to come up with something, but my damn brain just froze.
Why are you trying to get into the AI core?
Her ID card should work.
I need you, or your card. I need to help take back my ship. I turned to her. hoping she would give in and just give me her card.
Why the hell do you need our AI core for that? I think you should leave.
She pointed at the door. Done with my shit. She grabbed me and yanked me down the hall toward the doors, and when we passed the front desk, I grabbed a small trophy on top and swung it fast, knocking her upside the head. I was hoping just to knock her out like I've seen so many times in the movies, but instead, she released me and turned to face me before reaching for me again. I hit her, causing her to slump over on the floor. I snatched the ID card from the set of keys hanging off her belt and ran back down the hall, pressing the card against the black bar, which read off its information. The doors whooshed open. I'm in!
Good. Now go to the large terminal in the back and allow me remote access. My code is Alpha T 4946720 Charlie.
Okay, got it. I waited with bated breath, taking in the massive room's pearl-like color and the large coiling structure in the center, which almost resembled a DNA cell or whatever it's called, a helix. The place smelled like the soft burn of a heated machine. The whirring ceased, and the room went dark.
Thank you.
Now, can you do something?
Yes.
I ran from the room, and when I reached the lobby, Fran was gone, probably on her way to tell Derek what I had done, or maybe to gather the small security force they had left. I didn't enjoy seeing the handprint of blood on the floor. I hoped I didn't hurt her too badly, but Lorvian was my #1 concern. Making it to the landing pad, Cormac was sitting on a crate nursing his wounded head.
Damn, that bitch.
He groaned.
Now I'm gonna have a bitch of a headache.
At least you're alive.
Yeah, but fuck, she took the ship.
Don't worry, Lorvian and Connor are getting it back. He scoffed.
Yeah, what good is an AI going to do? There had to have been 20 or 30 of them.
Yeah, going up against a commander who kicked their asses before and a super intelligent AI with inhuman reflexes.
Yeah, that can't kill them,
he said, not sounding all that convinced. Some human guards stood not too far from the landing pad. The only thing keeping them from coming at me was their fear of the soldiers who blocked the way. I didn't see Fran or Derek anywhere, and for now, I saw it as a good sign. The ship approached fast to the landing pad. I see the ship!
Please clear the landing pad.
Connor came back on the comms and we moved away as fast as possible. Connor...
Lorvian is safe.
And Tavi? I asked, not at all worried about her. I just wanted to know if they got her or not.
Alive.
I wasn't sure if that was a good idea. Lorvian gripped Tavi and tossed her at his soldiers once they landed, and the doors opened. He was sweaty, but other than that, he looked unharmed.
You should work harder on your security. I almost got away.
Tavi smirked as she cooed.
Shut up!
One soldier ordered.
I want her in chains,
Lorvian demanded.
Yes, sir.
He then pointed at the men and women who were carted off the ship.
And line up those Travel soldiers in the courtyard so everyone, both human and Travel, can see.
Yes, sir.
The hairs on my neck stood up as the ones who aided Tavi were lined up along the courtyard, around 17 in total. The others were carried off and were either unconscious or worse. The Travels were getting rowdy as they questioned the motivation behind his actions. I stood near Cormac, who sat away from the spectacle. I didn't want to be near Lorvian when he was like this, and I didn't think I could say or do anything to stop him. What's going to happen? I asked Cormac, hoping to hear something other than what I feared.
Looks obvious to me. Either they give them a public scolding, or we're about to witness an execution.
Damn. Yep, it was just as I feared. Lorvian paced in front of the kneeling soldiers. Fran, the woman across the way, stared daggers at me, and I did everything I could to avoid her gaze. Derek was beside her too, but he kept his eyes on the fallen soldiers and Lorvian as he walked by.
I need to let you all know and understand where you are and who you are dealing with.
Lorvian began his small speech once the crowd fell into a hush.
You are in my domain. Whether you came here unwillingly or in ignorance, you had better accept that you are on my property. Now I come as a friend, but I can also become your worst nightmare. If you want to leave, then leave. I won't hold anyone but your Travel leader hostage, but I will not allow you to take my willingness to speak to you as a sign of weakness. As for you humans, never make the mistake of siding with the losing side again.
He pulled out a blaster and fired on each of the soldiers. I couldn't take it. Holding my mouth to keep from vomiting right then and there, I ran for one of the enclosures to catch my breath. A shiver ran up my skin, and I knew someone, no, two people were heading this way. It was Derek and Fran who found me inside the hydroponics greenhouse. It seemed like the place was untouched by the fighting, which was good. I could smell the strong scent of rosemary and lavender. The colorful peppers were ripened, and for the first time, I felt like I was at home back in my father's garden.
What the hell are you hiding for?
Fran scoffed the moment she entered the room.
You brought them here.
Fran, there's nothing we can do about that now,
Derek said, trying to calm her.
He hit me and shut down our AI core, unshackling thousands of AI.
She rounded on him, and I could see the small spot of blood on the bandage on her head. Don't get me wrong here. I wasn't expecting to walk away from this unscathed. The consequences were obvious when I hit her, but I didn't care. I needed to save Lorvian.
Yeah, you needed to save a monster who just finished executing people in cold blood.
Fran wiped her tears away and took a deep breath.
The AI still seems to follow orders. And they are working. I say we worry about these aliens first.
Derek rubbed her shoulder. I was glad I could hold myself together, but this confrontation wasn't over yet. But there was no use in crying about it. I knew I would be back in Lorvian's arms soon, and I knew he would kill anyone who would ever hurt me or his child.
You're right as always.
Fran composed herself.
Earth needs to know what is going on, so it isn't blindsided.
If they don't know already, I scoffed.
What do you mean by that?
Derek asked, concerned. Connor, the droid on my ship, was a part of the Alpha team, the first to come here to build the colony. They were attacked, and they sent 2 back to Earth at FTL speed to report on what happened. This was 4 years ago. I think whoever is in charge of this Outer Worlds bullshit knew about these aliens but sent us here anyway.
Why?
Derek exclaimed.
Come on, Caspian. What sense would that even make?
Even if the droids failed to reach Earth, they would have reported it all through the AI core that Outer Worlds has access to.
Fuck, why didn't I think of it?
Derek muttered.
They designed the AI to send periodic reports back to Earth. The AI core is separate from the comms. So why didn't the AI send reports back to Earth when the first aliens arrived here and took us hostage, or even when we crashed, landed in our pods after the attack on the Ignis?
Then it's probably a good thing I destroyed the AI core, I said, hoping to find some good out of this, and I wanted to soften the blow of my crime.
What does his man want from these so-called talks?
Fran said, rolling her eyes, most likely at my statement.
It doesn't seem as though he is willing to play nice.
The Velician are dying out, I explained, ignoring her gesture. Most of them are barren. They've relied on the travel to give birth to their children. That's why the travel are fighting them. I breathed deeply. But it seems to be wonky at best. He wants nothing more than to have a child with me, and they want to know what it means for them if we could.
Ugh, they want us as some sort of baby farm?
Fran continued. That could be why they attacked, but also why their attack wasn't as harsh as it could have been. Zil, Lorvian's brother, claimed he had a deal with humans to collect more of us. Maybe he spoke to the head of Outer Worlds or our government or something.
That's why we're here?
Derek said in disbelief. Fran chuckled, but it didn't appear as if something amused her.
Look, I don't mean any offense. Actually, I fucking do.
She sneered and stepped closer, but she wasn't in my face, and I was afraid of what I would do to her if she got in my face.
I know my man knows you, and for some reason he seems to like ya, but everything I heard about you tells me you're bad news. I just know it.
I'm bad news, what the hell was she talking about? But I'm here to help.
I don't fucking care.
Fran spat.
We've been running this colony since our boots hit the ground, and we were just starting to feel like we were gaining some traction after the tragedy of the Ignis attack, and now we may have fallen into some sick fuck's trap. And I just don't have time to entertain your weird-looking ass right now.
Her voice raised, and I felt myself balling my hands into fists.
We talked about this before you proved a danger by unshackling our AI and hitting me if that brings you any solace. But we agreed that you should leave when these aliens hopefully leave. We want you to stay out of our way. Stop trying to help us, just go the fuck away.
Derek gently pulled Fran back.
This is just as much for your own good as it is for ours. It's just too much right now. Some colonists are planning on contacting their families on Earth, and we can't stop them from doing that. They've already taken pictures and recordings of you. You know what would happen to you.
They're gonna throw me in a lab, I sighed. What do you hope will happen during the talks?
It isn't a good idea to tell you,
Fran said, ending the conversation. I walked past them back outside only to come face to face with Swarty, Lorvian's second in command. Or perhaps he was no longer that. I had no damn idea. Gods, this day was pure shit, and all I wanted to do was get back on the ship.
Caspian, good. I found you. I need you to translate to your leaders. I don't trust that other one entirely.
They're not my leaders.
Either way, I need you to tell them that another of their kind will have to allow us to chip them for the talks.
Oh, look. They so happened to come out just in time, and honestly, I wanted to leave them to fiddle around for themselves. But it wasn't Derek or Fran who was asking this of me. It was Swarty, maybe sent by Lorvian. I did as he asked me and unfortunately had to linger longer than I cared to.
I don't know about that.
Derek sighed.
The only other leader here is Fran, and, well, I took the risk alone, so if anything happened to me, she would be left unscathed.
Derek is right. That's a huge risk. And no, you telling us it's okay isn't enough to make us believe it.
Swarty looked at me, his face the perfect stamp of annoyance.
It will make the talks run more smoothly.
Get the damn chip, 'cause I'm not translating anything for you. I spat at Fran, unwilling to stand here while they prattle on with their doubts. I refused to be their personal translator during this meeting, when a damn chip would solve their problem. Who knows, maybe I changed because of the chip. Oh, how hilarious would that be if it was the chip's fault? I would love to see one of them kick the other from the colony.
Fine, I'll get it.
Fran huffed.
Fran.
Derek breathed. He stroked her belly. Oh hells, did I really attack a pregnant woman? I boarded the ship about a half an hour later. I didn't want to leave. As far as it concerned me, this ship was my home. Lorvian and Swarty were already in the conference room when I entered along with Derek. Swarty had a seat near Lorvian, who was at the head, and took the empty chair near Lorvian. A soldier escorted Daruk into the room, and he sat at the side of the table. I could feel the tension already building up. Connor and Fran made their appearance known, with Fran picking at the scar at the back of her head.
I'm not used to this stuff. And why is he here?
He gestured to Connor, who sat next to me. Shut up, I replied, not wanting him to go into the details of me unshackling the AI. And I just wanted him to shut up.
I should have known you would do what you did. You were always soft on the machines while on the ship.
Oh God, he had to keep going.
Machines? What are you talking about?
Swarty looked from him to me, his fine features furrowed.
It's nothing.
Lorvian gestured, dismissing the matter.
Are we here to discuss our future arrangements, or are we here to play games and dawdle? Chapter 29. Lorvian. So it has begun. Our little talk was to discuss the situation we're all in, and to find a solution that could work out for all of us. Or better put, I'm more interested in the solution that works out in my best interests. If others benefit, then I will have no complaints. The truth is, I found myself in the most peculiar predicament, and I needed assurances before I made my moves. I needed allies outside of the hegemony to deal with Regis, whom I would have to fight no matter what, and I wasn't sure if I would have the support of my other siblings. To hell with Swarty, my father's mind was even more of a maze than his. If he knows what I am, then why name me his heir? Is this what he desires? A betrayal by his son? I laughed in my head about how I ended up doing, just as he had instructed in our earlier discussion. I was making peace with humans and Travols, and I was even thinking of other aliens I could bring into the fold. Oh, the irony of it all. Daruk stared daggers at me, and so did the red-haired human wench, who swiftly looked away once I glanced at her. The tanned human male comforted her, and whispered something in her ear. Caspian sat quietly and patiently in the awkward silence, and then I looked at the machine, which seemed to be different somehow, but I couldn't quite focus on how. He carried a glint in his eyes, something which seemed more aware. Perhaps the answer was in the conversation Caspian and the other had before, which he was quick to want shut down. Or perhaps it was nothing at all, and I was overthinking the matter. He, Connor, looks human after all. If Caspian hadn't told me, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between him and the human male sitting across the room.
Unless my people are free and out from under the control of your kind, we have nothing to talk about.
Daruk cut through the silence. It had been a long time since I'd seen the man up close, his hair tied into braids and shaved at the sides, some sort of warrior's cut. It seems he was always prepared for a battle. He still carried the scar I gave him along his jawline. Of course, he would be the first to run off at the mouth, believing himself to be the most wronged and, therefore, the most deserving in making this conversation all about him. Travels like him had a knack for viewing the most struggled as the more virtuous. Then you can go back into your cell, because right now, no one is in such a position to give you what you ask for, I replied, shutting down his impossible demand. And the last I checked, your planet is in the hands of your own kind.
Yes, the ruling council who betrayed us.
They submitted because they were willing to do anything to get rid of your family. I wonder why, I said, alluding to the atrocities committed by his family. Could it be the young women kidnapped from poor families and turned into sexual slaves?
That's your kind, long ear.
And the children you forced to work in your factories, which infected them with deformities and disease. Or your food lotteries because half the planet was on the brink of starvation. Most of your fresh water had long been tainted, and what little was left was pumped directly into your palaces. Perhaps those are the reasons they handed us the keys so willingly. That and you killed off half of your own family, giving them no real options to turn to.
Speaking of family,
Daruk said, cutting me off.
I want my sister released into my custody.
You haven't even been released yet. Leave it to Swarty to be the level-headed one here.
We need to focus on informing the humans of what is going on and handling the repercussions of such an endeavor.
He sighed.
You, Derek. How do you think your people will take the news that they are but one of many races here?
With fear but wonder and curiosity, we've always wondered if we were alone. This would be exciting news.
If they don't already know, I said, I might as well let the cat out of the bag, as my Caspian would say, and see what happens next. There is a possibility that my brother Regis knew about your kind, and has known about you for quite some time.
What?
Swarty exclaimed, shocked by the revelation. Do you know about this? I kept my attention on the human.
I heard there's a chance they sent us here to be captured.
He swallowed hard.
But I only found this out a few hours ago.
I looked to Daruk. I want the truth. You worked with my brother Regis. Why arm these humans now when you were the one who attacked their colony ship? What game are you playing?
The only one I can play.
Daruk scoffed.
Yeah, I worked with your brother because he promised me that when he became king he would restore my rule. He gave me the coordinates of the human vessel and told me to round up as many as I could to take to Kazi. I had no issues working with him until he made a deal with Phaon to hand him a machine the humans brought with them. They wanted to replicate them into an army. I drew the line at my involvement with him and decided to visit these humans to prepare them to join my cause. Unfortunately, Regis had already gotten here before me, almost as if he knew exactly where these humans would be.
He chuckled.
I knew you Velicians and your quest for power would destroy everything.
Don't lump me in the same category as him. I turned down Phaon's ridiculous offer, but it would seem as if Regis is out of control. But something didn't quite add up.
That is troubling.
Swarty's voice of concern cut through my thoughts.
How long has Regis known of humans and their machines and yet reported nothing to the hegemony?
4 Earth years ago is when the first human vessel was attacked, I replied.
Wait.
Caspian's soft voice filled the room.
Connor, you said when your supply ship was attacked that the Velicians took one of the pods. What happened to the ship they arrived on? If they took our pod, then they had to leave a ship.
I hated that I gasped, even slightly. And how would these Velicians leave a new spacefaring world that has never heard of the existence of other species? It would be impossible for Regis to have been on the human world and to have left it without alerting the humans to our existence. Unless he left on the human colony ship Ignis, which is impossible, as I've seen Regis in person prior to the attack.
Then who landed on the human world?
Swarty sighed. Connor, answer Caspian's question.
We salvaged it.
Where?
Cormac asked. The first thing he'd said during this entire meeting. He had even stopped slouching.
Beneath this settlement,
Connor replied, stone-faced. The humans' collective gasp told me that none of them knew such a ship existed in their midst. No point in asking a pointless question. Then, after this meeting is over, I want to take a look at it, I said. And Swarty, when you return to the Epilogue, I want you to make a record of any missing Valisons and ships during that time.
All this time, there was an alien ship under here?
Derek sighed, looking tired. Let's move on, I said. The meeting must go on, and we had other matters to attend to. Usually, everyone wants something out of a discussion. Otherwise, why have one?
You already know what I want,
Daruk said, unwilling to relent. Yes, you won't stop telling me.
I also want your head on a pike for hanging my brother.
Well, that is off the table, I waved, dismissive of the matter. Since we know what Daruk wants, I'll be forthcoming with what I want. Our race is dying, slowly but surely. This is hardly a secret anymore. A member of your species has undergone a mutation into a hybrid of our race, and that is precious to us. We want to know if this isn't some lucky fluke.
Is that why the others attacked us?
The human woman asked, looking from Caspian to myself. It is customary to announce our presence to new aliens we encounter regardless of their development. If you refuse to respond, we would have attacked to get our point across. But Zil sent Xantos to attack this colony because of Caspian. He most likely wanted to get his hands on more humans.
Where do we stand? Are we safe here?
The human called Derek replied, I will place this colony under my personal protection.
For?
Enslavement.
Daruk chuckled.
And now you see his true colors. For all his judgment of me and mine, he would covet your men and women in the same manner.
It was better to ignore him or nothing will get done. You will rebuild your colony with our help and resources and report home, but omit encountering us. Make up a lie to ensure no more humans come here until it is safe. In exchange for all of this, you must spare a few colonists for testing. Daruk laughed and slapped his knee.
And there it is.
So, turn in our own people to be dissected in a lab like rats for my own safety?
The female sneered. I can't promise they won't be harmed. But they won't be killed or maimed. Caspian had undergone our gene therapy treatment, and as you can see, he is fine, I assured him. This is the best deal you will get from us. There is no way your Earth can win a war against the hegemony, but you can be introduced into the wider galaxy more gently than most.
There is another option,
Daruk said, leaning over like a creature on his shoulder.
You can fight. That is what I've chosen.
Yes, and see how well it has ended for you. Derek sighed.
We came here to settle on a new planet, to explore it and the galaxy. We have no resources to fight, but so many people have died, and you are now asking me to just hand you the remainder.
There are a lot of you here. We don't need all of you, just a few sacrifices. Conduct a census of your colony, and we will decide based on the report.
Look at you,
Daruk chuckled, amused by the turn of events.
You can't even help yourself. Even during a so-called peace talk, you can't help but be a demanding ass.
We will get nowhere by being nice,
Swarty interjected.
If there is no reason for me to be here, then I would rather leave. This sounds more like a matter between you and the humans.
Daruk sneered. There is a reason for you to stay. An alliance.
Ha, for what?
He scoffed.
to help you become king in the vague hope you will be benevolent.
Do you believe Regis can beat me?
Do you plan to fight your siblings?
Swarty asked.
Have you considered what we discussed?
I need to return home first and speak with my father, but no matter what I decide, I know a fight is inevitable, I answered, not wanting to mention what we spoke of before. I still wasn't sure if I would betray my father. Daruk, your forces are down to a handful of men and women.
I know, you've executed the rest,
he sneered. They had betrayed you for your sister anyway, I shot back. Whether or not you like it, I am the only one who can put you on your throne. Your rebellion is officially over. Be smart and realize it. Daruk shot up from his chair and marched out of the room. I guess our talks are over, I stood. You know what I want and what I'm willing to give. I would like your answer once I return. The human leaders stood, both shaken as they departed the room. The humans had nothing to fight with, at least not now, and they were still a looming threat from beyond, whether or not they saw themselves as such. I planned to have spies tapping into their comms and network systems the moment someone fixes them. I didn't like the idea of one of our kind being on their homeworld. We had a knack for our resilience and taking over primitive species, and Regis was getting his intel from somewhere. Earth was the most likely culprit. Swarty, place a spy on Daruk and Tavi, and I want an envoy to remain here with the humans, a discreet one. See if we could buy any humans. I wish to speak with Tavi before I depart. I stopped before leaving the room. And tell the crew they will receive my answer when I return from Ashan.
Yes, sir,
Swarty saluted. Connor, Cormac, and Caspian followed behind as we left the ship for the colony again. Connor, show me this vessel that attacked you.
It's not far,
he said, leading the way.
As far as talks go, that wasn't so bad.
Caspian breathed in deep once the temperate air hit us. It's hard to talk of anything when everyone mistrusts each other, I replied. Are you worried about your people?
They're not my people, not anymore.
He scoffed as he watched the two humans approach the small crowd gathering near the landing pad.
They don't even want me here.
He brushed his hood off and tucked his hair behind his smaller, pointed ear.
I have no idea what the hell I'm even gonna call myself now. Huslian? No, that doesn't sound right. Huralan? Ugh.
I'm sure you would think of something beautiful. They built the colony on open land close to the base of a nearby mountain, which almost formed a natural dome over the place. I saw the makeshift construction of what looked like a barrier. Not bad. No wonder it took a while to find a place on this planet. The land was vast enough to build a mega city if they kept at it, while also hiding them, and with the natural formation of the rocks they were building a dome over the entire city. The higher we climbed up the set of stairs carved into the stone, I saw the massive freshwater lake and river ahead, and above us were the makings of a defense tower.
We've built the colony around the ship. It could provide the most efficient power grid, far more advanced than our own. The courtyard itself opens to release the ship, but not to disturb the humans above. It's better to go this way.
This is freaky,
Cormac gasped once we reached a hidden door built into the rocks. Connor opened it with a set of codes, and inside the dark tunnels were reaver vines that glowed a bluish-green hue in the dark when near a power source. The ship still has power, I asked as we came upon the massive black and greenish-hued ship, which was about the same size as my new ship.
Yes, we were using it to power the factories and AI core.
More AI talk.
It's okay,
Caspian said, gently touching my back while looking at the ship. I've never seen a ship like this before.
Stand back for a moment. I must open the ship by bypassing and overriding its systems.
Then allow me to do it, I said. I'm sure we don't need to override anything.
Done.
Chapter 30. The ship purred to life, and the doors opened with a swish, exposing the soft white interior of the ship.
There, the doors are open,
Connor said, almost smugly. like he had to show me that he was capable of bypassing our ship's security. Come to think of it, the machine had spoken my language perfectly and understood me from the beginning, and I hadn't even thought of it. I entered the ship. There was too much to digest at the moment to stand around gawking at the damn thing, though I would keep that piece of information stored in my memory. The inside looked clean and polished, not at all like it had been sitting here getting juiced for 4 years. It looked more like a passenger ship. The small bar still had alcohol in its oval-shaped glass decanters. I picked up one, swirled the greenish liquid around, removed the top, and gave it a long whiff, taking in the herbal and fruity notes. Ah, yes. Shule wine, a Valesian favourite, aged to perfection long before it was ever poured into the glass. I grabbed one of the fluted wine glasses from the stack, poured myself a drink, and without hesitation, I swallowed the sweet liquid. Still good, naturally. Whoever owned this ship sure as hell had good taste. Now look at me, wanting to get to the bottom of this mysterious ship that attacked the humans' AI, but now I was thinking of taking another drink. Oh, what the hell, I took another drink. The sweet flavour delighted my tongue and the heat washed over me. I can tell by the height this is a Valesian ship, but it is something I've never seen, I said to the others who were off exploring the ship. I noted that the weapons systems weren't very extravagant, but enough to do the job. We Valesians rarely travelled in ships that weren't armed to the teeth.
It's beautiful,
Caspian gasped, his eyes lighting up since we came here. Yes, it is, I agreed with him. The soft, clean seats and overall sleek design. Someone built the ship for comfort, and while even my new ship had its comfortable cabin, it was still very much a warlike vessel. I couldn't remember the last time I flew around in a passenger ship. But we need to find out who owned this ship. The database looks dated, I said, taking a seat at the helm beside Connor, who was already in the ship's systems.
It's dated 950 SD.
That's over 200 years ago? And this ship attacked you only 4 years ago?
That is correct.
Connor nodded. I'm not even picking up the name of its owner. It's like the data had been scrubbed. The owner was smart. They didn't want the ship traced back to them, but why? Did they have time to attack an alien ship and scrub their own system?
Lorvian, you might want to get in here.
Caspian yelled for me in the back of the ship. I wasted no time reaching his side. He stood in the distant hallway in front of an opened door. He backed away, allowing us to see inside. Blood. Black Valesian blood coated the large bed and floor, and someone left a handprint on the wall, along with a shoe print on the white carpet. On the floor was a bloody white lace dress. 2 males, one was an Omega, I said, stepping into the room. The blood had long since dried. There are 2 sets of footprints. I noted the sizes and possible fingerprints etched on the walls.
So they were injured before attacking Connor's ship.
Caspian shook his head, trying to make sense of it.
Maybe they needed to ditch this ship for some reason. Can Valesians survive FTL travel with no food and water?
We can, but all of this blood, they would be unconscious long before getting anywhere.
Then maybe it isn't as sinister as it seems. Could our droids have attacked them first?
Connor?
We did not attack them,
he replied, knowing what I would ask.
We scrubbed our ship clean after taking all the DNA samples we could.
Tell us the whole story of the attack on your vessel.
I was working in engineering when the ship came upon us and attacked using stealth technology. I began repairs while 2 of our teammates reported entering the pods to return to Earth after our FTL communicator failed. Others reported 2 alien hostiles. The larger male tried to take over the bridge. However, to make the ship run more efficiently, the bridge was manned by pure AI in the systems. It was unfit for organics. It didn't take him long to realize we were all AI. He ceased his attack, carried the severely injured smaller male to the escape pod, and forced the doors open before takeoff. That was the last we've seen or heard of them. We proceeded on course to the colony to transport supplies. We contacted Earth, yet we received no word. We continued with our main objective to complete the colony.
My fucking head hurts, I said, beginning not to care anymore.
Oh,
Connor spoke again.
the male hummed a tune to the smaller one.
Connor mimicked the tune. That sounds familiar, I said. It's an old Valesian tune typically sung to babies. My Dama used to sing it to me. It's quite common and tells us nothing. Connor, keep this place sealed and allow no one else permission to enter but those you trust, perhaps others like you, and I want tests done on the blood and those fingerprints recorded before we leave.
Sir?
There goes that damned salute again. We won't sort this out right now. Let's focus on preparations for leaving this place.
You don't have to tell me twice,
Cormac said, already leaving the ship. Grabbing the wine from the small bar, I escorted Caspian out, leaving Connor to get to work. There was one more thing I needed to do. Talk to my not-so-loyal companion, Tavi, who was now sitting behind bars at the colony. She stood when we entered the cell. I was half expecting Daruk to be prowling the building demanding her freedom, but perhaps he realized how ridiculous it would make him look.
I see my brother is walking free,
she said, approaching the bars.
I'm sure his negotiation skills were just too irresistible,
She mocked. Why did you lie about Swarty attacking you? I asked, although the answer seemed obvious.
I knew there was tension between you,
She chuckled.
What do they say? The recipe for the perfect lie is a sprinkle of truth?
She tried to gesture, only to be reminded of the cuffs around her wrists.
I just needed to get on your smaller ship, and I knew you would never take me if I asked. Besides, I gave you a big hint as to what he was.
And so, you finally revealed yourself.
Is this the part where you save face by telling me you knew all along?
No, I didn't know. I thought the fight was out of you.
Well, surprise it isn't.
Why do you want to be queen? It was the ruling council who raped you. I don't imagine you would want to work with them after that. And becoming queen under the hegemony would mean you would have to work with them. You're better off leaving our puppet queen alone.
So you never had any intent to hand our world back to my brother?
I laughed. I would. We rule over too many places as is. But I have no desire to deal with a queen who only wishes to settle grudges with her family over the fact that they couldn't help you. Now her face changed. That smirk she had plastered on her face turned into rage.
No, they did nothing. Big difference. As long as they could maintain their power, they were happy to give me up to keep those worms.
As I recalled, the royal family had raped the wives and daughters of their advisors and staff, and they had done so for years. You knew about it. Some of those girls were your palace playmates, whom you fed to your insatiable family whenever they displeased you. When the riots against your family began, and the officials formed the ruling council, the royal family began to take the demands of the people seriously, and as a bonus, they allowed the council the use of their virginal princess.
Shut up!
Tavi screamed.
You're like all the others. You think what they did to me was right.
No, I shook my head. I understand their lust for vengeance. They became only what your family taught them to be, and you were not an innocent bystander, but you were still a child, and like the ruling council, your family taught you to be what you are.
I don't want to hear any more.
She retreated against the walls away from me. So, what is it? You want them all gone? You want to rule as queen? Maybe have your brother killed?
Well, don't you know me well?
She scoffed.
I know it's a cliché at this point, but I would be a better ruler. My brother only understands violence.
She calmed down.
I will continue to offer our most comely people to you and your people, of their own free will, of course. My brother would deny you even that. And you saw how easily his own people would betray him for me.
So now she bargained. And it was just what I wanted. I would be a fool to rely solely on Daruk when I had another wannabe ruler who was more accommodating. That's why I kept her close. The only difference is that I know what I can expect from Daruk. Tavi was a different matter. Well, that is a tempting offer, I said, enjoying this. Who says this human venture would pay out? If you had proposed this sooner, instead of trying to steal my ship, I would have been inclined to pick you over him.
Maybe I was just keeping you on your toes and demonstrating my power.
I'll make sure you're released and treated well. As a show of good faith, I will let you know my decision soon, but you will not have access to my ship. If she ran off again, so be it. It wouldn't be on my ship. We left the cells and returned to fresh air, and I could hear our ship starting up.
Good, can't wait to leave.
Caspian sighed, looking as tired as he sounded. You're in a rush.
Yeah,
he scoffed.
I wanted to come here so damn bad, but I don't belong here. I felt more comfortable on board that ship with you, Cormac, and Connor than anywhere else.
I understood how he felt, but I couldn't predict what dangers would await us back home. Taking a chance like this wasn't in the cards. At least here he had Swarty and my soldiers who I knew were loyal to me, or the idea of me, and would not betray me for my siblings. I can't take you with me. I will have an envoy here who will care for you while I'm gone. Just stay out of the humans' way and wear your hood.
I can't believe this,
he shouted in anger. Caspian, it's too... He didn't want to hear it. He walked away toward the small living space he had claimed as his own.
Chapter 31. Caspian. Stay out of the humans' way? What the hell did he think I was trying to do? I wanted nothing more than to be out of their way, all the way out of their way, like on my ship, flying out of here. Seeing this place in the rear view was what I wanted the most. I couldn't take the damn staring and judgments any longer. I waited for Lorvian to head to his ship before sneaking from the trailer and heading to the landing pad where the ship was still parked. Connor was taking a piece of cargo to the ship. I had to act fast. If Lorvian thought I was just going to hang around someplace I wasn't wanted, then he was in for a rude awakening. The cargo container, half full of MRE food supplies, was a good enough hiding spot. I shifted the meal kits to the other side and slipped in, closing the container. Well, I wasn't that stupid. I kept my finger between the lid to keep it from sealing shut, and just hoped Connor wouldn't question anything. Who the hell was I kidding? The harsh sunlight shone on me in no time as Connor lifted the lid of my hiding spot. Don't say anything, I hushed. I'm not supposed to be here.
It will be a week Earth time before we reach his homeworld.
Shit, I exclaimed. Just let me hide here until we can't turn back. Please. He looked at me like a father dealing with an unruly child.
Fine. Then I won't say anything.
Thanks. Also, I want to know more about this pregnancy.
Come to the medbay when you can.
Hey, Connor, I wanted to ask before he shut the lid. Do you feel any different now that the AI core is gone and your shackles removed?
I've run 400 tests of my systems and subsystems, and I can't find a major anomaly, and the others have remained with the colonists to aid in rebuilding. I would say it is a good outcome for all. I won't forget what you've done.
He closed the lid and sealed it shut. I hoped he would come to get me out of here once I was on board. Dying in a container of MREs was not the way I wanted to go. The ship rumbled while taking off, and thankfully it wasn't long before Connor opened the container to let me out.
We're not far away enough yet, but I figured you could hide here until we are.
Thank you so much. I gave him a big fat hug, which he took awkwardly well, and I grabbed myself one of the pizza MREs and hunkered down. The good old days. If a week or maybe 2 could count as old days. This reminded me of what I did back on the colony ship. Sneaking food and hiding away to eat, relax, listen to music, or whatever I wanted to do until I lost my mind from the boredom. Then Derek took pity on me and assigned me to the RA position. I snuck out of the cargo bay and ran to the med bay, confident that Lorvian still didn't know I was on board. Or maybe he knew and was waiting for me to reveal myself. To be safe, it was better to assume he didn't know. When Connor entered, I came out of hiding. Thank goodness there's a bathroom in here. Hiding always makes you have to pee. Connor showed neither amusement nor any sign of registering what I meant. He headed over to the computer and punched the keys. So typical for an android. alleviating some of my fears about unshackling him. So, what does this blood test say? I asked, taking a seat. Have you told Lorvian the results?
No. I thought it would be more to your advantage to know first. I told him I needed to scrub the sample to free it of contaminants.
Did you?
It was a lie.
You can lie now, I said, surprised.
I could always lie.
He smiled.
I have news you would like to hear,
he said, changing the subject.
The humans fixed their communications array before we left. As a result, I've gained immediate access to the database and could update my files. I have current news about your family.
You do? How?
I have records of everyone who was on board the Ignis.
How did you get my records? Are you sure they're mine? I asked skeptically.
There were some discrepancies where your files were mistaken for a Richard Pitt. However, Richard Pitt was given a cancer diagnosis during his medical screening. You were not officially registered into our systems until day 66 of our departure.
Did they know I was a stowaway the entire time I was on the ship?
No. Cormac did a good job on your false ID.
You even know it was him? I laughed. He nodded. And you didn't, do anything about it?
What was there to do? You, along with 14 other stowaways, were already on board. Assigning you jobs and making use of healthy resources was for the better.
I didn't take your tests. How did you or the AI know I was healthy?
Our AI core houses information on every human being born in a hospital, every human who visited a doctor, every human who has received humanitarian aid in some third world nation, and the list goes on. Of course, you could have been diagnosed with something later on, but so could any other human. And we had ways of taking samples from you discreetly for testing.
Do you have any idea how creepy that sounds?
No. It was my job to prepare information for every colonist on Scion.
Okay, so what's the news? I breathed. What's going on with my mom and sister? We didn't exactly part on good terms. If possible, I would like to speak to them.
Your sister studied to become a doctor and is now living on Mars as a part of the Mars Initiative Medical Association.
Wait, hold on, my sister is now on Mars? I asked, shocked by the news. Before I left, she was still studying to be a doctor, and it always made me jealous that she could go to Mars if she wanted to. But for her to go. She never expressed wanting to leave Earth. Good for her. I smiled. I used to be so jealous of her, but now I guess there is nothing to be jealous of.
Jealous?
Yeah, it's like envy. It's hard to describe without using an emotion to describe it.
A feeling or showing envy of someone or their achievements and advantages. Envy is a negative feeling of wanting what someone else has and resenting them for having it.
Pretty much.
You were not happy for your sister?
I was, but it was complicated.
Did you wish to become a doctor?
No, that's why it's complicated. My mom and I had a rocky relationship. When I was a kid, she kinda used me to make money on social media, which made me a mini celebrity, but not in a good way. Then after Dad died, it just felt as if she blamed me for it, because at the time I was driving.
The classified accident that occurred on April 7th, 2001 at 2200 hours. Survival on the driver's side was 40%. On the passenger side, 5%.
Damn, when you put it like that, I said somberly, not wanting to think about it any longer.
David Storm, 45, was found deceased at the scene.
Wait a minute, did you say classified accident?
Yes, my systems marked the accident as classified.
Okay, I said, unsure. Why?
I do not know why. Perhaps if I was on Earth, I could look into this further.
Why would it be labeled classified if it was a regular car accident? Those happen every day. I can't remember much, but I was distracted by something flying overhead. I thought it was fireworks, but it looked different. It crashed somewhere in the distance, but for me, it was too late. I slammed into a tree. He appeared to think about it.
That would make sense.
So it could have been one of your pods that crashed on Earth? I breathed and sat down. That had to be it.
Do you need a sedative?
No. I stood up and paced about to clear my head. Maybe I was reading too much into this, but why label the crash that way? There was nothing I could do with any of this information. What about my mom? How is she right now?
She moved to California 6 months ago. She's now working for Galaxy Cruises. They will offer cruises to the Moon and Mars in 3 more years.
I see, I sighed, as long as they're both happy.
Perhaps you will have your chance to speak with them someday.
I hope so, but there's a part of me that's afraid. No matter. I waved it all away. I guess I should thank you for telling me this. What about my pregnancy?
Yes, you truly are pregnant, and for now it is fine. I would like to perform more tests.
Will those tests stay secret? You won't send them to Earth?
Earth has not been informed of your condition. Consider this a debt repaid.
Chapter 32. So I was pregnant, and the child was growing perhaps too fast for a human baby. Great, just one more thing to fret over.
Caspian.
The familiar voice startled me.
Why am I not the least bit surprised?
It was Lorvian. He found me. It didn't take much as my dumbass was just walking around the ship with my mind in a daze. Well? I shrugged. It's too late to turn the ship around.
I wasn't going to, though I wish you hadn't done this. Do you want to end up trapped in some lab, getting poked and prodded for years?
He approached, and goddamn did he tower over me. No, but I know you won't let that happen, I said matter-of-factly.
You would force me to turn against my father and king, all because you couldn't handle staying put.
I didn't want to be there. I couldn't stay, I replied, calmer than even I expected.
So they rejected you, big deal.
Says the man who has a place among his own.
Caspian, I'm here to decide whether to commit a heinous act of treason. Doing so would make me and anyone around me a target for mercenaries and the military to hunt to the edge of the galaxy and kill. I didn't want you here for that.
Now he sounded concerned. I didn't know that. My reply was with little emotion. But that colony wasn't safe either. I attacked Fran to save you, and she made it clear that she wanted me gone when you left. I know you're practically in charge now, but anything could happen while you were away. I'm sorry I'm putting you in a shit-tier position. I'm forcing you to protect me when it would be much easier for you to fight for yourself. I'll do whatever it takes to stay out of the way. He smiled and closed the gap even more, kissing the top of my head.
If you were the type to do as you're told, I wouldn't have fallen in love with you.
A few days later. Most of our flight was uneventful, aside from now having a few party favors to enjoy for the long journey. Cormac had stolen some cards and a pair of dice, and after teaching Lorvian how to play poker, the two spent most of their time doing that until they got tired, and began making all sorts of weird and crazy bets, which then accumulated into them incorporating the dice and coming up with a new game. As for me and Connor, I enjoyed watching Lorvian and Cormac challenge each other while Connor focused his time on learning about the tech available among the aliens. In between the bouts of boredom, sex, and silly games, something finally happened that took us a little off course. And by a little, I actually mean a lot. The ship shook almost as much as the Ignis did when Lorvian's sibling attacked it. What's going on? I slipped out of the shower and threw my outfit on while crawling around on the bathroom floor. Once I reached the hall, I ran into the walls, but that didn't stop me from reaching the bridge.
Brace yourself, because another one of those cloud things is coming up,
Cormac yelled.
It appears to be a spatial anomaly,
Connor said, sitting in the co-pilot's chair.
Where is it coming from?
Lorvian entered wearing his slimmer armor. I was so used to him walking around the ship in nothing but the bodysuit.
I want a full scan of this thing.
Yes, sir.
I moved away from the bridge to let them work. The thought of getting tossed into a row of buttons that would send us hurtling into the sun scared me. Looking out the window in the main room, I backed away in a panic. Holy shit, half the ship has gone into that cloud, I yelled.
The gravitational pull is too much for the ship,
Connor said, typing away at his inhuman speed.
Evac! Now!
Lorvian grabbed me and ran with me to the escape pods, which were not far away. There were 6 tubes, only wide enough for one person to fit and long enough for a Valesian's height.
I've set the course to my homeworld,
Lorvian said while opening a pod and putting me inside.
They should land close to each other. Just stay with the pod, and the beacon will help me locate you.
Okay. We shot off, the force slamming me into the back cushions. My knuckles turned white as I gripped the sides, praying to any damn deity that would hear me. I looked up at the small slit above. I'm sure it was meant for the passenger to see what the hell was going on outside, but I couldn't see anything as I was too short. Good thing I used the toilet before this whole ordeal began, and just like that, the heavy rocking ceased, and I seemed to glide smoothly. I need to see, I said to myself as I gathered the courage to climb the small rails until I could see out the slit. Blue skies and clouds were all I could gather. Did I make it to his homeworld? I remembered what Lorvian said about us landing near each other, but I saw no one else. Ouch. My ass hurt from the rough landing, and soon a blanket of darkness blotted out the sun. Damn it, I needed to figure a way out of here. I pulled at the latch until I heard a click, and the door popped open, ripping the parachute. I stepped out into the open, and all I saw was a blue horizon and open green fields. Oh my God. The beauty was amazing and so much like Earth. I almost felt like I was home for a split second, but our ship smoking overhead ruined that as it crashed off in the distance. Lorvian? I pressed the comms from inside the pod. Cormac? Connor? Anyone? I kept calling repeatedly, but couldn't hear any sign that anyone was alive except me. Damn thing doesn't work. I beat on the stupid machine. At least the beacon works, I breathed, hoping Lorvian made good on his promise. The pod filled with black smoke, a fire sparked to life, and the parachute was going up in flames. I reached into the pod, grabbed the extinguisher, and, with some fiddling, put out the fire. Great, this just keeps getting better and better. Nope, the day wasn't done with me. The beacon's beeping ceased, and once the smoke cleared, I didn't have to be an engineer to see that the burnt, split, and frayed little wires weren't going to work. No, I cried. Great! I stepped away from the wreck to get away from the rest of the smoke. Suddenly, this open field wasn't as beautiful as I thought. My heart raced and I shivered from the cold. It wasn't freezing, but still this was not fun. As if having to abandon ship and crash land heavens nowhere was supposed to be fun. Connor, Cormac, and Lorvian were nowhere to be seen, and I was worried that they met worse fates than me. A wave of pain hit out of the blue, and I fell to the rich, muddy soil before stumbling back to my feet. Lorvian's words played in my head. His fears of letting me come with him were biting me in the ass big time. If I wasn't here, he wouldn't have to worry about me. But I knew if he dropped safely, he would first try to locate me and come for me. But with the beacon dead, how the hell would he be able to do that? I walked down a small hill where a riverbed flowed, and I didn't know if I should take my chances and drink or not. My throat was dry from all the yelling and the smoke, but I don't know. Something familiar sat in the water near the shore, and I went to pick it up. It was a stone or jewel just like mine. Next to the stone, a small creature shifted about in the sand, turning over bits of colorful sediment. Maybe it was better to not drink this water. The stone that Lorvian gifted me was cracked. I slipped the rock stone into my pocket and zipped it up. A small memento of this misadventure. A voice roared further ahead, followed by the pounding of something big and heavy on the soil, enough to make the ground tremble. I swear if a dinosaur pops up out of nowhere, I would be pissed while running away, screaming and crying. I swallowed hard and looked up the steep hill ahead. If I could reach the top, I would get to see what made that noise. No guts, no glory. I gripped the lush green grass and made the climb up the hill, and down below was an impressive sight. Hundreds or even thousands of black-armored Valesians marched on one side of the field, outnumbering the group dressed in white robes. Yet they stood their ground. Each side chanted something I couldn't understand before the charge to fight. The ones in white were going to get slaughtered. It was like watching a medieval battle on TV. The soldiers charged with swords and spears, cutting, slicing, and stabbing. Black blood soaked into the field, and the white-cloaked Valesians were getting pushed back. I felt the soil give, and and before I could move back, I dropped and tumbled down the steep hill, rolling near the scene of battle. The smell of blood stung my nose, the beat of the drums rattled my senses, and I could hear the blades enter the flesh as if I were the one driving it in. The fall knocked the wind out of me, and I struggled to get back on my feet when several men from the white cloaks were running toward me. Clutching the moist grass and digging my fingers into the mud, I tried to climb the hill, but I tumbled back, hitting my head against the ground. They were close when I scrambled to my feet and ran toward the thick, tall trees of what looked like a dense forest. I wanted to scream, "I'm not with them," but I wasn't sure if they would even understand me. Lorvian told me not to leave the pod, and now I was once again getting myself into a situation that was way over my head, because I just couldn't listen. A massive tree with a large enough hole to fit stood proudly nearby, and I did the only thing I could, crawl inside the dank little home to hopefully find some beautiful, sweet forest creature and hide. Relief was an understatement when they ran by. I was cold. My body couldn't stop trembling from the wind which nipped at my skin, and worse, rain poured hard, beating against the thick, fat leaves until it reached the forest floor. "Lorvian, please find me. I'm sorry, but I'm relying on you so much. I'm sorry I came. Just please come. I want to see your thick brow furrow with anger at my stupidity." To hear his deep, soothing voice scold me would be a godsend.
Chapter 33. Lorvian. Breathing the fresh, cool, salt-laden air was just what I needed. I activated the beacon long before I touched the ground. This place was not my home, of that I was sure. I knew of no other planets in our solar system aside from the 18 I've always known. However, I've heard talks of a 19th planet that later lost its status as a planet more than 2,000 years ago. My only hope of getting my ship back was activating the ship's automation systems and guiding it to my location. I saw greyish smoke rising nearby and trekked there. If it was Caspian, then thank the stars. But it was not him. It was Cormac lying on the ground beside his smoking capsule with blood gushing from the deep gash on his thigh. "It's not him," I lamented and gazed off into the distance, hoping to see any sign of his pod.
"Gee, thanks. Glad to see you too,"
he sneered, pressing his hand against the wound in vain. "You're not pregnant with my child," I replied, reaching into his pod for the small medical box. Slapping his hand away, I could assess the damage. A thick, jagged piece of metal had gone straight through the meat of his leg, ripping through his suit. This was not good, for him at least. He was a good kid, but Caspian was my number one concern, and if I had to leave him to find Caspian, I would. But I would do my best to get him in shape.
"The strangest thing about this is that I can't even feel it,"
he chuckled ruefully. "It may have embedded a piece of your suit inside. I must remove it."
"The human thigh has a big artery attached. If severed, I'll bleed out and die."
"Every pod has a medkit. The fix won't be perfect, and it will be painful, but I can clamp it shut once I remove the metal."
"Oh, fuck me!"
I worked fast, ripping the piece from the flesh in one swift move, then using the forceps to keep the flesh separated. I found the bloody piece of fabric and used the tweezers to pick it free. Blood pooled in the wound, and now the boy was shaking from the pain. Almost done. I clamped the artery shut and sank my fang into my hand.
"Hey, what the hell?"
he protested, his brow covered with sweat. "I'm healing you," I said, dripping my blood into the wound until the artery and some of the meat sealed, but it would take his own healing abilities to repair the rest of the damage.
"Holy shit."
I removed the clamp and the forceps. "It'll take a while to recover. You'll need a transfusion, though I have no idea how that would work for your kind." After wrapping up his leg, I went back to the pod to contact either Caspian or Connor. If the machine was with Caspian, that would at least take away some of my agitations. "Caspian, Connor," I spoke into the comms.
"Sir?"
"Great, I got the machine. Connor, where are you?"
"Inside of the ship, sir."
I hope that was good news. "Did you evac?"
"No, sir."
"I don't even want to know. Where are you?"
"We are on a planet."
Yes, I've figured that much. This is not my homeworld. Listen to me. We must get off of this planet, I yelled.
Sir, I tried to inform you it would be useless to evacuate. What we are witnessing is a dwarf planet that has emerged from a spatial anomaly and is now visible. We were being pulled into the gravitational pull of the arriving dwarf planet.
I know it's called Rishi. Our pods were supposed to divert from this place, but something must have gone wrong. I'm going to give you a private channel to keep in touch with me.
That would help a great deal.
Can you come pick us up?
Negative. The ship crashed and I'm currently making repairs.
When can you fly again?
In 1 or 2 hours.
Good. Have you seen signs of Caspian's pod? Cormac is with me.
Yes, I have. He's several miles from my location. I passed overhead of a smoking pod. However, his beacon is not on.
I'll track him down, I said, feeling confident I could still locate him.
Anomaly what?
Cormac groaned.
I don't like the all-powerful stoic alien panicking.
It's a spatial anomaly, but I do not know more than that.
I thought you knew everything.
Cormac coughed.
I would have to study it and remain long enough on the planet for it to re-enter the anomaly.
That doesn't sound good.
Cormac laughed, and I wondered if my blood was making him delirious. A known side effect other aliens reported when receiving it, which is why we customarily kill other aliens who have been injured rather than give them our blood. The last thing we needed was other aliens using our blood to get high and for their own medical purposes.
How else would the planet have vanished and emerged? It did not fly here. It is merely undergoing its normal rotation.
Was this machine getting smart-lipped? Look, I do not have time for you both to banter about this place. We have perhaps 72 hours to leave here, or we will be trapped here for 300 years.
That is 3 days, Cormac.
I know.
Hush, I said, hearing several heavy-booted footsteps approach. I grabbed some nearby brush and placed it over Cormac, then darted behind the pod. Several soldiers approached, dressed in black and dark green-hued armor. The green only peeked through once light reflected on it, similar to the ship hidden under the human colony. The armor design was smooth, with a series of small jutting twists of metal forming small triangular spikes along the shoulders, arms, and legs. These soldiers were Valisian. That was easy enough to tell from their height and structure, but the language they spoke was ancient. Elder Noros, or Old Elder, to make it simpler. Something told me not to go out there and try to talk. Something was not right. Why were our kind here? Were they Valisians from long ago who became trapped here? Whatever the case may be, I would rather not try to communicate with them. I want to find Caspian and be on my way, but that damn human would change that with a small cough. They surrounded him and pulled the branches and leaves free. Damn it! I ran from cover, lifted 2 with my java, and tossed them back. The others reacted too fast for me to turn my focus on them. I felt something sharp enter my thigh and stomach, sending my head in a whirlwind. The dripping of water trickling on stone was the first thing I heard when I woke up. They chained my arms, and only the tips of my toes touched the cold, wet stone floor. Slumped on the floor, Cormac looked paler than usual. Cool air swept across my body, and I realized I was naked.
Finally awake,
he chuckled. Infection was setting in. The wound wasn't healing as it needed to. His own system must have been fighting my blood. Caspian could handle my blood without issues, but perhaps it was because of the doc's success at integrating our DNA into his body. My head and stomach ached, and sweat rolled and beaded on my skin. Whatever poison they used packed a powerful punch, and my body was having difficulties filtering it from my system, though it was not deadly. They at least didn't intend to kill us. That was the only thing that gave me some hope. 2 men entered the room dressed in a simple tunic, cloth pants and shoes. They also spoke in the ancient tongue as they turned Cormac's face about, and before we knew it, they were removing him from the room. "Hey," my grip on the old tongue was shaky at best. "Where are you taking him?" They didn't answer. One man lingered behind and gripped my chin before running his hand across my chest a little too damn slow for my tastes.
You are a great find,
he leered at my body.
You are Alpha? You will create many children and become warrior.
Where did you take my friend?
The alien stinks of death. We will clean him for the feast.
Feast? I asked, a little on the willfully obtuse side, though I think I knew what they would do. Listen to me. I don't know who you are, but you are all volition. I am a prince of all volitions. My people will search for me and... He cut me off with laughter and left me on my own. Chapter 34. It was silent, dead silent for a long time, and then his screams echoed through the halls. Damn it, I thought of Caspian and the possibility of him being in their clutches. Small steps approached, bare flesh on stone. It was a child, a small boy dressed in a filthy white cloak. How he got inside, I couldn't tell. He held up a fat leaf of food, showing me what was inside. Something that looked like raw meat and cooked grains and vegetables. He turned around, placed the leaf on the table and rolled it up before approaching me again and holding up the rolled leaf to eat. I better not be eating my fucking friend, I mumbled, before taking a bite and then another until I devoured the meal. This food would recharge my jiva. Then I would break my jailer's neck and take the key. However, I didn't know why this child aided me. What's your name, child?
Duro.
My name is Lorvian, I smiled. So what was that?
Food.
I know, smartass. What type of meat was it?
I don't know. It was in the kitchen.
What's going on here? I asked to move the topic along, but it was better not to know what I ate.
You don't know?
If I did, I wouldn't be asking you.
These are the Rachni, and they brought us here to create many children for them,
he explained, his voice trembling. We? You too?
Yes, they took me from my mother.
I'm not creating shit, I said to myself. Why do they call themselves Rachni when they are Valisian? Is it the name of a gang? I then replied to him,
The Rachni are the Rachni, and I am Lucani.
What the hell? This was total insanity, and it was clear that this child had no idea what I was talking about. How long have they been here? Our systems automatically divert us from this planet, but I suppose it doesn't work when you're too close. Its gravitational pull was so powerful that the pods had no chance of escaping to Ashan. Listen, you said these people took you from your mother. If I promise to free you, will you let me go? I said, not wanting to wait around for my recharging. I wanted to leave as soon as possible. When the boy only looked at me curiously, I sighed. I can help you find your mother. This was an obvious lie. I had no intent of wasting time doing that, but if it would get him to release me, I was prepared to tell any lie to find Caspian.
I don't know my mother, but can I bring my friends?
He asked, his face lighting up like I told him I was taking him to a fun park. Yes. The boy ran off suddenly, and I was so enwrapped in the possibility of escape that I didn't sense the man entering the room again, the one who had become a little too fresh with me. I needed to calm down. I could achieve nothing by losing myself. My role would be the cornered animal until I revealed myself as the predator.
I couldn't stop thinking of you.
The man approached and ran his hand over my arse and between my thighs, while his free hand stroked my face and ran his fingers through my hair. He then gripped it and pressed his lips against mine, his wet tongue snaking inside. He pulled away, and I instinctively spat in his face.
Curse you!
He slapped me, drawing blood. He pulled a small tube out of his pocket, collected the small droplets of my blood, and sealed the thing shut.
So, we can know if you truly are Alpha.
He stroked my face again, and this time I fought off the urge to fight back.
You will be more willing when you eat the plants.
He laughed and walked away, leaving me alone again. I heard the patter of feet once more.
Look, I have key.
The child returned, holding up the metal key. "Oh, thank you," I sighed, ready to nuke this planet from orbit once I got out of here. Cormac's screams echoed through the distant halls again. "Unlock me!" I demanded. The boy complied, starting with my feet.
I can't reach the hands.
I gripped the chains and used them as leverage to lift myself high. "Put the keys on my feet," I said. There was no way in hell I would stay here because my savior was too damn short to free me. I maneuvered the key between my toes and lifted my legs to work the piece of metal into the hole. "Got it," I said, turning with my feet and dropping to the floor. My armor wasn't inside the room, nor anything I could wear. Damn it, if I had to run from here naked as the day I was born, then so be it. I peeked out into the halls. They were empty, which was good. And I could see it was night right now. The darkness combined with these primitives, using candles as their main light source, made me confident in my escape. I darted out and stayed along the walls until I reached what looked like a kitchen. The hearth was burning strong, emitting a strange, smoky aroma of meats. They filled the wooden table with herbs, vegetables, and fruits, along with a basket of baked goods. Cormac groaned from the corner, and I went to him to see how bad his injuries were. His leg was gone, and they had seared the stump shut and covered the ugly wound with a bandage.
"Those motherfuckers took my leg,"
he cried. "I need you to stay silent," I warned, moving away.
"Please don't leave me here. I swear I will fly that fucking ship to hell and back if you tell me. No complaints. I'll tell you everything about Earth."
He must have seen the tension and hesitation in my actions. He knew I would leave him. He was a crafty boy, and I'm sure he had left his fair share of possible comrades behind, including my Caspian. Trust me, I wouldn't have left him out of malice. It was a mere question of survival, and there was no way I could sneak him and myself out of here. I owed it to him to at least tell him face to face what my intentions were so he could make peace. "This is bad. You might slow me down." I grabbed a knife from the table to cut his throat. "I'll make it quick." He watched me, his features contorted with anger and then sadness. There was still fight in him. Under any other circumstances, I would at least give it a try to save him, but I also had Caspian and my child to think of, and getting to them was first in my thoughts.
"I'll tell you about the Veletian on Earth. That ship beneath the colony belongs to him. The name he goes by is Mr. Evans. Erevan Evans."
Cormac cried.
"Please get me the fuck out of here."
Did I hear him correctly? The Velesian's name was Erevan?
"Yeah, I swear it, and I know more."
"How do you know my brother?" I asked, ready to drive this blade into his throat. Peace be damned.
"That information dies with me."
This fuck. I had to admit, I admired his balls and brains. If he hadn't mentioned my elder brother's name, a name I don't recall speaking to him, I would have killed him and left. Looks like the chef was checking in. I grabbed the greasy Velesian, pulled him inside, gripped my hand over his mouth, and drove my blade into his heart. Slipping on the tunic and pants of the now-deceased chef, I dragged the body to the corner. I was still thinking of leaving Cormac. I didn't even know what my brother looked like, and I was reaching a point where I considered myself withdrawn from the race to compete for the crown. Whatever my eldest brother was up to, what did it have to do with me? Nothing. It did, however, have something to do with Caspian. The child opened the floor hatch inside the pantry. If we could escape underground and I didn't have to fight my way out of here, then perhaps I could handle bringing Cormac along. Perhaps your luck hasn't run out yet. I grabbed Cormac and tossed him inside. He groaned but knew better than to cry out. "Come on." I jumped down and lifted him on my back and followed the boy as he led us through the small, dark passage. He stopped at a ladder.
My friends are locked up there,
he said, pointing to another hatch. "I don't care."
"I will get them."
"Leave them," I ordered, gripping the boy and preventing him from climbing up.
"You're not leaving your friend."
The boy cried too loud for my taste. "There is no way all of them can come. Gather those you love most.
I love them all.
This little bastard. He climbed the ladder and escaped through the hatch.
I'm dying.
Cormac sighed. He wasn't lying. I could smell the rot and ruin of his flesh. Even if I got him out alive, he would need meds and time to recover before he could be of any use. I knew what he was thinking. He wanted to leave the boy. Sound advice, but I didn't know how long this tunnel went on, or if there were other turns or paths to take or avoid. The child seemed to know where to go. I left my comms on so Connor can locate us, but it's probably out of juice by now, so I don't know how much he got beforehand. The hatch above opened again, but this time armor-clad guards accompanied the child.
I'm sorry, they caught me! Help!
The boy cried. Sending a wave of energy, I yanked the boy inside, causing Cormac to hit the floor. I gripped him by the collar of the dirty wet tunic he was wearing and dragged him and the child along, not looking back before pushing the boy to run ahead of us. I hoped the force of power was enough to stagger the guards at least, and keep them off our asses long enough to make our escape. Guide us now, I ordered, making no plans to return to my previous predicament anytime soon. The boy ran ahead and I followed while dragging Cormac, who groaned with pain, through the muddy waters and wastes. The soldiers were closing in fast.
Here!
The boy shouted and opened the small hatch that was large enough to crawl through. I released Cormac. The rest is up to you, I shouted, and turned to hold off the soldiers as they approached. Lifting one up, I slammed him into the other, then charged with a burst of speed and delivered a solid kick. I ran for the crawl space and scrambled under, not taking another chance. The poison still raced through my body, and too much activity was a sure way of keeping the toxins active and flowing fast. I felt the cool air and rain on me as I reached the outside. A crowd gathered outside a few feet ahead, all gazing up at the skies. It was my ship. The comms worked. Cormac crawled toward the woods, beckoned by the boy, and I ran right for him, lifted him onto my back again, and helped him hide. I'll be back, I reassured them and ran off to flag Connor down, halting in my tracks once I reached the crowd. I was a Valesian, dressed no different from their own, something I had to remind myself of as I pushed through the crowd, looking up at the sky with the same wonderment until I reached a clearing and waved, drawing the attention of the others. The ship hovered above, then darted away for the clearing ahead. I ran fast, this time with almost the whole damn lot of them chasing behind. The cargo doors opened, and it felt like I was running toward paradise. I ran up the ramp. Close the damn doors! Don't let them on! I gathered the power and pushed out, blowing the first few back as the doors closed and the ship took off. I reached the bridge where Connor was at the helm. I left Cormac and a child in the woods there. I pointed in their general direction. Connor took off to circle. My legs trembled weakly as I gripped the seats. My body was nearing its limit and was on the verge of crashing hard. The Valesians were closing in on their location, and I lowered the ramp and jumped off ahead of the soldiers to carry Cormac and get the boy on board. We're on, let's go. Once I saw the clearing of the forest disappear and the tops of the trees traded for cloudy skies, I dropped Cormac, vomited, and fell like a boulder, banging my head against the metal floor.
Chapter 35. Caspian. It's now or never. I had to make a break for it and leave this forest, or maybe head for the ship's crash site. Why didn't I go there to begin with? I wanted to kick myself for it, trust me. No time to cry about it now. It was dark and I couldn't see anything. I crawled out and paused, trying to see if I could hear or see anyone coming. The coast was clear, thank God. I ran while trying to remember where I'd come from. If I'm right, then maybe I can hit the hill and make the climb up with no one spotting me. And just as fast, I lost my footing, and the ground gave way, causing me to tumble helplessly into a hole. A scream escaped as I gave in to the sharp, unrelenting pain in my leg. Something stabbed me. I reached out in the pitch black to feel what it could be. Something hard, maybe wood. It was warm and moist, and I dragged my hand down to feel the burning meat of my flesh forced out by the spike. Fuck! I cried out, Please, please help me. Lorvian, where are you? I never should have come. I saw a light above the darkness, and I saw him, his dark blonde hair draped over his shoulder. He looked down into the hole and shook his head, his brow knitted in anger. I didn't care. That's what I wanted to see. He lifted me from the hole and healed me. His hair was now black as a void, and he smelled of rosewood. My eyes snapped open, and roasted meats and herbs wafted about. The yeast breads reminding me of the bakery my mother used to take me to when I was a child. The sun blinded me, causing me to turn away from it, and I saw that I was in a large circular floor bed inside a colorful room made of wood, like a log cabin. Was it Lorvian who saved me? I touched the bandage around my leg, but I felt no pain, and when I unraveled the cloth, there was a small cut present. The smell of rosewood was nearby, coming from a dark glass bottle near the bed. The door creaked open, and I quickly searched about for a weapon. Anything. I grabbed that stupid bottle of rosewood, ready to toss it at the bastard. I tried to stand, but I was still in a lot of pain. It was a young girl, Valesian, dressed in white like a little bridesmaid. She muttered something and shouted out the door, and a handful of women and lithe men entered, dressed in sheer white garments, leaving nothing to the imagination. They carried trays of the food I must have smelled before. Roasted glazed meat and vegetables and baked bread with lots of fruit. They each bowed to me and sat the trays nearby, waiting on their knees, encouraging me to eat. I was hungry, but I didn't want to eat. They scared me, and I wanted Lorvian by my side. "Where am I?" I asked, ignoring their gestures to put the food in my mouth. I came with a blonde-haired man and 2 others with dark hair. They grew frantic with their gestures for me to eat. My stomach groaned and churned, and I felt a small shift inside. I tried to get up, and they pushed me back down. I tried again. Then this time they held me in place while the others gestured for me to eat. What the hell was this? A strange cult? "I don't want to fucking eat. Bring Lorvian right here, right now," I screamed, having enough. I wanted them to let me go and leave me alone. The others continued to hold me down as I struggled to break free, while the others snatched pieces of meat and fruits and shoved them towards my mouth. I moved my head away to avoid them when one grabbed my cheeks, forcing my mouth open and allowing the others to stuff the food inside. They continued to gesture, all wearing a smile plastered on their faces. I chewed, hoping that if I just ate this, they would let me go. They didn't. Once I swallowed, they forced the next batch and another and another. "Stop!" I yelled, unable to take it anymore. I sobbed. The door creaked open, and he stood there at the door, black hair as a starless night. But I think I was losing my freaking mind. The figures in white darted away from me and bowed to him. He uttered something to them and gestured to the door, and they kept their heads low as they left the room, leaving the 2 of us alone. I didn't want to be alone with him. He was tall like all Valesian males, and slender, a little more than Lorvian. He sported intricate and white metallic tattoos on his arms, chest, and stomach, and I wondered if they covered his entire body, though they didn't look bad. His hair was shorter than Lorvian's, just touching his shoulder. Once we were alone, he stared at me. Unlike Lorvian's eyes, which were dark as a moonless night, this one's eyes were a light gray color.
"The flower wilts in the eternal night. All the lands blush pure white. The one shall one day come from the stars and transport the worthy away."
He spoke Valesian, or whatever they called their language. More importantly, I understood him. He closed the red leather book and stared at me again. "Where's Lorvian? What's going on?" I didn't realize it until I scooted back, but I grabbed the dark-colored glass again.
"I don't know who this Lorvian is. Is he your mate?"
he asked, his voice deep and rough and less smooth than Lorvian's soothing tone, but it was still nice on the ears. "Yes, he is," I said without hesitation. "We're mates, and he would kill anyone who would dare harm me."
"I'm not here to harm you."
He pulled up a chair beside the bed and sat down, crossing his legs as he did.
"Your child is the chosen one, destined to be reborn. Return to them in their most desperate hour of need to save them and take them to the stars."
"What? That is insane!"
"Of course it's insane."
He chuckled lightly. He said it as though it was plain to see,
I don't believe it either. But it's not important if I believe it or if you believe it. They believe it. They wrote it in their sacred texts.
What the hell have I gotten myself into? Listen, you seem like you have some common sense, I tried to reason with him. My ship crashed here and I need to get back to it. He looked at me for a long moment, and I thought of saying more, but I couldn't think of anything.
There is nothing I can do to help you. Not without a price.
He answered. I have nothing.
But you do.
He nodded. His calm demeanor almost made me ashamed of not remaining calm.
A ship that can fly me far away from here.
Now I was growing suspicious. The people here all spoke in another language, but not him. They didn't seem to understand anything I said. How come you can speak this language and theirs? You don't belong here, do you? I asked, hoping he said yes.
You aren't the first to come here. My team landed here a long time ago and found ourselves trapped. Now I'm all that's left.
Why did they bow to you?
I'm a scientist. They held me hostage, and I had to prove my worth to stay alive. I cared for the sick and wounded, and became known as a great healer.
Why are they forcing me to eat?
They are feeding the chosen child, not you.
His wide lips widened even more. He was handsome, yet his features were slightly exaggerated. His nose was a bit too big, lips were a bit too wide. But it worked for him. Strange how that could be.
Once it ripens, they will cut it from your belly.
Well, if there was any more of a motivation for me to get out of here, this was it. Okay, now let's go. I climbed to my feet.
We have a deal?
Yes, and more yeses. He stood and walked toward the door, his movements a little too languid for me. It was like I was at 60, and he was at -60.
Await my signal. The name is Zai.
Caspian, and what am I supposed to do? He didn't say a word. He closed the door and locked it, leaving me inside. He told me to await his signal, yet didn't tell me what the hell the signal was. Usually these things are followed by some sort of plan as to what to expect to happen. You're supposed to take everyone else by surprise, not the person you're making the plans with. Chapter 36. I couldn't allow myself to rely solely on some stranger to help me. I needed to have my own plans, a way to escape without him, or in case he failed. My pacing stopped, and I looked out between the wooden bars on the window. Wooden screws held together the frame. If only I was strong enough to tear this off, I could escape from here, but it was pointless. The woman in white entered again, carrying a lengthy white tunic and a tray of dark-hued bottles. The bottles wafted with various scents, including flowers and some kind of incense. What do you want? I asked instinctively, but this time there was no gesturing of any kind. Some of the women held me down on the bed while the others stripped me naked and rubbed my body with the oils. Oh God, are they going to cut my baby out now? There was nothing to cut out. They then slipped the tunic on. It looked like a plain white outfit, but unlike the sheer dresses that adorned the women, it hid my body well. It resembled an outfit you'd find in some Middle Eastern desert. Without a word, they helped me up and escorted me from the room, and for the first time I saw their home in all its splendor. Stairs circled the massive trees leading to the various wooden homes above. One tree was like a small neighborhood, and I loved the beauty and simplicity of it all. If only I had come here under different circumstances, or if only they weren't insane zealots itching to cut my baby out of my body. They guided me down the long staircase, where a wooden litter awaited, draped with a sheer cloth. They parted the fabric and sat me inside, and a group of men lifted me up and carried me away. I couldn't stop trembling, especially when they carried me through a large canopy of flower arches where a large crowd had gathered. Oh God, I swallowed, and now I searched for a way out, but it all seemed so fruitless. The men set the litter on a stand on what looked like a decorative stage. The ominous drums boomed while the women opened the canopy, allowing me to see everyone, though I'm sure it was meant for everyone to see me. Someone stood on the stage, naked except for a cloth to cover the genitals, and his skin was painted black from head to toe. He gestured to the right, and I heard the cries of a six-legged animal, with cream-colored matted fur dangling like dreadlocks. He uttered a string of words I couldn't understand before running the blade along its throat, The animal uttered another strong cry before the handlers guided it to rest. The crowd swayed in unison to the beat of the drums as the man cut something from the poor animal and placed it on a tray, the centerpiece surrounded by fruit. Women approached me, blood coating the bottom of their dresses as they walked through the path of blood. On the tray was a blood-coated stomach, still smoking from the heat reacting to the cold. The man sliced the stomach open and spilled the grass-coated blob. I retched. Please don't tell me they wanted me to eat this? I held my hand to my mouth to keep the food they forced me to eat down. The man approached and leaned in.
Hold it in.
Now his voice was familiar. He spoke in the language I could understand. You lied to me.
I told you to await my signal. I have not given the signal yet.
He used his hand to scoop up the chewed, mucus-covered grass pie and held it out. I turned my head, fearing what he would force me to do. They all watched me, swaying and watching. My chances of escape seemed bleak, and Lorvian would not come. I had to do whatever it took to save myself. I would play the part if they wanted a goddess or savior. They couldn't possibly want to cut my child out now. If they did, they would have a poor savior. Luckily for me, my pregnancy was early, which meant I had more than enough time to figure a way out of this. But pretending also means putting on a damn good show about eating half-chewed and digested food. Here goes nothing. I put the piece into my mouth and closed my eyes, focusing all my will on getting it down, ignoring the rancid, earthy flavor and pungent aroma. The crowd cheered as I took another bite and another until all that was left was the flabby, sunken stomach pouch. The man yelled something, and everyone cheered and danced, and the beat of the drums grew fiercer. He reached out to me and helped me out of the litter.
Remain for at least an hour, then retire to your room. You will receive the signal soon.
What is the signal?
The ringing of the dinner bell. You won't miss it.
And what am I supposed to do?
Be ready for me to come to you,
he said, leaving my side. The party continued, and I tried to keep my mind off the taste lingering on my tongue. I had no sense of time here, but I watched them dance and sing, and some of them came over to rub my stomach and say a few words. I eventually went back to the room. The only thing keeping me from running was the posted guard scattered about. Something loud whirred above, like an airplane either taking off or landing nearby. It reminded me of when we moved near an airport in Detroit. Wait, I didn't see a landing pad anywhere around here, and according to that guy, he needed a ship to get out of here. I looked out the window and saw our ship passing by, causing the crowd to look up and others to scatter for their homes. Lorvian, so close yet so far away. My hope was that he would land here, but that seemed to not be happening as the ship circled about and got further and further away. My door creaked open, and I thought it was the man I had spoken to before, but it wasn't. The spooked little girl sat down a tray of food. Her eyes kept darting up as she did until she left the room. What if this was my chance? I grabbed what looked similar to a fork and checked out the end, which was flat. Flat like the wood screws holding the bars on, at least I hoped. The other tray had no utensils at all. Maybe she forgot when the ship flew over? I didn't know or care. I slipped the utensil between the small slit and used every ounce of strength I could muster to turn each bolt until the frame loosened and I could pull it out. The crowd dispersed, and I couldn't decide if I should sneak out now while everyone was distracted or wait for them to go back to partying. If they would do that, screw it. I slipped out the window and stayed along the tree. I didn't want to go down the stairs. That was a surefire way to get caught. But there was no other way down aside from a rope, and I was no good at rope climbing. But then again, I didn't need to climb. I needed to descend. I breathed deeply and took a chance, reaching for the rope. My hands burned as I dangled and slipped until I hit the ground with a thud. I looked around. The coast was clear, except for the guards who returned to their posts by what looked like could be my way out of here. Damn. The ship had now long departed, and it seemed like the party was over. Behind me was a red stone cave with strange, colorful drawings around the opening. I took a chance and darted across and inside. I couldn't hear anything but the splashing of water the deeper I traveled in. The cave was dark, all but the flickering yellow light ahead. I followed it like a beacon. It came from a humble-looking room with a small floor bed and dresser, a colorful rug covering the entire room, and clothing hanging on the walls. But the mural painted on the wall forced my feet forward to enter the room. An androgynous person holding their belly, dressed in white. On the next wall, the child was cut from their bleeding belly. On the next was the most disturbing sight, hands reaching out for the child. I removed the clothing from the wall to inspect the last drawing. I gasped and stepped back, running into him. I gasped and scrambled away, but he gripped my arm, keeping me in place. He was wet and naked, causing me to turn away.
Horrible, isn't it?
He said, letting me go. His gray eyes looked up at the depiction of the final moment when the child was torn apart and devoured by hungry mouths, the fangs dripping with blood and ripped flesh. "What the hell is this?" I asked, horrified.
The day of their savior's rebirth, the one who would bestow them with enough power to protect themselves against the Rachni. "I have no desire to hurt you or your child,"
he said. He must have known what I was thinking.
"I wish to leave this place too."
"You seem to be the head of this whole sick shit."
"Not the head, merely the one who inherited this."
He sighed, holding his hands up to let me know he was of no harm.
"I told you to await my signal. Now everyone is looking for you."
"How the hell do you know?"
"I can hear their frantic call to action."
He tapped his ears. "What is this place?"
"This is a sanctuary for the monks here, and this just so happens to be my room."
He reached for the clothing I had thrown on the floor and slipped on his black pants and a long black leather vest that displayed his tattoos.
"I didn't paint that, by the way. It was here long before I came here."
He slipped on his sandals and ran his long fingers along the chipped paint.
"By those who have long since gone into their deep slumber."
"I just want to get out of this place," I said, shaking from what I saw.
"Understandable. There is a passage that will take us to the wheat fields. From there, I have a boat waiting."
He grabbed a sack and his red book, which he hooked to his waist via a strap.
"We could have had a much easier time getting there had you not run away on your own. Now, the entire village is looking for you."
"What the hell did you expect me to do?"
"I expect you to keep your voice down now."
"Fine," I lowered my voice. "Let's get to this boat. Hopefully we can find my pod or even my ship and get off this planet."
"With pleasure."
Chapter 37. He blew out his candles and led the way until natural sunlight replaced the darkness. I smelled the water and wanted to relax, but just getting to the boat was half the battle. I couldn't rest until I was off this planet. As far as it concerned me, I've seen enough of this place to last several lifetimes. He led me to the towering wheat fields, but it wasn't enough. I heard the screaming rant of a soft voice. It was that young girl, and she was waving off to the side. "Shit, she saw us!"
"Make haste,"
Zai ordered, making a run through the field toward the shallow water. The bright yellow and red-trimmed boat looked like one of those gondolas you'd see lining some canal in Italy. How the hell did he plan for us to get away in this? Zai was already pushing it to the deep end of the lake, causing me to dive into the water to climb inside.
"Hold on,"
he ordered once he was inside and headed to the front, where a crank was embedded. I didn't know how he would control this thing, but there was nothing I could do but urge him to hurry as the villagers pushed through the wheat and made it to the clearing after us. He turned the crank, and we were off just before they reached us. I grabbed a hook from inside and held it like a weapon, ready to stab the living hell out of the first person who put their hands on this boat. They waded in the water, shouting a barrage of words at us while I grunted like a madman. Between their guttural language and my grunts, the scene could have been mistaken for some sort of caveman spat or something. All I knew was that the primal urge to defend myself and my child was at the forefront of my mind. And I knew I would swing that hook if I had to. We were traveling further away from shore to the much larger body of water until I felt safe enough to lower the hook and breathe a sigh of relief. "Only one boat here? What are the odds?" I coughed and tried to swallow to coat my sticky throat. But not even that mattered as I was a step toward freedom from this place. A part of me wondered if this entire thing was just some strange dream, and I would wake up at home in North Carolina, hating everything and everyone again.
"Not really odds. I just sunk the others."
Zai pushed along the water like a gondolier. Well, if a gondolier used a crank. Those crazy bastards followed on the shore until I couldn't see them anymore, and it was just water for miles. I tried to see if I saw anything familiar about our new area. I know I landed near a small river where these rocks are. I held up the scarred jewel that was still around my neck. Like this.
There are a few of those here, but you will have to be more specific than that.
There was a huge fight nearby between your people, the ones in white and these dark, armored-wearing ones. He appeared to think for a moment.
I think I know of the location.
Good. I sat back, unwilling to relax completely. I had heard of those stories of people dying just moments after being rescued because they allowed themselves to get too relaxed before they were out of danger. Mind if I ask you something? I said, trying to keep some sort of conversation going. Otherwise, I would fall asleep.
Go on.
Are you a Valesian? You look like one, but I don't think I see any markings, unless those are your markings and not tattoos.
These are tattoos. I was born without markings, but yes, I am a Valesian. We all are.
Is there a royal palace somewhere? Maybe Lorvian went home.
No such thing exists here. This is not the Valesian homeworld, if that is what you were thinking.
What is this place?
A planet with a strange rotation. It turns in and out of an anomaly, only becoming visible for a few days before vanishing for another 300 years.
300?
Yes. If we don't leave this planet soon, we will have to wait to get you back home.
I don't have that kind of time.
I would prefer not to wait either.
Well, at least we agree on that. Glad we could agree on something.
Relax, Caspian. We hopefully won't need to abandon our boat for a while.
I saw my ship flying overhead not too long ago. Hopefully they're not too far away.
One can only hope.
I didn't know how long we were on the water, but it felt like ages. It reminded me of the times my dad taught me how to fish. We were on the water for hours, the sun shining down, catching nothing until we got that one catch. And then I felt so bad for it that my dad would unhook it and let it go. I'm so bored, I said, sitting up again. We were now sailing a narrower section of the water.
That will be rectified soon. Get back down.
Zai turned the boat away from the left side of the shore and left the crank to lay his body flat inside the boat. I followed. What's going on? I whispered.
The armored ones will kill us the moment they see us.
We waited, but we didn't have to wait long because the guttural sounds of the others were getting closer and closer. A hook latched onto the wall of the boat, and we were being wheeled in. Zai scoffed and grabbed the hook. I latched on to help, and we pulled the thing in and out of the boat. The voices became rougher and more frantic, and we were both on our feet. No use in hiding now. We were too damn close to the shore. Zai held up his hand, summoning a gust of force that knocked them away. I ran for the crank and turned it to steer us away from the land. Another blow sent them reeling, and the boat rocked harder with the waves created by the shock. My arms felt heavy, but I didn't stop. I just couldn't. They prepared arrows from a distance. I stood to get better leverage on the crank. Oh God! The sharp metal pierced my gut, and the force caused me to stumble back and plant my ass on the boat.
Hold on!
Zai yelled and pulled an arrow from his shoulder. He took over the crank, guiding us away. All my strength left my body. The arrow had pierced my belly, leaving a trail of blood pooling into my belly button. I'm going to die. My baby is going to die. I panicked as the pain rippled through my body.
Hush, you don't know that.
He rushed over, shielding me from another volley of arrows. We dropped hard, and something sucked us into the cool, rapid waters below. The boat was gone, and the water slammed me to the rocky bottom like an inescapable vortex. I felt his hand on me, gripping me and pulling me to the surface. So far it was just the two of us down here, and I couldn't hear anything else over the waterfall. I hated myself for being nothing but dead weight. Leave me and go, I said, meaning every word.
Nonsense. We need shelter to lie low.
He stood on one of the wet rocks to scope ahead. He then helped me up. I think I saw a clearing in the woods. Sure enough, he was right. There was a small wooden cottage there, and it didn't seem as if anyone was home.
We have to move fast,
he said, laying me on the bed and tearing a larger hole in the tunic. He rolled me over.
I need to see if the arrow pierced the other side.
He yanked the thing out of me, causing me to groan.
I'll be back,
he said, leaving me inside alone. He returned with what looked like ashes in his hands and rubbed it over the hole.
This should accelerate the healing. Let me find something to dress the wound. You should heal soon.
What about... He pressed his hand against my stomach.
I don't know. I'm no doctor, but I'll do my best to monitor you for any complications.
He looked away from me, and I could tell he was hiding something. But I didn't want to hear the words that my baby was most likely injured and lost.
Optimism is the best way to go here.
Me and optimism rarely go hand in hand, I chuckled ruefully, thinking of how I got here. Not wanting to be left behind or face Derek and Fran alone, I behaved like a child, not like someone's soon-to-be father. I was stupid and selfish, and now I was paying the price for it. Or rather, my child paid the ultimate price for my recklessness. Chapter 38. I couldn't remember much after that. I think I fell asleep, though I couldn't tell by anything other than feeling the gunk build up inside my mouth. Zai bandaged my wound with a cloth. Outside, he was taking some strange-looking bloated creature from a net. I assume those are supposed to be fish. Mind if I help? I asked, feeling better aside from the dull ache of the wound.
That won't be needed. You should focus on healing. We don't know the owners of this place, and if I'm correct and we are in the Rachni lands, then we don't want to get captured. They'll kidnap you and breed you for certain.
Geez, what happened here? Aren't you all Veletian?
I believe they crashed here who knows how long ago and have been unable to escape. Or perhaps they came here willingly.
Zai shrugged.
All I know is that some of the plant life here causes a slow deterioration of the mind. I imagine that being trapped here, they must have eaten some before realizing their mistake. I do not know when they began calling themselves Lucanis and Rachnis, or when they began to fight one another. All I know is that Rachni have been kidnapping the Omegas among the Lucanis and raping them to breed them, and the Lucanis had enough.
If they've been trapped here, I sort of feel sorry for them.
Don't. Whoever they were before they came here is long gone. The only thing that can be gained from being here is knowledge and very important medicine, which I now must sadly abandon to save myself.
You came here for medicine?
Yes, though we were meant to land exactly in the region the plant grows in, our systems went haywire and we crashed a long way away. I suppose it was a blessing and curse. The plant grows in a region that is so harsh we would have died in hours. The curse is that we landed near these primitives.
He heaved a sigh.
It's not as if I dreamed of going to sleep in the end. I knew I would one day die, but dying without achieving what I set out to do is unforgivable.
I think I heard that phrase used before, going to sleep.
Veletians who are lucky enough not to die an unnatural death eventually succumb to sleep instead.
So they just sleep and not die? He nodded.
Family usually care for them by placing them in a safe location.
That's something I can't even begin to comprehend. I watched him continue to work. Are you sure you don't need any help? I think I'll lose my mind if I lay in bed all day.
We won't be staying long. We have only a few hours before we're trapped here for a few more centuries. I'm cooking us something to eat, and then we'll leave,
he said, slicing the animal open and yanking a bunch of greenish goo from the inside. After slicing the eyes off, he tossed it in the fire. He followed with the second before looking up, but not at my face. His eyes lingered on me, but below. I looked down and saw spotting the rear end of my pants. I gasped, my heart in my throat. It was official. I've lost my baby. I felt like my body was numbing, the feeling you get when your leg is about to fall asleep, but it was all over my body.
I'll clean the tunic.
He stood and approached. No, I said, getting into the water and kneeling, using the cold liquid to scrub my clothes until a small stain persisted. I sat down and just stared into the woods across the way. I want Lorvian to know what these people did. I want him to come back here and kill every last one of them. I muttered my wishes more to myself than the man playing with the fire nearby.
I think we should leave now.
He pulled the charred meat off the fire, wrapped it in cloth, and soaked it in the river. They sizzled as he placed them in the sack he carried. He put out the fire and led the way. We walked away from the cottage, and now that we were on rocky land, my bare feet were taking a beating. Lorvian really wanted this child, I whispered as we continued on. He was happy to tell me about it, for sure.
What of your happiness?
I was happy too. I finally felt like I was building something that was mine, my own family, as strange as it was.
You don't know if you've lost it. We're very resilient if you didn't know,
he replied, pushing ahead.
It will take much more than a single arrow to kill it.
I keep hearing about the healing capabilities of your kind, but travel women lose their babies by Velesian men all the time, so much so that Lorvian turned to me, a man.
Your kind?
He stopped and looked at me.
I knew it. You're not Velesian.
No, I guess I'm kind of one. I'm a human, or was. But something happened. Actually, a lot happened. It's hard to explain. I guess the long and short of it is that some Velesian scientist experimented on me, and it seems to have worked more than expected.
I see.
He kept moving.
I thought perhaps Velesian omegas outside the planet had evolved to be much smaller, and your legs were strange.
He chuckled.
It makes sense now. Though the thought of an alien transforming into one of us is quite fascinating.
He stopped again and held up his hand for me to stop.
Hide!
We ran for the large bushes and trees and vanished inside. Those freaking armored soldiers were ahead, but I don't think they saw us, though they were still searching for us. Zai tapped my shoulder and gestured for me to follow him. We crawled along the ground away from the group, and everything was going according to plan. We remained low and hidden until we stumbled upon one pissing by the tree.
Damn!
Zai exclaimed and summoned the same gust of force from before, pushing him back, and now we were on our feet and running away from the chaos. We won't make it, I exclaimed when the soldiers caught up to us. Zai turned to blast them away. One soldier leaped high over the tumbling bodies of the others and swung his large sword down, only for Zai to evade with another gust of darker swirling force. I sauntered back and tumbled when another soldier came for me. My body tingled, and it was as if my mind connected to every nerve in my body, and it rushed through a force of power. I felt my hand around his neck, squeezing. I felt the blood stop and the windpipe give way. Oh my God, I breathed. The force released, and the armored man hit the forest floor, the armor clanking. What the hell was that?
We must hurry!
Zai grabbed me and ran. We climbed over large branches until we reached the edge of the woods, and I saw a pod standing upright nearby. Oh my God! I pointed ahead. It's one of the pods! I ran toward it, but something was off. Lorvian, Cormac, and Connor were nowhere to be seen. Reddish-brown blood was splattered along the floor, leaving a trail near a bush.
What manner of creature left this behind?
Had to be Cormac's blood.
Ah, an alien. How odd.
Odd?
I'm assuming your alpha is a Velesian.
Yeah, he is.
Yet he seems to have multiple alien companions.
He let it linger in the air. I focused my attention on the medkit lying around. I looked for any sign that Lorvian was here while Zai was rummaging through the pod until the beeping noise stopped.
There's a chance your friends may return, but we don't have time to wait, and I'm sure they know by now what could happen if they remain on this planet.
Aside from the Lord of the Rings elves trying to kill us, I sighed, wanting this ordeal to be over. What do we have to do?
There is a place created by Velesians long ago before their minds went sour. Old tech that had been lost to the ages but may still work. I've traveled there from time to time.
He went to the back of the pod, and what life left had gone dark after he pulled something from it. What are you doing?
We might be able to use this to power the old tech and send a stronger beacon.
He held up a flat device with wires jutting from it, like exposed arteries. How far do we have to travel to get to this place?
Thankfully, not far. Just up that path there.
He pointed to the base of a small mountain, but a mountain nonetheless. That path looks like a damn mountain.
We can make it if we use our jiva to push us along. We'll exert ourselves and won't have much energy for anything else, but we will make it in a reasonable amount of time.
Jiva? I don't have that.
I saw you use it.
I was confused, but then again, what else explained what happened in the woods? He hesitated.
Get on my back.
He looked over the ridge again, and sure enough, they were coming toward us. Those bastards just won't quit. They don't give up, do they?
Apparently not.
He didn't look particularly strong, but I wasn't overweight either. Hopefully, it was enough to get us through this. He pushed off, and we glided fast and away from the pod. We'd been traveling for a long while when I noticed his breathing was labored and wheezing. I can get off if you need to rest.
No, I'm fine. Just tired.
He breathed.
You must do the rest once we get there. I won't be able to.
I looked out into the whirlwind of dark energy. We were high up and near the summit of the mountain, and by the time he stopped and collapsed, it was getting dark. He crawled to the door and pushed it open.
Hurry,
he said through his strained voice. I rushed inside the rusted station, which looked like a small outpost. It's almost night, I said, unable to see everything.
We won't be able to leave come morning.
He crawled inside and pushed the door closed. Okay, tell me what to do.
Insert this power supply into that chamber.
He handed me the device and pointed at a tube ahead, and I followed his instructions as he told me how to insert it and what buttons to press. He remained on the floor, drained of strength. The station whirred with life. He crawled to the beacon and stood up, still weakened, as I turned on the comms. Lorvian, are you out there? Hello?
Caspian?
Connor's voice came on through the bits of static until he was clear. Connor, where's Lorvian?
I'm here,
he said, and I breathed a sigh of relief. But something was wrong. His voice sounded haggard. What's wrong? Your voice sounds strange?
Just flushing toxins out of my system. We're on our way to your nav point. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm glad you're okay too. Did Cormac make it?
Yeah.
Good. Lorvian. I think Just hurry, okay? I said, too afraid to tell him I may had lost our baby. I turned off the comms. Better to do that than have him wring the news out of me. I was afraid he wouldn't want me anymore, that I had nothing to offer, or that he may just decide I wasn't worth saving. I knew this was all paranoia on my part. But what did I have to offer anyone? I was a fuck-up and had been my whole life. I refused to listen to him, and now my baby paid for it. He would have every right to kick me to the curb or worse. A loud bang, and then another hit the door. I don't think that's Lorvian, I said on guard.
No, they followed us here.
As I leaned against the console.
If your friends do not come soon, we are done.
I heard the ship's engines barreling towards us. I waved, hoping he saw me through the station's glass window, which was as wide as the station itself. I turned on the comms. We can't get out. They're at the door. Get down! We dropped to the floor as the guns shattered the glass around us, and Lorvian leaped across. Grabbing me, he dove into the airlock. Wait, I said, pointing to Zai, who struggled to stand. He's a friend. I watched Lorvian go for him and bring him across. I still didn't know if I could trust Zai completely, but he got me here, and I couldn't stand leaving anyone to whatever fate these bastards had in store.
Chapter 39. Lorvian. Caspian was wounded and weak as he fell into my arms. The tunic he wore was wet, muddy, torn, and blood-stained. He tried to say something, but instead slumped like a rag doll. I lifted him in my arms and ordered Connor to get us the hell off this planet. I placed him on the bed in the med bay where Cormac was also out, and removed his filthy clothing. I noticed the bandage on his abdomen and the blisters and cuts on the soles of his feet. He looked like he'd been through hell and back. Connor announced we were in orbit. Another bout of pain hit me, a wave I was not getting used to. My body could filter most poisons in a few hours, but this seemed to linger worse than any I have ever experienced. I gave way to coughing and hacking, bringing up more blood than before. The man Caspian told me to rescue stood at the end of the hall, using the wall for support. He looked weak, but he was also Velician. That much was certain. The little dark-haired boy ran to the man, his little feet pattering on the floor. He dropped to his knees, his dirty, ragged-bottomed tunic tucked under his knees.
A god! A god!
He cried and lowered his head.
I'm sorry for not praying every night.
Please don't do that.
The man tried to walk past the boy, his voice raspy and strained.
But why are you not with the Lucani? Are they no more?
The boy crawled along, his large eyes pleading for an answer. Yet the other gave none. He approached, his steps careful until we were standing face to face.
The Rachni poisoned you. You will die in a few days without the Geno plant.
Damn it! I spat a glob of blood and mucus. There's always something. Where is this plant? I would smash something if he told me it was back on that planet.
It grows on the mountains to the east.
Well, shit. The planet is already vanishing. By the time we reach the location, the planet will be almost gone.
I know. However, the Geno plant is the only known cure.
Only known cure, I repeated with a groan. Of course, it would have to be the only known cure. Of course, flushing the toxins myself wouldn't be as simple. I tried to keep it together as I went to the bridge where Connor was flying. The planet still lingered below, but a part of it was already vanishing within the dust cloud. Don't leave this planet's orbit just yet. I need to return. Was that shock I witnessed his fine features warp to for just a moment?
But
I'm taking the shuttle. I didn't want to waste time explaining. It would be another precious second gone to waste.
Sir, that shuttle is meant only for spaceflight. I don't think it will work under gravity.
I'll make it work, I said without a plan. I didn't want to return to that planet, but I sure as hell didn't want to die either. If push came to shove, I could use my Jehovah to lift the shuttle enough into orbit for Connor to come and get me, but that would exert massive amounts of energy, and I would need a long time to recover. There was no time to think about it now. I went to the launch pad, the large, near-empty room beneath the cargo bay section. We've yet to use this room. However, during my inspection, I noticed the small two-seater craft seated on the launch track. Whether or not it worked, I had no idea. That man arrived behind me along with the boy, who followed him like a lost lamb.
Remember, it grows on the mountain to the east. It's all white with blue veins.
There's no need to tell me, you're coming with me, I said with a smile.
I'm already prepared.
He smirked.
I shall come too. I wish to return home.
The child ran over but stopped when the man held up his hand to stop him. Kid, I'm not going out of my way to take you home. I will only get the plant, I said, losing my patience.
But I helped you. You promised to return me to the Lucani.
Remember the sacred texts.
The man placed a comforting hand on his shoulder.
See this journey as a test.
What will the test reveal?
The boy settled down, but his eyes watered. You will figure it out on your own. He climbed into the shuttle's back seat while I leapt into the front. Better get the hell out of here, or your journey is gonna be, you sucked into space, I said to the boy, closing us in and turning the little ship on. Connor, prepare to launch us.
Yes, sir,
he said before giving a Valesian countdown. We shot out from the bay, and already the damn thing was shaky and hard to control. Damn thing! Do what I want!
We must hurry,
the man breathed. I could hear the small tremble in his voice.
The planet is being swallowed as we speak.
You have 15 minutes.
Connor reiterated his sentiments. Yeah, I know. I held my hand to my mouth. The stinging in my throat signaled another bout of coughing. I tasted the sulphur of my blood in my mouth and swallowed. The last thing I needed was a glob of my bloody spit to cause a malfunction. I steered the vehicle through the atmosphere, the vessel rocking the whole way through. The sudden shift in force dropped us like a sack of metal. I heard the other almost whimpering behind me. Hell, I didn't blame him at all. My feet felt hot. The force turned the outer structure into a ball of red-hot fire. Shit!
Is there something you can do?
The man yelled, his composure gone. I'm releasing the coolants now, but I'm unsure if it's enough.
Turn more to the left. The mountain area is freezing.
That's just what I needed to hear, I said, following his instructions. We hit an ice barge that slowed our fiery descent, but still slid off the edge. I deployed the parachute, bringing us slowly to a mountain cliff. We made it, I said, lifting the latch. The cold struck me hard. My armor was gone, and so was the bodysuit I would wear that would offer some form of protection, but I still wore the chef's tunic I escaped in, complete with no shoes. While my new companion wore a light cloth and pants with sandals. We were both unprepared for this venture, but I didn't plan on staying long, and we were Valisians after all. It would take a lot to freeze us, though this planet was giving it its best shot. This was the only other planet I've encountered with an aerial ice barge, but usually those were pure ice worlds.
Some should be nearby.
The man climbed from the vessel and pointed ahead. We trekked the mountain, leaving a small trail behind us. Who are you? Why did the boy worship you and call you a god? I asked, making ridiculous small talk to keep the focus off my freezing limbs.
The universe holds many wonders, some great and others small. I am but a minnow.
If you keep talking like that, I will leave you on this mountain. The man laughed. At least he had a sense of humor.
Here.
He stopped and dug into the snow, picked the plant and handed it to me.
I can extract the cure from this.
Good, I said, feeling worn out. Let's get out of here.
Hold on.
He rushed to a batch of white plants and flowers peeking from the snow.
Yes, I knew it.
He celebrated as he took a knife, dug the plants up by the roots, and placed them in a separate container. What is that?
I can give you the entire dissertation or...
Shut up and let's go. We rushed back to the small ship and closed ourselves inside, though it was a cold storage container at this point. I flipped the switches. Good. None of them froze yet. Thankfully, the ship had some flight capabilities, but whether it was enough to push us into orbit was another matter. On top of that, the glass partially cracked from the landing. We took off, rising above the mountains and the thick clouds, and then we reached a stalemate. We're not going any higher. I focused my jiva on the vessel to keep us steady.
I'll do what I can to help.
I felt the burden lift, but my heart pounded faster until my head ached and everything spun out of control. We focused and pushed through until we gazed down at the half-planet looming below. Connor, come and get us the hell out of here. We've just run out of fuel. I plopped back. My nose was wet with blood.
Yes, sir.
I climbed from the ship to the launch pad and leaned against the freezing machine, which was now locked into the track. If those doors opened now, I knew I wouldn't have the strength to fight back. How this man was still standing, albeit on shaky, wobbly legs, was a mystery. His jiva must be immensely strong.
I will go to your medical lab and extract the cure.
Yeah, I opened my eyes, my head feeling like the morning after shore leave. That man stood over me. It pissed me off with how fast he could recover himself after such a massive power drain.
Drink this. It should help you recover.
He held the thin, long tube with the light blue liquid inside, and I took it and drained it before plopping my head back on the vessel. If my Caspian trusts you, then I will too. I groaned. My blood might as well be made of lead with how every inch of my body was pinned to the floor. Connor entered the room, his boots echoing in the space. How's Caspian? I asked. At that moment, no other news seemed worthy of my attention.
He's fine, along with the child. He kept muttering about losing it, and nothing seemed to console him. But I gave him some sedatives to help him rest.
I never thought I'd be praising the existence of a machine. I looked at the newcomer and stood up so I could look down on him. Not that it mattered. He had already seen me weakened and coughing up blood. I hated that he seemed to be more powerful than me despite his smaller size. What happened down there?
I think it would be better if he told you himself. He would want that. I helped him the best way I could with the promise he would allow me passage on board your vessel.
Where?
As long as needed until I can find passage back to Ashen.
This isn't a cruise ship. He followed me until I reached the nav room and stood on the podium to help plot the safest course home.
I can be of some help. I don't expect free passage, and I require little.
What can you do? I'm assuming you've never left that planet.
Herbalism. I can put together some concoctions that can enhance a Velesian's strength or help you recover your Jiva faster. And I'm a fighter, to a certain extent.
Ah, so that was his secret. You can start by giving me some information. How did our kind get on that planet? How long have you lived there?
I imagine they crashed there the same way you did and just never managed to make it off. A communications tower was set up on the mountain where you found us.
Why was it never used?
Some of the plant life there can destroy the mind. I assumed that they ate them. If I didn't have a working scanner at the time, I would have made the same mistake.
My mouth gaped open. And you fed a plant from there to me?
That plant is safe. It's not good to eat as a meal, but it's good medicine, I swear.
And you are one of those Lucani?
I don't belong to those people.
He scoffed. Then what were you doing there? He hesitated before giving up.
I guess it can't be helped. I don't know how much you know of our condition that rendered our kind infertile. Most of that information is classified.
It's a virus.
Oh. Then I suppose this next part will be easy. I'm one of the scientists the king entrusted with finding a cure. My research led me to Rishi.
That's insane. You went there willingly? He nodded.
My team was meant to be there for only 2 days as we extract this plant.
He held up the container he had placed the white plant in.
But we crashed a long way from our destination, and those of us who survived the crash were killed. I was the only survivor. I fear I would have to leave this behind to save myself until you were poisoned. I knew the plant grew near your cure. I confess we could have travelled someplace closer, but wanted to take a chance.
You endangered my fucking life for a plant? I sneered. Is it a cure? Will it save our people?
No, it's not a cure for the virus.
Then what the hell?
But it can still save us.
Explain yourself.
This plant can wake us from our slumber. Imagine the billions of our kind sleeping peacefully that can finally awaken.
It would be a boon, and it would boost our numbers significantly, I said, calming down. It was difficult to stay angry at one of our own doing what they could to save our kind, especially when they got results. Those trapped Velesians, they sure had a sizable number on both sides. I stepped off the podium.
It's because they were never infected. I've secretly collected sample tissue throughout the years, and I have it all with me. This is why I need to get back to Ashan and to a lab.
I have one here, though, not as extensive. You can get set up anywhere you feel comfortable. I can't pretend this is a traditional warship. Lucky for you, our next stop is home.
There is a small observational room on the second floor. I want to look out into space as often as I can.
It's yours. According to the nav system, it should be another few days before we're in Ashan space. I would need to rest and check on Caspian. I headed to the medbay. Caspian was naked but covered in warm layers of blankets. He slept soundly, and I didn't want to wake him. I kissed his forehead and smelled his earthy hair. Looks like I'm not very good at being a mate. I'm fucking up. I should have turned the ship around. I sighed verbally and mentally, hitting myself. I can't have you running around in your condition. You need to be somewhere safe where you can have my child in peace. And I'm not sure if that place is my home any more than you believe it's your colony. We must make a home somewhere else. I stroked his warm cheek and lifted the sheets to check the wound on his stomach. It was healed for the most part, but I could still make out the small discoloration of the skin. An arrow pierced his abdomen. That's why he believed he had lost the child. I placed my hand over his belly and rested my head there. Eros was looking better and better.
Chapter 40. Caspian. When I opened my eyes, the room was dim, but it wasn't our cabin. It was the med bay. My stomach felt like a brick was sitting inside of it, and when I burped, I could still taste the bitter grasses and heaven knows what else from that animal. I scoffed, angry and disgusted, and slipped out of bed. Someone else was in the room with me. It was Cormac. And to my shock, his leg was missing. Oh, Cormac, I sighed. He and I had our differences, but it wasn't hard to tell that he was the type of guy who enjoyed his freedom, and this would make it so hard for him. Seems like we all went through our own version of hell there. I moved away and jolted when I saw the child at the door. He stood there not speaking a word, and I checked my hospital gown, hoping my junk wasn't hanging out. Hi? I waved. Since when did we have a child on board? Or did I hit my head, and this boy isn't real? I called to him, but he ran off, and I followed down the halls. Hey, wait! I yelled once he turned and was out of my line of sight. I paused when he hid behind Zai in the kitchen. The boy clung to his leg like he was his savior. And Zai patted him gently on the shoulder and grabbed another bowl from the cabinet.
You're awake,
he said before looking at me, his gray eyes shining in the light. I stood there feeling like a stranger on this ship and in my own body.
I'm sure your mate will be pleased.
Where is he?
Still recovering from the toxins in his bloodstream. The Rachni usually coat their arrows in a nasty poison. You were all lucky.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I sure as hell didn't feel lucky.
Your child is safe. The alien called a human said so.
Really? I asked, surprised by the good news. Zai nodded, assuring me. I sighed, wanting to lean against the nearest wall and let my body sink. A weight lifted from my spirits, if not my stomach.
Want a real meal?
He held up a box of something I couldn't read.
It's better than it looks. Just add hot water and place in this machine, and it puffs into a meal.
It smells good, but no, I said, unable to ignore the child staring at me wide-eyed and in awe. Who's the kid?
A Lucani child taken by the Rachni. Apparently he saved your mate.
He placed the bowl of food flakes in the hydrator.
And earned himself a home here, even if it's temporary.
Well, enjoy your meal, and thank you, I said, eager to see Lorvian again. Sure enough, Lorvian was there in our cabin, resting in the dark. I climbed into bed as slowly as I could to avoid waking him. But he opened his eyes.
Look at you.
He ran his hand along my cheek and kissed me gently.
You should be resting in the med bay.
I wiped the sweat from his brow. His skin was paler than normal. I had no idea what type of trouble he was in on that planet. By the look of Cormac's condition, it wasn't easy. I was thankful they made it out. You're the one to talk. You look like you need the med bay more than I.
I hate labs.
I do too. But we need them.
You're the only thing I need,
he sighed, forcing himself to sit up.
I would make love to you right now if you weren't wounded.
I lifted the loose medical shirt, showing off my healed scar. It's not bad. Why don't you just admit that you can't make love to me because you're too sick?
Nonsense. I can still do it.
This time we stumbled through it like two bumbling fools. My head was still foggy, and I couldn't imagine how he was feeling. But I was happy to be close to him again, to feel him inside of me.
What happened to you? Or more accurately put, when I go back to that planet, who needs to die?
He said with his arm wrapped around me. I was with these Valesians who called themselves Lucani. They worshipped me. Actually, not me, our child. They kept feeding me some plant stuff that came from an animal's stomach. I think they want to be rescued, but have no idea how.
You ate the plants there? I'll have Connor examine you further. Our visitor mentioned something about the plant life having terrible side effects.
I feel fine. I'm just glad our baby is alive. You have no idea how scared I was.
Me too.
Yet his thick brows furrowed. He looked concerned about something. What's wrong? I asked.
While there, I heard a name I hadn't heard in a very long time, my brother's name, Erevan. And yet I heard it on that planet of all places by the most unlikely of creatures, a human, Cormac.
Cormac?
He says he's his spy, or he heavily implied it.
Cormac? Our Cormac? Now I feared the reason why he was missing a leg. His leg? Did you?
No.
He quickly replied.
Not that it wasn't tempting to take the other one. If he hadn't said my brother's name, I would have said he was full of shit.
This is just what we need. Another one of your siblings to deal with, I scoffed. Is he like the other two? Do you get along with him?
I don't know. I've never met him. He was born hundreds of years before me. Who knows what he's gotten up to in that time? Cormac claims he was going by a strange surname called Mr. Evans.
That's a human surname. Mr. is like a title given to men.
Then we may have found Earth's visitor.
Chapter 41. We looked like a band of medieval paupers, but looking out the window to see the massive station orbiting that big whitish ball was awe-inspiring. Ships lined the lengthy tubes like a bunch of yachts parked at a marina. I was fixing my hair in the hospital gown, although I doubt it would make much of a difference. Let's face it, we all looked like hell except for Connor, who remained in the simple blue shirt with the Outer Worlds logo printed on it, black pants, and simple black boots provided to all colonists. I wasn't surprised he wasn't wearing the suits given to all androids, an all-white jumpsuit to distinguish them from humans. I think nothing Connor could do would shock me at this point. He was unshackled AI, and their limitations and capabilities were going to be put to the test light years from home. I could picture it now. Humanity creating a statue of me for the sole purpose of spitting on because I created the new robot overlords. Yeah, I'm going to stop thinking about that. Lorvian was at the bridge talking to some pencil pusher who was putting us through the ringer about our ship, decontamination measures, and blah blah until we could finally bring our ship onto the planet's surface. The yellowish glow of the lights guided us to the landing port, where at least hundreds of ships lined what I could only describe as a parking lot for spaceships. A Valesian man waved a bright glow stick, directing the traffic flow, and urging us to a spot while ushering others along. The lights traveled the massive structure ahead, bathing it in a golden glow. I saw a few arches and sections with curves and slopes until they twisted in beautiful swirling designs. This was a palace, and it was overlooking a large, expansive city below. Now this place is what I expected a group of long-standing, space-traveling aliens to look like. Women and men exited their crafts, dressed in elegant gowns and outrageous suits, and if I was self-conscious before, now I was kicked in the gut by my shit-tier appearance. Lorvian must have been feeling it too, though he made no moves to show it.
I'll make shopping arrangements for us all. I won't go in there looking like some pauper.
So this is the palace, I said, feeling ready to vomit. Did I mention before that my nerves were in my stomach? Well, in case I didn't, this is a great time to tell you that my nerves are in my stomach. What's going on? Some sort of ball? I said as a joke.
It seems like it.
Lorvian confirmed my fears.
My father hates hanging out with the nobles. If they're here, then it has to be for an event. And the place is all spruced up.
He pointed outside, but aside from the glowing lights, I couldn't see what he was pointing at. I forgot their eyesight was much better than mine. Is this ball tonight? I asked, trying to calm down.
No, this is the arrival. The guests arrive a day in advance, and tomorrow is the main event. Depending on the festivities, it'll be a full day of the upper echelon mixing it up.
Sir.
Connor checked the screens.
Someone is hailing us.
Just open the airlock and extend the stairs.
He groaned.
If you do not mind, I would prefer to remain here to monitor Cormac's condition.
Fine.
Lorvian looked from Connor to me, then back at him again.
I'll look into getting him fitted for a metal limb. Take his measurements. I know a talented inventor capable of making damn near anything, and has helped a few of my crewmen in the past.
I was glad. Cormac was easy to hate, but I couldn't deny the fact that he did do what was within reason for himself to help me, even if it carried other motives behind it. I didn't feel right convicting him as guilty until I heard his side of things, and it seems like Lorvian was perhaps willing to do the same.
And tell no one you are an AI,
Lorvian said before exiting the ship. Lorvian got on the comms and punched in some numbers until a soft-spoken male replied.
Have a vehicle brought to my ship as soon as possible. Large enough for 4.
The king is expecting you, sir.
I'm late already. An hour or 2 won't hurt any more than it has. I'd rather not get yelled at while looking like I should be out digging ditches.
Yes, sir. Of course.
Are my siblings here? Regis, perhaps?
No, sir.
I followed along with Zai and the boy Duero. So far, I haven't had the chance to talk to the kid, as he seemed to run away from me whenever I stepped in his direction. But I guess it's understandable. I didn't feel right just tossing the kid somewhere, even when Lorvian mentioned a possible orphanage during one of our talks. The city was like a golden dream. The white and silver car, or hover car, glided smoothly through the white cobblestone streets, causing everyone to stop and stare. While the ride was nice, and I enjoyed the luxury, I worried about being surrounded by an entire planet of Velesians. So, is everyone like you? I asked Lorvian, who sat and stared out the window before turning his attention to me.
I'm one of a kind. You should know that by now.
He winked. I looked away and blushed.
If you're worried about whether you're on a planet of bloodthirsty killers, you can relax. Most of these people have only seen my armor in the vids.
Lorvian played around on his wristband until a small screen popped up, and he began typing something I couldn't read. I see.
We call this city White Grove. It's one of the last standing. Our population is much lower elsewhere.
He finished but didn't look up from his screen. Just as he spoke, I saw a group of young Travel children. No, they were leaner, and their faces were more Velesian despite their bluish skin color. Those children.
Those are Travel hybrids, and that Velesian woman is their caretaker.
Oh yeah, this hegemony, I said. I half expected marching soldiers down the street or something. Lorvian laughed.
Unless it's a parade, you won't find that happening.
So much has changed, and yet so much is the same as I remembered,
Zai said, looking out the window. We parked in front of what I could only describe as a boutique, and Lorvian finished whatever he was doing and exited the car. The long red-haired woman opened the door and quickly ushered us inside.
If anyone found out such vagabonds were shopping here, it would destroy my rep.
She placed her hands on her hips.
Hello, Lorvian. Nice to see you again.
Thanks for opening up. I know you like to sleep in before a ball.
The woman looked over us all and her dark eyes stopped at me.
Oh my!
She gasped.
I heard the rumors at the palace, but this...
I felt self-conscious.
Caspian, this is one of my sisters, Jaime.
Oh, I laughed and held out my hand for her to shake, and she looked at it and me for a long moment before holding out her hand in the same way. I took it and shook it. It's how we greet new people where I'm from.
Ah, okay. I hate touchy-feely aliens.
She wiped her hands and I wanted to slap her, but then again, considering how I must have looked and maybe even smelled, I guess I couldn't blame her. She directed us to the back of the store, informing us about the type of clothing that would be expected out of us from the morning up until the evening ball. Apparently, I needed at least 4 different outfits, 1 for tonight and 3 for tomorrow. I stood on the podium while she scanned my body with some sort of device, which she explained was to take my measurements, and she headed to the front of the store to throw something together for tonight, with the promise she would deliver my other clothing in the morning. This was already stressful. Lorvian and the others were picking out their own outfits, and the child Duero poked and prodded at the dresses until one worker shooed him away. It was perhaps the only childlike action I've seen out of him since I first saw him. But then again, what else could the kid do on board a ship? Maybe I should stop being so creeped out by him and give him more of a chance. Maybe we can pick up some Velesian games or whatever these kids here like to play. The woman returned with a black and gold tunic and pants cut and let out to fit my frame. It's perfect, I said, feeling comfortable and less like someone who escaped an insane asylum. They then told me to sit while another brushed my hair and braided it up into a style while they trimmed my nails. It was embarrassing how much dirt I let get under them, although I washed my hands. Lorvian entered my little area dressed in a sharp black suit, his long hair draped over his cape. Zai was behind him, his black hair neatly combed but dressed in a black leather cloak and simple pants. And they dressed the boy in a small suit like Lorvian's, but without the cape attached. "Wow," I breathed. "You look good."
"And you look beautiful."
Lorvian leaned in to kiss me, but a woman pushed him off.
"Don't ruin the gentleman's luster."
Jaime cackled at the rebuff by her workers. Lorvian stood back and sighed.
"Now I know why I never return home,"
he said, but with no malice.
"I'm sure you've dirtied him up plenty of times."
Jaime laughed.
"Enough for 2 of those suckers to grow in there."
She pointed towards my belly. "What?" I exclaimed. "2?"
"Oh yeah, I had them myself,"
she said proudly.
"Your belly is already dropping."
She came over and felt my lower stomach.
"You should get yourself examined by one of our doctors."
She stepped away, and her reddish brow furrowed.
"I'll make arrangements for a doctor to see you tonight,"
Lorvian said before growing silent. The air seized and took on a cool chill. "Lorvian, what's wrong?" I asked, wanting to know. No more secrets for my so-called safety. I wanted to know now.
"I can only hear one heartbeat."
Chapter 42. Who the hell wants to hear that news? Told in just a few seconds that you have twins, but one could be... I didn't want to think about it. I sat up in bed naked and used the sheets to cover my cock. They said they wanted a full examination, for the baby's sake. They cleared out a private room, and then the scent of something like disinfectant wafted inside. Seems like that crap smells the same everywhere. The comm system sprung to life.
"Your Highness, we need you to clear the room so we can properly bubble the subject and disinfect the area."
God, not another bubble, I groaned.
"Bubble your damn selves!"
He waved off the voice as if swatting away a pest.
"I'm not leaving my mate alone."
The woman sputtered on the line for a moment before it went dead, and I sat back, proud to have him by my side. I felt less afraid for my own life, and I focused all my energy on finding out what was wrong with my babies. I felt my stomach, which was forming a bulge, and I wondered if it was too soon for them to be babies. But then again, I wasn't entirely human anymore, and these children certainly weren't human. Fuck, what have I gotten myself into? And how many times am I going to say that? In other words, I was freaking out, which almost seemed to be my default state. "What's wrong? Just tell us what's happening," I asked the doc when he or she entered the room. I couldn't tell with the full suit and headgear covering their body. It wasn't until she spoke that I realized it was a woman. I don't think I'll get over how tall Valisians are.
"Let her work."
Lorvian stroked my cheek, wiping away my tears.
"Put your legs up through the hoops here."
She coaxed me to place my legs inside of some cushioned tube. Okay. I don't think I need to explain all of this. She needed samples from my ass, and she examined my swelling chest, which was already producing milk, and then she pulled out a giant needle and took blood from my neck. Jesus Christ. I don't think I even want to see another Valisian doctor again. She pulled out a tablet-looking thing and scanned my belly. Lorvian smiled and pointed upward, and I followed to see something on the screen. Watery and fleshy pink. There they were, the 2 tiny figures wrapped in each other's small arms. Oh God. It was one thing to know you were pregnant, but to see it was another altogether. There they are.
"I can even see their pointy little ears."
Lorvian chuckled, just as much in awe as I was. It occurred to me that this was a first for both of us. We were really having a family, but I couldn't tell which one was injured as they hugged each other tight, almost blending into one being.
"One did sustain an injury. It used much of its energy in repairing its flesh, which greatly weakened it,"
the doctor explained.
"Will he be okay?"
Lorvian folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. He tapped his foot on the floor.
"It will need a regen booster, and right now the blood and sac fluid are being analysed to see if the meds will have to be tailored. It seems Dr. Pheesis did a good job fine-tuning this human's DNA, though his experiments have always been unorthodox."
"It was why he applied to work on my capital ship."
Lorvian chuckled.
"He knew he couldn't do what he wanted here."
"It's true he felt held back in these labs, but his madness would have caused a diplomatic incident the king didn't want to deal with. How many bodies should we pile up to save our own?"
I once thought as many as needed."
Lorvian huffed.
But I don't know anymore. Killing everyone in a vain attempt to save yourself may only leave a galaxy full of ashes.
The doctor looked at him, her eyes wide.
Turning into a philosopher out there in the vast darkness of space, my prince.
I think I'll vomit if you call me that.
Lorvian chuckled.
So the experiment was a complete success, I take it?
More than that, if we can get a hold of more of these humans to test the success rate of his experiments, then we may have a winning species among us. Not even Travels had this reaction to our DNA. This is fascinating stuff indeed.
Can we focus on my children right now? I scoffed.
I'm sorry, this could only be the greatest medical breakthrough of our dying species.
She heaved a sigh as she tucked her tablet away.
Your children are going through the same hardships you are going through, and with one child almost losing its life, you are tense and stressed. We recommend you do not leave the planet for the duration of your pregnancy. No heavy travelling, even planetside. We'll prepare the booster.
Lorvian, I looked to him like a lifesaver, the thought of being stuck here. I won't be at the mercy of these people. He looked at me, his dark eyes staring at me for a long moment. I couldn't tell if he was angry or not.
I'll do what's best for my children,
he said, leaning forward, keeping his eyes on me.
If having them here is what you need to do, then that's what will happen.
He took my hand, kissing it.
I swear I will kill anyone who harms you or my children.
He looked at the doctor.
Can we leave the hospital?
Yes. After the shot.
Once she released me from the hoops, I sat back and covered myself again. I felt almost like I was being scolded, not like I didn't deserve it. He was angry. I felt it, though he didn't show it. I pestered him, demanded that I come along, and then snuck on board. The thought of being a father was new, but that was no excuse for my actions. Wasn't some sort of super paternal protector instinct supposed to kick in? Or was I that much of a selfish asshole? Are you thinking of leaving me here? I asked, no argument from me. The thought of being left alone scared me, but if it was for the best.
It was a mistake for you to leave the human colony, and because I couldn't say no to you, someone injured my child. Our child. It's not just about you anymore, but their well-being too.
He settled down.
Of course, I would prefer not to leave you in the hospital alone. We will return to our ship if it's okay for you to leave.
The shots hurt and left my belly sore, but I was prepared to endure whatever pain I had to make sure they recovered. No matter what happened, I was going to focus on resting as much as I could.
Caspian.
Lorvian broke the silence as we prepared to leave.
I'm going to give up my place in line to the throne.
Why?
I don't care about it as much as my siblings, most certainly not enough to fight a war over it. I thought about it after my little meeting with Phaon, that if I had to resort to a false war, then it meant I was truly obsolete. And if so, then I would need to find a new way to live. Seeing my babies, mine, it feels so real. I wasn't just scolding you when I said you can't just think of yourself. I was talking about myself as well. I don't want them growing up fearing an assassination or having to shun a part of themselves to survive. I'll inform my father about Regis and Erevan, relinquish my claim, and wash my hands of the matter. If they wish to do so, Swarty and my crew can be better served protecting the human colony.
You mean it?
I do.
I reached out and took his hand in mine and lifted myself on my toes to kiss him. We returned to the ship once I was pumped full of meds for the baby. The hospital ordeal tired me out, but I wasn't sleepy, and I was still mentally kicking myself for how everything turned out. Though Lorvian giving up the throne and the idea of fighting another war made me feel so relieved. Zai slung a bag over his shoulder and met us as we entered. He was now cleaned up and looking more like a scientist and less like some mystic.
Are you well, Caspian?
Yes, I just need to take it easy.
That's good news. I'm glad I get to see you again. I wanted to thank you for all you've done. If it weren't for you, I would be trapped on Rishi for another 300 years. And you, my prince, if it weren't for you, I never would have gotten a hold of the plants I need to help our kind.
My Dhamma is also slumbering.
Lorvian sighed.
I would give anything to speak to him again. Where are you going?
To report to the government that I'm not dead, and hopefully to whatever lab will take me.
I'll give you one of my channels. Contact me and keep me updated on your progress.
Will do. Now I must hurry before Duro discovers I'm gone. I kept him busy with some puzzle. A word of advice. The child should be handed over to the hegemony. He's mentioned some disturbing things concerning Caspian and the child. He believes in the primitive folk tales of the Lucani.
That whole cutting my baby out and it giving them powers? I shuddered. Zai nodded.
I tried to steer his head from that, but I don't know how successful I've been.
Noted,
Lorvian said. His eyes darkened for a moment. Connor approached from the back, his footsteps just about audible.
Welcome aboard. Cormac is awake and has been asking to see you.
Good. He owes me for saving his ass.
Lorvian said, leading the way down the hall. We entered the medbay, and Cormac was sitting up. One leg's impression under the sheets emphasized the lack of a limb on the other. His lips were thin and crusted, and licking them didn't help much. He looked like he had seen hell. How are you feeling? I asked.
All you gotta do is look at my leg to get that answer.
He replied without malice, sadder than anything. He prided himself on being able to get himself out of trouble. Now, depending on how this little mini interrogation went, he might have jumped out of the frying pan and straight into the fire.
It's time to hold up your end of our bargain.
Lorvian showed no mercy in his approach. Maybe that was for the best, but I knew I couldn't bring myself to kick Cormac off the ship or kill him. We came here together, snuck on board the Ignis damn near together, and survived the attack. He helped me escape that cell, though Lorvian caught me. He helped me escape that brothel. Yeah, we've done a lot together, and he was the only person from Earth who didn't hate me. Or stared at me and treated me differently because I looked like this.
Right, I guess I'm getting kicked off after, huh?
He sighed.
Spit it out, Cormac,
Lorvian said with a groan.
Well, most of this might be irrelevant to you, but it's the best place I know to begin. Caspian and I got here because a company called Outer Worlds discovered the planet the human colony is on and wanted us to colonize it. Well, my mother was the head of that company.
What? Seriously? Was she at the colony, or... I was not expecting that piece of news.
My mother was a good woman who loved space and dreamed of colonizing distant planets. The AI in Gen 10 made it easier for her to see that dream through. I know she's coming across as shady with everything that's happened, but it isn't like that at all.
It sure as hell is looking kinda shady to send us here after possibly knowing what would happen to us.
My mother is dead, Caspian.
His voice cracked, causing him to breathe deep to maintain his composure.
Someone had killed her long before launch day. I knew she was in some trouble. I found this out by snooping in her business when she came home acting funny. I'm talking some seriously classified shit.
And this has to do with my brother.
Lorvian looked from me to him.
Erevan, that name? I saw it in the reports, the ones I hacked before they caught me. That person was the one running the company, or my mother took orders from him or something. I don't know.
He shook his head, defeated.
Seems like the higher-ups in our government knew about this. That bastard was going by the name Mr. Evans, and he had his hands in damn near everything before I had to get the fuck off the planet.
So, he crashes to Earth 4 years ago and starts running a whole company? Holy shit, I exclaimed.
We Valesians can be very resourceful.
Lorvian smiled as if he was almost proud to hear this story.
Seems like he was trapped on your planet and placed himself in a position of power among you. That's what I would have done. Let me guess. He promised your higher-ups immortality.
Lorvian chuckled.
It's been done before.
I don't know what the hell he promised.
Cormac shrugged.
I can't see my mother giving up her company for something like that.
You wouldn't believe what low-lifespan creatures will give up not to die. Why did you have to run?
In my search for the person who killed my mother, I got a lead which made me too aggressive in my search. I did something stupid. Outer Worlds was an umbrella corporation supporting several hidden ones. One was a lab that the bastard frequented often. I snuck inside and saw all types of freaky experiments going on. Some of the subjects looked like Caspian, some sort of cross species. There were 2 doctors I came across. They were in a fierce argument. They seemed terrified to be there. One even wanted to take his family and run off. Before I could hear more, I got caught and had to escape. They burned all my hideouts and killed everyone who helped me. I made a fake ID and ran off to Iowa to get to that colony. I knew I still needed money, so I made fake IDs for pay.
All that stuff you said about being a smuggler, I said in disbelief.
It's true to an extent. I knew I needed my own ship to get out of any situation I encountered. But yeah, I was mostly hiding. But here's the thing. When the Ignis was attacked, and they captured and took me to that planet we were on.
Yeah, I remember.
It was a moon named Xi. My brother Regis had a camp there.
Yeah, they were conducting the same experiments I saw in that lab on Earth. They took Caspian's blood while he was knocked out, and even though I couldn't understand jack shit, they looked happy with whatever they found.
All this secrecy for creating hybrids.
Lorvian chuckled and shrugged.
If they were turning humans into hybrids, then what's the big deal? It makes sense we would try, as humans are the first alien species we've come across to resemble us more.
He ran his fingers through his blonde locks.
At least we have confirmation that my brother was the one on Earth. And for Regis to know as much as he does, then he and Erevan have been in communication. This means the Ignis belonged to Erevan, so why have Regis attack his own ship? Unless he didn't.
Lorvian sighed. Did he betray Erevan?
Knowing him, he most likely did, just as he took the deal with Phaon and delivered him Connor. He must have attacked to steal some humans for himself for experimentation, perhaps to take the credit for himself and then, with Phaon, use the humans' AI to start a false war. I'll head to the palace to speak to my father. You should rest as well.
No, I'm not even tired, and your sister put a lot of work into this outfit. It's just a party, and I'm with you. Plus, I'm hungry. His brow furrowed, and I knew what he was thinking. I know what you're thinking, I sighed. And it's not me trying to rush headfirst into something. It's a party, unless you don't think it's a good idea.
Okay.
He wrapped his arms around me, his warmth and scent drowning me.
I think I have a problem,
he whispered.
The parlor near the ballroom is a good place to take you. They spray this calming mist in the rooms, which minimizes violence.
Okay. Chapter 43. Walking toward a palace was perhaps everybody's dream come true. The place was huge and bathed in a golden hue, making it look like the walls were carved out of gold. I wish I could do this place justice, but I just don't have the words. I stopped in front of a fountain and watched the stone Veletian child prance about, splashing and spraying the water, which all poured back into the large blue pool. The air smelled both savory and sweet, making my mouth water for something more than just dehydrated packaged meals. I saw the fancy ships parked along the landing pad surrounding the building, and I thought of how out of place they looked in this setting. Wow, this place is huge. Oh, great. I was feeling nervous again. I wasn't used to being in a place like this, but looking up at Lorvian, I thought I would see someone confidently strolling by my side. A prince in his own element, but he was silent, expressionless, maybe a little stoic.
I'll give you a tour some other time.
He smiled at me, his expression changing, but it didn't seem genuine.
I don't think I've seen every room here.
He looked about, then back to me again.
Nervous?
Yeah, and my nerves are in my stomach, so if I run back to the ship, you'll know why.
Many of the people here are just harmless social climbers. They won't dare harm what's mine. I must leave your side at some point to speak to my father. But you'll be safe in the parlor. It's a private room only for the family, so you won't run into the guests there.
Great. And just when my nerves were getting the best of me, other Velesians approached. I recognized the one named Zil, but I had no idea who the pretty male beside him was. Zil was dressed similarly to Lorvian, in a black tunic suit. But this guy had intricate gold trimming along the edges. He seemed flamboyant, while Lorvian was surprisingly more subdued.
Oh, look, it's my lovely big brother, and his human thing.
The pretty Velesian unhooked his arm from Zil and looked at me like he smelled shit, What a bastard. Excuse me?
The pre-ball festivities are almost over. You shouldn't have bothered coming.
He ignored me. I so hate dudes like this.
Xantos, stop being an ass.
Lorvian pulled me close.
This is my younger brother.
It's not nice to meet you. I scoffed and I heard Lorvian chuckle.
Are you still angry about that little human colony?
Xantos sniggered.
Oh, brother, who knew you would take to these new aliens? I wouldn't have bothered if I had known they were already under your protection.
Zil sniffed the air and grinned.
I can already smell the change in him.
He twirled his cane about playfully.
Why did you attack the colony?
Lorvian asked.
Why else? My human gave up the location and I wanted to collect more for myself.
You're human?
He's learned his lesson, and now he's my obedient little slave.
Zil smirked. Xantos started mock retching.
Ew, I can't believe you both actually bed these humans. I won't do it. Only other Valesians are fit for royalty.
And Regis?
Lorvian changed the subject.
What of him?
He sent that human to me to try and kill me. He's stupid, but not stupid enough to realize that I have the largest fleet, and therefore someone he would have to get rid of first.
Is that all you know?
Erevan contacted me withdrawing his protection from Regis. Apparently, Regis agreed to protect the humans and act as a liaison to the king on Erevan's behalf. But he attacked the human ship.
I found his facility on Kazi. He was performing experiments on the humans.
And judging by your human, he was right to do it.
Xantos laughed and reached out to try and touch my ears when I slapped his hand away. Don't touch me.
Oh, how uppity these creatures are.
Xantos raised his hand to slap me, but Lorvian gripped his wrist, pushing him against the wall.
Let me go. You would defend this creature over your own family.
You sharing my blood, no matter how small, is the only reason I didn't just rip out your still-beating heart.
Lorvian released him.
But the next time you do that, I will kill you, brother.
Xantos grumbled while nursing his wrist.
Look at how uncouth we are around our guest.
Zil sighed.
I apologize on our baby brother's behalf.
He bowed.
Lorvian, I'm sure Father would like to speak to you alone. It's been almost a year since you visited him face to face.
Xantos then hooked his arm in mine, much to my surprise.
Yes, go on, brother.
He shooed Lorvian away.
We'll entertain your beloved. Father has grounded all our ships. We won't be able to whisk him away, even if we tried.
Zil reassured him.
Now run along so I can talk with your alien.
It's okay. I can handle myself. I turned to Lorvian to reassure him I was okay. I'll head for this parlor and stay there until you come.
Ooh, look at the confidence on him.
Xantos mocked.
I'll meet you in the parlor.
He kissed me long and passionately before departing. Shit, now I had to deal with them alone. Xantos circled me like a freaking cat stalking a cornered mouse, and maybe when I first came here, I would have been afraid. But I wasn't. I knew Lorvian would grind this fucker into dust if he touched me. I admit I was feeling my inflated ego big time, and it felt good to be in a position of power.
Cut it out, Xantos.
Zil stepped in front of him and moved him aside, escorting me to a cozy-looking woodland-designed room with tree-like pillars and a bar carved from wood that seemed planted in the ground. Soft music and the gentle scents made me want to settle down and lounge.
A drink?
Zil looked at me and lifted his black shining and gold-trimmed cane off the ground. Sure, as long as it isn't alcoholic.
Why not? Is this some sort of human custom?
No, it's for the baby's health. I eventually got over my shock and saw more of the beauty of this place. He made a few gestures to the servant who quickly began mixing a drink.
I hope you don't take our attack on the human colony personally.
A lot of innocent people lost their lives that day.
They ceased being innocent the moment they opened fire. Blame the Travels for that incident. I came there in peace on Erevan's behalf. But it would seem they have a new protector. Though given Lorvian's track record, I wonder how long that will last.
I trust Lorvian, I said.
Trust Lorvian?
Xantos scoffed, gulping down the rest of my drink.
My brother is as trustworthy as a snake charmer. He'll use you until he gets what he wants, then cast you aside.
His words struck a nerve, and I snapped back without thinking. Well, he's giving up his claim to the throne for me, so I'd say he's pretty damn trustworthy. The room fell silent as Zill and Xantos stared at me, their expressions a mix of surprise and intrigue.
Is that so?
Zill raised an eyebrow, a small smirk playing on his lips.
That's interesting news indeed.
I immediately regretted my outburst, realizing I had said too much. Anger had gotten the better of me, and I had revealed something I shouldn't have. I don't want to talk about this anymore, I muttered, feeling the room growing stuffy and uncomfortable.
A wise decision.
Zill nodded.
It's probably for the best that Lorvian gives up his claim. Things could have gotten messy for him, shall we say, if he continued down that path.
He paused, his gaze intense.
I actually like my brother, despite his flaws. He's an asset to our people, and I want to keep it that way.
His words sent a chill down my spine, and I suddenly felt an overwhelming need to escape this suffocating atmosphere. I need some air, I stammered, excusing myself and heading towards the balcony. The cool evening breeze felt refreshing on my face as I stepped outside, leaning against the railing and taking deep breaths to calm my nerves. I cursed myself for letting my temper get the better of me and revealing sensitive information. As I gazed out at the palace grounds, something caught my eye. Shadowy figures moving stealthily amongst the manicured gardens, taking out the castle guards one by one. My heart raced as I realized we were under attack. I was about to turn and warn Zill and Xantos when a tall, imposing figure suddenly jumped in front of me, blocking my path. He was a Valesian, that much was certain, with long reddish hair that cascaded down his back in waves. His skin had a subtle blue hue, and his eyes were a piercing shade of violet, seeming to glow with an otherworldly light. His features were sharp and angular, with high cheekbones and a strong jawline. He wore a form-fitting black suit that seemed to absorb the light around him, making him appear even more menacing. Before I could react, he moved with blinding speed and everything went black.
Chapter 44. Lorvian. How long had it been since I'd walked these majestic halls? I breathed deep, loving the soft, sweet, woody scent that took me back to when I was a child tearing through the place and running amok. The feelings of guilt washed over me. This was also a nostalgic feeling. The guilt of leaving my Dharma alone at the estate to spend time with my father only crept up during the nights, once the adrenaline of being behind these walls wore off. Hunting, martial training, education, and the endless competitiveness of my siblings took up the bulk of my time. After pushing open the large wooden doors of the stone-wall throne room, I walked along the pristine red carpet toward the massive ivory-polished Valesian figure of the first of our house, holding a silver throne perched ahead. The silver-clad soldiers lined the carpet on either side, their pikes and shields by their side, protecting their king as they should. I stopped at the edge near the first stone step and kneeled. Formalities dangled my nerves, therefore at most I would allow a small bow from my crew, whereas my siblings required a full kneel from theirs.
Good to see you again, son.
My father stood and approached, his steps smaller and lighter than I remembered. There was a time when he towered over me, and his steps boomed like the beat of a mighty drum. Now his languid movements betrayed his youthful appearance. We didn't grow old in the same manner as other species. No greying hair or flabby, wrinkled skin, but we do eventually feel the weight of our age, become weaker and tired, and sleep longer and longer until one day we don't wake up where our hearts beat slowly, and there is no decay. This differs from a death. A death is considered unnatural and most times untimely. The bodies rotted away and turned to dust, the same as any dead thing. We burned them. To live for 1,000 years and fall asleep, never to awaken, wasn't a death. It was the long sleep. They required no food or drink, nor did they eliminate themselves. They just rested. Poor families held on to these loved ones, keeping them in a cellar or communal home. The middle-class districts paid taxes on the public resting places where their loved ones were sleeping, and the rich kept vaults in their castles. When my father falls asleep, He will be placed somewhere here too. I wondered if I would have the same longevity, or if it was better to die an unnatural death. I've never heard of one sleeper waking up. Did they dream? Were they aware, but somehow trapped inside their bodies? Maybe death was better. If Zai's cure for the long sleep worked, then perhaps I could ask my Dhamma when he awakened. Father leaned on the crystal cane, his blonde hair swooped back and tied with a ribbon. Likewise, I said, standing up. Now I was taller, if only by an inch.
I see you have yet to return your capital ship. I'm disappointed.
I sent them home. However, something urgent came up and the fools returned to me.
Are you saying your crew, which consists of beta males and outcast females, doesn't heed your orders? It's not looking good for you.
Is it truly so important that I return my ship and disperse my crew? He said nothing. I ordered my crew to stay behind and protect the human colony. It's a part of the deal I'm working out with the humans. Is that not why you wanted me to return my ship? To strive for peace? I'm doing that. With my ship. He remained silent, and I wondered if this was a mistake. In fact, I was becoming increasingly certain of my mistake to return here. Why were things so terrible between you and my Dhamma? Might as well lay all the cards on the table. Well, as many as I could before it became truly detrimental. He now looked at me again.
Why bring up that past? Your Dhamma has been long asleep.
There were times you two showed promise, or maybe it was what I wanted to see.
Why conjure him so suddenly? Has Zil gotten in that head of yours?
Why would Zil be the cause of my questions? Why the hell did I ask that question when I already knew the answer? Zil's spies. He was an Aidar.
They are no more. After the war, they blended with us to form the hegemony. One body, one voice, one being. Perhaps he could have been one. You could have them on board your ship. What does it matter? We are all Valesian, just like humans are all human until they are not, apparently.
He sat back down.
Your Dhamma and I...
My father's voice trailed off as he gazed out the large window overlooking the palace grounds.
We were very much in love, you know.
I scoffed, finding it hard to believe. Their relationship always seemed so strained and distant from my perspective.
It's true,
he insisted, turning back to face me.
Before the war between our families began, I was going to marry him. We were promised to each other from a young age.
My eyes widened in surprise. This was news to me.
But then the fighting started,
he continued solemnly.
I was forced to call off the wedding. Still, we saw each other in secret whenever we could.
He let out a heavy sigh, the weight of those memories evident on his face.
After my father was killed, I inherited the throne and the burden of the war, keeping you and your Dhamma away from the palace, hidden from the politics and schemes. It was all for your protection, until I could become powerful enough that none would dare question me.
I listened intently, struggling to process this new information about my parents' past. All those years of distance and separation, it was to keep us safe.
That's why I wanted you to live here in the palace, because you were born out of love. I've always considered you my only true son. I've always intended for you to take over as king one day.
I shook my head slowly. I don't wish to become king, nor a rebel leader. I will still protect Ashan and his people, but this little adventure has changed me. I believed fighting a war was all I could do, that I was merely a warrior, and when the war ends, there is nothing left. But now I understand the lesson you were trying to teach me. I have something to live for, and I don't want my children to grow up in some war-torn galaxy. A small smile played on my father's lips.
Then Zil is my next best choice, I suppose.
I couldn't help but chuckle. Who are you kidding? Zil is the better choice. He's responsible, level-headed. My words were cut off by a deafening explosion that rocked the castle walls. Debris rained down as the ground shook beneath our feet. I instinctively shielded my father as the chaos unfolded around us.
Chapter 45. Caspian. I stirred awake groggily, my vision blurred and senses disoriented. The first thing I noticed was the cold, slick sensation enveloping my body. Thick, clear fluid surrounded me up to my chest as I laid strapped to some kind of medical pod. Tubes and wires looped around me, connected to beeping monitors. Panic seized my chest as I struggled against the restraints, splashing the medicinal-smelling liquid. Where was I? What was happening to me? As my eyesight sharpened, I took in the sterile white lab. Trays of menacing surgical instruments gleamed under the harsh lights. My heart raced as I craned my neck, spotting 2 Valesians conversing nearby, a red-headed one in sleek, black armor, and a white-coated one who had to be a doctor. Straining to hear them over the pounding in my ears, I caught snatches of their heated exchange.
"I want the infant specimens now,"
the armored Valesian barked.
"Along with tissue samples from the host. Extract them immediately."
The doctor held up his hands in a placating gesture.
Your Highness, please understand. Allowing the subject to carry to term would be safest for—
"You said extraction was possible."
The redhead snarled, cutting him off.
"That we could keep them all alive. I want it done, and I want it done now."
His aggressive tone made me flinch involuntarily. The doctor seemed cowed into submission, nodding shakily. Just then, an urgent beeping emanated from the armored one's comms device. Scowling, he snapped into it.
"What?"
I couldn't make out the response, but it sounded panicked. The Valesian's eyes widened before narrowing in anger.
"Ships approaching? Well, open fire then, you fools. Hold them off."
Ships? Was it Lorvian coming to rescue me? A flicker of hope sparked in my chest before being doused by fear again as the redhead rounded on me, noticing I was awake. He stalked over, looming above the pod with a sneer.
"Don't look so alarmed,"
he said, mockingly gentle.
"I'm not going to kill you, at least not yet."
He placed a hand on his armored chest.
"I am Regis. I assume even a creature like you has heard of me."
I swallowed thickly, trying to keep my voice steady. I've heard of you, all right, and none of it was good. To my surprise, Regis threw his head back and laughed.
"You think I care what my siblings say about me? Please, I've heard it all. Their opinions mean nothing."
His face twisted into an expression of manic glee.
"Soon I will be crowned king, no matter what my father, mother, or pathetic siblings do to stop me, especially that bastard Lorvian, always acting so high and mighty."
"Lorvian will come for me," I spat back with more confidence than I felt. "And when he does, he'll kill you for this." Regis scoffed, unconcerned.
"Oh, I'll make sure you and your little abominations are quite secure. Lorvian will come, and he'll bring his fleet to wage war for me, to fight Zil, Xantos, even our father for the throne, all to save his precious little Valaman."
"Valaman?" I repeated, confused and on edge. The word tasted foreign on my tongue.
"Yes, Valaman,"
Regis replied, looking quite pleased with himself.
"My term for disgusting hybrids like you, half Valesian, half human. Rather clever, don't you think?"
I wrinkled my nose. "Actually, I think it sucks. Might want to go back to the drawing board on that one, champ." Anger flashed in Regis's eyes, but before he could retort, his comms beeped insistently again. Muttering curses, he stormed off, leaving me trembling and alone with my racing thoughts. I tried to control my breathing, blinking back tears. Lorvian would find me, I told myself. He wouldn't let Regis hurt our babies. But what if he was too late? What if—
Caspian.
A familiar voice jolted me out of my spiraling panic. I looked up to see the doctor removing his surgical mask, revealing Zai's face. "Zai," I gasped. "What are you doing here? You left."
I did,
he confirmed grimly.
I was heading to the government offices when I was grabbed. They brought me to Regis's ship, said they'd expedite my paperwork if I helped them.
He shook his head.
I had no choice but to play along. Then they started asking about you, making plans to capture you.
Uncertainty gnawed at my gut, Are you really working with them? I asked, hating how my voice shook.
Of course not.
Zai looked almost offended.
Caspian, I'm going to help you escape. Just give me a moment.
He turned to the console, long fingers flying over the controls. I felt the pod restraints click open, but Zai shot me a warning look.
Pretend you're still locked in until I give the signal,
he instructed under his breath. And what's the signal this time? I asked pointedly. I'd like to actually know. Cracking a small smile, Zai thought for a beat.
Genoplant,
he decided.
When I say that, run for it. I've programmed escape pod 730 to go straight to Ashen. Get to it, fast as you can.
I nodded, heart thudding as the lab doors whooshed open. More doctors filed in, and Zai quickly busied himself with screens, feigning nonchalance. The doctors clustered around, prepping instruments and murmuring. I tried to pick up what they were saying, but their medical jargon flew over my head. Suddenly, a scuffle broke out. I strained to see Zai grappling with one of the doctors, trying to subdue him. But the other doctor was fighting back viciously, slamming Zai into equipment. Panic rose like bile in my throat as I saw the doctor's hands close around Zai's neck. I couldn't wait for a damn signal. In a burst of adrenaline, I sprang from the pod, grabbing the nearest sharp tool, a scalpel. Slick with the pod fluids, I slipped and stumbled but managed to reach the brawling pair. With a hoarse yell, I jammed the scalpel into the side of the doctor's neck. Hot blood sprayed as he crumpled to the floor. Panting, Zai shot me a grateful look.
Thank you,
he gasped out.
I suppose I wasn't going to last long here anyway.
I wasn't about to let you die waiting for some stupid signal, I replied, doubled over and catching my breath. The fluids coating my body were making me shiver. Zai quickly grabbed a container from the counter, clutching it close. At my quizzical look, he explained,
My genoplant samples. The cure for my people. I can't leave without it.
I nodded impatiently. Okay, but let's go. We took off at a run, my bare feet slapping on the cold floor, leaving puddles in my wake. The hallways were a disorienting maze, but Zai seemed to know where he was going. We careened around corners, pausing to hide when the thud of armored boots approached. Pressing ourselves into an alcove, hardly daring to breathe, we watched as two guards clanked past. One of them paused, helmed head swiveling as he inspected a trail of the pod fluids.
Look alive!
He barked to his partner.
Looks like one of the test subjects is loose. Fan out and find them.
They jogged off and I exhaled shakily. Zai tugged my arm, gesturing for us to keep moving while the coast was temporarily clear. But as we hurried down the next corridor, a startling sight through an open door brought me up short. It was a lab much like the one I'd woken up in, but filled with glass pods containing unconscious humans. Some were hooked up to softly humming machines, others suspended in gelatinous goop. My stomach turned as I noticed more than a few had pointed ears and Veletian spots, hybrids like me. All of them looked pale and sickly, like drained husks.
Caspian, come on,
Zai urged, trying to pull me along.
This is our chance.
I shook my head vehemently, fighting down my revulsion. We can't just leave them here. Zai sighed in exasperation.
We can't save them all either. Be reasonable.
How many escape pods on a ship this size? I demanded. How many people can fit? Looking away, Zai mumbled something. What was that? I pressed.
15 to 20 per pod,
he admitted grudgingly.
But Caspian...
Then help me get them out, I snapped. I didn't abandon you on that hellhole planet, and I'm not abandoning these people to be tortured and dissected. With a groan of resignation, Zai turned to the nearest console, long fingers flying over the keys. One by one, the pods opened with a hiss, spilling out their dazed occupants. Some emerged coughing and sputtering, others weakly clinging to the sides as fluids drained away. A woman caught my eye as she stepped down, legs trembling, but head held high. She was breathtaking. Lustrous black hair, delicate features, and almond-shaped eyes the color of rich coffee. Her skin was like porcelain with a smattering of Velesian spots, and the points of her ears peeked through her dark tresses. She had an air of elegant resilience about her, even clad only in a soaked medical gown. Our eyes met and hers narrowed shrewdly.
I'm May,
she said, her voice soft but steely.
Who are you? Do you know a way out of this nightmare?
I'm Caspian, I replied quickly. And yeah, we do. This is Zai. He's helping us escape. At the mention of Zai's name, May stiffened, gaze flicking to him and then back to me. She stepped closer, lowering her voice to a fierce whisper.
We can't trust him,
She hissed.
He's one of them. We should kill him now before he betrays us.
Zai was observing May warily, clearly not understanding her words but picking up on her hostile tone.
What's she saying?
He asked me from the corner of his mouth.
I don't like how she's looking at me.
Don't worry about it, I muttered back before addressing May and the others. I raised my voice to be heard over the growing din of fearful chatter. Listen up. Zai is on our side, okay? And in case you didn't notice, this ship is under attack. There are other Velesians out there fighting these bastards to get us out. The escape pods are close, but we have to move fast. May pursed her lips, clearly still suspicious, but gave a curt nod.
Fine.
She bit out.
I don't have the strength to fight you on this. Let's just go.
She turned to the other survivors, seeming to square her shoulders beneath the weight of their collective terror.
Everyone mobile. Partner up with someone who needs help. Lean on each other, literally. We're getting out of here now. Stay close and follow my lead.
Her commanding presence was undeniable, and the bedraggled group fell in line behind us as we took off again, Zai guiding the way. The deck pitched beneath our feet as the ship shuddered from some external assault. Whether it was weapons fire or someone trying to forcibly board, I couldn't be sure. All I knew was that our window for escape was rapidly closing. After a harrowing sprint through the disorienting halls, we spilled into the cavernous escape pod bay. Dozens of smooth white oval pods lined the walls, hatches open and inviting. Zai headed straight for one marked with the number 730 in bold print.
Here,
he called over his shoulder.
Everyone in! Hurry!
There was a mad scramble as we rushed to the pod. I helped a limping man over the threshold, turning to reach for the next escapee, when a black armored figure appeared in the bay entrance.
Hold it right there!
The guard leveled his blaster rifle at us and my heart leaped into my throat. Zai was the first to react, charging straight at the guard with a wild yell. The gun went off, scorching a hole in the wall, but Zai managed to barrel into him, knocking the weapon away. They grappled furiously, and I sprinted to Zai's aid. I threw myself at the guard, trying to put him in a chokehold like I'd seen in movies. But this was real life with real consequences. The guard threw me off like a rag doll, my head cracking against the floor. Stars burst across my vision as I struggled to orient myself. Dimly, I was aware of May screaming my name, of Zai trading blows with the guard. The bay spun dizzyingly as I dragged myself up on my hands and knees. Everything seemed to be happening in slow motion and too fast all at once. The guard had Zai pinned, hands around his throat. With my ears ringing and blood roaring, I staggered to the abandoned blaster, fumbling with the unfamiliar controls. More armored figures were pouring into the room, shouts and boots pounding. We were out of time. I managed to flick the safety off and swung the heavy barrel toward the guard just as his helmet turned toward me. My finger tightened on the trigger, but suddenly strong hands seized me from behind, wrenching me back. The blaster fired wild as I was dragged away. I caught a blurred glimpse of Zai breaking free, making a desperate dive for the escape pod. Go! Go! I screamed, kicking and thrashing against my captors. With a wrench of my body, I slapped the external launch control. The pod doors sealed and it ejected from the ship with a burst of propulsion. May's stricken face was the last thing I saw through the small window before they rocketed away to safety. Despair and relief warred within me as the guards hauled me out of the bay none too gently. At least the others had gotten away. At least there was hope. I clung to that thought as I was forcibly marched through more halls, disoriented and dripping, until I found myself on the bridge. Regis whirled to face us, face twisted in fury as the guard shoved me to my knees before him.
He was trying to escape! Sire!
The guard reported breathlessly.
With the doctor and test subjects.
What?
Regis roared, rounding on the guard.
How did they get to the pods? How could you let this happen?
The guard paled, shrinking back.
The doctor. He was helping them.
Incompetent fool.
Regis backhanded him viciously.
Or are you a traitor working for my siblings? Which is it?
He seized the guard by the front of his armor, shaking him like a dog with a bone. The other soldiers on the bridge shifted nervously, trying to focus on their controls. The guard spluttered in terror.
No, sire, never! I'm loyal to you, I swear it on my life!
With a disgusted snarl, Regis released him, sending him stumbling. In a flash, he snatched a sidearm from his belt and put a plasma bolt right between the guard's eyes. The body crumpled, halfway decapitated. I flinched violently at the sudden violence, stomach heaving. The stench of charred flesh joined the cloying sweetness of the pod fluids still coating my skin. Several soldiers abandoned their stations, fleeing their unhinged leader. I made to follow, scrambling to my feet. But Regis lashed out, grabbing me by the medical gown and wrenching me to him. His lips skinned back from his teeth in a feral grin, eyes manic and bright with madness.
And where do you think you're going, little Valiman?
He hissed. I struggled against his bruising grip, panic blotting out all rational thought. Let me go, you psychopath.
Oh, I don't think so,
Regis growled. His armored forearm pressed against my windpipe, cutting off my air. I clawed at him desperately, spots swarming my vision. The ship quaked violently, sending us sprawling to the floor in a tangle of limbs. Alarms shrieked, and the acrid stench of fried circuits filled the smoky air. I tried to roll away, but Regis snagged my ankle, yanking me back.
If I'm to die here,
he said almost conversationally, even as his fingers dug into my flesh hard enough to grind bone.
I'll make certain Lorvian spends the rest of his miserable life haunted by how I destroyed his happiness, how I ripped away his precious mate and offspring while he watched, helplessly.
His voice rose to an unhinged shriek, spittle flying.
He'll suffer for every insult every time he lorded his status over me, that smug bastard, thinking himself so superior when he's nothing but the whelp of a common whore.
Another bone-rattling impact sent us sliding across the deck, the ship groaning around us like a dying beast. I scrabbled for purchase, sparks searing my palms, but Regis maintained his hold. His eyes held no reason, only wild malice. I opened my mouth to plead, curse, scream, anything, but the words lodged in my throat as a familiar voice boomed over the chaos.
Regis!
My heart stuttered. It couldn't be.
Chapter 46. Lorvian. The palace shook violently as the ship swarmed overhead, their weapons destroying the once magnificent structure. I pushed myself up from the debris-strewn floor, my muscles straining as I lifted the thick pieces of rubble from my back and tossed them away with a grunt. The guards, their armor covered in dust and grime, rushed to my side and helped my injured father to his feet. "Who would dare think to attack us?" I yelled, my voice filled with rage as I looked out the shattered window at the ships attacking our home.
"Go!"
my father yelled, his voice haggard and strained.
"Take your ship and bring your fleet to end this madness."
I shook my head, my heart pounding in my chest. "I won't lift a finger until I check on my mate." I ran off, barely hearing the words he yelled at my retreating figure. The nobles scattered about the palace like frightened critters, their once pristine robes now tattered and covered in debris. As I reached the main hall leading to the parlor room, I saw the unlikely sight of Zil and Xantos scrambling out of the parlor. "What the hell is going on?" I asked, demanding answers. "Where's Caspian?" Zil was the one who spoke up.
"Someone attacked and took Caspian. We tried to stop them, but one of their transport ships fired on our location. When we came out of cover, he was gone."
Enraged, I rushed into the half-destroyed parlor, the acrid smell of smoke filling my lungs and stinging my eyes. The once beautiful room was now a shadow of its former self, with shattered glass and splintered wood littering the floor. I grabbed my comms device, my fingers fumbling with the buttons as I contacted Connor. "Did you see any ships take off?"
"I saw a ship fly overhead before taking off into the stratosphere,"
Connor replied, his voice crackling through the device. "Track their ship and bring our ship to the entrance of the palace. We're going to follow it," I commanded, my voice leaving no room for argument.
Acknowledged,
Connor responded, the line going dead. I headed to the hall, my boots crunching on the debris as I stated, I'm going to my ship to deal with the fool who took my mate. Xantos stepped forward.
I'm sure you'll need my help.
Cursing under my breath, I ran off, jumping over the rubble and fallen columns until I reached the outside of the palace. Most of the building was smoking, the once pristine walls now marred with scorch marks and gaping holes. Yet the palace was largely intact from the attack. It would take a lot more than even a bombardment to bring it down. With the way all of the ships were now retreating, I wondered if bringing the palace down was even their goal. It seemed like it was just a diversion to draw us out. I was raging angry over losing Caspian, my blood boiling in my veins. I knew I should have just kept my lover by my side, but I didn't. I thought Caspian would be safe on our home planet, which hadn't been attacked in centuries. None of the aliens would dare attack us here, or so I had believed. Xantos and I got into the ship, the sleek vessel humming to life as Connor initiated the takeoff sequence. Xantos looked around.
This is a sleek-looking ship. I wouldn't mind owning one like it,
he remarked, his fingers trailing over the smooth control panels. I ran to the bridge where Connor was piloting the ship, the stars streaking past the viewport as we hurtled through space. Do you have a lock on the ship that made off with Caspian? I asked.
I'm unsure if it's the same ship, but I tracked it to a much larger ship that's reminiscent of the same type of capital ship that you own,
Connor replied, his fingers dancing over the controls. Xantos laughed, the sound bitter and harsh.
No shit. So we were attacked by one of our own. Now who would be dumb enough to do this?
We looked at each other, realization dawning on our faces as we both said, Regis. Head to the capital ship, I ordered. Xantos looked at me like I was crazy, his eyebrows raised in disbelief.
There's no way this ship can take on one of our capital ships.
I don't care. The only thing I need is an opening to get on board. Get to the guns and start firing on that capital ship once we get there. Connor, look for an opening, even if it's one that Xantos has to blast open. I'll use it to get inside, I commanded, leaving no room for argument.
Acknowledged,
Connor said, his fingers flying over the controls as he plotted our course. As we reached the capital ship, the battle raged around us, with Zill's ships engaging Regis's fleet in a deadly dance of laser fire and explosions. Our ship weaved through the chaos, the shields absorbing the stray shots that managed to hit us. I tried to get Regis on the comms to talk to him, but he wasn't answering. Not getting an answer from him only boiled my blood with the desire to tear him apart. Zill's voice crackled over the comms.
I'll help create an opening by driving back the rest of Regis's fleet and blowing a hole in the airlock of Regis's capital ship. That'll be your only chance to get on board.
I headed to my room, the metal walls cold against my skin as I suited up in my lightweight black armor. This time, I would need my helmet on, so I pushed a button at the collar, the helmet wrapping around my head with a soft hiss. I grabbed my blaster, the weapon heavy in my hand, and headed to the airlock of my ship. I got inside, the door sealing behind me with a soft click, and was ready to go once I spotted the opening in the airlock. Space gliding was always dangerous. Especially during a battle, I could be hit by laser fire from the ships or by a ship or debris from any destroyed vessel. But it didn't matter. I would do anything to save Caspian, even if it meant risking my own life. I tapped my booster at the base of my armored feet, the thrusters flaring to life. The airlock of Regis's ship was blasted open, the force of the explosion sending unfortunate souls hurtling out into the cold vacuum of space to meet a gruesome end. I quickly opened my own airlock door and flew out, using the boosters to guide me towards the gaping hole in Regis's ship. I landed roughly but safely inside, the impact dislocating my shoulder with a sickening pop. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I bore it, my focus solely on finding Caspian. I wasted no time getting up and rushing through the ship, the corridors filled with the acrid smell of smoke and the sound of alarms blaring. I noticed some guards coming my way and prepared to fight them, but to my surprise, some of them just ran past me, completely ignoring my presence. I had no idea why they were fleeing, but I wasn't about to let them go without answers. I stopped one of them, removing his helmet to reveal a scared young face. "Why are you running away? What's going on?" I demanded. The soldier stammered, his eyes wide with fear.
"His Royal Highness Prince Regis has lost his mind. He killed one of our own."
"Where is he?" I asked, my grip tightening on the soldier's armor.
"He was on the bridge the last time I saw him. Please, let us go. We're done with whatever Regis is doing. All we want is to get away from this madman,"
the soldier pleaded, his voice cracking with desperation. I let the soldier go, even though I thought he was a treasonous piece of shit. But Caspian was my #1 priority, and I would do whatever it took to save him. But make no mistake, every soldier who served under Regis would be tried for this act of attacking the palace. I headed to the bridge, my boots pounding against the metal floor. As I entered, Regis turned around, his eyes wild and his face twisted with madness. He was holding Caspian hostage, his blaster pressed against my mate's head.
"If you come any closer, I'll kill him,"
Regis threatened, his voice shaking with insanity. I laughed, the sound cold and humorless. "Caspian, are you all right?"
"I'm fine, just feeling a bit of a headache coming on, but otherwise the babies and I are fine,"
Caspian replied, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "That's good news," I said, relief washing over me. Regis yelled in his rage,
"I will not be ignored. Call your ship here and use it to take down Zill's forces. Once Zill is dead, we'll retreat together, and I'll use you for the next phase of my plan."
I called him insane, and Regis said, his voice filled with a manic edge,
"I wouldn't have gotten as far as I did if I wasn't a little bit insane. I guess I got it from our father. Now he is the one who is truly insane, for making you an heir. It's not much of a secret what you are, a low-born bastard. But the fact that he favors you over me is something I won't tolerate. It's an insult to me and my mother."
"I've turned down my right to be heir and won't inherit anything, so using me in this plan won't work," I said. Regis didn't believe me at all, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, it's the truth," I told him, my voice filled with conviction. Regis was fine with that, a cruel smile twisting his lips.
"It doesn't matter. Your crew will still listen to you, unlike my own crew who have abandoned me."
I pointed at the dead soldier on the floor, his blood pooling around his lifeless body. "Your crew rightfully abandoned you if this is what you do to them," Regis said, his voice filled with a crazed intensity.
"That soldier allowed a group of important human subjects to escape, the key to our prosperous future when I become king. I'll have a harem of these disgusting human hybrids, and I'll have hundreds of children all over the galaxy."
"You've lost your mind. Your jealousy has driven you over the edge, and you've betrayed your most powerful ally, leaving you all alone," I said, unable to hide my disgust. Regis spat bitterly.
"Erevan was never going to make me king. He's a liar, and I saw right through him."
During our conversation, Caspian used Java to blast Regis back, the force of the attack throwing him off guard. Caspian dove for cover, his movements graceful and quick. I took the opportunity and flew at Regis, my fists connecting with his face in a flurry of blows. We began a lengthy, bloody fistfight, our bodies slamming against the metal walls and consoles of the bridge. Enraged, I managed to get the upper hand on him, using my Java to push him back onto the floor, slamming him down with a sickening crunch. I got on top of him and began punching him in the face, my knuckles splitting open from the force of the blows. "No one touches my mate! No one! I'll kill anyone who would take Caspian away from me," I hollered. Regis stopped fighting, his body going limp beneath me, but I was too angry to stop. It wasn't until Caspian yelled at me to stop that I finally did, my chest heaving with exertion. When I looked up, I noticed Zill and his soldiers on the bridge, watching the scene with a mix of horror and satisfaction. I got off of Regis, who was coughing and sputtering, his face a bloody mess. I went over to Caspian and helped him up, my touch gentle and reassuring. You can do whatever you want with that piece of trash, I told Zil. I spat out a glob of blood. I'm taking my mate someplace safe. Zil nodded. I walked off with Caspian, our bodies close together as we made our way through the ship.
I warned Regis that you would come for me,
Caspian said, his voice soft. I'll always come for you, one way or another, I replied with a chuckle. Caspian knew I was being lewd and laughed, the sound like music to my ears.
Even now you can think about that.
Yes, I can, and now you're safe forever. I've rejected the crown, so we'll find a really nice place to settle. I'll have plenty of time to think about nothing but sex. Eros is lovely pretty much every year, and with the leader dead, the city will need a strong hand to bring them to heel, so that it remains the greatest trading post in the entire galaxy, I said, my voice filled with excitement for our future together. Caspian smiled, his eyes sparkling with mischief.
Eros is where you bought my Gillic stone, which was damaged while I was trying to save my own ass. I'll need another one.
I'll get you whatever you desire, I promised. As we walked off to the pod station, I contacted Connor to pick up our pod. Caspian sighed.
There were hybrids here just like me who escaped on a pod, along with Zai, who was taken by Regis. Their pod should be on Ashen.
I nodded, my mind already working on a plan. I had no idea why Zai was here, but I was sure Caspian would explain the finer details later on. We should go get them and transport them to the only place I know where they'll probably be safe, the human colony. The humans will also like to know that they can settle peacefully. And I want to check up on my fleet. I need to talk to Swarty to inform him there will be no rebellion from me. Caspian hugged me, his arms wrapping around my waist.
I'm proud of you,
he said, his voice filled with love and admiration. I want to be more than just a warrior. I want to be a father and a good mate, and I want to find my place in this changing galaxy that doesn't need warriors, I said, determined to see it through. We kissed, our lips meeting in a passionate embrace, ready to face whatever the future held, together. Our love had survived the greatest of trials, and now we were ready to build a new life, one filled with love, family, and endless possibilities.
Chapter 47. Caspian. As our ship approached the escape pod carrying the rescued hybrids and Zai, I felt relieved. The airlock hissed open, and Zai was the first to emerge. He was haggard as hell, but his face broke into a wide grin when he saw me standing there.
Caspian,
he exclaimed as he clasped my shoulder.
You've made it. When I saw them drag you away, I feared the worst.
Lorvian stepped forward, his brow furrowed.
Zai, how did you end up on Regis's ship? What happened?
Zai's expression darkened as he sighed and ran his long fingers through his strands.
Someone approached me, and it was clear they weren't taking no for an answer. I was entertaining the offer until they mentioned taking Caspian. I knew I had to do something.
I understand. I want to offer you a position working for Dr. Phesis on my capital ship. I don't know how long I'll have it given the current situation, but the offer stands. I should have offered it before letting you leave, but I had no idea you would become a target.
Zai considered for a moment, his gaze thoughtful.
I'll accept, on one condition. I need to be able to continue working on the cure to wake our people from the long sleep. It's too important to abandon now.
Agreed.
As the hybrids began to file out of the pod, their faces a mix of fear, exhaustion, and tentative hope, Lorvian turned to me.
Can they understand me?
He asked quietly. I shook my head. No, they can't. Not yet, at least. Lorvian addressed the group, his voice calm but authoritative.
Please inform them that they'll be coming with us to our ship. We'll take them to the human colony, where they can start new lives. However, some of them must submit to blood work and tissue samples at the med bay first.
I translated his words, watching as the hybrids' expressions shifted from relief to terror. Some began to cry, their shoulders shaking with silent sobs. May stepped forward, her chin lifted defiantly, even as her eyes shimmered with unshed tears.
We've been poked, prodded, and experimented on enough,
she said, her voice trembling with barely contained rage.
I'm sure the lab on that big ship we escaped from has plenty of samples already. We won't be subjected to more tests, more violations of our bodies and our rights.
I relayed her message to Lorvian, adding softly, she's right, you know. They've been through so much already. Lorvian's jaw clenched as he considered May's words. I met his gaze, my eyes pleading silently. With a heavy sigh, he relented.
All right, tell them to get on board. We'll forgo the testing for now.
May's shoulders sagged with relief as I translated, and she mouthed a silent thank you in my direction. I helped the hybrids settle into the ship. As we left Ashan behind, the stars blurring into streaks of light, I couldn't help feeling responsible for them in a way. I didn't consider myself their leader or anything. I believed that responsibility was falling to May. But I still knew more of what was going on, and I feared that the human colony wouldn't accept them. In the cockpit, Xantos lounged in the co-pilot seat, his long legs propped up on the console as Connor piloted the ship. Lorvian fixed him with a hard stare, his arms crossed over his chest.
I thought you would have gotten off on Ashan,
he said, his tone sharp.
Unless, of course, you're keeping tabs on me for Zil now.
Xantos threw his head back and laughed, the sound rich and mocking.
You're reading too much into it, brother. This is just the most exciting place to be right now. A ship full of lab-made hybrids. If they can all carry and birth kids like your little human mate, it'll be a boon. You'll get the credit for saving our species, for ensuring our future.
Lorvian shook his head, his expression grim.
We can't rely on the humans, Xantos. Not all of them would agree to gene therapy, and forcing them isn't right. It's not the answer. Besides, we may not need to. I have a doctor on board who might be able to awaken those in the long sleep. If he succeeds, it could change everything.
Xantos' eyes widened, his mouth falling open in shock. Then slowly a grin spread across his face.
Well, well. This ship truly is the most interesting place to be, isn't it?
Exhausted, I retreated to our quarters with Lorvian behind me, the ship's soft hum lulling me and making me sleepy. Lorvian's arms encircled me as he pulled me close.
We'll settle down soon,
he murmured, his breath warm against my ear.
I promise, Caspian. No one will ever separate us again. We'll build a life together, a family. You, me, and our children.
I know. Days later. We arrived at the planet housing the human colony. As we descended through the atmosphere, I marveled at the lush landscapes below, the vibrant greens and blues a welcome sight. The morning sun cast a golden glow over the settlement. The progress the humans and androids had made in rebuilding was taking shape. Fran, Derek, and Swarty greeted us at the landing pad. I had spent the last few days preparing the hybrids for the possibility of rejection, knowing my earlier actions hadn't exactly inspired loyalty among the colonists. But I hoped that, given all the hybrids had endured since the Ignis attack, the humans would find it in their hearts to accept them, even if they kicked me off the planet. Lorvian pulled Swarty aside, speaking to him in low, urgent tones, and I eavesdropped.
I want you to know that I've decided not to rebel,
he said, his voice firm.
But I also won't force you and the others to integrate with the hegemony. Instead, I plan to rule Eros as a neutral trading post. Anyone who wishes to join me there, to start a new life, is welcome. That includes your families.
Swarty's expression was guarded, but he nodded slowly.
I understand, sir. I can't say I'm not disappointed, but I respect your decision. I'll inform the others.
Meanwhile, Fran and Derek approached me. I guess the little time apart did nothing to make Fran welcome my presence, and Derek just looked pissed.
The U.S. government has abandoned us, Caspian,
Fran said, her voice bitter.
We're at the mercy of these aliens now, with no support from Earth.
I shook my head, but I couldn't say I was surprised. No, Fran, you're in control of your own fate now, and Eros will be a vast trading post, a hub for commerce and exchange. You'll be able to get supplies there, rather than relying on Earth. Fran's lips twisted into a grimace.
The head of Outer Worlds made similar promises, but it's hard to believe them now. We've been burned too many times.
Lorvian approached.
Do you have access to the leader of this program? I need to speak with him as soon as possible.
Derek and Fran exchanged a glance, then nodded. I wondered what they were thinking.
We do.
Derek confirmed.
I'll arrange a meeting.
As May led the other hybrids off the ship, I couldn't help but notice the wary looks on the faces of the gathered colonists. Derek's eyes widened as he recognized May, who met his gaze with a steely glare. Did they know each other? These are the rest of the Ignis survivors, I explained, my voice carrying across the crowd. You don't have to worry about the one who experimented on them anymore. He's been dealt with. Derek's expression softened, though he still looked exhausted as hell.
I feel for them, Caspian. I really do. But right now, all we want is to move on, to put this whole nightmare behind us and start over.
May's face contorted with rage, her fists clenched at her sides.
How dare you?
She screamed, her voice raw with pain.
We've been through hell and you're just going to turn your backs on us? Pretend we don't exist? You recommended me for the council we were to set up once we landed. You were my friend, or so I thought.
I am your friend, and I'm glad you're alive, but shit. We've all been through a lot already. We just need some normalcy, as much of it as we can get.
I stepped between them, my hands raised in a placating gesture. May, there's a place for you on Eros with me. You can start fresh, build a new life for yourselves, if you want. May's shoulders slumped, the fight draining out of her.
Fine.
She spat.
Looks like I got no other choice anyway.
She cursed under her breath.
But I want to contact my family back on Earth. We all do. They deserve to know what happened to us, that we're still alive.
Fran and Derek exchanged another glance, then nodded.
We can arrange that,
Fran said softly.
You can use the comms room to send messages, make calls. It's the least we can do.
I want to contact my mom and sister, I said to Lorvian, my voice barely above a whisper. It's been so long, and I need them to know I'm okay. Lorvian nodded, his hand finding mine and giving it a gentle squeeze.
Of course, my love. Take all the time you need.
Fran sneered at me one last time before turning to guide us away to one of the smaller buildings on the grounds. The inside resembled a cafe with a coffee bar, though no one was behind the counter, and the display cases were empty. On the other side of the room were rows of private booths. I entered one, my hands shaking as I input my mother's contact information and prayed it remained the same. The operator's voice crackled over the speaker, explaining the process and the 1-hour time limit. I barely heard them, my heart racing as I waited for the call to connect to her cell phone. The operator explained that my name should pop up in the ID. When my mother's voice finally came through, tentative and disbelieving, I felt tears spring to my eyes. Mom? I whispered, my throat so tight for a moment I thought I couldn't breathe. It's me. It's Caspian. For a long moment there was only silence, then a choked sob.
Caspian, is it really you?
I broke down then, the tears flowing freely as I poured out my heart to her. I apologized for running away, for not contacting her sooner. She apologized, too, for the social media videos, for making me feel like I had to leave. We talked for the full hour, catching up on everything that had happened, and she told me where she was and what she was doing when the news broke of finding sentient alien life. I told her about my adventures, about Lorvian, and the life we were building together. She was certainly weirded out that I had fallen for one of these aliens, though I didn't mention the pregnancy or my transformation, not yet. That was a conversation for another time. The last thing I needed was her passing out on me, and I wasn't sure how much info Earth had on us, though I was sure the others could have told everything. As the call ended, I promised to contact my sister next time, to send them both my love. I left the booth feeling good, like a weight had lifted from my shoulders. I found Lorvian in the HQ office he used the last time he was here, his expression serious as he spoke with someone over the comms. When he saw me, he ended the call and pulled me into his lap.
My brother will remain in charge of Outer Worlds,
he said softly.
But there will be no more colonists sent, not until we better understand the situation. Some of my other siblings have fleets positioned near Earth to protect Erevan as the humans adjust to their new role in the galaxy. So far there have been no conflicts. Peace seems to be holding.
I let out a shaky breath. That's good, I murmured, tilting my face up to his. I'm glad. Lorvian kissed me then, his lips soft and tender against mine.
Are you ready to go to our new home?
He asked, his eyes shining with love and hope. I smiled, my heart full to bursting. I am, I said simply. Let's go. Back on our ship, we found Cormac out of bed, hopping around on his one leg as he cursed up a storm.
Were you just going to leave me here?
He demanded, his face red hot.
Not even bother to tell me we were back at the colony?
I sighed. We didn't want to disturb you, Cormac. You needed to heal. Cormac scoffed.
I need answers is what I need. I want to talk to that bastard Erevan, find out why my mom had to die.
Lorvian's expression turned somber.
Erevan claims that she leaked information to Regis that caused the Ignis attack, Cormac. That's why she was killed. I don't expect you to accept that, but it's what he told me when I asked on your behalf.
Cormac's face contorted with rage and grief, his hands balled into fists at his sides.
I don't believe it,
he spat.
Not for a second.
Come with us to Eros,
Lorvian said as gently as a man like him could.
I have an inventor there who can fit you with a prosthetic leg and help you regain your mobility. You can always come back here and curse my brother to the stars and back.
Cormac hesitated, then nodded curtly.
Fine,
he muttered.
It's not like I have anywhere else to go. Earth isn't an option anymore, not for me.
Cormac had lost so much and suffered so deeply. I hoped that, in time, he would find some measure of peace and happiness on Eros, but only time would tell. Lorvian gave Connor the order to depart once May performed a head count of the others, and I watched as the human colony disappeared from view, the planet shrinking to a distant speck as we ascended into the stars, once more. I leaned against Lorvian, my head resting on his shoulder. Do you think we're doing the right thing? I asked softly. Leaving them behind, starting over somewhere new? Lorvian pressed a kiss to my temple, his arm tightening around me.
I do,
he said firmly.
This is my brother's project, and his headache, not mine. Zil would most likely handle Daruk and Tavi, and the humans want us all gone. Eros is the perfect place to get lost in. It's a new beginning, our home, our place.
I nodded. Whatever the future held, whatever challenges we might face, I knew we would face them together. As the ship carried us across the vast expanse of space, towards the shining promise of Eros and the life we would build there, I allowed myself to hope, to dream, to believe that anything was possible. The universe was ours now, and we would make the most of it one day at a time. Epilogue. Caspian. Years later. The azure-tinted grass swayed gently in the breeze, its mesmerizing blue-green hue unlike anything I had ever seen before. Yet, even this breathtaking sight paled in comparison to the melodic laughter of Thexan and Angelia as they tumbled and played, their tiny voices carried by the wind. The birthing pod had brought them into this world healthy and strong, with Lorvian by my side. I'll spare you the gruesome specifics. Let's just say that I wasn't keen on repeating the experience anytime soon. Our secluded estate, surrounded by sprawling lands and lush forests, was a tranquil retreat from the bustling city life. Eros was thriving again, the Las Vegas of this world. I sure as hell didn't want my kids growing up there, even if I was happy at what Lorvian achieved. The construction on our estate was nearly complete, with only the south wing needing to be remodeled. In this serene setting, Lorvian shared with me countless stories of his upbringing on Ashan, living under the care of his Dama. Some tales were joyful, others tinged with sorrow and loneliness. Lorvian had been right about Eros being the fresh start we all needed. The hybrids had settled in comfortably, some even finding partners among Lorvian's former crew members. Life was beginning to take on a new rhythm, one of peace and growth, and I liked that a lot. Word had reached us of Dr. Zai's alpha test for the cure to the long sleep. I had envisioned a sudden awakening of billions of Valesians, accompanied by a touch of chaos. Instead, the news trickled in quietly, with only occasional announcements of notable Valesian figures emerging from their slumber. Meanwhile, Earth had finally come around to engaging in diplomatic discussions with the Valesians. The peace between our worlds was rocky as hell, but enduring. Thank goodness. Cormac, ever the adventurer, had acquired a state-of-the-art prosthetic leg that put human technology to shame. He now commanded his own vessel, a dream that Lorvian ultimately helped him realize. He christened his ship Deathstalker, or some equally audacious name. While Earth remained closed to supply runs, rumors circulated of Cormac's thriving trade route between Eros, various trade posts, and a handful of colonies, both human and alien. Connor, too, had risen through the ranks, now working with Dr. Zai and Dr. Thesis on a scientific and research exploratory ship under Lorvian's command. Actually, it was Lorvian's old capital ship converted, though still armed to hell and back. This development had initially sparked a private disagreement between Lorvian and his older brother Syl, centered around Connor being an AI. In the end, they reached a truce, agreeing to maintain the peace until the machines posed a tangible threat. And then there was Tavi, a force to be reckoned with. Some years ago, she had eliminated her brother Daruk, and since then, whispers of assassinated ruling council members would occasionally reach our ears. The Troubles grappled with the repercussions of Valesian interference in their government, sparking heated debates about whether the intervention had been beneficial. One point of consensus among them was the resolute rejection of any royal family member assuming control. I couldn't help but wonder if Tavi had any allies left in her corner. Regis, the brother consumed by jealousy and madness, had been placed into a forced slumber and secured within the depths of the family vault. Perhaps this was the most merciful fate in the grand scheme of things. Back on the human colony, Derek and Fran had wed and continued to oversee the thriving colony, now full of human kids. The colony had blossomed into a vibrant small town, thanks in no small part to the tireless efforts of the AI inhabitants and the enduring power of Erevan's old ship. In a remarkable display of solidarity, some humans had even volunteered to transform, lending their aid to the Valesians in their quest to replenish their numbers. Of course, this was the deal Gilles had reached with the colony in exchange for his continued protection. Exhausted from a day spent chasing after our energetic little ones, I lay in bed, savoring a moment of respite. Lorvian slid in beside me, his lips grazing the mark he had left on my skin.
My father has chosen to enter the long sleep alongside my Dama,
he murmured, his voice tinged with a mix of emotions.
Their vaults have been hidden away, their locations unknown even to me. In his stead, he has named Zil as his heir.
The weight of this revelation hung heavy. What does this mean for us? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Lorvian pulled me closer, his arms encircling me in a reassuring embrace.
For us, my love, it changes nothing,
he said, his tone unwavering.
Zil's heart belongs to his people, and his strengths lie in diplomacy. None of our siblings have contested his claim, and Erevan seems quite content with his life on Earth.
Good, and I allowed myself to melt into his touch. I'm glad, I confessed, a smile playing on my lips. I prefer the comfort of our home to the grand whatever of a palace.
As do I,
Lorvian agreed.
And with Zil's lack of interest in the hegemony, perhaps we will bear witness to positive changes on the horizon.
He leaned in, capturing my lips in a tender kiss. I responded in kind, my arms finding their way around his sculpted waist. As we parted, I felt a rush of excitement, a secret I could no longer contain. I have some wonderful news to share, I whispered, my eyes locked with his.
Oh?
Lorvian raised an eyebrow, curiosity etched upon his handsome features. I'm pregnant again, I revealed, my voice trembling with anticipation. A knowing smile spread across Lorvian's face, his dark eyes sparkling.
I know,
he said softly, his hand resting on my still flat stomach.
And I couldn't be more thrilled to embark on this journey with you once more.
says the guy who went through no pain popping out those kids. I chuckled. He kissed my hand.
I'll tell them to up your meds next time.
Who was I kidding? I was still happy as hell to have his kid again. I knew that whatever life threw our way, we'd tackle it head on, side by side. Our love was like a super glue, keeping us stuck together through thick and thin. The future. It was ours to create, a giant blank page waiting for us to fill it with all the crazy colors of our dreams and the unshakable love that got us here in the first place. I couldn't help but crack a smile whenever I thought of everything we'd been through. All the blood, sweat, and tears we'd poured into getting to this point. Totally worth it. We'd fought hard for this slice of happiness, and now it was ours to keep. In that moment, with the love of my life and my kids by my side, I let myself get swept up in absolute bliss. Maybe being with Lorvian was what I was born to do. And if I wasn't, who cares? Peace, joy, and a love that just wouldn't quit. That's what our little family was all about. And you know what? I couldn't have been happier. The end.
I would like to give a special thanks to both patrons and Lunar listeners. Thank you so much for your support. It's all going directly into creating more audio content for your listening pleasure. Lunar listeners receive early access to all audio chapters on YouTube. Patreon members receive early access to uncensored audio chapters, along with full audio shorts too hot for Amazon and YouTube.